10 years ago, the world changed forever as colossal gates ripped open across the globe, unleashing an otherworldly invasion upon humanity. Letting in grotesque monsters that poured forth from the glowing rifts, their forms ranging from hulking beasts to skeletal legions. Each more terrifying than the last, as horned demons and chitinous horrors joined the relentless tide. Their monstrous forms glowing with malevolent energy, threatening to engulf everything in their path. But amidst the despair, a new hope emerged as the awakened started appearing, individuals imbued with extraordinary powers. Standing ready to face the encroaching darkness, their diverse abilities manifesting as glowing auras and potent magical circles. These awakened people quickly became known as hunters, the frontline defense against the monstrous threat, dedicated to hunting down the creatures that plague their world. With coordinated attacks and bursts of energy, a group of these hunters engaged a formidable monster, their combined efforts creating a whirlwind of combat. As one particularly determined hunter, his eyes glowing with fierce resolve, drove his glowing blade deep into the creature's hide. The impact sending a shockwave through its body, forcing the monstrous beast to recoil from the devastating blow. But, despite the pain, he persists. His face, bruised and battered, reflects a deep weariness, his crimson eyes holding a distant, haunted look. A memory flashes of him screaming in agony as a jagged, red crystalline growth erupts from his side, a defiant question escaping his lips. So what? His hand, weak and trembling, reaches out, then falls helplessly to the cold, hard floor of a school hallway. He lies there, broken, the crimson crystal still embedded in his flesh, a stark testament to his suffering. This is Kang Ji-hyun, and the blood staining the pristine white tiles tells a story of relentless torment. He remembers the faces of his tormentors, the white-haired student holding the very crystal that now pierces him, while Thor and another bald student look down, his own voice echoing in his mind, resigned, "I'm just a loser." This brutal scene unfolds within the walls of the awakened specialization high school, his hand still resting on the cold floor, a symbol of his current reality. As he lies amidst the lockers, another voice, cruel and mocking, demands, "Hurry and squirm around." His ability, known as exoskeleton manifestation, forces him to endure this agony, his body writhing as the crystal continues its painful growth. Although he can cover his skin with an exoskeleton, it comes at an unbearable cost. Indeed, it causes great pain. The agony of his unique ability, exoskeleton manifestation, tears through Kang Ji-hyun, a raw scream escaping his lips as tears mix with blood on his face. The torment is relentless, a constant, searing presence that threatens to consume him. And to make matters worse, the very nature of this wretched skill means that in a short while, the pain will only intensify. He lies broken on the ground, his body battered and bruised, a crimson crystalline object glowing ominously nearby, a stark reminder of his suffering. Beyond the internal torment, the bullies relentlessly attack him, their blows landing with cruel precision. They stand over him, laughing at his hideous, broken self, their faces twisted in cruel amusement. He wonders if teachers or the police could intervene. No, they can't do anything, at least not to the powerful. The official, standing amidst the ruins of what appears to be a training ground, is there for the S-rank awakened. While he lies bleeding and broken, the bullies continue their assault, their faces devoid of remorse, as the world turns a blind eye. It's a world that caters to those who receive special treatment from the government, leaving others to suffer in silence. And that, he realizes, is the reason for his unending torment. Despite the relentless pain and the world's indifference, he finds himself in a small, familiar eatery, still enduring. But even with all the suffering, there's a reason to push forward, a driving force behind his perseverance. As he sits down, a kind voice greets him, his mother asking if he's finally arrived. Her presence brings back a memory, a painful truth that shaped his young life. His father had passed away when he was only 5 years old. He eats silently, the bruises on his face a testament to his daily struggles, as his mother gently inquires, wondering about his day at school. His gaze fixed on the bowl, he continues to eat, his thoughts drifting to a future he desperately seeks. That future holds a singular, powerful ambition, to become a hunter. His mother looks at him, her expression a mix of hope and concern, a soft, questioning really, escaping her lips. He envisions the day he finally finishes school, his crimson eyes burning with fierce resolve. With every spoonful, he reaffirms his silent vow, a mantra of resilience. Let's endure. He knows his ability, though painful, has potential, enough to at least make him a C-rank hunter. His mother watches him, her expression softening, understanding the unspoken promise that with his success, they will finally be able to overcome their hardships. He had always wished for a better life, a place where they could simply be happy. His thoughts drifted to his mother, her hands worn from years of hard work. He remembered the calendar, circled with a reminder of her special day, a day that should have been filled with joy. But the truth was far darker, and he knew it all too well, his eyes burning with a cold, hard understanding. His mother lay in a hospital bed, her head swathed in bandages, a network of tubes keeping her alive. They had beaten her, leaving her in a vegetative state. The authorities called it an accident, But he remembered the man in the dark suit, his face hidden behind sunglasses, standing over a weeping figure. And it was no coincidence that they had arrived at his mother's restaurant, their presence a harbinger of the tragedy to come. In a memory from before, his mother served customers, including a white-haired young man who brazenly complimented her appearance, his words laced with an unsettling arrogance. The white-haired man then revealed his true nature, asking what she thought of him as an awakened, before demonstrating his power by conjuring glowing red crystals, claiming he could make diamonds. His mother, shocked, called him a crazy bastard, to which he offered a hollow apology, the red crystals still shimmering in his hand. And then, the sickening sound of impact, a moment that shattered their lives forever. The memory begins with a broken phone screen lying on the ground, a voice expressing concern over the damage, wondering if it was an accident. His mother kneels, looking down at the device, a soft, pained sound escaping her lips. But the scene abruptly shifts to horror, as she is impaled by jagged, glowing red crystals, her face contorted in agony, while the white-haired man stands menacingly nearby. The destructive power of their abilities then flew into a rage, shattering any illusion of an accident. A chilling question echoes through the memory. Was it truly an accident? Kang Jihyang's own face contorts, blood dripping from his mouth, a primal scream tearing through him as the blurred figure of the suit man looms in the background. His teeth grind together, a guttural sound of anguish and recognition, as he realizes he knows them. The truth of the event is laid bare. It was no accident. The aftermath shows shattered debris and blood splattered across the floor, a stark testament to the destructive force unleashed. This was neither a coincidence, nor a mere fit of rage. It was a deliberate act, the white-haired man's hands glowing with malevolent red energy, forming ominous circles of their abilities. Kang Jihyang's internal scream echoes, a raw, visceral manifestation of his trauma and rage, as the memory consumes him. A monstrous, shadowy entity looms over a birthday cake, its form a chaotic swirl of red and black, as if the very air around it is screaming. The festive cake lies shattered, its pink frosting and strawberries scattered amidst a crumpled note that reads, "From your loving son," beside a wad of cash, a stark image of innocence destroyed, and perhaps, a twisted form of compensation. Far from such internal turmoil, a peaceful cityscape nestles among rolling mountains, bathed in the soft glow of a distant sun. In a forest clearing, a younger white-haired man stands casually, his hands clasped, while Thor sits cross-legged beside a swirling purple portal, asking if he's truly sure about this. The white-haired man steps confidently into the portal, a smirk playing on his lips as he boasts about how they beat up that lady, while Thor, still seated, expresses concern, wondering what if she dies. Later, the white-haired man stands with another brown-haired teenager, dismissing the concern by stating they are young enough to be protected by the law, and more importantly, they are awakened. The brown-haired teenager still looks uneasy, muttering a hesitant, but still, before calling out a quiet hey. The white-haired man's eyes glow with an eerie blue light, his face contorted into a menacing grin as he challenges them, asking if they truly think that was his first time beating someone up. Back in the present, Kang Jihyang stands alone on a sun-dappled forest path, his figure small against the vastness of the trees, perhaps still reeling from the traumatic memories. Meanwhile, the flashback continues as the white-haired man and the brown-haired teenager walk away from the now-fading portal, leaving behind the scene of their casual cruelty. A figure tumbles through the air, then a close-up reveals a snarling, desperate face, demanding to know why. A raw, guttural scream echoes through the mind, a memory of a question torn from the depths of despair. What did you do to my mom? The anguish is palpable, a face contorted in a silent, agonizing cry, tears streaming down as the words, "You fucking," hang heavy in the air. Meanwhile, a chillingly calm voice responds, uttering a dismissive bastard, before a casual ah escapes the white-haired man's lips, his electric blue eyes glowing with an unsettling amusement. His gaze, sharp and piercing, focuses intently as he delivers the cruel, simple answer, "Your mom." A slight, unsettling smile plays on his lips, the glint of his earring catching the light, a testament to his utter lack of remorse. The memory shifts back to the victim's perspective, a close-up of his tear-streaked face, as a voice from the aggressor's group callously remarks, "She looks really young." Hee. The victim's internal thought is a single, desperate damn. In the desolate clearing, the white-haired man stands over the fallen Kang Jihyang, a crimson energy blade extending from his hand, as another associate remarks, "For real." The blade glows ominously, its red light reflecting in Kang Jihyang's eyes as he hears another cruel taunt. "I almost flirted with her." Kang Jihyang collapses further onto the blood-stained ground, his body racked with pain, as the white-haired man's group watches, one of them chuckling, "For fuck's sake." Haha. His hand instinctively clutches at the glowing red blade impaling him, blood gushing from the wound as a desperate "huh" escapes his lips, the pain almost unbearable. Tears mix with blood around his eye, a single drop of crimson reflecting the brutal reality of his torment. Then, with a final, devastating impact, his form is violently struck, a torrent of blood splattering across the red-tinged memory. The brutal assault continued, tearing through Kang Jihyang's flesh as his chest ripped open, blood gushing from the wound. Despite the agony, his crimson eyes burned with defiance as he screamed, "You fucking bastard!" More blood erupted from his neck and chest, a testament to the relentless torment. Then, with a casual gesture from the white-haired man, a torrent of sharp, bloodied spikes erupted from the ground, impaling Kang Ji-hyong as his tormentors watched, one of them exclaiming, "Whoa!" From above, the white-haired man looked down with a smirk, a faint purple aura shimmering around him as he surveyed his handiwork. The world blurred into a chaotic red, a maelstrom of pain and despair. His eyes glowing with malevolent purple energy, the white-haired man's voice cut through the haze, demanding, "Who do you think you are?" Thor and the other teenager stood by, watching impassively as Kang Ji-hyong remained pinned by the blood-soaked spikes. Another taunt echoed, "Loser." Kang Ji-hyong could only manage a choked sound, his face contorted in a silent scream of pure agony. His body was a canvas of torment, pierced by countless spikes, each one a searing point of pain. His eyes, wide with terror and anguish, reflected the blood-soaked spikes surrounding him. His body, already a canvas of blood and grime, twitches with a raw, primal defiance. Another magical spike erupts from the ground, piercing his leg and sending fragments of earth scattering around him. Even as his bloodied hand trembles, the white-haired man observes, noting his victim's unwavering resolve. With a cold smirk, the tormentor turns to Thor, commanding him to continue the brutal display. A crackle of energy accompanies the white-haired man's glowing eye as he intensifies the agony. His hand begins to glow with a blinding, white-hot aura, gathering immense power. A deep rumble echoes as vibrant green energy swirls and descends, targeting the already broken figure below. The sheer force of the magic causes Kang Ji-hyong's body to ignite with a furious red and orange glow, crackling with raw, uncontrolled power. From behind, the white-haired man watches the spectacle, his silhouette framed by the blinding light of his victim's agony. More green energy spikes erupt, impaling his legs further and pinning him to the earth. With a sickening thud, his torso is pierced by countless more, his body collapsing under the relentless assault. Finally, Kang Ji-hyong lies broken and bleeding, impaled by a forest of magical spikes, as the white-haired man and Thor stand impassively above him, a swirling purple portal opening in the sky. The brutal assault continued, blood splattering across the desolate ground, a grim testament to the relentless violence. With a cruel indifference, the white-haired man pressed his foot down, grinding it into Kang Ji-hyong's head, already prone and broken. A sickening crunch echoed as the pressure intensified, forcing the young man's face further into the crimson-soaked earth. Then, a hand reached down, gripping his hair, pulling his head back as the white-haired man's voice cut through the air, demanding to know where he thought he was going. His eyes, glowing with an electric blue intensity, betrayed a deep, seething rage as he cursed the situation, his teeth gritted in frustration. Kang Ji-hyong's arm, already mangled, rose weakly, surrounded by shimmering fragments, a desperate, futile gesture against the overwhelming force. But the white-haired man held him firmly, his grip unyielding as he stared down at the battered form beneath him. Then, with a savage roar, a devastating punch connected with Kang Ji-hyong's face, erupting in a spray of blood and raw power. He followed with a vicious kick, his voice dripping with contempt as he called Kang Ji-hyong a fucking piece of shit, and declared he should have protected his mother. Another brutal impact followed, the white-haired man's words echoing the pain of his blows, questioning why Kang Ji-hyong was still fighting. His fist, now a bloody mess, landed yet another crushing blow to Kang Ji-hyong's face, the sound of impact sickeningly clear. With eyes blazing and a twisted grin, the white-haired man's fury reached its peak, demanding to know if his victim was mad at me. He continues to endure the brutal assault, his face a mask of pain and blood. His mouth is a mangled mess, teeth broken and bloodied. Another devastating blow lands, sending a spray of blood and agony across his features. The white-haired man, his own face splattered with the victim's blood, flinches, a flicker of surprise or perhaps concern crossing his expression. Still holding the battered youth down, the white-haired man taunts him, his words laced with venom, while Thor and another associate look on. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of crimson energy erupts, a terrifying gate manifesting before them. Both the white-haired man and Thor stare up at the ominous phenomenon, bathed in its eerie red glow. The white-haired man questions the nature of this blood gate, while his associate insists they must report its appearance. Turning to Thor, the white-haired man reveals he has an idea, prompting a curious, "What?" from his companion. As the injured youth lies helpless, the white-haired man's hand glows with a sinister red light, reaching out towards him. The red energy engulfs the youth, his body racked with an unknown power as the gate's influence intensifies. The raw, agonizing power of the blood gate courses through him, eliciting a guttural cry of defiance. Even amidst the torment, his mind burns with a singular, furious vow. His face contorts in a silent scream, veins bulging as the crimson energy consumes him, tearing at his very being. Within the swirling vortex of red, one eye blazes with an infernal glow, reflecting his unwavering, murderous intent. His rage extends to all of them, the white-haired man, Thor, and the suit-clad enforcer, who stand watching, bathed in the same ominous light. Turning slightly, the white-haired man responds with a chilling promise, his smirk unwavering. His gaze remains fixed on the unfolding spectacle, a cold satisfaction etched across his features. A mocking challenge hangs in the air, questioning the possibility of escape from the Bloodgate's grasp. The Bloodgate's power intensifies, pulling the struggling youth deeper into its crimson maw, as if demanding he surrender. A final, pained gasp escapes him as his arm is engulfed, the dark particles swirling around him. Finally, he collapses, utterly consumed by the overwhelming red energy, his body now a vessel for the gate's dark power. As the crimson energy consumed him, Kang Jihyang's vision blurred, his eye reflecting the terrifying power of the Bloodgate. This was the phenomenon known only as a Bloodgate. It was a rare occurrence where a gate would turn a deep, ominous red, and unlike typical gates, no monsters would ever emerge from its depths. A researcher, studying the holographic projections of such an event, mused that not much else had been revealed about these gates, leaving the true reason behind their nature a mystery. The swirling vortex of a Bloodgate pulsed with dark energy, its very existence a terrifying enigma. For all the theories and observations, one fact remained chillingly clear: no one had ever entered a Bloodgate and come out alive. Within its depths, a horrifying ecosystem thrived, filled with grotesque, multi-eyed creatures, their forms a twisted mockery of life, surrounded by glowing skeletal remains. More skeletal figures, some with insectoid limbs, writhed in the murky darkness, their eerie green glow illuminating the abyss. Worm-like abominations slithered alongside insectoid beasts, a ceaseless tide of monstrous life. The sheer variety of horrors was overwhelming, from hulking, clawed creatures to smaller, scuttling forms, all part of the gate's deadly ecosystem. An endless swarm of grotesque entities, both humanoid and insectoid, filled the space, a terrifying vision of what awaited anyone foolish enough to enter. Within the Bloodgate, a nightmarish landscape unfolds, teeming with skeletal figures and insectoid horrors that crawl and writhe across the blood-soaked ground. Flying creatures with leathery wings dart through the crimson air, while a massive, multi-limbed green monster looms, its form grotesque and alien. Another colossal beast, reptilian and covered in eyes, dominates the scene, surrounded by smaller, swarming abominations. A towering, armored insectoid creature, bristling with sharp protrusions, stands as a monument to the gate's horrifying ecosystem. Further into the abyss, a massive, tentacled entity with a gaping maw and multiple eyes pulsates, its form accompanied by a colossal, toothy worm-like monster, completing the grotesque tableau. Into this hellish realm, he plunges headfirst, his body tumbling amidst the monstrous forms and glowing red energy, already showing signs of bruising and distress. A violent force tears at him, his limbs stretching unnaturally as blood splatters against the crimson backdrop, a scream of agony escaping his lips. Above, thick rivulets of blood drip down, cascading into the desolate, shadowy depths below, a chilling testament to the ongoing horror. His face, contorted in a silent scream, is drenched in blood, surrounded by the visual echoes of tearing flesh and bone. A monstrous maw, lined with multiple rows of jagged teeth, closes in, threatening to consume him whole. From a mass of grotesque flesh and teeth, a single, bloodshot eye emerges, as a human-like face is visibly absorbed into the monstrous entity, a horrifying transformation taking hold. The final image is one of visceral horror, a human eye, torn and consumed, dissolving into the red-tinged abyss, its fate sealed within the Bloodgate. Within the abyssal darkness of the Bloodgate, the remnants of Kang Jihyang's body are violently torn apart, his crimson eye still visible amidst the scattered fragments of bone and flesh. As his very being dissolves into the chaotic energy of the gate, leaving behind only a gruesome trail of skeletal remains and bloodied tissue. The process continues, reducing him to mere fragments, his form utterly obliterated by the gate's destructive power. Yet, from the swirling crimson depths, a mangled, fleshy mass begins to coalesce, a single, familiar red eye staring out from its grotesque form. But new research has shown that those who enter a Bloodgate do not simply perish. Instead, they become monsters, their forms twisting into grotesque parodies of their former selves as a skeletal, demonic figure begins to emerge from the crimson depths. The transformation accelerates, the monstrous entity now fully formed, its glowing red eyes fixed on an unseen horror, sharp claws extended, surrounded by an oppressive aura of dark mana. A powerful, clawed arm rips through the crimson energy, demonstrating the raw, destructive power of its new form. Another monstrous hand, tipped with razor-sharp talons, emerges, its very presence radiating malevolence. This horrifying metamorphosis is not a random occurrence, but a direct consequence because of the mana inside of the gate, which corrupts and reshapes all who fall prey to its influence, leaving behind a creature with glowing red eyes and an insatiable hunger. From the depths of the Bloodgate, a skeletal, monstrous form begins to coalesce, its dark energy swirling like a shroud around its emerging frame. As the creature fully manifests, its face contorted into a primal snarl, radiating an oppressive aura of raw power. One of its eyes glows with an eerie green light, while from the other, a single tear seems to fall, a fleeting echo of the humanity trapped within. The monstrous transformation continues, its crimson eye pulsating with dark energy, surrounded by a web of grotesque veins and tendrils. The eye, now fully formed, stares out with an unsettling intensity, a vortex of power and despair. A moment of stark red silence hangs heavy in the air, before the scene shifts to a familiar, comforting image of his mother, her apron tied neatly as she goes about her day. But the vision is fleeting, replaced by the overwhelming presence of the blood gate itself, its fiery core burning with destructive energy, surrounded by dark, ominous grass. The gate pulses with a malevolent light, its eye-like center drawing all attention into its terrifying depths. Meanwhile, in another place, his mother, Thor, and the white-haired man look on with expressions of deep concern, while a memory of Kang Ji-hyung as a boy, sharing a meal with his mother, flickers into existence, a stark contrast to the horror unfolding. Suddenly, the monstrous hand of Kang Ji-hyung lashes out, grabbing the white-haired man, whose blue eye glows with terror as he screams in agony. The attack is brutal and relentless, the white-haired man's body torn and bloodied as the monstrous Kang Ji-hyung unleashes his terrifying power, his own face a mask of primal rage. His body contorts, skin tearing away as raw power surges through him, the agony of transformation etched across his features, while below, the white-haired man watches, eyes wide with a chilling reflection of the crimson energy. Now fully unleashed, the monster roars, its green eyes glowing with malevolent intent, a terrifying visage of sharp teeth and dripping saliva. Its jaw unhinges, the sound of bone grinding against bone echoing with a sickening badag as its maw opens impossibly wide. Then, with brutal force, it snaps shut, another babak reverberating through the air, a clear demonstration of its destructive power. The very atmosphere distorts around it, crackling with energy as a rapid ba signifies the building pressure. Its monstrous eye, still glowing green, drips with fluid, a grotesque testament to the uncontrolled power it now wields. Another sharp babak erupts as the monster unleashes a wave of destructive force. The white-haired man, caught in the maelstrom, looks up, his blue eyes wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief. A sudden, unseen impact sends his head snapping back, a violent but sound accompanying the brutal strike. His body is violently torn, a sickening sound indicating the immense damage inflicted. The tearing continues, another juk echoing as the monster's power shreds through him, glowing particles scattering in the crimson haze. Amidst the chaos, a monstrous, distorted fist, crackling with red and purple energy, rises, poised to deliver a final, devastating blow. The raw, destructive power of the transformation continued to surge, tearing apart the very fabric of his being. Unleashing a shockwave of crimson energy that ripped through the air, a violent, expanding force that consumed everything in its path. As the monstrous form descended with explosive force, the ground below seemed to buckle under the sheer weight of its arrival. The impact detonated in a blinding flash of white and red, a cataclysmic burst that reshaped the very landscape. From the settling dust, a chilling whistle echoed across the desolate, crimson-tinged world, where skeletal structures pierced the blood-red sky, and the air itself seemed to hum with an eerie, oppressive silence. This new reality was not empty, however, as grotesque, multi-limbed creatures with vacant eyes and gaping maws began to emerge, their forms twisted and alien, perfectly adapted to this hellish domain. More of these abominations crawled from the shadows, their numbers growing, their hunger palpable. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the air, as towering, jagged spires rose from the crimson earth, marking the boundaries of this transformed world. Amidst the eerie silence, a low, guttural growl emanated from the monstrous figure, its crimson eyes glowing with an unholy light, its body now a terrifying fusion of flesh and chitin, a true harbinger of destruction. The very ground crackled with energy as a strange, glowing symbol pulsed ominously in the distance, a beacon in this desolate, red expanse. Closer now, the grotesque faces of the creatures were visible, their sharp teeth and multiple eyes reflecting the crimson glow of their new world. They swarmed, a chaotic tide of monstrous forms, their collective presence a testament to the terrifying power that had reshaped reality itself. From the depths of the crimson void, a monstrous maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a glowing, infernal interior. As Kang Ji-hyung stands fully transformed, a towering, grotesque beast dominating a desolate, crimson landscape now teeming with smaller, horrifying creatures. He surveys the monster-infested wasteland from above, his new form casting a long shadow over the swirling, chaotic energy of this new reality. A world where the very sky bleeds red and grotesque beings of all shapes and sizes crawl and fly, their glowing eyes reflecting the pervasive horror. His monstrous, clawed hand looms over the smaller, chaotic creatures that writhe beneath him. As the grotesque inhabitants of this new reality swarm, their twisted forms and menacing features a testament to the cataclysmic change. Then, as if a veil is lifted, the crimson fades, replaced by the familiar sight of a sprawling city, hinting at a world that has moved on. its buildings nestled among mountains under a cloudy, yet peaceful, sky. High above the city streets, a massive outdoor screen broadcasts a live interview, announcing, "We're coming to you live with Meeting Hunter. We're here with the famous S-rank hunters." The interviewer continues, noting that the 3 S-rank hunters are renowned for their kindness, adding, "I heard you do volunteer work often too." One of the hunters responds to the audience, "MHM. We've always felt joy whenever we help out." A sea of shadowy figures fills the auditorium, their collective gaze fixed on the stage, as a voice from the crowd declares their focus to be on those in need. On stage, a white-haired man, flanked by 2 companions, responds with a calm, assured tone, affirming that their commitment remains unwavering. The audience, impressed by his confidence, murmurs in appreciation, one voice exclaiming at the sheer impressiveness of it all. Another voice from the unseen interviewer cuts through the applause, prompting the next question. The white-haired man's expression shifts as the question is posed, recalling an incident 5 years prior where he allegedly harmed a civilian due to an uncontrolled ability. His hand rises to cover his face, a single tear escaping his eye as he reveals the victim's identity. She was the mother of his close friend. A collective gasp echoes through the room, the weight of his confession hanging heavy in the air. He continues, his voice strained, explaining that the incident occurred when he was still a student, unable to properly control his burgeoning abilities. The raw emotion of his words elicits a shocked, visceral reaction from someone in the audience, a disbelieving curse escaping their lips. With renewed determination, the white-haired man looks out at the crowd, lamenting his inability to reach the friend since then, and expressing his profound desire to apologize. His voice cracks, filled with remorse, as he begins to utter his apology, the words catching in his throat. The scene abruptly shifts, his heartfelt apology cut short by a sudden, violent disruption, as a red, jagged energy tears through the space around him, hinting at an unforeseen intervention or a surge of his own power. As the energy surge erupted, he instinctively brought up a shimmering red shield, deflecting the unseen force with a powerful impact. Yet, the force was overwhelming, and his shield shattered into countless glowing fragments, splattering blood across the shards. A small cut appeared on his lip as he stared at the destruction, a single expletive escaping him in disbelief. Panic erupted as the source of the attack became visible, a monstrous silhouette with glowing red eyes, sending civilians screaming and scattering. A massive, clawed arm, covered in hardened scales, slammed down, cracking the very ground as a desperate cry to run echoed through the room. The monstrous limbs stretched impossibly long, its grotesque form reaching further into the chaos. Finally, the demonic entity fully revealed itself, a towering figure with horns and sharp claws, its back to the viewer as it faced the stunned S-rank hunters. The white-haired man's expression hardened, his electric blue eyes glowing with fierce determination, ready to confront the horror before them. With a sudden burst of power, a blinding white explosion erupted, sending debris flying in all directions. He moved with incredible speed, his white hair blurring against the crimson backdrop, a streak of light in the escalating battle. Nearby, a civilian's face contorted in pure terror, his mouth agape in a silent scream as the chaos unfolded. As darkness began to envelop the scene, faint red glowing lines pulsed, hinting at the monster's continued, menacing presence. He unleashes his fury, tearing into the demonic horde with brutal efficiency. Each strike a devastating blow that sends the monstrous figures dissolving into nothingness. As a single, powerful arm lashes out, connecting with the demon's face. Then another, its yellow eye wide with terror as blood splatters from the impact. The force of his attack is absolute, obliterating one creature's head in a burst of crimson energy. His hand, now scratched and stained with demonic ichor, glows with an ominous red light. The raw power swirling around him like a violent vortex. His eyes burn with fierce determination, his movements a blur of speed and precision. His every motion leaving a searing red trail in the air. Nearby, Thor and the man with the red scarf recoil, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. As another hunter lies defeated in the background, while a third watches, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His eye, wide and reflecting the chaotic energy, struggles to comprehend the sheer power on display. From the crimson-tinged depths, sharp, bone-like protrusions began to pierce the air. As a hulking, armored form, its eyes and chest glowing with malevolent red energy, slowly materialized into full view. Its monstrous, clawed foot, contrasting with a still human one, pressed down on the fractured ground, a testament to the immense power now being unleashed. Meanwhile, the white-haired man, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow and a crimson aura swirling around him, issued a single, taunting challenge, "Try." His words echoed as a figure, caught in a swirling vortex of red energy, was pulled downward, the white-haired man's voice taunting, "If you can even get out." A moment of intense silence hung in the air. As Thor and Lee Yuman stood by, witnessing the unfolding spectacle with unseen expressions. But then, a defiant voice cut through the tension, declaring, "I got out." From the swirling red depths, a monstrous, clawed arm, now fully formed and veined with power, reached upwards. Finally, the protagonist's face emerged, half human and half monstrous, bloodied and enraged, his crimson eye glowing with fierce defiance. A blur of motion, streaked with crimson, tears through the air, leaving a trail of blood and destruction in its wake, as a powerful, clawed strike lands with devastating force. The sheer impact reverberates, causing Char Red Scarf Man and Char Thor to flinch back, their eyes wide with shock at the sudden, concussive blast. The force of the blow pushes them back, their bodies reacting instinctively to the unseen power, as glowing energy ripples outward from the point of impact. A defeated figure lies crumpled on the ground, while from the shadows, a single golden eye watches the unfolding chaos with an unnerving intensity. The golden eye remains fixed, its gaze unwavering, as the environment around it shifts into a dark, particle-filled expanse bathed in a sinister red glow. Within this crimson dimension, a monstrous entity emerges, its form a grotesque fusion of black armor and sharp, organic spikes, its glowing red eyes piercing the oppressive atmosphere. Its lower body, equally formidable, is covered in jagged, bone-like protrusions, rooted firmly in the desolate ground. One of its clawed hands rests on the cracked earth, a silent testament to its immense power. Suddenly, Char White-Haired Man appears, a red aura flaring around him, his voice cutting through the air with a challenge. Try it. As he speaks, Char Kong Ji Hyong is seen plummeting into a swirling red vortex below, trapped by the white-haired man's power, who adds, "If you can get out, that is." As the red vortex consumed him, a chilling sense of triumph echoed through the dimension. While two figures stood by, their expressions unreadable. The white-haired man's voice, filled with satisfaction, declared, "I did it." But from the depths of the swirling crimson, something monstrous began to emerge, a spiky, clawed limb tearing through the fabric of reality, revealing a face contorted by pain and rage, its eyes glowing a terrifying red as blood streamed down its grotesque features. The red dimension pulsed with raw, untamed power, causing the two observers to recoil in disbelief, one muttering, "What?" while the other cursed, "Shit, just." Thor, his eyes hardening with resolve, yellow lightning crackling around him, declared, "Kill him." A powerful impact reverberated through the air. As a blinding surge of golden energy erupted, Thor standing firm amidst the radiant particles, his back to the viewer as he faced the monstrous threat. The monstrous form of Kong Jihyong recoiled, yellow lightning coursing over its cracked, spiky skin, its red eyes still burning with feral intensity. His transformation now complete, Kong Jihyong's monstrous face contorts in a silent roar, red energy tendrils crackling around his distorted features and glowing eyes. With a heavy thud, a massive, clawed foot slams down, asserting the terrifying presence of the newly formed beast. Yet, even in this new form, he recoils violently, his body contorting as a surge of his own red energy flares around him, a guttural gasp escaping his throat from the lingering impact of Thor's previous attack. A monstrous, clawed hand, still crackling with raw power, flexes in the air, a testament to his terrifying new strength. Meanwhile, Thor and the red-shirt man watch the unfolding chaos, their faces splattered with blood, reflecting the brutal reality of the situation. The monster stands triumphant over the fallen red-shirt man, who lies defeated on the ground, while the white-haired man observes the scene with a chilling calm. A sharp, dark appendage, an extension of the monster's new form, stretches out, hinting at its evolving capabilities. His monstrous face, now fully revealed, glows with malevolent red eyes beneath prominent horns, a truly terrifying sight. The lower half of his body, covered in sharp, bony protrusions, completes the image of a creature born of pure nightmare. Suddenly, the white-haired man lunges forward, his crimson energy blade striking the monster with a resounding crash. The force of the impact violently distorts the monster's body, sending shockwaves through its grotesque form. Its head snaps back from the powerful blow, a pained grunt echoing through the dimensional space. The monstrous Kong Jihyong stands over the fallen red-shirt man, delivering a final, brutal blow, his victory absolute. His face contorted into a savage snarl, the transformed youth's red eyes glow with feral intensity, a testament to his raw, untamed power. But before he can revel in his triumph, a powerful crimson energy attack slams into him, erupting in a blinding flash and sending shockwaves through the air. The force of the impact violently throws his monstrous form backward, his body twisting unnaturally as he's propelled through the debris-filled space. Still reeling from the blow, the creature's grotesque features are highlighted by a faint red glow, its sharp claws and spikes prominent. Another strike connects, snapping his head back with a guttural sound of impact, his mouth agape in a silent, agonizing cry. The white-haired man's crimson energy blade, sharp and precise, slices deeply into the monster's flesh, leaving a trail of glowing red. With a tearing sound, the blade rips through his monstrous form, exposing raw, glowing tissue beneath. The creature falls, blood splattering from the grievous wound, a pained cry escaping his lips as he collapses. His red eye, still glowing, reflects the intense pain and shock of the relentless assault. The white-haired man, relentless in his attack, delivers a powerful follow-up strike, his crimson energy blade still active and radiating power. Even as his monstrous form endures the relentless assault, Kang Ji-hyung's eye glows with a pained red light, a flicker of his struggle against the overwhelming force. The white-haired man's relentless assault continues, his fist glowing with a fierce pink energy as he drives it into Kang Ji-hyung's monstrous form. The impact erupts in a violent burst of crimson energy and debris, sending shockwaves through the air and tearing at the very ground beneath them. As the monstrous form reels from the blow, jagged, red crystal-like structures begin to painfully erupt and spread across his face, a horrifying manifestation of the damage inflicted. The crystalline growth intensifies, encasing his features and highlighting the stark blue of his eye amidst the crimson agony. Looking down with a cold, unwavering gaze, the white-haired man seems to assess the devastation he has wrought, his expression devoid of remorse. Without a moment's hesitation, he then unleashes a new, terrifying attack, summoning countless sharp, red crystal projectiles that rain down upon the unsuspecting city below. The crimson shards descend with deadly precision, piercing through the urban landscape and striking buildings with destructive force. Each projectile is a jagged, glowing spear of destruction, tearing through concrete and steel as the assault intensifies. From above, the white-haired man extends a finger, coldly directing the torrent of crystal spears, his power absolute. The relentless shower of red crystal continues, a blur of destruction descending upon the helpless metropolis. Accelerating with terrifying speed, the projectiles become streaks of crimson light, blurring the very fabric of the city beneath them. Finally, the entire view is consumed by a chaotic, overwhelming field of red, a testament to the sheer scale and destructive power of the attack. He unleashes a torrent of destructive energy, manifesting as countless sharp projectiles that converge with terrifying speed. As the storm of crimson shards descends, Kang Ji-hyung's monstrous form is brutally impaled, spikes erupting from his body like a grotesque crown. The relentless assault continues, each piercing strike echoing with a sharp, sickening sound. He watches, his electric blue eyes cold and unyielding, as more crystal spikes tear through the air, adding to the devastation. The monster's form is consumed, a cacophony of impacts as the crystals embed themselves deeper. Every limb is targeted, his arm grotesquely pierced and mangled by the crimson shards. Soon, Kang Ji-hyung is barely visible, a dark mass swallowed by the overwhelming forest of red crystals. The white-haired man stands triumphant, his victim utterly defeated beneath the relentless barrage. Yet, a small trickle of blood escapes his own cheek, a subtle sign that even such power comes with a price, as the crystals around him shimmer. Then, his own body begins to transform, jagged red crystals erupting across his face and shoulders, mirroring the destruction he wields. His arm, now fully encased in glowing crimson shards, pulses with raw, destructive energy. With this new, crystallized power, he delivers a devastating punch, shattering Kang Ji-hyung's already broken form. The white-haired man continued his relentless assault, his form a blur of motion as jagged red crystals erupted from his body, impaling Kang Ji-hyung with brutal force. As the attack intensified, his own features began to distort, more red crystals forming across his face, his electric blue eyes burning with an unnerving intensity. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hyung's face contorted in a silent scream, the sheer agony of the blows tearing through him. With a final, decisive movement, the white-haired man's arm, now fully encased in jagged red crystals, blurred through the air. The crystallized limb streaked forward, a crimson projectile aimed directly at his opponent. Then, with a sickening crunch, the crystal-enhanced punch connected. A blinding explosion of white and red energy erupted, engulfing the immediate area in a shockwave of raw power. Kang Ji-hyung's monstrous form recoiled from the impact, his body twisting violently as crystal shards tore into his flesh with a resounding quang and a grinding kuduk. Despite the overwhelming pain, his eyes, now glowing an eerie blue, burned with a primal fury, his face a mask of blood and shattered crystal. In a desperate, animalistic counterattack, Kang Ji-hyung lunged forward, sinking his teeth deep into the white-haired man's crystallized arm. He bit down with monstrous strength, the sound of grinding crystal and tearing flesh echoing with a sickening kuduk. Clinging to his attacker's arm, Kang Ji-hyung refused to release his grip, his eyes still blazing with defiance. Kang Ji-hyung's desperate bite continued to tear into the white-haired man's crystallized arm, shattering crimson shards with primal force. Eliciting a guttural scream of agony from him, his face contorted in a mask of pure torment as blood splattered. The relentless assault on his arm continued, more crystal fragments splintering under the pressure. But in a swift, brutal counterattack, the white-haired man retaliated, impaling Kang Ji-hyung's monstrous, horned form with multiple crimson crystal shards, pinning him in midair. Still, the pain of the bite forced him to recoil, kneeling as he clutched his mangled arm, crystal shards scattering around him. Kang Ji-hyung's impaled body hung suspended above him, a grim trophy of the brutal exchange, while the white-haired man remained on the ground, surrounded by the remnants of their clash. His face, streaked with blood, reflected the shock and agony of the wound, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and disbelief. He clutched his severely damaged, crystallized arm, the crimson energy still pulsing erratically from the shattered surface. Yet, from Kang Jihyong's impaled form, a faint, ominous red glow began to emanate, hinting at a power stirring within. The white-haired man, still reeling from his injury, looked up, his gaze fixed on the glowing figure of his opponent. A pained groan escaped him, followed by a desperate scream as more red energy burst from his arm, the pain becoming unbearable. His eyes flared with a furious red glow as he roared, demanding his tormentor to retreat. A brutal, piercing sound echoes through the air. As the white-haired man cries out in agony, his electric blue eyes wide with pain amidst a spray of blood. More sounds of tearing and impact follow, each one signifying the relentless assault. Blood pools on the ground, and sharp red crystal shards protrude from the earth. Kang Jihyong stands impaled by countless crimson crystals, his monstrous form trembling as the white-haired man lies injured at his feet. A pained gasp escapes him, his voice strained as he questions, "Who are you?" His monstrous face contorts further, the red glow in his eye intensifying as he demands, "Why are you doing this to me?" The transformation deepens, his features becoming even more grotesque, his single visible eye burning with an ominous red light. He clutches at his face, blood streaking his skin as the red aura around him pulses with raw power. Meanwhile, the white-haired man grimaces through his own pain, his blue eyes glowing intensely as he struggles to rise amidst the crystal shards. Barely able to speak, he forces out a single word, "Why you, enemy?" Still reeling from the previous confrontation, the white-haired man stands with two associates, looking down with a sneer, a red, pulsating object clutched in his hand as he addresses his opponent. His voice dripping with contempt, he challenges the bloodied and restrained Kang Jihyong, who struggles against his unseen bonds. A sharp, crystalline shard descends, or perhaps emerges from within, as Kang Jihyong, in his monstrous form, questions the nature of his tormentor, his voice laced with pain and confusion. The torment only fuels his transformation, his face now a mask of blood and raw power, eyes burning with an infernal red glow. Without mercy, a jagged crystal shard plunges deep into his arm, tearing through flesh and bone. More shards erupt from the ground, or perhaps from the white-haired man's will, impaling his monstrous form through the chest and ribcage, a crimson aura flaring around the points of impact. The white-haired man, his face contorted in a grimace of effort and pain, continues his relentless assault, surrounded by a violent red energy as he projects more deadly crystals. Kang Jihyong lets out a guttural scream, his body racked with agony as the sharp edges of the crystals tear deeper into his flesh. The barrage intensifies, his form riddled with the glowing red shards, each impact sending shockwaves of pain through him. But amidst the torment, a new resolve ignites, his clenched fist glowing with a fierce red energy, a sign of his burgeoning power. His bloodied face, illuminated by the crimson glow of his eyes, reveals a grim determination, his monstrous transformation now fully unleashed. With a surge of his newfound strength, a crystal shard shatters, repelled by his powerful aura, signaling a turning point in the brutal confrontation. As the monstrous power surged, a crystal shard, once an instrument of attack, now became a weapon against its wielder, piercing the white-haired man's cheek and contorting his face in a mask of agony. A guttural grunt escaped him, his blue eyes wide with a mixture of pain and disbelief as the shard remained embedded. Another strained cry followed, the crystal in his face beginning to crack under an unseen force, threatening to shatter completely. The battle's tide had irrevocably turned, as Kang Jihyong, now a towering, monstrous figure with glowing red eyes, stood victorious over the defeated white-haired man. The cost of the confrontation was evident in the fallen, with the red scarf man lying motionless on the blood-soaked wooden floor, impaled by the very shards he once wielded. Nearby, another figure lay face down, their black and red attire stained crimson, surrounded by more crystalline spikes. The entire training hall bore the scars of the brutal exchange, its wooden surfaces riddled with countless glowing crystal shards, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. With the red scarf man now definitively defeated, Kang Jihyong's monstrous form stood unchallenged, his red eyes burning with an infernal glow. Beyond the immediate carnage, the world itself seemed to reflect the chaos, a desolate, ruined landscape stretching under a perpetually gray, rainy sky, with ominous red tendrils reaching from below. His monstrous transformation was complete, Kang Jihyong's face a terrifying visage of rage, his red eyes glowing intensely amidst embedded crystal shards and rippling crimson energy. A pool of blood on the ground offered a grim reflection, showing his distorted, monstrous visage, a chilling testament to the power he now commanded. Yet, far from the immediate devastation, the city lights twinkled, oblivious to the monstrous awakening that had just occurred. Still in his monstrous form, Kang Jihyong stands over the defeated, his gaze fixed downwards, a silent testament to the brutal conflict. A close-up reveals the grotesque transformation, his face a mask of skeletal bone and raw power, splattered with the remnants of battle. Later, he lies in a hospital bed, his human form restored, but his eyes remain a vivid, unsettling red, hinting at the lingering power within. Connected to numerous medical devices, he rests, The quiet aftermath a stark contrast to the recent violence. The scene shifts to a desolate, rain-swept cityscape, where a broken spear stands as a grim monument to destruction. His monstrous form, a towering figure of raw power, stands amidst the downpour, the rain washing over his grotesque physique. The ground beneath him is a gruesome tableau of blood and shattered crystal shards, testament to the brutal conflict that transpired. A stark, red-tinged title appears, proclaiming calamity, a chilling summary of the events. The world outside the devastation is vibrant and green, a serene mountain landscape untouched by the recent chaos. Within this tranquil setting, a shimmering, verdant portal glows, hinting at new paths or impending events. The aftermath of a brutal encounter leaves grotesque, bloodied monsters strewn across the ground, a chilling testament to the dangers lurking within this unknown space, as a voice calls out, "Everyone." Gathered amidst glowing blue crystals, a group of adventurers stands, one of them addressing the young woman with reddish-orange hair. "You, healer." A gruff voice questions her. "You said it was your first time this deep in a gate, right?" To which she nervously confirms, "Yes, hee." Before the voice continues, "What happens in a gate?" Her cheeks flush with a hint of embarrassment, as she offers a quiet, "Thanks for," to someone unseen, her expression a mix of gratitude and apprehension. The muscular man, now at the forefront of the group, declares, "We're more thankful," his words carrying an ominous undertone. The chilling truth hangs in the air, nobody knows. Spotlighted in the darkness, the female healer looks down, her body trembling slightly, as she utters a single, desperate word, "I hold." Suddenly, the muscular man's powerful hand clamps down on her arm and neck, forcing her head back, his voice a harsh command, "Get out." His other hand, glowing with an ominous orange light, presses against her waist as he leers, "Let's have a steamy time until then." A single tear escapes her eye, reflecting the terror and despair in her gaze, as her world crumbles around her. Suddenly, a sharp, tearing sound echoes through the space, and a dark, shadowy figure appears behind her, its presence hinting at an unexpected intervention. A man lies motionless on the cold, blood-stained ground, his head twisted at an unnatural angle, a single foot visible nearby, hinting at the brutal force that brought him down. The sudden, sickening sound of impact draws the attention of the nearby group, their faces contorting in shock and confusion, as the female healer exclaims, wondering aloud who could possibly be there. Amidst the chaos, her eyes well up with tears, her face etched with fear and despair. From the shadows, a monstrous horn emerges, followed by a grotesque head, its form wreathed in an ominous red glow. The creature fully reveals itself, a hulking beast with glowing red eyes, its body scarred and covered in fresh blood. The red-haired man, his hand already crackling with fiery energy, questions if there are still more monsters left, while his companion prepares a surge of vibrant purple energy. The white-haired man, clad in his distinctive straw hat, draws his sword with grim determination, his voice cutting through the air with a sharp command to kill him. A violent clash erupts as the fiery and purple energies collide with the monster, sending shockwaves and sparks flying. The beast recoils, letting out a guttural roar of pain and fury, its body glowing with residual magical energy. Undeterred by the monster's resistance, the white-haired man presses his attack, his sword poised for another strike. His blade slices through the air, meeting the monster's tough hide with a sharp, metallic clang. The monster's face contorts further, showing visible cracks and damage from the relentless assault. The monster's single, glowing red eye fixes on something unseen, its gaze burning with an ominous intensity. A sharp, metallic sound, like a blade cutting through the air, emanates from its vicinity. Its massive, armored leg steps forward, the movement swift and powerful, hinting at the creature's immense strength. An impact echoes through the space, revealing a fallen figure lying in a pool of blood, as the suit-clad man, the female healer, and the others look on in horror. The group, including Thor and Lee Yuman, reacts with shock and disbelief, one of them muttering about the unexpected persistence of the monster. The monster, its face contorted in a snarl, expresses its own surprise at the sheer strength it encounters within this gate. The group remains stunned, processing the monster's words and its overwhelming power. The monster stands tall, its imposing form silhouetted against a blood-red background, wielding a menacing spear that glows with dark energy. Its full, monstrous physique is revealed, covered in glowing red cracks as it prepares to strike. The spear impacts the ground with immense force, shattering the earth and sending debris flying, a clear demonstration of its destructive power. Meanwhile, the female healer is shown in a state of profound fear and distress, trembling uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the unfolding horror. She sits alone in a dark, cavernous space, clutching herself, surrounded by glowing ice shards, a stark contrast to the battle outside. The monstrous form of Kong Ji-hyun looms, his dark, muscular body riddled with glowing red nodes, a primal roar echoing from his horned head. His face, half human and half skeletal, is marred by blood and bone, his crimson eyes burning with an intense, predatory glow, a chilling testament to the raw power he now wields. Meanwhile, the female healer, her face streaked with tears, finds herself in a dark, icy cavern, her dark brown eyes reflecting a deep, lingering fear. She sits huddled on the ground, surrounded by glowing blue crystals, as a tall, skeletal figure stands before her, its silent presence a stark contrast to her visible distress. A blush rises on her cheeks, and a fragile sense of relief washes over her as she begins to speak, a soft "thank you" escaping her lips. Her gratitude continues, "Thank you for saving," but her words are abruptly cut short. Suddenly, a monstrous force seizes her, blood splattering violently as she is pulled away, her brief moment of safety shattered. The monstrous Kang Ji-hyun watches, his single crimson eye glowing with malevolent satisfaction, his skeletal jaw set in a grim expression. His clawed, blood-stained hand grips its victim, the sound of crushing bone echoing through the cavern, a brutal display of his renewed power. But then, the air shimmers, and sharp, glowing spikes begin to rain down from above, piercing the darkness with streaks of light. The skeletal figure from before, now kneeling over Kang Ji-hyun, unleashes a barrage of these ethereal projectiles, forcing the monster to his knees amidst the icy downpour. Kang Ji-hyun, battered but defiant, mutters, "Incredible," as an unseen voice then asks, "How does it feel to finish your revenge, Kang Ji-hyun?" Still reeling from the previous assault, the monstrous form of Kang Ji-hyun turns, his glowing red maw opening as he demands to know who dares to challenge him. Standing calmly before him, the Korean Hunter Association head, Lee Yumin, reveals herself, her composure unwavering despite the monstrous presence. She addresses him by name, prompting a surprised query from the monster, wondering how she could possibly know him. From her perspective, the monstrous Kang Ji-hyun is merely another entity to be managed, as she explains that her organization oversees everyone who enters a blood gate. She continues, her words striking a deeper chord, reminding him of an event from 5 years past, just as another unseen force slams into him, sending blood spraying. The monster roars in frustration and pain, his fury erupting as he struggles against the relentless, unseen attacks. Unperturbed by his struggle, Lee Yumin delivers a shocking revelation, a promise that could change everything. His mother can be revived. Her words hang in the air, a powerful lure, as she emphasizes her unique position, declaring herself the only S-rank healer in the world. Another brutal impact rocks Kang Ji-hyun, forcing a guttural "what?" from his monstrous throat as he tries to comprehend her offer amidst the chaos. Lee Yumin reiterates her point, her gaze fixed on the monster, confirming she speaks of his mother and promising to bring her out of her coma. Her expression remains calm, but her words carry a clear condition, emphasizing that this miracle is only possible with her help. The weight of her offer settles, leaving Kang Ji-hyun with a profound dilemma, as he grapples with the question of how he can possibly trust her. Still trapped in his monstrous form, he lets out a low, questioning sound, his clawed feet planted firmly on the ground. Lee Yumin, her expression calm despite the tension, continues her probing, asking if he truly believed his mother would survive, while he was trapped within the blood gate. Her voice unwavering, she questions if his mother's continued existence was merely due to the hospital's efforts. As his monstrous face contorts in silent fury, she explains that humanity's conventional weapons have lost their meaning compared to hunters. His glowing red eyes fix on her, and he demands to know what she wants, while she regards him with a calm, almost pitying gaze. Lee Yumin's gaze softens slightly as she acknowledges the problem. She clarifies, the core issue is that hunters are simply too powerful. A group of hunters, their eyes glowing with an inner power, are shown as she elaborates that some individuals are stronger than nuclear weapons. His monstrous form remains, his red eyes burning with a mix of anger and confusion. Lee Yumin continues, explaining that thanks to that, most of the monsters and gates have been wiped out, as 2 glowing orbs, representing cleared gates, appear. A massive, ethereal gate glows brightly in the cosmic expanse. However, the gates have yet to disappear. Her expression serious, Lee Yumin concludes that gates are interconnected, so they became a passageway that ignored borders. And there are countries using this fact to wage war with hunters. The peace has been broken. She continues, revealing that even global powers like the US, China, and Russia are involved in this escalating conflict, where everyone is an enemy. However, they lack hunters, which has left them unable to block the invasion of Japanese hunters. Until he returns, that is. She explains, adding that if they respond to the Japanese pressure with hunters, it will draw too much attention globally, so she needs his help, promising to bring his mother back. As a vision of a fallen comrade and a grieving healer flashes through his mind, his monstrous hand clutching a photograph of his mother, the voice urging him to become a monster for them. As the manipulative words echoed, a terrifying vision began to manifest, showing a hulking, monstrous form, its dark, cracked skin riddled with glowing red fissures, a primal power radiating from its very core. This terrifying entity stood over a scene of utter devastation, its gaze fixed upon the bloodied, lifeless bodies of the female healer and the red scarf man, their forms broken amidst a pool of crimson, a stark reminder of the monster's destructive capability. A closer look at the monster's face revealed its glowing red eyes burning with an infernal light, its mouth agape to expose rows of razor-sharp teeth, and fresh blood staining its grotesque features, a chilling portrait of raw, unbridled savagery. The scene shifts dramatically, transporting us to Japan, where a towering building stands against a clear blue sky, its upper floors reaching towards a mysterious, glowing symbol in the heavens. This is the heart of power, the Prime Minister's office, a place of critical decisions. Inside, a figure addresses another, stating simply, Minister of Defense. A man with slicked-back gray hair and glasses ponders deeply, his brow furrowed with concern as he asks, "Are all of our hunters?" He finishes his thought, the question hanging heavy in the air, unreachable. This is Rizuki Judo, Japan's Prime Minister, his hands resting on the desk as he grapples with the dire news. Before him, a subordinate bows deeply, offering a solemn apology. "My apologies. The fault is mine." The Prime Minister's command rings out, "Go look for them." This urgent directive falls upon Ikosai Kageru, Japan's #1 hunter, a formidable figure with piercing blue eyes and gray hair tied back, clad in a distinguished uniform. Without hesitation, he issues his own command, "Prepare my sword right away." As Kageru prepared to depart, a subordinate approached him, her voice laced with concern, asking if he would truly go alone. She reminded him that the hunters sent before were all elite, wondering why he wouldn't go with the others, but he simply looked at her, his expression unyielding. To him, the idea of needing assistance was absurd, as if to say, "Does it look like I need help?" His silent retort hung in the air, a clear dismissal of her concerns, implying, "Do I need something like that?" With a final, dismissive glance, he turned his back on the subordinate, his resolve unwavering as he stepped into the unknown. The subordinate could only offer a quiet apology, understanding that her words would not sway him, as he embarked on his solitary mission. His journey led him to a vibrant, swirling portal, its green and yellow energies pulsating with raw power, a gateway to whatever lay beyond. Stepping through, he found himself in a desolate cavern, the air thick with the stench of blood and decay, surrounded by grotesque, dog-like creatures, and a single thought escaped his lips, "Useless bastards." His gaze swept over the scene of carnage, the dismembered bodies of the creatures littering the ground, a grim testament to the battle that had transpired, and he mused, they couldn't have possibly. The sight of the defeated monsters, so easily dispatched, filled him with a chilling realization, completing his thought. Died to something like this. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of concern crossing his usually impassive face, as he looked deeper into the cavern, wondering, what is it? The darkness ahead seemed to stretch endlessly, hinting at a greater, unseen threat, prompting a final, stunned question from him. What? Beyond the portal, the cavern stretched out, revealing a monstrous figure with sharp, bone-like blades extending from its forearms, poised for battle. Nearby, a gruesome testament to the cavern's dangers lay scattered, a pile of similar defeated creatures, their forms broken and lifeless. Stepping into this grim scene, Ikosai Kageru surveyed the aftermath, his presence a stark contrast to the brutal environment. His gaze sharpened, and with a surge of power, his eyes began to glow with an intense, electric blue energy, a faint aura shimmering around his head. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward, his sword arcing with a brilliant blue energy trail as he closed the distance. The blade met its target with a violent impact, a burst of blue energy erupting as it clashed against the monster's hardened defense. Maintaining his powerful assault, Kageru pressed on, his sword radiating a steady, ethereal blue light. Yet, to his surprise, the monstrous figure held its ground, blocking the glowing blade with its armored forearm, its own red eyes burning with defiance. The creature's resolve was palpable, its glowing red eyes fixed intently on the point where Kageru's sword met its defense. A guttural growl escaped its maw, challenging him with a defiant, "You dare," as it strained against the force. Kageru's expression shifted to one of intrigued surprise, his glowing eyes narrowing slightly as he echoed, "Block my sword?" With a renewed surge of power, he declared, "Interesting," and pushed back with overwhelming force, driving the monster-like figure backward with his glowing blade. Ikosai Kageru unleashes the first of his signature techniques, the Kageryu, First Moon. Sending a torrent of brilliant blue energy slashes cascading downwards, his form a blur as he descends with lethal precision. The powerful strikes connect with the monster, each impact resonating with a sharp, cutting force. A barrage of blue energy continues to tear into its form, driving it back with relentless pressure. The creature recoils violently, its spiky body thrown off balance by the sheer force of the assault. Blood splatters across its face as the monster takes the full brunt of the attack, its distorted features reflecting the pain. Without pause, Kageru transitions to his next technique, the Second Moon, a new wave of energy gathering around him. He sweeps his blade in a wide arc, unleashing a powerful, crescent-shaped wave of blue energy that carves through the air. The monster is once again forced back, black energy erupting from its body as it struggles against the relentless assault. Multiple blue slashes impact its form, sending it hurtling through the cavern with a resounding crash. As the monster crashes down, Kageru observes its resilience, a thought crossing his mind that it is quite strong. Undaunted, he prepares for his next move, the Third Moon, his blade glowing with intense blue energy. The glowing blade of Ikosai Kageru descends with devastating force, cleaving through the monstrous form of Kong Jihyong. His attack continues, the monster recoiling from the sheer power of the strike. With eyes burning with fierce resolve, Kageru presses his assault. Another powerful swing connects, sending the monster reeling back. However, his sword, a weapon capable of slicing through even diamond, continues its relentless assault. The blade slices through the monster's form, its resilience finally giving way under the sustained onslaught. With a sickening crunch, the monster's body is dismembered, its head severed and blood splattering across the cavern floor. Standing over the defeated creature, Kageru acknowledges that even the most formidable foes eventually fall. The monster's face, now a mangled mess of bone and flesh, reflects the sheer brutality of the final blow. A fragment of the blade remains embedded in its crimson eye, a testament to the force that ended its life. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a memory, a young voice recalling his father. He was always busy because of work, leaving the young boy and his mother to wait for his return. He was warm and friendly, and that was a quality young Kang Jihyang truly admired about his father, who always greeted him with a smile. But one day, as he walked with his mother, a sudden, violent force erupted. His father was struck by an unseen assailant, sent flying backward by a burst of blue energy. He was gone, and the young boy could only watch, his eyes burning crimson, as his world shattered around him. His father had passed away, and in his child's mind, it was all because of him. The memory of his father's bloody hand, lying still on the ground, would forever haunt him. With his death, the family business went under, leaving them with a huge debt. His mother's once soft hands now worked tirelessly to make ends meet. Her life became rough, and the young boy, seeing her struggle, could only ask if she was okay. She would always reply, affirming that she was. His mother, despite her tears, insisted she was fine. But every night, he would lie awake, his young eyes wide with unshed tears. He couldn't sleep, tormented by the sounds of his mother's quiet sobs. He knew she was crying because of him, because of the burden he felt he had placed upon her. Someone like him, he thought, didn't deserve to live. The thought echoed in his mind as he watched his mother struggle, even dropping a pot of food in her exhaustion. The spilled meal was just another symbol of their broken life. His mother, noticing his presence, called out to him with a worried "Son," but he could only manage a pained grunt. The despair was overwhelming, a crushing weight that made him cry out for his mother, realizing in that moment of profound anguish that he was an awakened. Still reeling from the trauma of his father's death and his mother's deteriorating health, young Kang Jihyang sits on the floor, a sharp object clutched in his hand, blood already staining his arm and the ground around him, as a desperate vow forms in his mind. I'll become a hunter. The self-inflicted wound on his arm throbs, a physical manifestation of his pain, while in the background, a news report flickers, featuring a man identified as Kyung Kong, the nation's Myum, a stark reminder of the world beyond his personal suffering. Later, lying in bed, the same desperate thought echoes in his mind, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. I'll become a hunter. His mother, the very reason for his burgeoning determination, lies collapsed on the floor, her body frail and exhausted, a silent testament to the suffering he vows to end. Tears stream down his face, but his eyes glow with a fierce, crimson light as he completes his desperate promise. I'll become a hunter, and his voice, though internal, rings with conviction. Make you happy. The image of his mother, now confined to a hospital bed, hooked up to life-sustaining machines, reinforces the urgency of his oath, her frail form a constant motivation. His crimson eye, now fully awakened, reflects the blood and the sharp edge of a blade, a chilling testament to the pain he has endured and the power he now wields. The scene abruptly shifts, a grim narration declaring that the era of peace is over, as a black-clad warrior clashes with a monstrous, spiky foe amidst a ruined cityscape, the voice continuing. The entire world is the enemy now. The ominous pronouncement continues, specifying, our biggest enemy is Japan, as the profile of a stern-faced woman with long, dark hair comes into view, her eyes glowing faintly, hinting at the complex conflicts to come. A disembodied voice echoes, urging someone to become their monster, to hunt. Meanwhile, a formidable figure, known as the strongest hunter, stands ready, her silver hair pulled back, a sword held with quiet confidence. Elsewhere, a crimson eye, bloodshot and intense, reflects a world stained with conflict. The white-haired hunter moves with deadly grace, carving through grotesque skeletal monsters with ease. A dagger-wielding man, surrounded by shadowy figures, laments that he has used up too much time, accepting the consequences with a resigned, oh well. Having dispatched another skeletal foe, the white-haired hunter considers her next move, realizing she will have to go to Korea herself. The dagger-wielding man, his composure broken, reacts with a sharp, what? A skeletal monster, already mangled and bleeding, is further crushed under an unseen force, glowing red energy crackling around its form. The impact leaves behind a lingering aura of destructive power, red streaks of energy fading into the darkness. But to the dagger-wielding man's shock, the shattered monster begins to reassemble, its bones knitting back together as he exclaims, regeneration? As the world descends further into chaos, Kang Jihyang's crimson eye flares with raw power, red energy pulsing around him. His face contorted in a scream of agony or exertion, he unleashes the monstrous strength within. Across the world, the symbols of power and conflict continue to manifest, marking the battlegrounds of a new era. Under a cold, crescent moon, a powerful hunter surveys the scene, a single thought echoing in his mind: this bastard. With electric blue eyes glowing intensely, the white-haired man draws his sword, its blade shimmering with an ethereal light. He moves with blinding speed, a torrent of blue energy trailing his every devastating slash. His foot lands with precision, the ground crackling with residual blue particles from his rapid movement. Within a glowing circular array, he confronts a skeletal monster, his blade poised for the final strike. The creature recoils from his assault, its bones rattling as blue energy impacts its form. Moving too fast for the eye to follow, he delivers a decisive blow, impaling the monster with multiple spikes of concentrated blue energy. Elsewhere, another hunter prepares a different kind of assault, his hands gripping glowing blue daggers, ready to unleash the Seiryu technique. From his daggers, spectral blue figures emerge, forming the fatal attack, a wave of ethereal projections. The blue energy surges forward, a dynamic force ready to overwhelm any foe. Meanwhile, the transformation continues for Kang Ji-hyong, his face bloodied and skin cracking, as his crimson eyes glow with an agonizing, intense power. As his transformation continued, a figure, wreathed in swirling light blue energy, arched back, red splashes erupting around him, as if from an internal struggle. The agony intensified, his form becoming distorted by the surging power, his head thrown back in a silent scream. His body twisted further, consumed by the brilliant, glowing aura, the red elements continuing to burst outwards from his core. The energy coalesced around him, creating a tunnel-like effect, pulling him deeper into the heart of the transformation. His form became almost entirely obscured by the brilliant, swirling light, only hints of his body visible amidst the crimson fragments. A close-up revealed his face, contorted in a silent scream, as the light blue energy pulsed intensely around his head and shoulders. The transformation reached its peak, his entire being enveloped in a torrent of light and red, a powerful release of unknown forces. Suddenly, the scene shifted, revealing a swirling vortex of blue energy, a spatial distortion tearing open reality. The vortex stabilized, a glowing green ring forming at its center, offering a glimpse into a verdant, forested world beyond. The portal now stood fully formed, a gateway to a new, mountainous landscape. Nestled amidst towering pines and rugged peaks, the glowing green and black rift pulsed with an otherworldly energy. The world itself seemed to tear apart, a maelstrom of blue energy and debris swirling around a vibrant green portal, marking the violent conclusion of a profound transformation. Beyond the chaos, a serene, mountainous landscape emerged, its peaks touched by the same ethereal blue energy, as if the new reality was still settling into place. The portal stabilized, revealing a dark, jagged cavern, where faint blue lines pulsed with an eerie light, and the air hummed with an unsettling sound. Deep within the cavern's depths, a fractured, glowing white structure hinted at ancient power or a recent, violent impact. Jagged rock formations stretched upwards, their sharp edges reflecting a faint blue glow from below, creating a menacing, claustrophobic environment. Suddenly, a figure burst forth, Kang Ji-hyong now transformed, his white hair flowing behind him as he charged, a sword clutched in his hand, surrounded by a vibrant blue aura and a swirling dark energy. As he moved through the treacherous terrain, his foot stumbled, a sharp pain shooting through him as he realized something had attacked him from below. He hadn't expected it to bite his leg. A jagged, bone-like protrusion pierced his shoe, a crimson glow emanating from the wound as the unseen assailant tightened its grip. The pain was immediate and intense, a tear escaping his eye as a trickle of blood ran down his cheek, a stark reminder of the dangers lurking in this new reality. From the shadows, a skeletal hand emerged, its bony fingers tipped with sharp claws, hinting at the monstrous nature of his attacker. Finally, the creature revealed itself, a grotesque skeletal being with glowing red eyes and tendrils of dark energy, a terrifying new adversary in this unfamiliar realm. Deep within a shadowy, cavernous space, a skeletal creature with glowing red accents stands menacingly, its form twisted and sharp. Elsewhere, a black-haired man, katana drawn, braces himself, a tense silence hanging in the air as he prepares for an unseen threat, his voice barely a whisper as he begins to speak. Before he can finish, the red-haired man, his blade a blur of blue energy, unleashes a furious, expletive-laden roar, driving his katana down with brutal force. The red-haired man, Char Red Scarf Man, follows through with the powerful strike, his entire form enveloped in a crimson aura, his eyes burning with intense focus. The impact is catastrophic, erupting in a violent burst of red energy that engulfs the black-haired man, sending shockwaves through the air. His face contorts in a mask of pure agony, blood splattering as the force of the blow takes its toll, leaving him reeling. Far from the brutal conflict, a vibrant green portal shimmers in a forest clearing, drawing the attention of a gathered crowd, with defense's elite hunters, all present. Among them, Char Ryuzaki Judo, the the Prime Minister, stands with a thoughtful expression, a voice from the crowd addressing him directly. A bald, muscular man among the assembled hunters questions the sheer number of personnel, wondering if so many are truly necessary. The diverse group of individuals, representing the Ministry of Defense, stands ready, each a formidable presence. The tension is palpable, as a narration box reveals that 3 days have passed since someone entered the portal, leaving everyone on edge. Char Riziki Judo, the Prime Minister, maintains a stoic demeanor, while a black-haired female hunter with glowing eyes stands beside him, her gaze fixed on the portal with an unreadable intensity. A monstrous entity looms over a defeated figure, its presence radiating an ominous green energy, while the Minister of Defense and other officials stand by, witnessing the grim aftermath. With a powerful surge of that same eerie green energy, the creature's clawed foot moves, emphasizing its raw, destructive force. Its upper body is revealed, glowing red eyes piercing the gloom, a menacing posture highlighting the red lines that crisscross its formidable form. Finally, the full, imposing figure of the monster stands tall, its weapon held ready amidst the swirling green energy. Elsewhere, an older man with glasses cries out in a mix of anger and despair, his face contorted in a desperate shout. His voice echoes with a sharp, cutting sound, as if the very air around him is being torn apart by his anguish. Back on the battlefield, the monster's clawed hand crackles with red and orange particles, the green energy still swirling around it, a testament to its destructive power. Meanwhile, the Korean Hunter Association prepares for what's to come, acknowledging the gravity of the situation with a resolute declaration. High above the city, bathed in the warm glow of sunset, a conversation unfolds within a towering skyscraper, questioning the capabilities of a rival nation. The speaker's voice trails off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. Japan's current state is a matter of significant concern. Inside the office, Charlie Yuman stands by the window, observing the city, while another woman reviews information on a tablet, both absorbed in the unfolding crisis. Her expression is one of deep concern, as she contemplates the uncertain future. A glimpse of a figure, their form obscured, hints at the human element amidst the unfolding catastrophe. As a monstrous entity looms, its sharp, red-glowing claws poised to strike, a chilling question hangs in the air. If, its power surging with malevolent energy, the thought continues, he can. A defeated hunter lies broken on the ground, glowing with residual golden energy, as the grim reality sets in. Win against Japan's strongest hunter. The monstrous force unleashes a devastating explosion, engulfing everything in a blinding, fiery light. The ground shatters and cracks under the immense pressure, as waves of golden energy ripple outwards from the epicenter. A cataclysmic blast tears through the landscape, leaving only utter devastation in its wake. From the heart of the destruction, a single, monstrous eye opens, observing its handiwork with chilling indifference. Amidst the smoky ruins, the Minister of Defense stands, his body glowing with golden energy, clearly injured and overwhelmed by the catastrophe. The monstrous entity continues to dominate the scene, its presence a stark contrast to the human figures now revealed, including Riziki Judo, Japan's Prime Minister. And another powerful figure emerges from the chaos, his eyes glowing ominously red, his face partially melted by an unknown force, the ranked O of Japan. Emerging from the chaos, a colossal monstrous entity, its body ravaged and bleeding, floats amidst a cosmic void, a small, humanoid figure visible within its torn chest cavity, seemingly fused with the beast's very essence. 3 years ago, the world was a different place, with cosmic energies manifesting as glowing orbs in the night sky. And while the majority of monsters emerging from the normal gates were subjugated, the attempts to contain them ultimately failed. As a result, a new kind of power emerged, and the world began to fear the figures with glowing red eyes who wielded it. Witnessing the overwhelming power of these hunters, a few countries, in a desperate bid to maintain control, tried to eradicate them, launching military assaults on cities where these powerful individuals resided. However, their efforts were met with impenetrable defenses, as a lone figure, enveloped in a shimmering purple energy shield, effortlessly repelled the onslaught. And the military campaigns failed miserably, leaving behind only wreckage and shattered hopes. The hunters around the world, witnessing this display of power, began to reshape global politics, with some nations, like the US, entering into formal cooperation agreements, while others either reached an agreement with their nation to coexist or were simply conquered by force. In this new world order, these powerful figures, with their glowing red eyes, each gained supremacy in their own ways, some even asserting dominance through brutal displays of power. And the country that was ultimately conquered by hunters was, in Japan, a powerful figure rose to prominence. This was none other than the Prime Minister. His form glowed with an inner fire, a testament to his immense power. For he was an SSS rank hunter. He was aggressive even before his awakening, his face showing the intensity of his ambition. And after the hunter system appeared, he tried to take control of South Korea. However, that ambition was being hampered by a monstrous creature. The beast, with its glowing red eyes and sharp claws, seemed to defy all attempts to subdue it. because of one monster's incredible ability to regenerate. As the Prime Minister and other hunters observed the creature, one of them exclaimed, "It's regenerating." Stepping forward, Ikosai Kajiru, a hunter with striking blue eyes and gray hair tied back, addressed the Prime Minister directly. "Prime Minister, please leave it to us." The 7th and 8th ranked hunters from Japan, Jidaimaru and Taku, launched their assault against the formidable monster, their combined might striking with glowing purple and green energy. As Jidaimaru pressed his attack, he voiced his disbelief, questioning how a mere monster could possess such potent regenerative capabilities. His weapon, a heavy hammer, arced down, leaving trails of purple energy as it connected with the creature. With a determined resolve, he prepared to deliver a final, decapitating strike, believing it would end the threat. However, the monster's single, glowing red eye flared, a chilling sign of its resilience and hidden power. Meanwhile, Taku, moving with swift precision, attacked the creature with his sharp, sickle-like weapon. His strike was true, severing one of the monster's grotesque arms with a spray of blood. But to his utter astonishment, the severed limb instantly began to regenerate, prompting a shocked "eh" from the hunter. Before he could react, the monster lunged, its gaping maw snapping shut with a violent impact, sending blood spraying. As the battle raged, Ikosai Kajiru and his team of skilled hunters stood ready, their presence a silent promise of overwhelming force. The monster, still regenerating, was enveloped in a vibrant green aura, its form shifting as it attempted to recover from the relentless assault. Finally, the creature lay defeated, its monstrous form sprawled in a pool of blood and residual yellow energy, as Ikosai Kajiru observed the aftermath. A figure is held tightly from behind, their struggle evident in the tense grip of an unseen assailant. Nearby, Kong Jihyang clenches his jaw, his crimson eyes glowing with an ominous light, while another hunter exclaims, "That bastard! How dare he do that to our hunters?" A chilling declaration rings out, filled with absolute resolve. "I'll kill anyone." The speaker, Kong Jihyang, is consumed by a violent, molten transformation, his skin cracking and glowing with intense orange and yellow energy. The ominous warning continues, "Who takes a step?" as a group of hunters watches in stunned alarm. The transformation deepens, revealing a skeletal, monstrous form with glowing red eyes, his face contorted in a silent, primal scream. The molten energy intensifies, engulfing his face, the crimson eyes burning with raw, untamed power. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a quiet, snow-covered street, buildings dusted with a fresh layer of white. In the midst of the falling snow, Kong Jihyang sits huddled on the ground, while the white-haired man stands over him, a boot planted firmly nearby. The white-haired man addresses the seated figure. "Kid, why are you here?" His sharp, electric blue eyes fix on Kong Jihyang, his expression intense and questioning. Shivering in the biting cold, his face flushed crimson from the chill, a young man lies huddled in the snow, his eyes a striking blue. As a white-haired man kneels before him, the news on a nearby screen flashes with reports of an SSS class awakened and hunter reorganization. He calmly asks, "Who are you?" His electric blue eyes fixate on the boy, a silent intensity in his gaze. Standing tall, he extends a hand, his voice softening slightly as he observes the frigid conditions. "It's cold. Come with me." Without further hesitation, the white-haired man leads the vulnerable youth away, their figures receding into the snowy urban landscape. As he gently takes the boy's hand, he asks once more, "What's your name?" The young man looks up, his blue eyes wide and tear-filled, his cheeks still flushed from the cold and perhaps from fear. The scene fades, shifting from the stark reality of the snowy street into a vision of raw, destructive power. A monstrous, skeletal head, wreathed in crackling flames and molten energy, emerges from the darkness, a voice declaring, "It's Kaguryu." The transformation intensifies, the molten features of the entity dripping with incandescent energy, its single glowing eye burning with fierce power. Its mouth contorts, revealing jagged, skeletal teeth, as molten energy drips from its jaw. Finally, a powerful skeletal arm, crackling with vibrant green energy, bursts forth, completing the terrifying metamorphosis. A white-haired figure, clad in sleek armor, lunges through a swirling vortex of fire, his glowing daggers aimed at an unseen foe. But before his attack can land, the monstrous Kaguryu form of Kong Jihyang erupts with molten fury, seizing the white-haired man and beginning to melt his very armor with a discharge of green energy. The inferno intensifies, engulfing the white-haired man as the Kaguryu's power surges, a deafening roar echoing through the burning landscape. With a terrifying shriek, the Kaguryu's maw opens wide, a vortex of fire consuming its opponent entirely. The fiery onslaught reaches its peak, leaving only a single, malevolent red eye glowing in the darkness, a testament to the Kaguryu's destructive might. A colossal explosion of fire erupts, engulfing everything in its path as the Kaguryu unleashes its full, unbridled power. In the aftermath, only a single, detached eye and scattered skeletal fragments remain, stark evidence of the white-haired man's complete annihilation. The Kaguryu stands alone, a towering figure of molten fury amidst a landscape utterly ravaged by its power, its crimson eyes burning with an unholy light. From the scorched earth, chains of pure fire erupt, swirling around the transformed one, a terrifying display of his boundless strength. The ground beneath them boils and bubbles, as Kang Ji-hyung, Thor, the red-shirt man, and the female healer gaze up at the spectacle, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and trepidation. A voice breaks the silence, barely a whisper of disbelief. The white-haired man, now scarred and powerfully built, watches the unfolding events, his electric blue eyes wide with a profound sense of wonder. Amidst a landscape of molten earth and skeletal remains, the Kaguryu form of Kang Ji-hyung stands, his power absolute, as an unseen observer remarks on the Prime Minister's expected capabilities. His destructive reach extends, a hand descending towards a female figure, her face already marred with blood. A violent impact follows, the sound of shattering echoing through the desolate space. The white-haired man, caught in the onslaught, finds his body cracking and breaking under the immense pressure. More explosive force erupts, further tearing apart his form. His body, consumed by searing flames, is rapidly reduced to a burning skeleton. Until, finally, nothing but ash remains of the white-haired man. Witnessing the devastating display, the muscular man clenches his jaw, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. Later, in the grim aftermath of a destroyed city, Kang Ji-hyung stands beside a scarred, white-haired man, surveying the countless bodies scattered across the rubble, the latter observing that with this, the resistance is truly broken. The scarred man concludes that the resistance is done, prompting Kang Ji-hyung to apologize for making him endure such things. Looking out at the devastation, the scarred white-haired man simply reassures him, stating that it is okay. A female hunter, her face smudged with dirt and blood, stands in a desolate, war-torn landscape, reflecting on their recent victory. We've barely conquered Japan, she muses. The scarred white-haired man, his eyes glowing crimson, adds, and now we are going to take South Korea and China. His voice softens slightly, a warning in his tone. You might die next time. If you want, I'll let you stop. The female hunter looks down, remembering, you're the one who took me in when I was dying on the street. Her gaze firm, she declares, I'm going to pay you back for the rest of my life. As they walk through the ruins, she continues, the one thing I want is that when everything is finished. Over a panoramic view of a city at dusk, her voice echoes, can I call you father? The scarred white-haired man looks up, a hint of disdain in his expression, how close-minded. The city lights begin to twinkle as night falls. The female hunter, her blue eyes resolute, finishes her thought, even without asking, you're all ready. The city sleeps under a fading sky. A deep, resonant voice echoes, calling out to a son, as the city lights stretch endlessly below. On a towering skyscraper, the scarred white-haired man gazes up at the brilliant morning sun, his expression unreadable against the backdrop of a bustling metropolis. He extends a hand, pulling a white-haired female hunter from the precipice of a building, her form appearing fragile as he effortlessly lifts her to safety. The scene shifts to a desolate, smoky expanse, a crimson haze obscuring the distant horizon. A volcanic peak dominates the landscape under a fiery red sky, where a small group of hunters stands ready on a rocky outcrop, their attention drawn to a glowing orb held by one of their number. Amidst the fiery ground, Judo charges forward, her form enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, her determination radiating with every step. Her eyes wide with urgency, she cries out a name, her voice echoing across the infernal landscape. Kang Ji-hyung, now glowing with an ethereal white light, stands resolute before a menacing demon and a swirling green portal, his allies, including Judo, positioned behind him, ready for battle. The demon, a hulking, horned monstrosity, flexes its powerful limbs, its form a terrifying silhouette against the fiery backdrop. The volcanic landscape churns with molten rock, rivers of lava carving paths through the desolate terrain. An intense, fiery glow emanates from the depths, illuminating the oppressive darkness. Finally, a colossal explosion of fire and energy erupts, engulfing the scene in a cataclysmic burst of power. From the heart of the explosion, an abstract surge of fiery energy erupts, twisting and coiling with immense power. The inferno intensifies, filling the entire space with a suffocating haze of red and orange, punctuated by dancing embers. As the flames coalesce, Kang Ji-hyung emerges, his form now a terrifying manifestation of magma and fire, every single cell burning with power, his eyes glowing with an unearthly yellow light. His entire being becomes a conduit for raw energy, magma synthesizing within him, dripping from his form as he stands as a titan of destruction. With a silent, absolute command, he wills his opponent to melt and disappear, the words resonating through the fiery dimension. Below him, the demon is caught in a relentless torrent of fire, its skeletal form beginning to break apart and fall into the abyss. The overwhelming force violently tears the creature apart, its destruction accompanied by explosive, cracking sounds as it's consumed by the inferno. Its decaying skeletal remains plummet into a blinding white void, dissolving rapidly as they fall. Amidst the raging flames, Kang Ji-hyung stands, turning his head slightly to observe the complete annihilation he has wrought. He watches as the demon's last vestiges, a skeletal hand, melt away into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. A final, resounding impact echoes through the fiery realm, confirming the demon's complete and utter annihilation. The demon's form is utterly consumed, vanishing into the fiery depths, leaving only the raging inferno in its wake. The earth itself continued to rupture as a colossal pillar of fire and magma erupted from the ground, its raw power tearing through the very fabric of reality. Amidst the chaos, an unseen voice cried out, a desperate plea for the Prime Minister to acknowledge the unfolding catastrophe. Nearby, two figures recoiled from the intense heat and pressure, one of them shouting a frantic command to dodge the expanding inferno. The sheer force of the eruption continued to distort the very air, creating a swirling vortex of crimson energy that consumed everything in its path. The landscape itself seemed to shatter, fracturing into countless shards under the overwhelming power unleashed. Streaks of destructive energy tore across the scene, leaving behind trails of scorched earth and molten rock. The sky above turned a deep, ominous purple, reflecting the cataclysmic event below. From a secure vantage point, the old man named Old Man Shouting watched the devastation unfold, his expression grim and filled with concern. The ground beneath him glowed with residual heat, a testament to the immense power that had just been unleashed. Within the molten abyss, all that remained of the demon's weapon was a broken, melting sword, slowly dissolving into the fiery depths. The demon itself was reduced to mere skeletal fragments, its bones melting and fusing with the incandescent ground, a testament to its complete annihilation. As the last vestiges of its form dissolved, a single, desperate skeletal hand reached out from the molten remains, while a voice whispered the name, Haname. Still kneeling and battered from his recent exertion, Kang Jihyang looks up as a powerful, muscular figure stands over him, a silent command passing between them. The command is clear and direct, your hand. Meanwhile, a blue-haired woman, Haname, begins to manifest a brilliant, ethereal blue energy from her palms, her eyes glowing with an inner light as the power swirls around her. The energy expands rapidly, forming sharp, crystalline shards of light that pierce the air, a powerful force radiating outwards. It carves a deep, vertical chasm into the very ground, a torrent of pure blue light flowing downwards like an inverted waterfall. As the blue energy descends, it collides with the lingering orange and red remnants of Kang Jihyang's magma, creating a volatile, sparkling vortex of contrasting powers. The orange energy flares intensely, a fiery response to the encroaching blue, its particles dancing in the turbulent air. From a distant cliff, the muscular master and Haname observe the churning chasm, the blue energy continuing to flow powerfully below them. The master looks down into the depths, while Haname gazes upwards, a silent exchange of understanding passing between them as the energy continues its work. The blue energy chasm remains a vibrant, destructive force, its light illuminating the jagged rock formations around it. Suddenly, from within the churning blue depths, a skeletal hand reaches out, its bony fingers clawing at the air. The hand belongs to a full skeletal figure, now engulfed in the fiery red and orange energy, its form seemingly re-emerging from the abyss. From the depths of a fiery, chaotic realm, a dark, skeletal form begins to coalesce, its presence a chilling echo of destruction. As the monstrous figure fully emerges, its hollow eyes burn with an eternal malevolence, a single word echoing its grim promise, forever. Its barbed tail, dripping with molten energy, whips through the inferno, a testament to its renewed, terrifying power. The very fabric of reality seems to shatter around its reemergence, leaving behind a fractured, blood-red void. Meanwhile, far from the infernal rift, the world continues, specifically in South Korea. Towering structures pierce the twilight sky, their modern facades illuminated by the city's vibrant glow. Among them stands the headquarters of the Kyum Kong Guild, where inside, a room pulses with an ominous red light. Within that crimson glow, Haname looks down, her brow furrowed with concern, sweat beading on her skin as she focuses intently. Her hands hover over the chest of Kang Jihyang, whose body is covered in a network of glowing red veins, pulsating with raw, unstable power. She continues her efforts, trying to stabilize him, as the red energy swirls around his injured form. His face, streaked with blood and marked by the same glowing veins, remains contorted in pain, his eyes tightly shut against the agony. But then, his eyes snap open, no longer crimson but an intense, electric blue, glowing with a fierce, new power as the red veins crackle across his skin. A crimson sky looms, thick with swirling, fiery clouds that cast an apocalyptic glow across the land. As below, a sprawling city lies bathed in the ominous light, its structures dwarfed by the sheer scale of the impending catastrophe. From a jagged cliff overlooking a glowing blue rift, Li Yumin and the white-haired man observe the unfolding horror, a single word confirming the grim reality. Deep within a chasm of molten rock, a skeletal hand, gripping a formidable sword, begins its slow, terrifying ascent, a silent curse escaping the lips of an unseen observer. The glowing blue rift on the ground pulses ominously, a stark warning against interference. The skeletal hand continues its emergence, now glowing with an intense blue energy, the very air around it seeming to boil and bubble with its power. The warning echoes, a grim admonition to those who would dare to challenge such a force, as the ground continues to churn and boil. The skeletal hand fully breaks free from the molten depths, a chilling sight of lava like this, marking its terrifying birth. Monstrous visages writhe within the fiery chasm, revealing the true nature of the abyss, inside a blood gate. The crimson glow intensifies, painting the entire scene in a hue of dread. Finally, the skeletal hand, sword held high, stands fully revealed, a chilling harbinger of destruction emerging from the molten landscape. The skeletal hand from the gate has fully manifested into a monstrous, decaying skeletal demon, its form wreathed in fire, and the protagonist thinks, "This is something I've experienced tens of thousands of times." The colossal demon looms, its skull-like face contorted in a silent roar, glowing red eyes fixed on its target, as molten liquid drips from its decaying form. Its razor-sharp claws, tipped with glowing yellow energy, extend menacingly, poised to strike. A skeletal arm, part of the larger entity, is already in motion, surrounded by the infernal glow of the rift, but the demon's skeletal torso and arm are fully visible, engulfed in fiery particles, as it continues its relentless assault. An explosive impact erupts, radiating intense energy and shattering the air. Another forceful blow lands, the sound of impact echoing sharply. A powerful, shattering strike tears through the environment. The pain, he reflects, his thoughts a desperate struggle against the agony. A sharp, tearing impact follows, ripping through his defenses, and yet, never. The demon's monstrous head is seen amidst a fiery explosion, delivering a devastating blow, its power overwhelming, gets easier. A final, crushing impact reverberates, the force immense. The skeletal demon's assault continued without mercy, its massive arms slamming down with bone-shattering force, each impact echoing with a brutal thud. Again and again, the monstrous limb descended, engulfing the area in bursts of fiery energy as it sought to crush its target. Not content with just its arms, a skeletal leg joined the barrage, stomping down with a heavy, echoing blow. The relentless assault continued, each strike sending shockwaves of red and orange energy across the devastated ground. Another arm swung down, the sheer force of the impact distorting the very air around it. The demon's power surged, a maelstrom of red energy and glowing particles engulfing the space where its victim lay. Finally, a cataclysmic burst of energy erupted, cracking the ground and sending waves of intense heat outward, a testament to the demon's destructive might. From a distance, a young woman watched in horror, her eyes wide with disbelief as the ground continued to fracture from the sheer force of the battle. The earth itself groaned under the strain, glowing with residual energy as deep fissures spread across its surface. But then, a sudden, brilliant blue light erupted, striking the demon with such force that its skeletal form recoiled, a powerful counterattack finally landing. The demon's face contorted in agony, its decaying flesh and exposed bones sizzling and melting under the intense blue energy. Elsewhere, the scarred white-haired man watched the distant battle with a grim expression, calling out to Judo, while Hanaim stood beside him, her face etched with concern. As the skeletal demon's relentless assault continued, Hanaim, her eyes wide with alarm, urged those around her to take the hunters and hide. The destructive red energy expanded rapidly, engulfing the immediate vicinity in a swirling vortex of power. Intense red and orange flames erupted, consuming the battlefield in a searing inferno. But from the heart of that inferno, Kang Jihyang emerged, his body now radiating a powerful golden aura, ready to strike back. The demon's skeletal hand recoiled, showing visible damage from the impact of his new power. Watching the unfolding chaos, Hanaim called out, her voice filled with urgency, "Judo." Meanwhile, high above the city, a powerful beam of blue energy pierced the night sky, emanating from a distant building. Inside a sleek, modern structure, the scarred white-haired man watched the events unfold, a hint of skepticism in his voice as he questioned, "Aren't you overdoing it?" He continued, his gaze fixed on the distant chaos, reminding his companion that manga regeneration isn't omnipotent. His expression remained stern, a testament to the gravity of the situation they were witnessing. A high-ranking figure, the man in the suit, speaks of the 4 great hunter nations, listing the USA, China, Russia, and Japan. His hand gestures over a map, indicating that Japan is weak. He continues, his voice grim, explaining that if they cannot absorb South Korea, there is no way they can survive. Meanwhile, the scarred white-haired man stands beside Hanaim, observing the unfolding crisis, and acknowledges that many of their hunters will die too. Later, the scarred white-haired man, his neck now bandaged, reflects on his resolve, thinking, "I can just fight more." He looks up at a target symbol on the wall, his resolve hardening as he continues his internal vow, "Even if my body is destroyed." Meanwhile, Kang Jihyang, engulfed in a brilliant golden and fiery aura, his eyes glowing with fierce power, unleashes his full might, declaring, "I'll protect my country." He lunges forward, a blur of motion, his weapon poised to strike the skeletal demon. And with a thunderous impact, his attack connects, piercing the demon's form as fiery energy explodes around them. The sheer force of the clash radiates outwards, a blinding burst of light and power. He unleashes a devastating explosion of fire and light, the sheer force of it tearing through the air. With a powerful, fire-infused punch, he strikes the demon directly, its skeletal face contorting from the impact. Before it can recover, a fiery kick sends the creature reeling, its form already beginning to fracture. The relentless assault continues, shattering pieces of the demon's body as it's consumed by the inferno. A massive column of fire erupts from his hand, engulfing the demon entirely and pushing it further into oblivion. The creature's form disintegrates within the intense flames, its very essence burning away into glowing particles. He channels immense power downwards, creating a fiery chasm into which the demon's last remnants are forced to fall. Within the inferno, a single skeletal arm of the demon is consumed, its final trace vanishing into the heat. The chasm glows with residual heat, a testament to the overwhelming power unleashed. Slowly, the fiery energy begins to dissipate, revealing the scorched earth and the devastation left behind. The last vestiges of the inferno fade, leaving only the raw, destructive aftermath of the battle. The raw power of the attack continued to rage, consuming everything in a maelstrom of fire and energy, leaving behind a scorched void where the demon once stood. Residual energy crackled and flared, illuminating the devastated landscape with an eerie yellow glow. The air itself seemed to burn, filled with the lingering heat and smoke of the cataclysm. The ground itself had fractured and warped, resembling a miniature volcanic landscape with molten cracks glowing beneath the surface. Amidst the chaos, a voice cut through the air, declaring, "The Prime Minister has ordered us to evacuate." The female healer, standing firm among the injured, refused to budge, insisting, "I will remain, so all of you should." Her resolve wavered slightly as she looked upon the devastation, a quiet apology escaping her lips. Another voice, perhaps from one of the injured, added, "We received a lot of help from the Prime Minister." The scene was one of utter despair, with bodies strewn across the rubble, a grim declaration of the end echoing the hopelessness. Even the female healer, now fallen to her knees, could only utter a fragmented thought, her gaze fixed upwards as she whispered, "Prime." Suddenly, a spherical object erupted with vibrant green and orange energy, signaling another powerful release. The explosion continued to expand, sending fiery debris scattering across the void. Following the cataclysmic explosion, shards of debris and raw energy rained down through a vibrant, fiery void. As a muscular figure, radiating an intense orange and yellow light, descended through the chaotic, burning aftermath. His face, contorted in a snarl of immense power or strain, glowed with the same fierce energy as he continued his plummet. The transformed body of Kong Jihyong, a conduit of raw power, plunged further, surrounded by swirling, destructive forces. Then, a massive explosion of yellow-orange energy erupted, scattering debris and radiating shockwaves across the void. From the heart of the inferno, a glowing, muscular hand reached out, seemingly grasping for purchase or control amidst the chaos. The transformed protagonist then knelt amidst a sea of intense flames, appearing to recover or gather his immense strength. He then fell through a dark, empty void, his fiery energy still radiating powerfully. Elsewhere, a desolate, rocky landscape unfolded under a blood-red sky, scarred by recent, unimaginable destruction. A diverse group of individuals stood on a cliff edge, their faces grim, as they gazed down into a fiery chasm, witnessing the devastation below. Suddenly, a new man, his skin and hair glowing with an intense red-orange light, cried out in pain or exertion, his eyes burning white-hot. He was violently struck by a powerful, yellow-orange energy blast, sending him hurtling through the air amidst a blinding explosion. From a precarious cliff edge, a diverse group of hunters surveys a desolate, fiery landscape, their expressions a mix of grim determination and apprehension. Suddenly, from the inferno below, a skeletal hand, wielding a jagged sword and wreathed in crackling red energy, lunges upward with a guttural roar. It claws its way out of the burning earth, a harbinger of the monstrous demon that follows. Meanwhile, a face contorted in pure rage, glowing with an intense red and yellow light, screams into the void, its power radiating outwards. Back in the fiery chasm, the skeletal demon is now on its knees, engulfed in the very flames it emerged from, screaming in agony as a powerful, unseen force tears into its form. Its arm, still clutching the sword, is consumed by the swirling red and yellow energies, unable to defend against the relentless assault. Above, the female healer watches in horror, her hand flying to her mouth as the sheer scale of the devastation unfolds before her. With a desperate cry of "Prime Wife," her hand glows with an icy blue light, reaching out to manifest a protective or offensive spell. The ground beneath the hunters gives way, sending them plummeting into the abyss, but below them, the healer's ice magic coalesces into a massive, skeletal ice creature that tears into the demon, protecting the falling group and a small child. The ice creature's attack is relentless, its blue energy tearing through the demon's already ravaged form, leaving glowing trails in its wake. Amidst the chaos, the red glowing man's face burns with an even fiercer intensity, his eyes blazing yellow as his power surges. The entire group, including the small girl, continues to fall through the swirling void, some of them glowing with their own activated powers, their fate uncertain as the battle rages below. Amidst a swirling vortex of golden light, the skeletal ice creature descended, its form now fully manifested, to clash with the intensely glowing red figure below. The fiery figure, its muscular arm radiating immense heat, braced for the impending impact, the very ground beneath it scorched and cracked. Nearby, the female healer watched with wide, terrified eyes, as the ice creature she had summoned glared with a single, malevolent red eye, shards of ice swirling around its form. A guttural grunt escaped the red glowing man, his teeth bared as raw, fiery energy pulsed from his mouth. The ice creature plunged further, its skeletal claws reaching for the fiery figure, a desperate struggle of opposing elements. Elsewhere, Judo prepared to unleash a volley of ice shards, while the scarred white-haired man, his arm ablaze with power, readied his own fiery assault. The air filled with flying ice shards, streaking across the fiery landscape, a testament to the chaotic battle unfolding. With a sharp, slicing sound, the scarred white-haired man cried out, his arm recoiling from the impact of the icy projectiles. The female healer, her expression strained, continued to channel her power, ice shards forming rapidly around her hand with a crunching sound. Kang Ji-hyong, his sword glowing with an ethereal light, engaged Judo, who countered with a luminous, whipping chain, green magical effects swirling around their clash. Suddenly, the ground gave way, sending a multitude of hunters, including Kang Ji-hyong, the white-haired man, the white-haired female hunter, the suit man, the old man, Judo, and the scarred white-haired man, plummeting into a chaotic void, the ice creature and fiery figures still locked in their desperate struggle as they fell. A blue glowing hand reached out through the descent, as the group hurtled towards a massive, intricate blue magic circle shimmering far below. Still plummeting through the chaotic void, he and the other hunters are enveloped by a maelstrom of crackling purple lightning and swirling green energy, their descent unchecked. Amidst the magical tempest, the skeletal ice creature lunges with an icy blade, its form glowing with an ethereal blue light, striking out at an unseen foe. Its attack connects, a torrent of ice magic slamming into the red glowing man, whose body erupts in a furious blaze of orange and red flames, resisting the frigid assault. The intense magical clash sends ripples of raw power across the fiery landscape below, a testament to the destructive forces at play. With a sharp, cracking sound, the ice creature begins to fracture, its crystalline form splintering into countless shimmering shards that scatter into the void. More of its body disintegrates, leaving behind a swirling cloud of ice particles and larger, jagged fragments that drift through the dark expanse. Below, the group of hunters, along with the remnants of the ice creature, continue their rapid descent towards the fiery, chaotic abyss, their fate uncertain. On solid ground, a hunter kneels beside a woman, her hand glowing with a soft light, calling out to her with concern, identifying her as the Prime Minister's wife. Meanwhile, Judo cries out in anguish, his face contorted in pain as ice begins to form around his eyes, a chilling manifestation of his distress. The red glowing man, his muscles taut and radiating heat, prepares for his next move, his fiery aura still burning intensely. As the ice creature's shattered head floats in the dark expanse, a voice calls out Judo's name, hinting at a profound connection between his anguish and the creature's demise. As the ice creature's form dissolves, its head melts into a torrent of fiery energy, consumed by the infernal landscape below. Amidst the chaotic descent, Kang Ji-hyong turns to the female healer, his expression grim, urging her to endure. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound echoes through the void. As the pressure intensifies, the female healer flinches, her face momentarily obscured by a dark, swirling force, while Kang Ji-hyong looks down, bracing for impact. From the remnants of the shattered ice, a monstrous, skeletal hand, crackling with malevolent red energy, begins to emerge with a chilling geo. The descent accelerates, a blur of black and white streaked with ominous red, pulling them deeper into the abyss. Plummeting further into the fiery abyss, the hunters are now pursued by the skeletal demon, which brandishes a staff as red lightning flashes around it. Tears stream down the female healer's face, her eyes wide with terror as the horrifying reality of their situation sinks in. Below them, the demon fully manifests, a hulking, spiky figure with multiple glowing red eyes, its staff held menacingly. In a desperate act, the female healer clutches a glowing blue star in her hand, her eyes squeezed shut. Another sharp, impactful sound reverberates, a teo echoing the relentless force of their fall. And still, the void continues its relentless pull, swallowing them whole. After the terrifying fall into the fiery abyss, the scene shifts abruptly, revealing a man with light hair stirring in a bed, his face etched with discomfort even in sleep. A gentle hand reaches out, rousing him from his troubled slumber, and a soft voice asks if he is awake. He looks up, his eyes still hazy with sleep, recognizing the woman beside him, calling out to her, "Judo, enemy." His voice is quiet, almost a whisper, as he confesses, "I had a nightmare." The woman named Haname offers a comforting reassurance, her presence a balm to his fear. Her gaze is steady, her words simple yet profound, affirming her unwavering presence. Her gloved hand gently cups his cheek, a tender gesture of solace. Her eyes, a striking light gray, reflect a deep concern, her gaze unwavering as she offers comfort. Yet, even as she comforts him, a chilling vision flashes through her mind. A ghostly, skeletal figure with glowing blue eyes, its decaying face pressed close to hers in a silent scream. Her own face contorts in a silent gasp, surrounded by a shimmering, icy blue aura, the nightmare's chills seeping into her reality. The vision continues, showing the monstrous skeletal demon, now fully manifested and armed with a sword, plummeting through a fiery, chaotic abyss, a terrifying echo of the recent peril. The abyss is a maelstrom of fire and shattered earth, a sword and broken bodies tumbling amidst the inferno. Within this fiery descent, a ghostly blue form of the muscular man screams in terror, his spectral face contorted, as the woman named Haname, also in a translucent blue, looks up at him, her expression one of profound distress. The demon, its skeletal form riddled with blood and glowing red veins, plunges deeper into the fiery chasm. A single tear escapes Haname's eye, reflecting the red glow of the abyss, as a choked sound escapes her lips. The muscular man's spectral hand reaches out, glowing with an ethereal blue light, as if grasping for something just out of reach. His ghostly hand hovers near Haname's face, her own mouth open in a silent scream. A piercing shriek echoes through the void, the sound of tearing reality. Another desperate cry escapes, lost in the chaos. The two spectral figures, the muscular man and Haname, are now intertwined, their forms swirling together as they continue their endless fall. Below them, the demon also falls, its monstrous body surrounded by the fiery explosion of the abyss, as the muscular man and Haname are caught in the same terrifying descent. The fiery chasm stretches endlessly, the three figures plummeting further into its depths. All that remains visible is the smoky haze of the abyss, with a single, jagged spike protruding from the gloom, a chilling reminder of the demon's presence. A monstrous, skeletal figure, its flesh decaying and eyes glowing with malevolent red light, looms into view. Its torso, a horrifying display of exposed bone and glowing red nodes, reveals the true extent of its grotesque form. Wielding a spear, the demon steps through a swirling vortex of vibrant green energy, entering a new dimension. Its back to the viewer, the creature continues its determined stride, disappearing into the emerald glow. The scene shatters into fragments of red and white, a violent transition to a new reality. The focus shifts to a familiar location, South Korea. Under a twilight sky, a towering, futuristic skyscraper glows with pink and red lights, a beacon in the urban landscape. This impressive structure is home to the renowned Kyumkon Guild. Inside the guild's mana stone storage room, a vast pile of glowing red crystals dominates the space, as a white-haired man and a dark-haired woman stand before it. The woman gently places a hand on his arm, her voice filled with concern. "Taesu, you can't overdo it." Turning to face her, he listens as she explains, "You were the only one with mana left, so we barely saved you." The Prime Minister's wife continues her observation, her thoughts lingering on the question of who could possibly still possess mana after such an ordeal, as two framed portraits stand solemnly on a memorial adorned with white flowers. Meanwhile, in a stark, modern interior, a red crystalline structure pulses with an ominous glow. The Prime Minister's wife stands before it, her back to the viewer, a silent attendant beside her, as a memory or a vision begins to surface. Taesu, his white hair stark against the crimson energy now swirling around him, recalls a younger version of himself, a brat he used to play with, his expression etched with a mix of regret and determination. The vision intensifies, revealing a bloodied, distorted face with glowing red eyes, a monstrous entity that had escaped the blood gate and killed him, its words echoing with a chilling finality. The demonic form fully manifests, a skeletal figure draped in decaying flesh and blood, its glowing red eyes burning with malevolent intent. A wave of anger washes over him, as he curses the worm bastard who caused such devastation. The memory shifts to his own body, a red crystalline growth now embedded in his chest, pulsing with a painful, alien energy. Back in the present, Taesu stands shirtless, his muscular physique marred by the glowing red crystalline arm, a stark reminder of his past ordeal, as the words Kyumkon Guild appear, signifying his affiliation. His position within the organization is further clarified, as the title Guild Master is displayed. The Prime Minister's wife looks on, her expression filled with concern, her thoughts unspoken but clearly troubled by the sight of him. His formidable status is confirmed, as he is identified as an S-rank hunter. The man known as Han Jae-soo, his face etched with a complex mix of pain and determination, reveals himself. His back, once seemingly normal, now glows with an intricate network of ancient runes, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. As the runes intensify, a voice echoes, declaring the breaking of the seal, and a fierce red aura erupts around him, signifying a profound release of power. The surge of energy visibly transforms his left arm, crystallizing into a jagged, crimson structure, leaving one to wonder if this new form still qualifies him as an S-rank hunter. A towering, angular skyscraper, adorned with glowing pink lights, pierces the twilight sky, its imposing structure hinting at the power it houses. Inside, a woman with long, brown hair gasps, her eyes wide with alarm, a single word escaping her lips. Far from the city's glow, a young man's back is revealed, covered in intricate, glowing red markings, his left arm now a jagged, crystalline mass of crimson. As a chilling realization echoes through the air, the seal has been broken. The transformation is stark, his arm now a brutal weapon of faceted red crystals, pulsing with raw, dangerous energy. Back at the guild's headquarters, a stern command rings out, demanding the immediate assembly of every member of the Kong Guild, a vast crowd gathering in the Grand Hall. Through the hushed ranks, a white-haired man in a long coat strides purposefully, the brown-haired woman from earlier following closely behind him. As they approach the assembled members, the white-haired man declares his readiness to serve, while a voice from the crowd expresses surprise, wondering aloud what is happening. Another voice from the crowd questions the impossible, wondering if the man they thought dead has returned, to which a second voice confirms his revival by the Vice Guild Master, as intelligence reports, likely from S-rank Han Kaiangchan's team, confirm that the monster has moved to the gate after the massacre of Japan. The white-haired man, now facing the crowd, acknowledges the gravity of the situation, his next words a chilling directive: kill that bastard. The intelligence team of the Kong Guild stands ready, their loyalty unwavering, as expected of their master. With a solemn vow, they swear on their lives to be of assistance to him. The white-haired man acknowledges their pledge with a simple, confident sound, his gaze fixed on the figure before him. His hands remain clasped behind his back, a picture of calm authority. Suddenly, the old man before him cries out in confusion and pain, his body violently lifted and twisted by an invisible force, blood splattering from his face. The crushing pressure intensifies, forcing a guttural scream from his lips as tears stream down his face, veins bulging under his skin. One of the subordinates, a red-haired man, questions the master's actions, a hint of concern in his voice. The white-haired man holds the old man by the neck, revealing his identity, explaining that he was once the vice president of the Korean Hunter Association. He continues, detailing how he absorbed the association 3 years prior, allowing the Kong Guild to dominate Korea. With a chilling smile, he adds another detail, his hand glowing with a vibrant, crystalline red energy. The master reveals his ability is S-rank telekinesis, as the old man lets out another pained gasp, his body contorting further under the immense, invisible force. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kong Ji Hyong stands amidst a crimson haze, his eyes glowing red, his face marked with dark, intricate patterns, ready for whatever comes next. A woman with light brown hair finds herself bound and distressed, her face etched with worry as she endures an unseen ordeal. Her gaze falls upon the white-haired man, his back to her, as she questions the necessity of removing his seals. Intricate blue markings glow across his muscular back, revealing the source of his power, an ability that is both formidable and, as some would say, cursed. Despite being bloodied and seemingly defeated, the white-haired man's hand begins to pulse with a fierce red energy, orange trails swirling around him. A single word echoes, a defiant refusal to yield, as his power surges. He rises, enveloped in a crimson aura, proclaiming his ability to be unparalleled. Two figures look down at the injured man, one of them asking if they, too, will be of assistance to him. The scene shifts to a brutal assault on the Kong Guild, as members are violently struck, blood splattering across the chaotic melee. A vast number of guild members are overwhelmed, their faces contorted in terror as they are swept away by the unseen force. The white-haired man's glowing hand closes around a victim's face, a chilling testament to the sheer number of lives he has claimed, 1,528. As his power surged, a distorted visage of the white-haired man appeared, his eyes glowing with a chaotic, rainbow energy, veins bulging as vibrant, multicolored lines of force erupted from his form, painting the air with raw, destructive magic. The aftermath was a scene of utter devastation, bodies of the fallen strewn across the blood-soaked ground, pierced by countless crimson spikes and entangled in the lingering, multicolored tendrils of residual magic. Each figure lay lifeless, a testament to the overwhelming force that had swept through, their forms twisted and broken amidst the gore and the fading echoes of power. The vibrant energy lines continued to crisscross the scene, a macabre light show illuminating the horror, as the sheer scale of the massacre became horrifyingly clear. Amidst the chaos, the face of one victim, frozen in a silent scream, was caught in the glow of the fading magic, a stark reminder of the brutal end met by so many. The source of this power, a single eye, glowed with an intense blue light, its iris a beacon amidst the swirling, multicolored energies that still permeated the air. From a hidden vantage point, a blonde woman, her face partially obscured by her hand, whispered, wondering if anyone could possibly be all right after such an onslaught. Stepping forward, her foot landing amidst the fallen, she answered her own unspoken question with a grim finality, revealing that the perpetrator had claimed the life of the SS's rank prime minister. The scene stretched on, a horrifying tableau of destruction, with more bodies and lingering magical effects painting a picture of absolute annihilation. Finally, the white-haired man stood triumphant, perched atop a mountain of the slain, his form silhouetted against a blood-red backdrop, surrounded by menacing spikes and the fading, colorful trails of his devastating power. The blonde woman, her expression grim, surveys the gruesome aftermath of the massacre, bodies strewn across the blood-soaked ground. Meanwhile, the white-haired man, his face contorted with rage, vows to eliminate his adversary, declaring, "I'll kill you at all costs, you worm." His resolve is absolute, a simple, chilling no, echoing his unwavering intent. Blood streaks his white hair and drips from his face, his electric blue eyes burning with fierce intensity. With a final, decisive declaration, he announces his next move. "I'm going to Russia." The scene shatters like glass, a violent rupture signifying a shift in focus. Under the pale crescent moon, amidst towering shipping containers, a vibrant green portal crackles into existence, its energy pulsing with an otherworldly hum. The blonde woman watches, her silhouette stark against the glowing anomaly, as a chilling voice echoes, "Welcome," and a skeletal demon begins to emerge from the swirling green energy. The monstrous entity, its form grotesque and imposing, fully manifests from the portal, its red eyes glowing ominously as the blonde woman stares in silent apprehension. High above the city, bathed in the warm hues of sunset, modern skyscrapers pierce the sky, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding below. In a sterile medical bay, Hanem, an S-rank healer, tends to a patient, explaining that MYS rank healing restores damaged cells one by one using my mana. Her gloved hand glows faintly as she works, acknowledging the arduous process. It'll take a long time. The monstrous form of Kong Ji Hyong, skeletal and bloodied, cradles a severely injured woman, his glowing red eyes fixed on her, convinced he can still save her. He struggles to breathe, his voice raspy, assuring her that if he continues this every day, she will awaken by next week. As he supports her, the woman looks up at him, addressing him with a familiar title. Her face contorts in pain, a trickle of blood escaping her lip, as she observes the immense mana cost of his actions. Her scratched hands reach out to his skeletal one, her voice filled with concern as she questions his extreme dedication. Tears well in her eyes, her resolve unwavering, as she declares her own desperate need for him to survive. With a sudden surge of power, her hands glow with vibrant green energy, transferring healing mana into his monstrous form, eliciting a shocked reaction from him. A guttural cry of agony escapes him, the healing process clearly agonizing. His skeletal body recoils violently, as bursts of green energy erupt from his chest, a visible manifestation of the intense healing and transformation. A single tear falls from her eye, her expression a mix of sorrow and grim determination. Her gaze remains fixed on him, as if she understands the profound implications of her actions. Deep within him, a terrifying change takes hold, his beastification progressing into a more demonic, red-hued form. Within the ominous glow of a bloodgate, Kong Ji Hyong's monstrous form pulses with raw power, his body a grotesque tapestry of bone and sinew, radiating an intense red energy. Lee Yuman reflects on the past, explaining that ever since the first gate appeared 15 years ago, all other gates have slowly begun to transform. They have all turned into blood gates. However, since Kong Ji Hyong's escape, the rate of this change has dramatically accelerated, with a vibrant, swirling gate illustrating the phenomenon. As a direct consequence, all the gates across the globe are now undergoing this terrifying metamorphosis. They are all steadily turning into blood gates, their dark energy swirling around Kong Ji Hyong's evolving form. The immense mana flowing from these newly formed blood gates is the very source of his increasing strength. His body, now a vibrant red and green, crackles with the absorbed power, his transformation reaching new, terrifying heights. In terms of mana flow, Lee Yuman clarifies, if a regular gate is merely a hole, then a blood gate is something far more significant. A blood gate is not just an opening, but a true passage. It is connected to somewhere else entirely. And now, something is actively pushing its way through it, heralded by a surge of red energy and ominous sound effects. And that something, which had been hinted at, was now making its presence known. A chilling vision of Kong Ji Hyong, his crimson eyes glowing with an ominous power, flashed across the mind, accompanied by a crackling sound, as if reality itself was tearing apart. The crackling intensified, a vibrant red energy swirling and expanding from an unseen source. This emerging force, it seemed, was actively searching for someone. The ominous energy pulsed, a low hum resonating through the air, signaling an imminent arrival. Within the swirling red depths, grotesque forms began to coalesce, their outlines barely visible through the crimson haze. Then, with a violent surge, multiple skeletal, insectoid demons burst forth from the glowing red portal, their bodies covered in spikes and decaying flesh. One of the creatures, its red eyes burning with malevolence, let out a guttural shriek, its sharp teeth glinting in the infernal light. Across the city, the blood gates manifested, tearing through buildings and unleashing more of the monstrous horde, as desperate screams echoed through the streets. Amidst the chaos, a frantic cry for help pierced the cacophony of destruction. A man, overwhelmed by the sudden terror, collapsed to his knees, uttering a curse as the crimson energy swirled around him, while other civilians fled in panic. Staring up at the grotesque face of a demon, he could only question the horrifying reality unfolding before his eyes. A civilian watches in horror as grotesque, skeletal demons with glowing red eyes pour out of a shattered window, their forms writhing amidst the destruction. A sharp, tearing sound echoes through the air. The crisis has reached the highest echelons of power, with the ominous red energy of the Blood Gates now engulfing even the office of the Republic of Korea's president. A voice filled with disbelief questions the unfolding chaos. Inside, an official, old man shouting, kneels in despair, demanding to know why the Kyung Kong Guild remains unresponsive. As his subordinate, Han Kyang-chan, delivers the grim news, the guild has been annihilated, their bodies now a gruesome pile. The kneeling official can only stammer in shock, unable to comprehend the scale of the disaster. While his subordinate admits they are unsure of the full extent, pondering whether to seek international aid. But the older man, now seated at his desk, firmly declares that such a move would be tantamount to self-destruction. Instead ordering martial law, though his subordinate expresses doubt about the military's effectiveness against such an enemy. The official insists they must act, reminding him that the Kyung Kong Guild, despite its power, is not their only resource. His face etched with profound worry as the weight of the crisis settles upon him. Despite the grim news, a resolute voice asserts that they possess other hunters, too, as a chaotic battle unfolds in a ruined cityscape, errank individuals clashing with grotesque demons. Among them are formidable figures like John Woo-jin, wielding a glowing staff, and Kong Si-hee, her blade shimmering with arcane energy, both ready to face the encroaching darkness. John Woo-jin, an A-rank hunter from the second-ranking Guild Dosa Guild, demonstrates his mastery, his staff a blur of motion against the demonic tide. Alongside him, A-rank Kong Si-hee commands a flurry of spectral blades, each one a deadly extension of her will, cutting down foes with elegant precision. Another A-rank, known only as Vingelman, moves with shadowy swiftness, a glowing orb of energy manifesting in his hand as he engages the monstrous threats. And the powerful A-rank Esper woman strikes with superhuman force, her red suit a blur as she delivers crushing blows to the demonic invaders. From Korea's fourth-ranking guild, the Yonghak Guild, come A-rank Yonghak and A-rank Nam Junyoung, who fight in perfect synchronicity, their combined might a testament to their guild's strength as they repel the demonic onslaught. The battle rages across the devastated city, a desperate struggle where humanity's strongest hunters push back against the overwhelming tide of monsters. Among the demonic ranks, a colossal, twisted demon with glowing red eyes looms, its grotesque form a symbol of the immense power they face. Yet, even such a formidable foe eventually falls, its massive body collapsing amidst the rubble, a stark declaration echoing through the ruins, all defeated. A lone hunter kneels before the vanquished beast, his expression a mix of awe and exhaustion, a single, stunned exclamation escaping his lips. Holy fuck. A young woman, caught in a terrifying vision, questions her own culpability as a monstrous demon looms over her, its grotesque form casting a long shadow, wondering what fate awaits her. Suddenly, the creature lunges, its clawed hand seizing her with a sickening thud, and she cries out in sheer terror. She is violently thrown, her body slamming against the ground, a desperate cry escaping her lips. The impact is devastating, splattering blood across the scene. Blood continues to erupt, forming a crimson tunnel around her, a horrifying vortex of gore. Within this bloody maelstrom, the demon consumes her, her body dissolving into the swirling red energy. Her form is ripped apart, a chaotic mess of blood and energy, leaving nothing but a crimson stain. The vision shifts to a close-up of Kong Ji-hyong, his face contorted in agony as demonic features erupt from his skin, his eyes glowing crimson, a silent testament to the immense suffering he barely endured. He recalls the moment of his near death, when he died inside the Blood Gate, his body racked by an insidious transformation. The raw, untamed mana within that gate had attempted to twist him into a monster. His internal organs are consumed by the crimson energy, a violent, painful metamorphosis. The mana coursing through him had already granted an abnormal regeneration ability, a terrifying gift that bound him to this monstrous existence. His form twisted and skeletal, he was a grotesque parody of life, eyes burning with an unnatural red glow. Or so he thought, as the visions of other grotesque creatures, like these multi-limbed insectoids, swirled around him, a constant reminder of the horrors he faced. It was just that the true horror was not merely external, but within him, as his own body continued its agonizing transformation into something equally monstrous. This relentless mana wouldn't let him die, not until he became something else entirely. Surrounded by a swirling vortex of crimson energy and other skeletal demons, his monstrous form was a testament to the mana's corrupting power. The mana's insidious whisper promised only one outcome, to make him a complete monster. His jaw unhinged, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, a primal hunger etched into his very being. Yet, A part of him yearned for normalcy, for the simple desire of a quiet existence, as he remembered a time when he was finally trying to live a peaceful life. But the monstrous hand, clawed and grotesque, was a constant, painful reminder of the transformation he couldn't escape. A desperate cry echoed within his mind, begging the relentless force, "Why can't you just leave me alone?" His monstrous form, now fully consumed by the crimson aura, glowed with an infernal light, a terrifying manifestation of his internal torment. The monstrous transformation of Kong Ji Hyong continues, his form twisting into a skeletal, clawed arm and torso, eyes burning with a malevolent red glow, as dark energy pulses around him. The air itself seems to thicken, suffused with a crimson mist that swirls and billows, hinting at the immense power now unleashed. Within a vortex of swirling red light, a more defined, muscular demonic figure takes shape, its form radiating raw, destructive energy. As unsettling, glowing red eye-like patterns begin to emerge from the depths, a voice questions, "Is that him?" The crimson eyes multiply, filling the void with their ominous glow, intertwined with tendrils of dark, crackling energy. From the swirling chaos, a skeletal hand reaches out, followed by a monstrous, fanged face, its eyes burning with the same infernal red. The transformation culminates in a colossal, spider-like skeletal monster, its multiple limbs splayed, a terrifying visage of pure dread. Finally, a cloaked, skeletal figure stands revealed, radiating a powerful red aura and piercing red eyes, prompting the chilling question, the one who caused the crack. Kong Ji Hyong stands amidst the carnage, a grim resolve hardening his features as he vows to eliminate every last monster. Turning to Li Yuman, he instructs her to ensure his mother remains safe, receiving a swift confirmation from her. He further clarifies his plan, intending to heal his mother within the association's underground bunker. As the monstrous forms loom, a silent plea echoes, urging him to fight with all his might. The grotesque creatures, with their exposed bones and glowing red eyes, are undeniably familiar. They're the very same monsters he had encountered before. His crimson eyes burn with intensity as he confronts another fallen beast, the Bloodgate continuing to endlessly spew forth these abominations. However, he knows there is a finite limit to the number of creatures that can emerge from a single gate, as all activity eventually ceases after some time. His grim determination has paid off, leaving a pile of defeated foes as he confirms, he has successfully eliminated all the monsters in the vicinity. If this continues, he knows he will be able to amass an army. Meanwhile, a monstrous demon, its horns gushing blood from a recent impact, staggers, a heavy thud echoing from its massive form. It looks down with a guttural cry, its blood dripping onto the approaching military vehicles, a scene of utter chaos. Inside one of the armored vehicles, a soldier questions, wondering if their current course of action is truly correct. Another soldier, observing the demon's immense size, exclaims, "An army," as a third dismisses any hesitation, declaring that despite the demon only attacking monsters, it doesn't matter. The demon, still bleeding, hears their words, its glowing red eyes widening as the soldiers declare it the cause of the disaster and vow to restrain it until hunter support arrives. Suddenly, a tank unleashes a powerful blast, its muzzle flash illuminating the grim scene. More tanks join the assault, their cannons roaring in a synchronized barrage of explosions. The demon's body is engulfed in a storm of impacts, each hit sending bursts of light across its form as it cries out in agony. The relentless assault continues, the demon's form racked with pain as it groans, "It hurts." Its glowing red eye, now filled with tears and blood, pleads for the assault to cease, a desperate, raw cry echoing through the chaos. Above the city, the sky burns a deep red, smoke billowing between the towering buildings, a testament to the ongoing devastation. Still reeling from the military's relentless assault, the demon finds itself facing a new, swirling red portal, while Kong Ji Hyong stands ready before it. Its monstrous face, already mangled and bloodied, contorts in agony, its red eyes glowing with pain as the crimson energy continues to surge around it. Standing firm before the swirling portal, Kong Ji Hyong maintains his combat stance, observing the unfolding chaos. Nearby, Li Yuman watches with a grim expression, her voice filled with concern as she notes the opening of a bloodgate. The demon's suffering intensifies, its face a mask of raw pain as the red glow from its eyes pulses with desperate energy. Its massive, injured form lies broken amidst the debris and spent casings, the creature struggling to articulate the difficulty of suppressing its own monsterification. The relentless red energy continues to tear at its form, twisting its body in a grotesque display of torment. A close-up reveals the raw, burning intensity of its single glowing red eye, a testament to its enduring agony. A pained gasp escapes someone. A young man lies battered and bruised on the ground, glowing yellow lines of pain radiating from his injured body. He sits slumped at a desk in a classroom, still clutching his side in discomfort, the pain lingering. An unseen voice curses Han Tae-soo and his cronies, wondering aloud why they always seem to target him. Still reeling from the previous encounter, the bullied student finds himself cornered once more, held against a brick wall by a blonde-haired youth who casually remarks, "Because I'm easy." The blonde youth then turns his attention to Kong Ji Hyong, warning him, "You'll get hurt at this rate, too. Pretend that you don't know me at school." Kong Ji Hyong, visibly confused, can only utter, "What?" Without another word, the blonde-haired bully lunges forward, grabbing Kong Ji Hyong by the collar with a sharp, audible tug, his voice rising in a shout. "Hey, Kong Ji-hyung." Kong Ji Hyong's face, already showing signs of bruising, contorts in disbelief and pain as he questions, "Are you out of your mind?" His hand instinctively rises to his nose, where a trickle of blood begins to escape. The blonde bully, turning away with a frustrated sigh, dismisses the situation. "Forget it, shit." This was how his childhood friend, in reality, walked away from the scene, telling them, "Just fuck off," abandoning them. The bullied student lay battered on the classroom floor, while Kong Ji Hyong sat nearby, nursing his own injuries, or so he thought. The blonde bully, Han Tae-soo, was not merely a tormentor. He was collecting evidence. This hidden agenda was executed through his right eye, which glowed with a soft blue light as it processed information, shimmering with data. After gathering enough evidence, he meticulously compiled and sent everything to the police, the education office, and other relevant authorities. The news of the incident spread rapidly, picked up by several agencies, as the world reacted to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, a desperate cry echoed through the night, a voice filled with anguish and disbelief. The victim, a young man, was discovered with his right eye extracted, his face now marred by bandages and fresh wounds. Overwhelmed by the pain and the gravity of his loss, he could only curse his fate, muttering an apology to Kong Ji-hyung for the trouble he had caused. The next day, the bullied student, still reeling from his injuries, confessed to Kong Ji-hyung that he didn't think he could ever return to school with him. Leaning over the injured boy, Kong Ji-hyung's face was etched with concern as he asked if Han Tae-soo was truly responsible for this brutal act. With a grim determination, Kong Ji-hyung vowed to ensure justice would be served. The bullied student, however, could only offer a single, desperate plea, begging him not to. His voice cracking with emotion, he reiterated his despair, insisting he could never return to his former life. A choked sob escaped him as he lamented the loss of his ability, questioning what purpose his life now held. Kong Ji-hyung tried to offer comfort, telling him not to worry, but the student's despair was absolute, believing there was nothing left to live for. With a vacant stare, the bullied student pointed a finger, his gaze fixed on an unseen point, lost in his own misery. Still reeling from his devastating loss, the bullied student makes a resolute decision, declaring he will simply join the army. His face, now a canvas of fresh wounds and dried blood, bears the heavy cost of his ordeal. From the oppressive darkness, a monstrous entity with multiple glowing red eyes begins to emerge. A formidable horned demon, its crimson eyes burning, stands silhouetted against a relentless downpour. The student, clad in heavy armor, endures the ceaseless rain, his own eyes now burning with an intense red light. Meanwhile, a figure in stark white armor, wielding a blade, launches himself into a chaotic battle against a swarm of grotesque red creatures. One of the red monsters cries out, its flesh tearing as it takes a brutal hit. Another beast is violently struck, its body twisting in agony amidst the crimson-tinged air. The onslaught continues, leaving a trail of destruction among the monstrous forms. The battlefield pulses with dark red energy, coalescing into swirling black voids that threaten to consume all. Undeterred, the white-armored warrior presses his attack, surrounded by the monstrous horde, his blade a blur of motion. Within the austere confines of the presidential office, an official addresses the nation's leader. A chilling holographic projection of a skeletal, spiky monster, radiating a cold blue light, dominating the room, prompting the president to question. As the official explains that this is the very creature responsible for the deaths of the Kyumkong guild master and Japan's prime minister. The singular entity behind the unfolding calamities. After extensive investigation, the grim conclusion was reached. It must be eliminated to restore normalcy to the gates. Yet, a deeper mystery persists, as the president inquires why these monsters are fighting each other, a question to which the official can only respond with a stark admission. They simply do not know. Acknowledging their lack of understanding, the official shifts the focus, emphasizing that what truly matters is the creature itself. Revealing a terrifying truth, this entity is unlike any other monster they have encountered. The chilling reality sets in. They simply cannot kill it. With bloodgates now spreading globally, there is no more time for delay, prompting the president to ask about the fate of their domestic hunters. The grim news continues to unfold, confirming that all forces dispatched have been completely annihilated. A high-ranking official clutches his head in despair, the weight of the catastrophe pressing down on him. With no other options remaining, the desperate order is given to contact the Foreign Hunter Bureau. Meanwhile, on a blood-soaked battlefield, a powerful, dark-skinned monster in a red robe stands amidst a forest of impaled weapons, a skeletal figure lying defeated nearby. The discussion continues, a voice questioning if the monster responsible for killing hunters in Korea and Japan is also the cause of the mysterious bloodgates. A sharp impact echoes as a formidable, red axe-like weapon violently strikes the ground. Elsewhere, under a sky stained crimson by battle, a lone figure surveys a landscape of carnage, finding the scene quite interesting. as the title China's #1 is proclaimed. This formidable individual is revealed to be the SSS rank hunter, Lan Jiaguang. Back in a secure facility, a white-haired woman intently studies a holographic projection of the skeletal monster, the true unkillable threat. A figure, partially obscured within an opulent, dark chamber, lets out a frustrated curse, the weight of the unfolding crisis clearly pressing down. Meanwhile, in a different, equally grand setting, a woman with striking white hair sits regally upon a massive throne, surrounded by an array of holographic screens displaying various individuals and data. She is none other than Vladimir Rozana, Russia's #1, an SSS rank hunter whose reputation precedes her. Elsewhere, a blonde hunter and his dark-skinned aide stand before a swirling vortex of energy, their expressions grim as they witness the escalating chaos. The global crisis is palpable, with the air filled by the agonizing screams of those caught in the unfolding disaster, a stark reminder of the widespread suffering. From a high cliff overlooking a vast, hexagonal-patterned landscape, the blonde hunter's aide exclaims, a single word of disbelief escaping him as he gazes at the strange, blue energy pillars rising from the ground. His blonde companion, resolute, warns him that if he were to abandon his post, the war in Russia would be lost. With that grim understanding, the blonde hunter charges headlong into a shimmering purple energy barrier, fully committing himself to the conflict, knowing that the fate of the war rests on his shoulders. Within the chaotic purple-hued zone, a crowd of people is caught amidst swirling magical effects, their forms outlined by glowing energy. The very air crackles with intense, vertical streams of purple energy, a raw display of overwhelming magical force. Amidst this maelstrom, Vladimir Rozana stands, her form now augmented by massive, feathered black wings, her hands raised as she unleashes a torrent of purple energy, glowing runes appearing around her. Back at the cliff, the dark-skinned aide watches, his face etched with shock and concern, as purple feathers drift down around him, remnants of the immense power just unleashed. A determined voice cuts through the silence, declaring, "Let's go." As black, feather-like streaks of energy begin to swirl around him, gathering momentum. His hands clench, gold chains wrapping tightly around them, as a vibrant purple aura radiates outwards. This formidable figure is known as America's #1. His destination is clear, to Korea. With a resolute expression, he fully manifests his power, black feathered wings unfurling from his back amidst the swirling purple energy and binding chains. He is none other than the SSS rank hunter, Stephen Lucas. He reflects on the 5 grueling years he spent fighting grotesque monsters inside the blood-soaked gate, a relentless battle for survival. These were extreme environments where he couldn't eat, drink, or even sleep, pushing his body and mind to their absolute limits. He struggled on, his monstrous form emerging amidst the chaos. Just to survive, even when he felt completely dead inside. He was constantly battling, falling, and rising again, a cycle of pain and resilience. Every time he lost his rationality, he forced himself to stay on his feet. The monsterification tried to progress, threatening to consume him entirely. But each time, he resisted the encroaching darkness. He remembered 2 faces, his mom, who had become a vegetative human, her fragile state a constant reminder of his purpose. He remembers the skeletal forms of the monsters he once faced, their jagged teeth and exposed bones a constant reminder of the brutal environments he endured. And then, the face of that bastard, a smirk playing on his lips, appears in his mind's eye. He recalls the one who was truly responsible for it all, the source of his deepest anger. The memory shifts back to the monstrous forms, their broken bodies and tattered wings reflecting the sheer scale of the battles he fought. A close-up of a monstrous skull, cracked and scarred, emphasizes the relentless struggle. He remembers the countless defeated figures, their bodies broken and bleeding, a testament to the carnage. By channeling a fit of anger, his resolve has been forged, not weakened. Even as the monstrous visage, bloodied and with glowing red eyes, appears weakened, the memory of its ferocity remains. He questions if his strength comes from the satisfaction of revenge, as the skeletal monster looms in his thoughts. But the answer is a firm no. The mana within the blood gate has grown stronger, its swirling red energy a constant, powerful force he must control. It becomes harder as he gets closer. Because of that, his true motivation lies elsewhere. The memory of a bloody aftermath, of shattered bodies and scattered weapons, weighs heavily on him, a stark reminder of the lives he has taken. He recalls the face of an innocent, severed and encased in a fragile bubble, a victim of the chaos he wrought, and the thought echoes in his mind. With the weight of those memories, he has made a profound decision. A vow to prevent such horrors from ever happening again, to avoid the gates that unleash such monstrous threats, and to kill every single monster that dares to cross into his world. As his monstrous form, adorned with skeletal wings, looms over the city, a question lingers in his mind. Will he truly be able to achieve his goal? To atone for his past with such a brutal future, his crimson eye glowing with fierce resolve amidst the bone-like growths on his face. His power surges, manifesting as a skeletal hand crackling with vibrant purple energy, leaving behind a detached, glowing red eye and a trail of gore, as if tearing through the very fabric of reality. Then, a new form emerges. A figure with dark, feathered wings and flowing white robes stands triumphantly over the skeletal remains of defeated monsters in a city bathed in an ominous red glow, prompting a stunned realization. His glowing red eye, now sharper and more intense than ever, reflects the bright, chaotic energy of his transformation. It was the year the gates first appeared. During Christmas, and now, it was Christmas once more. A minister stood at his podium, delivering a sermon, his words of gratitude echoing through the church as faint green energy began to crackle around him. The crackling intensified, a prelude to the terrifying truth. There were now countless gates opening. Within the sacred halls, glowing green portals materialized, seemingly out of thin air, their ominous presence casting an eerie glow over the unsuspecting congregation. These rifts appeared out of nowhere, and in those desperate moments, there were no hunters to defend them. Panic erupted as monstrous forms began to spill forth from the glowing gates, their terrifying roars and the screams of the innocent filling the air. What is happening? Amidst the chaos, the minister's voice cut through the din. Everyone, leave this place. Use the doors. Quickly. An aide rushed to his side, pleading, Minister, you must evacuate as well. But before the minister could respond, a grotesque monster, its eyes glowing with malevolent green light, loomed over him, its guttural growl a direct threat. Minister. As the monstrous creature lunges with terrifying speed, its massive form eclipsing the altar, the minister stands his ground, a silent prayer on his lips. But even as he braces for impact, the beast unleashes a torrent of raw, green energy, a devastating roar echoing through the sacred hall. Yet, from the minister's very being, a brilliant, cross-shaped beam of pure light erupts, meeting the monster's attack head-on in a blinding clash. The sheer force of the counterattack leaves only darkness in its wake, a moment of stunned silence before the chaos resumes. As the light fades, a question hangs in the air, echoing the minister's deepest thoughts. Is this divine intervention, or something more personal? Within the hallowed halls of the church, bathed in a golden glow, he wonders if this power, this sudden surge of strength, is truly his own will, or a higher one at play. The answer becomes clear as the minister stands triumphant over the defeated monster, its grotesque form now a mangled heap of flesh and bone, blood staining the sacred ground. With tears streaming down his face, his hands clasped in fervent prayer, the minister radiates a blinding white light, his back now adorned with magnificent, feathered wings, a true awakening. This pivotal event occurred in what was once known as the biggest church in America, a beacon of faith and community. It was a place where 100,000 believers gathered, seeking solace and spiritual guidance, now shattered by the sudden invasion. In the aftermath, the church experienced unimaginable devastation, leaving 138 individuals lightly injured, a testament to the minister's desperate struggle. And amidst the initial chaos, before the minister's awakening, the monster's gaping maw had threatened to consume an innocent child, highlighting the sheer terror of the invasion. A monstrous entity, all scales and glowing green eyes, recoils as a brilliant cross of pure light erupts from a figure with majestic white wings, illuminating the sacred space. With the threat neutralized, the winged hero gently embraces a child, a testament to his unwavering protection, ensuring zero casualties. This was the legend of the first SSS rank awakened in the world, a beacon of hope in a world plagued by darkness. His image, broadcast across the globe, became synonymous with salvation, the hero who single-handedly saved America. Even at a young age, the protagonist, then a small boy with dark hair and crimson eyes, looked upon this hero with profound admiration, tears welling in his eyes. That hero, now manifesting wings of deep purple, clutches his hands in prayer, his face etched with a mixture of hope and desperation as he gazes upward. He was known as America's #1, an SSS rank legend whose power was both a blessing and a burden. Stephen Lucas, the hero, lets out a pained groan, a stark contrast to his earlier triumphant image. A new, grotesque monster, its gray skin crisscrossed with glowing red veins, is being violently struck, its body contorting from the impact. But the tide quickly turns, as Stephen Lucas, his purple wings still flared, is now the one taking a brutal hit, his face contorted in agony. The hero finds himself engulfed, overwhelmed by a crushing wave of dark purple energy, his form struggling against the immense power. A swirling vortex of dark energy and purple light fills the space, as a realization dawns. Stephen Lucas, his expression grim, observes the unfolding chaos, a thought forming in his mind about the creature before him. He understands this foe will not fall without a brutal fight, as the ground beneath them pulses with malevolent red energy. The monstrous entity, a hulking mass of muscle and bone, stands ready, its form radiating raw power. A profound sense of responsibility washes over him, realizing his presence is the catalyst for this confrontation, as the creature looms over his winged form. The air crackles with intense purple energy, signaling the escalation of the battle. And overwhelmed, Stephen Lucas is forced to the ground, pinned by an unseen force of purple energy, as a massive hand descends upon him. The monster then unleashes a devastating attack, its form enveloped in a malevolent purple aura, its power surging. A massive claw strikes with brutal force, tearing through the air, leaving trails of vibrant purple energy and causing the very ground to erupt with crimson light. The creature's heavy foot then slams into the earth, sending shockwaves of destructive red energy rippling outwards from the point of impact. The relentless assault continues as the monster physically overwhelms Stephen Lucas, pinning him beneath its immense weight and power. With Stephen Lucas defeated and lying broken on the ground, the monstrous entity stands triumphant, its purple aura still radiating. As a chilling truth is revealed, the awakened can communicate. The ability to communicate without the need for mana translations, a rare and powerful feat, was now a reality. A sorrowful expression crosses Stephen Lucas's face as he confesses, "I'm truly sorry for everything that has happened." His words echo a past confrontation, a memory of him striking down the transformed Kang Ji-hyun with a blade of pure purple energy, leaving him broken and skeletal on the ground. In that moment of defeat, the skeletal figure had looked up, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, wondering if the winged assailant was truly a person. The memory fades into a desolate landscape of red skies and a black, ominous orb, a vision that spoke volumes to the transformed being. Back in the present, Stephen Lucas gently holds the skeletal Kang Ji-hyun, his expression filled with profound sadness and understanding. A quiet realization dawns, so that's what happened. Stephen Lucas offers a comforting embrace, his voice soft with compassion. "It must have been incredibly difficult for you." The skeletal figure, his face still partially obscured by his transformation, looks up and asks, "What is your name?" before revealing his own. "It's Kang Ji-hyun." Stephen Lucas gazes at him, a question forming on his lips. "Do you know?" He continues, his voice tinged with a bitter irony. "I fight to save people, yet today, I find myself in this situation." Kang Ji-hyun stands over a terrified crowd, protected by a golden barrier, his confession heavy in the air. "I killed many of them." As his thoughts turned inward, Stephen Lucas reflected on those he had failed to protect, etching their memories onto his very being. He sought to atone for his past, each name a permanent mark upon his skin. The countless names of the fallen covered his body, a living testament to his burden. From his chest to his legs, the intricate script glowed with a faint purple light, a constant reminder of his solemn oath. Even his feet bore the weight of those he remembered, each step a silent promise. Turning his attention to the distressed figure before him, Stephen Lucas offered a hand, promising, "Kang Ji-hyun, I can help you and kill all." Yet, the young man knew the terrible truth. This calamity would spread across the globe, and many people would die. Overwhelmed by the weight of his actions and the impending doom, he could only whisper, "I am sorry." A surge of raw, purple energy pulsed around him, reflecting his inner turmoil. His crimson eye glowed with intense regret, as the word sorry escaped his lips once more. The air hung heavy with unspoken grief, a moment of profound silence. Amidst the swirling purple energy, his true identity was revealed, the name Kang Ji-hyun appearing in stark, blood-like script. A surge of purple energy erupts, coalescing around Stephen Lucas as he stands resolute, his form etched with glowing script and dark wings unfurled, declaring his unwavering intent. With a powerful stride, he crushes the remnants of a monstrous foe beneath his foot, the purple light of his power radiating from the impact. His resolve burns with an intense, singular focus, a vortex of purple energy swirling around a piercing, glowing eye. His face, illuminated by the ethereal glow, hardens with the weight of his promise. "I will." The words escape his lips with chilling finality, a stark declaration echoing his grim resolve, "Kill you." Meanwhile, the world outside faces its own crisis, a towering skyscraper standing defiant beneath a blood-red sky, enveloped by a shimmering hexagonal barrier as shadowy figures resembling bats swarm ominously. Back in a sterile room, Kang Ji-hyun leans over a hospital bed, her gaze fixed on a holographic projection of Stephen Lucas, his image glowing with the same purple energy. Nearby, Lee Yuman watches with a worried expression, the weight of the situation clearly etched on her face, while Ji-hyun's dark hair falls around her, obscuring her features. Ji-hyun's own face is a picture of profound distress, blood trickling from her nose, her eyes glowing an eerie green as tears well up, reflecting the immense pain she carries. Her collar is stained, a silent testament to the physical and emotional toll the unfolding catastrophe has taken upon her. The serene, aurora-lit Arctic landscape is violently disrupted by massive chunks of earth tearing free from the ground, an unseen force eliciting a raw expletive. An unseen voice curses the name of Lucas, describing how the madman massacred everyone on the battlefield. The question hangs in the air, a hint of disbelief in the voice of Vladimira Rozana, wearing an ornate headdress. As multiple screens display various images, another voice wonders if he had been saving his power all this time, the implications of such a revelation rippling through the command center. Seated regally on a throne, surrounded by a constellation of holographic displays, is Vladimira Rozana, Russia's formidable SSS rank hunter. The grim news arrives, a desperate report confirming the loss of 80% of their forces. A frantic voice from one of the screens pleads that it's impossible to hold the front line any longer, addressing her as Your Highness. Her face contorts in anguish, realizing the dire consequences for the American hunters, a desperate cry escaping her lips. A desperate strategy forms in her mind, a last-ditch effort to capture the elusive Arctic monster, its shadowy silhouette appearing below. The screen displays the shadowy, monstrous silhouette, its identity still a mystery. Meanwhile, a figure steps forward, their movements accompanied by an ominous glow of red and blue light. The thought of that monster lingers, a heavy weight in the air. From the depths of the grand hall, bathed in the ethereal glow of stained glass light, a figure emerges, their silhouette stark against the distant, ornate architecture. With a deliberate stride, a polished black shoe presses against the patterned floor, each step echoing with purpose. As the white-haired man advances, his electric blue eyes glowing faintly, a pink-haired woman follows closely, her gaze fixed upon him as he declares, "It's for you." In the desolate, frozen expanse, three figures stood before an ominous, foggy void, facing what was known only as the Arctic monster. This grotesque creature, with its glowing eyes and horned visage, was not just any threat. It was the first SSS-ranked monster ever encountered. Its sheer scale dwarfed any human, a true SSS-ranked monster that defied all conventional understanding. And with its sudden appearance, Russia's Arctic base, a critical outpost, was utterly wiped out. The once bustling base lay in ruins, a testament to the monster's destructive power, as its massive, tentacled appendages tore through structures and ice alike. All while the Russian government, still ignorant of the true nature of gates and monsters, struggled to comprehend the catastrophe. They mobilized all their forces, throwing everything they had at the monstrous entity, but ultimately failed at suppressing it. And in the end, with no other options left, half of the nuclear bombs in the nation's possession were used. A blinding flash erupted, followed by a colossal mushroom cloud, signifying the desperate measure taken to eradicate the SSS-ranked threat, as the devastating power of the bombs was unleashed upon the Arctic monster. Despite the desperate measures taken, the monster did not perish, surviving even a direct strike without mana. Instead, due to the overwhelming radioactive contamination, the creature thrived, its presence warping the very land around it. Soon, Russia's north transformed into a desolate land teeming with monsters, a grim testament to the creature's enduring power. Afterwards, in a desperate bid to recover their lost funds and prestige, the nation declared war against America, escalating the global crisis even further. Meanwhile, in a grand, echoing hall, a figure strides forward, declaring with unwavering resolve, "That monster, I'll kill it for you." The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the newcomer's audacious claim. A Korean S-ranked hunter? The white-haired man, clad in a striking blue coat, stands confidently alongside a pink-haired woman, both exuding an aura of quiet power within the ornate chamber. His steps are deliberate, each one carrying him closer to the source of the inquiry, the glowing particles around his feet hinting at the latent energy he commands. Finally, he kneels before the figure on the throne, who dismisses his presence with a curt, "How absurd." The voice from the throne continues, questioning his unauthorized arrival and his bold declaration. "Coming here without permission, and what? Boasting that you, an S-ranked hunter, will defeat the Arctic monster." A sharp, metallic clang echoes through the grand hall. As the white-haired man, his gaze piercing, challenges his unseen interrogator, asking if they possess a death wish. The vast, ornate hall, bathed in the ethereal glow of its stained glass windows, stretches before him and the pink-haired woman, leading to a distant throne where a figure awaits. Below, the very floor bears the scars of a cataclysmic impact, a dark, monstrous silhouette etched into the shattered tiles. As the white-haired man and his companion kneel on the damaged floor, the voice from the throne observes that he is there because of that monster. The figure on the throne continues, taunting him about America's failure, provoking a furious retort from the white-haired man, who calls them a bastard. His electric blue eyes glowing with fierce resolve, the white-haired man declares his intent to defeat it. His hand, crackling with a similar blue energy, clenches into a fist, ready for the fight ahead. The figure on the throne, observing his resolve, questions if someone like him could truly succeed. They press further, asking if he believes he can penetrate the monster's radioactivity, a challenge that hangs heavy in the air. Despite the daunting question, the white-haired man's answer is unwavering, a confident yes echoing through the ornate patterns of the hall. The figure on the throne then poses one final, pointed question, asking if he intends to use a shield. From her imposing throne, Vladimir Rozana dismisses his previous claims, stating that such an approach would be utterly useless against the Arctic monster's high-concentration radioactivity. His electric blue eye narrows slightly, a silent challenge forming in his gaze. Surrounded by swirling, vibrant energy, the white-haired man simply responds, his voice laced with unwavering confidence. Unfazed by his bravado, Vladimir Rozana continues, offering a tempting incentive. If he defeats the Arctic monster, she will reward him. She clarifies the terms, initially proposing a 30% share, then quickly correcting herself to offer half of the monster's mana stones. With a dismissive tone, he accepts the challenge. Turning his back on the throne, he strides away, declaring his intention to swiftly eliminate the monster, leaving the pink-haired woman to watch him depart through the grand hall. A surge of raw, purple energy erupts, crackling with lightning, as the white-haired man begins his assault, a single glowing red eye piercing through the chaotic aura, a soft apology escaping his lips. His form becomes a conduit for this immense power, glowing with an ethereal purple light as his transformation deepens. With a chilling resolve, he declares his intent to kill you, the words echoing with the force of his burgeoning power. Meanwhile, the Arctic monster cries out in agony, its monstrous face contorted in pain as its skin begins to crack and shatter from the overwhelming assault. The white-haired man's transformation culminates, manifesting massive, dark purple wings as he unleashes a concentrated beam of energy, showering the area with glowing particles. His very being radiates with intricate patterns of purple light, a testament to the raw power now coursing through him. The environment itself distorts under his influence, a vast expanse of purple energy streaked with white lines, indicating the sheer scale of his attack. Through this maelstrom of power, his red glowing form streaks forward, a blur of destructive force. A small skeletal hand-like creature is violently slammed to the ground, a red impact glow marking its demise in the urban landscape. The Arctic monster lets out a pained groan, the relentless assault taking its toll. Its body continues to crack and crumble, the monster's glowing red eyes reflecting its despair as it realizes, "Teach this, I can't endure." Overwhelmed and broken, it desperately questions its next move. Face him. Just what do I do? The Arctic monster's despair was met with a relentless, overwhelming force, as the white-haired man, now fully transformed, unleashed a torrent of purple energy, his massive wings unfurling with terrifying grace. The impact sent the creature reeling, its form shuddering under the sheer power of the assault. The ground itself fractured and splintered, unable to withstand the residual force of the white-haired man's devastating blows. Yet, even as he unleashed such destructive power, a single tear traced a path down his cheek, a silent testament to the sorrow he felt. His voice, filled with a profound regret, echoed, apologizing for the necessary violence. His form remained resolute, a towering figure of raw, controlled power. The monster, writhing in pain, could only offer a desperate plea, inviting him to inflict as much suffering as he desired. Its body began to crack and crumble, the green energy that once defined it now fracturing under the relentless assault, as if asking if this destruction brought him solace. But the white-haired man's resolve was unwavering, a firm no to the monster's plea, reminding it that even its regeneration had limits, as his power continued to tear it apart. A glowing red eye, torn from the monster's form, lay on the shattered ground, a stark symbol of its demise, yet the monster's defiance persisted with another desperate no. The white-haired man's voice was grim, promising to continue the killing, but to do so without prolonging the agony. The monster's face, now a mosaic of cracks and despair, could only utter a final, guttural curse as its existence neared its end. His power, the ability to manifest an exoskeleton, was a formidable force. He could cover his skin with this protective layer, but the process itself was a brutal ordeal, his face contorted in a silent scream as sweat and blood beaded on his skin. Yet, this immense power was always accompanied by terrible pain. Tears mixed with blood as his eyes squeezed shut, the sheer intensity of his suffering etched across his features. Meanwhile, the Arctic monster, its form already shattered, let out a final, desperate curse as its glowing purple eye pulsed with agony. For the protagonist, this was his reality. Every single moment of his power was a battle against himself. The monster's body continued its agonizing disintegration, glowing with ethereal blue and green energy as its form dissolved into a skeletal husk. The monster's final thoughts echoed its torment. The pain was excruciating, a relentless assault on its very being. Its skeletal structure, now fully exposed, cracked and fractured under the relentless assault, bathed in a cold, blue light. Fragments of its essence scattered into the void, glowing blue and green as the monster's existence faded. This was the ultimate price of its defeat, unending pain for the Arctic monster. Despite the excruciating agony of his power, he recalls, he endured the pain, pushing through every fiber of his being. His resolve hardened by the memory of his mother's suffering, he found the strength to surpass his limits, fueled by a burning desire for revenge. And in that moment of absolute resolve, a new hope ignited within him. He remembered the sheer power of Lucas' instant death attack, a devastating force that had once threatened to consume him entirely. Yet, even that formidable assault only made his regeneration immediately repeat, easily mending his wounds. A surge of raw, purple energy erupted from his core, a testament to his indomitable will. He cast aside all of that pain from before, the memories of his suffering and the monster's relentless assault fading into the background as his true power awakened. His exoskeleton form solidified, radiating an overwhelming purple aura, its immense force beginning to tear apart the Arctic monster, piece by agonizing piece. The monster's form fractured further under the relentless pressure, its green glow struggling against the encroaching violet energy. And it was then that the full extent of his power became clear, a destructive force that left nothing but ruin in its wake. The monster's body continued to dissolve, its very existence being erased by the sheer magnitude of his awakened strength. Finally, the last vestiges of the Arctic monster faded away, leaving behind only the lingering echoes of his devastating power. The world had changed, ushering in an era where new abilities defined the future, a promise proudly displayed on the facade of the Awakened Specialization High School. Where inside, a fellow student casually asks, "Hey, what are you looking at?" Kong Ji Hyong, engrossed in his phone, barely glances up as he replies, "This? A video of Lucas." The other student, seeing the powerful hunter on the screen, remarks, "Ah yeah? He's a hunter I respect. His ability is so overpowered, haha." Then, turning his attention back to Kong Ji Hyong, he asks, "By the way, what's your ability?" Kong Ji Hyong's crimson eyes narrow slightly as he begins to answer, "Me? I have exoskeleton Mani." Before he can finish, a sudden, unseen force slams into him, sending him reeling with a choked cry, "Ah, fuck." He crashes violently onto the classroom floor, the impact echoing through the silent room. A pained expression crosses his face, the words echoing in his mind, "Disgusting freak." As if in response to the cruel taunt, his right arm begins a horrifying transformation, flesh twisting and hardening into a monstrous, clawed exoskeleton, glowing with an ominous red energy. The surge of power intensifies, engulfing the entire scene in a searing, oppressive red light. Within the crimson haze, his mind reels, tormented by the question, "Why do I have to hurt?" As grotesque, bloodshot eyes fill his vision. The internal struggle rages on, a desperate plea escaping him. Like this? Just. Screaming in pure anguish, he unleashes a destructive force, his face contorted in pain, while a small, innocent figure lies bleeding on the ground in the background. As he collapses, blood splattering around him, the tragic impact on the small figure remains starkly visible, a testament to his uncontrolled power. His face, distorted by a scream of rage and despair, reflects the horrifying consequences of the power he has unleashed upon the innocent. The environment around him violently tears apart, revealing grotesque, fleshy destruction, as if the very world is being consumed by his monstrous energy. The destructive force continues its rampage, transforming the surroundings into a nightmarish landscape of bone and sinew, glowing with malevolent red light. Amidst the escalating chaos and grotesque devastation, he can only utter a bewildered, desperate "what?", questioning the reality of the destruction he has wrought. Finally, the destructive energy shatters the very fabric of the space, leaving behind a desolate, broken scene, a chilling testament to the uncontrolled power that has been unleashed. The monstrous form of Kong Ji Hyong stands amidst the downpour, his horned silhouette stark against the red, rain-streaked backdrop, clutching the remnants of what he has destroyed. Above him, a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes seems to watch, while below, a vortex of purple energy swirls, centered on a single, piercing red eye, reflecting the chaos within his own mind. His thoughts are fragmented, echoing with a single, desperate word, "Just." The realization of his actions crashes down, a horrifying question forming in his consciousness. What have I done? He grapples with the weight of his destructive power, wondering if everything he has done is wrong. His monstrous face contorts in agony, tears of light streaming from his glowing red eyes, a silent scream of despair echoing through his being. The darkness within him seems to drain away, leaving a stark emptiness, a profound sense of loss and resignation. A quiet, internal voice suggests a desperate solution, urging him to simply stop. He recalls the words of Lucas, finding a grim truth in them. His vulnerable human self stands before the defeated monstrous form, contemplating the dire consequences. If he continues to live, more innocent people will die. With his head bowed, the human form considers the ultimate sacrifice, believing that even if he dies, his mother will live. The defeated monstrous head lies still, as his internal voice concludes with a chilling finality, "That is enough." He collapses to his knees, his body racked with an agonizing internal battle, the weight of his power threatening to consume him. But even in his torment, a fierce defiance erupts from within him, a guttural command to the encroaching darkness. His face contorts, blood staining his skin as his eyes ignite with a terrifying crimson glow, the raw power of his exoskeleton beginning to surge. His hand, once human, morphs into a grotesque, clawed appendage, a testament to the monstrous strength now coursing through him. Around him, chaotic red energy begins to swirl and crackle, emanating from his very being like a violent storm. The crimson tendrils of power intensify, filling the space with an oppressive, vibrant glow. Finally, his transformation completes, his skin now a deep purple, black wings unfurling from his back, as he stands radiating an aura of pure, unbridled destruction. His power surges outward, manifesting as swirling red energy and ominous black portals that tear through the sky, engulfing the distant city in a maelstrom of chaos. The city below is consumed by the crimson storm, its structures dwarfed by the sheer scale of his unleashed might. The abstract lines of power continue to spread, a silent testament to the far-reaching impact of his transformation. A closer look at his transformed body reveals intricate, glowing markings etched into his purple skin, his crimson eyes burning with an intense, focused energy. The pervasive red energy continues its relentless expansion, a visual representation of his overwhelming, destructive might. The monstrous form of Kong Ji Hyong continued to rage, his purple skin and tattered black wings barely containing the chaotic red energy that pulsed from his body, his crimson eyes glowing with untamed power. Every fiber of his being screamed with destructive force, as the raw power continued to surge, tearing at the very fabric of reality around him. The city itself became a canvas for his uncontrolled might, buildings fracturing and dissolving into glowing red lines as the energy consumed them. Widespread devastation spread across the urban landscape, a terrifying testament to the sheer scale of his unleashed abilities. The very air shimmered with overwhelming red energy, an abstract maelstrom of destruction that left nothing untouched. It continued to expand, a relentless tide consuming everything in its path. Even the ground beneath bore the scars of his power, cracking and glowing faintly red from the immense pressure. Sharp, splintering sounds echoed as the earth gave way, deep fissures spreading like spiderwebs across the shattered pavement. Yet, amidst the chaos, a different form emerged, Kong Ji Hyong's human body, pale and seemingly drained, his eyes closed in exhaustion or pain, surrounded by the lingering red aura. His skin, now an unsettling paper-like texture, was covered in intricate markings, and blood seeped from his chest, a stark reminder of the immense toll his power had taken. From a distance, the city remained a desolate, red-tinged ruin, a thick, smoky haze obscuring the full extent of the destruction, while a faint whirring sound cut through the silence. An advanced drone, its propellers spinning softly, moved through the crimson air, its camera lens silently documenting the catastrophic aftermath. The city reels from the recent catastrophe, its devastation broadcast across every screen, drawing the attention of onlookers. Among the silent observers, a young boy stands, his small hands clasped in prayer, or perhaps in shock, as the world around him crumbles. Meanwhile, the lingering echoes of destruction manifest as a chaotic red energy continues to ripple through the air, a stark reminder of the power unleashed. Buildings groan and collapse under the unseen force, their structures twisting into grotesque ruins against the ominous red sky. Back in a secure location, a woman kneels over the prone form of Kong Ji Hyong, her hands glowing with an intense green energy as she desperately attempts to heal him, while another woman watches in alarm, calling out to him. The healer's eyes glow with the same verdant light, her expression strained as she pushes past her limits, a silent warning echoing in her mind about the dangers of overexertion. With unwavering resolve, she continues to channel the potent green energy into Kong Ji Hyong, the particles swirling around her hands as they press against his chest. The immense power takes its toll, and blood begins to stream from her nose and mouth, a grim testament to the sacrifice she is making. Finally, her body gives out, and she collapses into a pool of her own blood, the green glow around her fading as the other woman cries out in renewed panic. Lying amidst the crimson, she barely manages to form the thought that the arduous treatment is complete. Her eyes, now devoid of their green light, stare blankly upwards as she utters the final, exhausted words, "It is done." Her face, pale and drawn, reflects the immense toll the healing ritual has taken, leaving her utterly spent. His crimson eyes, now heavy-lidded and bloodshot, stare out from a face made gaunt by exhaustion, the dark circles beneath them a stark testament to the brutal healing ritual he endured. A small figure, Kong Ji Hyong, is suddenly enveloped in a swirling vortex of multicolored energy, a soft thud echoing as the power surges around him, while an unseen voice curses his name, calling him a bastard. The raw force of it manifests as a blurry, abstract vision, a chaotic blend of light and shadow. His eyes closed in concentration or pain, Kong Ji Hyong endures the onslaught, vibrant energy lines tracing intricate patterns around his head. Meanwhile, the monstrous Arctic creature begins to emerge, its lower body, green and tentacled, becoming visible. It fully manifests, a colossal, green-glowing horror with multiple eyes, towering over the small, glowing figure of Kong Ji Hyong, who can only utter, "That's crazy." The very fabric of reality seems to tear, replaced by a swirling abyss of crimson energy, punctuated by ominous black holes and streaks of white light. Kong Ji Hyong plummets into this fractured, red-lit chasm, the ground beneath him shattering as he descends into the unknown. From the depths, a new, terrifying entity emerges, its form a grotesque blend of bone and muscle, with sharp spikes and glowing red eyes that pierce the darkness. Its demonic visage is a horrifying sight, multiple red eyes burning with malevolence, as crackling red energy pulses around its formidable frame. The ominous mana swirls around him, causing an agonizing transformation as his skin cracks and glows with a fierce red light. As the metamorphosis completes, a monstrous, purple glowing entity emerges, its immense power crushing the demon in its grasp, leaving one to wonder just how painful such an experience must be for its victim. The transformed being's body itself seems to crackle with the sheer force of its new form, purple energy arcing across its armored frame as it continues to exert its dominance. Underneath its crushing grip, the demon's head distorts and disintegrates, its form dissolving into shimmering purple particles. The destruction continues, the demon's entire body dissolving into nothingness, leaving only trails of purple energy in its wake. A sharp, clawed limb of the transformed entity remains visible, its menacing form hinting at the raw power it wields. Red energy trails streak through the air around the claw, a testament to the speed and force of its movements. The entity's body, now a mosaic of glowing cracks and demonic features, pulses with an unstable, overwhelming energy. The purple aura of the transformed being clashes with the chaotic red environment, creating a maelstrom of destructive power. With a final, devastating strike, the entity brings its power down, a massive explosion of purple energy erupting outwards. Red energy streaks across the void, the lingering echoes of an overwhelming force. Oftentimes, just having someone listen can help a lot. The monstrous entity, its spiky form still writhing amidst the lingering red energy, seemed to be in its final throes. But from the chaos, a new form began to coalesce, a glowing purple hand emerging, declaring, "I shall be the ears to everything." With that pronouncement, the transformed entity descended upon the demon, a torrent of purple energy engulfing its foe. The impact was immediate and brutal, shattering the demon's defenses with explosive force. A guttural cry of agony escaped the monster as its body was violently torn apart, the purple energy ripping through its very essence. It recoiled, a burst of purple light erupting from its head, signaling the overwhelming power of its attacker. Amidst the swirling smoke and destruction, a dark, pointed appendage, once part of the demon, was all that remained visible. The purple entity's hand delivered a final, focused blow, eradicating any lingering resistance with a surge of pure energy. The demon's head, now severely damaged, still held a faint, red glow in its eyes, a testament to its former malevolence before its complete disintegration. Now fully manifesting powerful black wings, the transformed entity streaked through the red-tinged environment, a blur of purple light and speed. A final, overwhelming wave of purple energy erupted, cleansing the area of any remaining threat. The entity's form, now more human-like but still glowing with intense purple power and etched with intricate patterns, showed the strain of its immense exertion. The monstrous entity's organic tendrils, dark and menacing, pulsed with a faint purple glow and intricate red lines. Its skeletal head, a grotesque mask of bone and sinew, bore multiple glowing red eyes, while a vibrant purple light emanated from within its maw. The creature's form was a twisted mass of dark, armored plates, each joint and segment adorned with more of the eerie red luminescence. Even its limbs were a tapestry of dark, segmented armor, crisscrossed with glowing red veins. Its foot, a clawed and formidable appendage, pressed against the ground, trailing a faint red energy. As the demon's massive, shadowy form writhed against a blood-red backdrop, a small, ethereal figure, glowing white, hovered nearby, its power beginning to tear the monster apart. The creature's very essence seemed to explode, its dark mass violently disintegrating into a maelstrom of purple energy and crimson shards, the white figure still observing the cataclysm. Now, a human-like form, radiating a soft purple light and covered in intricate patterns, stood in its place, reflecting on the immense power he had just gained, after obtaining these abilities. All that remained of the once terrifying demon were scattered fragments of bone and organic debris, dissolving into the blood-red void. The transformed entity, his back to the remnants of his foe, continued his internal monologue, the glowing script on his skin hinting at his new state. "I constantly hear sounds." The world around him seemed to dissolve into a chaotic static, a visual representation of the overwhelming sensory input. Fragmented visions of suffering flashed through his mind, a crying child, surrounded by medical despair, and a single, tormented eye, haunted by a fly. The cries of those in pain, suffering. He hears the piercing shouts of agony, echoing from famine, illness, and other calamities, a cacophony of suffering that threatens to overwhelm his new senses. These are the desperate pleas from those who hope to be saved, a constant, painful reminder of the world's despair. Yet, amidst the torment, a vibrant purple energy pulses, a manifestation of his evolving power. This new form, imbued with immense strength, is still adjusting to the overwhelming input. But thankfully enough, he also perceives other sounds, a different kind of resonance. He hears not only the cries of pain, but also the echoes of hope, support, and happiness. These are the echoes of gratitude, the silent thanks from those whose lives have been touched by salvation. He perceives the invocations of those who have been saved, their prayers and hopes reaching him through the ether. The transformed one now stands as a conduit, hearing the full spectrum of human experience. Kong Ji Hyong, now radiating with a powerful purple glow, has fully embraced his new, muscular form, covered in intricate glowing script. But the battle is far from over, as a new, grotesque monstrous entity with glowing red eyes emerges from the shadows. Even now, he continues his relentless fight, his purple energy clashing violently with the monstrous creature. As the purple energy pulsed from the very core of the world, he felt the overwhelming influx of information, a voice echoing within his mind, declaring, "I can hear it." His entire being now a conduit for this immense power, Kong Ji Hyong clasped his hands together, his form radiating with an ethereal purple glow, the sheer force of his will manifesting around him. With a devastating surge, he unleashed a torrent of purple energy, striking the monstrous entity with an impact that tore through its very essence, shattering its form into a spray of blood and gore. The relentless assault continued, purple tendrils of power ripping through the creature's decaying flesh, leaving nothing but a violent maelstrom of destruction in its wake. Even amidst such raw power, the burden of his new senses weighed heavily upon him, tears streaming down his face as he perceived the agony of the world, a silent testament to the cost of his strength. The purple energy pulsed again, a final, decisive blow that tore through the monster's core, its form dissolving into nothingness. The monstrous entity, once a terrifying presence, was now nothing more than a fragmented husk, its body being systematically torn apart by the overwhelming purple force. The destructive energy continued to surge, ensuring the complete eradication of the threat, leaving no trace of its grotesque form. In the aftermath of the explosion, amidst the fading purple light and lingering blood, a single, glowing red eye remained, a final, haunting vestige of the defeated creature. Then, even the eye faded, replaced by a solitary, pulsating orange diamond, the concentrated core of the vanquished monster. As the dust settled, his hands remained clasped, still radiating with the potent purple energy, a silent testament to the power he now commanded and the burdens he carried. Still consumed by his purple transformation, he hovers above the monstrous entity, a glowing blade-like extension from his arm impaling the creature. The demon recoils, its red eyes flaring with pain and fury as the purple energy courses through its form. He descends, confronting the monster directly, his body radiating an intense violet aura. The creature struggles, its spiky body crackling with residual red energy, clearly overwhelmed by the power of its opponent. He gazes at the demon, a single word forming in his mind, is. As he reaches out, his glowing hand touching the monster's face, a silent question hanging in the air. This truly the only method? A blinding surge of purple energy erupts from him, forming a devastating cross-shaped blast that engulfs the demon. His hand glows with concentrated power, directing the destructive force, sometimes. And he clenches his fists, channeling every ounce of his newfound strength into the attack. The demon's chest explodes in a shower of purple energy and gore, its form disintegrating under the overwhelming assault, for it tests us. Exhausted, he kneels amidst the dissipating energy, his body still glowing with the remnants of his power. Blood splatters across his face, his eyes burning with an intense purple light, a testament to the brutal victory. Engulfed in a maelstrom of vibrant purple energy, his transformed body became a conduit for swirling power, cryptic text weaving through the chaotic aura. His bloodied face contorted in agony, his eyes glowing with the same overwhelming purple energy that threatened to consume him. A silent scream tore from his throat, blood splattering, as the purple energy intensified, radiating from his very being. A mystical symbol glowed on his raised hand, while his face remained a mask of profound agony, caught in the throes of his power. His transformed body writhed, consumed by the overwhelming purple aura, the continuous stream of ancient text swirling around him like a tempest. Spikes of energy erupted around him, a chaotic dance of raw power and swirling words that seemed to echo his internal turmoil. His pained expression remained visible through the torrent of purple, blood staining his features as the power raged. His form distorted further, becoming a conduit for the unbridled power, the cryptic messages continuing to manifest around him. One eye glowed intensely purple, reflecting the internal turmoil and the sheer force coursing through his very being. The scene shifted, revealing a desolate, blood-red landscape, tinged with purple, a stark vision of destruction or perhaps the inner chaos of his mind. A guttural sound escaped him, followed by a bewildered question, as a core of purple energy pulsed and converged, threatening to overwhelm him completely. His internal cry of pain echoed, accompanied by a violent red visual, signifying immense suffering and a desperate struggle for control. Engulfed by a maelstrom of crimson energy, the agony is absolute, a searing torment that threatens to tear him apart. Yet, amidst the torment, a new sensation begins to stir. An overwhelming presence manifests, a glowing symbol of power, demanding fear from all who witness it. His face contorts, blood streaking across his features, as the transformation continues its brutal course. A soft gasp escapes him. From the depths of his being, a towering, winged figure emerges, dark and powerful, and a profound sense of warmth washes over him. His hands, now glowing with purple energy, coalesce into a pulsating orb of raw power. The pain returns, but this time, it's accompanied by a chilling, manic laughter, a sound of both torment and terrifying exhilaration. The laughter echoes, a horrifying chorus of his fractured mind, as his face continues to distort under the strain. A final, guttural cry of release or agony escapes him, marking the climax of his transformation. Then, a moment of eerie calm descends, leaving him to wonder if the ordeal has finally ended. From a distance, a young man with vibrant green hair and glowing purple eyes observes the aftermath, a single word escaping his lips, respect. A figure holds a paper with a cross, while another kneels, a glowing purple cross emblazoned on his forehead, whispering of faith. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere shatters with a raw, guttural curse, a single word echoing the depth of despair. As glowing crosses rain down like fiery tears, a desperate question hangs in the air. All of it. The name Lucas is called out, as a horned silhouette with a glowing cross on his brow emerges, his eyes burning with an infernal light. His face contorts into a mask of pure fury, a primal scream of "You motherfucker," tearing through the silence. The world around him seems to dissolve into a chaotic blur of red, a visual representation of his overwhelming wrath. Amidst the turmoil, a contrasting voice recites a solemn prayer, giving thanks to God the Father for everything, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Meanwhile, Kong Ji Hyong kneels, enveloped in a potent purple glow, a thick, dark stream of energy descending upon him, splattering blood around his form as his transformation deepens. A group of figures, including children, stand with glowing purple crosses on their foreheads, their faces streaked with tears, caught in a shared moment of anguish. Among them, a blonde-haired figure in a yellow robe clasps his hands in prayer, his eyes closed in solemn devotion, surrounded by others similarly marked. A moment of quiet passes, before a new observer's face fills the view, his electric blue eyes wide with intensity, intricate lines of green, blue, and red energy swirling around him, hinting at a profound connection to the unfolding events. A monstrous green entity, wreathed in shimmering energy, considers its own immense power, acknowledging it as strong. Its multi-eyed form, glowing with an eerie blue light, fills the space, a terrifying display of its inherent might. Yet, a thought crosses its mind, acknowledging a greater challenge, but even the most formidable foes. Even the formidable Arctic monster, a creature of chilling green mist, pales in comparison, its power insufficient against certain individuals. Is nothing compared to that American bastard, the entity muses, a hint of frustration in its tone. If I can't kill. The image of a human hand, crackling with golden energy, flashes before its perception, confirming its adversary's resilience. I can't kill him either. Then, the face of Kong Ji-hyong, bloodied and defiant, appears, surrounded by swirling green power, another target beyond its immediate grasp. A powerful kick, leaving a trail of blood and green energy, underscores the young man's ferocity, a testament to his formidable will. The entity's resolve hardens, a chilling promise forming in its consciousness. I will definitely. Across a desolate city street, a purple orb of energy descends, impacting the ground with a sickening splat of blood, as the entity declares, kill you myself. The impact site erupts in a maelstrom of crimson energy and destructive force, the purple orb at its core, tearing through the urban landscape. Finally, the true face of the speaker is revealed, a skeletal, demonic visage with burning red eyes, consumed by rage. The demon's power continued to surge, manifesting as a swirling vortex of pure, destructive purple energy. With a devastating strike, it channeled that raw force into a single, crushing blow. The impact rippled outward, expanding into a wide wave of purple destruction. From above, multiple beams of that same malevolent energy rained down, tearing through the cityscape below. A towering skyscraper groaned and fractured, its structure unable to withstand the relentless assault. Amidst the chaos, a monstrous, clawed hand emerged from the shadows, its dark form hinting at the physical manifestation of the destructive force. The aftermath revealed a desolate landscape, where the Arctic monster lay defeated, its body broken amidst rubble and a pool of crimson blood. Elsewhere, a young girl stood alone in a murky, waterlogged environment, her long black hair a stark contrast against the desolate surroundings. The air hung heavy with a reddish haze, the distant ruins barely visible through the oppressive atmosphere. She found herself in a ruined tunnel, water dripping from overhead pipes, the silence broken only by the echoes of her own presence. As she surveyed the scene, the defeated Arctic monster lay before her, but from the murky depths, the skeletal form of the demon began to emerge, its presence chilling the air. Its hollow eye sockets burned with an intense red glow, a terrifying gaze fixed upon the lone girl. Deep within a ruined tunnel, water cascaded from a broken pipe, echoing through the desolate space. As Kong Ji-hyong stood amidst a gruesome tableau of fallen bodies, his reflection shimmering in the blood-tinged water that pooled around him. The air hung heavy with the stench of death, a chilling red glow emanating from the grotesque forms of the defeated monsters, their lifeless eyes staring blankly into the void. A monstrous, skeletal face, its single red eye glowing ominously, seemed to echo a distant, haunting question, a faint whisper of sun, hanging in the oppressive silence. The monster's eye, a pulsating orb of crimson energy, seemed to burn into his very soul, a final, lingering image of terror. Overwhelmed, he could only manage a choked sound, a desperate, fragmented call for his mother escaping his lips. His eyes, wide with fear and pain, reflected the horror he had witnessed, the single word mom. A plea for solace. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a domestic interior, where a bowl of noodles lay overturned on the floor, its contents spilled in a chaotic mess. Kong Ji-hyong, now silhouetted in a doorway, looked towards his mother, who stood with a worried expression, asking, "Son?" He could only manage a pained ugh. In response, still calling out for his mother, a sniffle escaped him as a profound realization dawned. He thought, "I think I'm awakened." He knelt on the floor, his arm bleeding profusely onto the mat, the physical manifestation of his new, terrifying reality. A deep, jagged wound mars his forearm, blood still seeping from the torn flesh, as his gaze drifts to a television screen where the nation's top hunter addresses a press conference. A memory surfaces of a younger self, eyes wide with determination, declaring, "I'll become a hunter." He remembers the warmth of his mother's embrace, a tender moment from a simpler time. Tears stream down his young face, his crimson eyes burning with a fierce resolve as he continues his vow, "I'll become a hunter," and his face contorts with emotion, tears still flowing, as he finishes his heartfelt promise, "Make you live a rich life." Back in the present, his bruised and veiny hands clench tightly, the memory fueling a deep-seated resolve. The image shifts to a defeated demon, its monstrous form mangled and bloody on the ground, as a faint, echoing whisper escapes his lips, "Wem." A clawed, monstrous hand, broken and lifeless, lies amidst the blood and debris, a grim testament to the battle. The memory intensifies, showing his mother falling backward in sheer terror as the monstrous demon looms over her, his own voice crying out in anguish, "H. Mom." She runs in desperate fear, tears streaming down her face, fleeing from the horror that threatened her life. The monstrous entity looms, its voice a chilling rasp as it declares, "Your son, Kong Jihyang." Then, with a guttural roar, it unleashes a terrifying scream. Its claw lashes out, piercing his mother's arm, drawing a desperate cry from the young boy, "Mom." The demon then turns its attention to him, lunging forward with a terrifying shriek, its claws extended for a direct strike. His mother's face contorts in pure, unadulterated terror, her eyes wide with horror as she witnesses the attack. The demon's face, a grotesque mess of bone and decaying flesh, snarls, "Aren't me." Its claw digs deep into his shoulder, the pain searing through him, but a desperate resolve begins to harden in his eyes. With a surge of desperate strength, he pushes the monstrous entity away, a defiant plea escaping his lips, "G, go away." The demon's claw recoils, its sharp edges glinting against a blood-red backdrop, a sign of the unexpected force it just encountered. Its face is revealed, now bleeding profusely from its eyes and mouth, a dark, viscous fluid dripping onto the ground, a testament to the young man's desperate counterattack. Blood splatters across a dark, metallic surface, a grim prelude to a memory. From the depths of his mind, Stephen Lucas recalls a moment of profound doubt, staring down at a grotesque creature submerged in murky water, a question echoing in his thoughts. Was the story you told me about your mother? The weight of that question, heavy with betrayal, crystallizes into a single, agonizing thought. All a lie. Standing resolute amidst the shallow water, a faint purple glow beginning to emanate from his form, he whispers a name, a desperate plea, "Mom." The monstrous creature, its red eyes burning with an unsettling intelligence, echoes his sentiment, a chilling mimicry, "Mom." Enraged by the creature's mockery, Stephen Lucas's hand flares with intense purple energy, his fury erupting in a roar, "You impious being." With a guttural scream, he unleashes a devastating wave of purple energy, the raw power radiating from his body as he strikes down upon the monster. The creature's red eyes widen in shock and pain, recoiling from the force of the blow. A violent impact ripples through the space, Stephen Lucas's attack connecting with brutal efficiency. But the monster retaliates with unexpected speed, sending Stephen Lucas flying backward through the air. His cap, dislodged by the force, spins away as he tumbles through the red-tinged void. With a heavy splash, the monster emerges from the water, its expression a mix of surprise and lingering pain, while Stephen Lucas, a small figure in the distance, begins to recover from the counterattack. A fleshy, tentacle-like appendage extends from the darkness, pulling the screaming mother of Kong Ji Hyong into a cavernous maw. Her body held firmly by the skeletal hand of the Arctic monster, as the creature begins its gruesome consumption. The monster's grotesque head looms, its maw wide open, continuing to devour its victim. Its face, now splattered with blood, reveals menacing red eyes, a chilling testament to its brutal nature. In a stark contrast, Stephen Lucas stands silhouetted, his sword planted firmly beside him, having vanquished a foe, leaving only a severed foot as evidence of the brutal encounter. The Arctic monster's bloodied face reappears, but this time, its eyes glow with an eerie purple light, hinting at a deeper, more sinister connection. A new, chilling voice echoes, declaring its pleasure, "I like this body." The possessed form of Kong Ji Hyong, now wrapped in white material and emanating purple energy, stares out, his eyes glowing with an unnatural violet light. The entity reveals its name, Bones. Her voice continues, "I like." Finally, her true form is revealed, a purple-haired woman with glowing eyes and a piercing gaze, concluding her thought, "Strong men. I hate." Her voice, a chilling whisper, continues to articulate her disdain for weak men. She recalls the men she had killed. Their lives ended because they couldn't accept her childishness. And so, with a perverse affection, she declares her love. The purple-haired entity floats amidst a shower of pink hearts, her gaze fixed on the images of men's faces surrounding her, including that of Stephen Lucas. Her obsession is clear, focused entirely on Lucas. A close-up of her glowing purple eye reflects his image, surrounded by more declarations of "I love you." Her affection a terrifying promise. Her lips, parted in a sinister smile, echo the sentiment, as she expresses her desire to become one with him. Then, the scene shifts to a quiet church under a moonlit sky, marking a transition in time. A while after, she awakened her abilities within its hallowed walls. A figure with long, light hair, presumably her past self, walks through the church's aisle, the light of stained glass windows illuminating the path. She looks up towards the light, her form silhouetted against the divine glow. And with that awakening, she also gained a skill to become one with someone, a power now seemingly directed at Stephen Lucas, who appears distressed and covered in strange markings and purple energy. A vibrant purple energy pulses, radiating from a glowing inverted cross symbol, as if a dark power is still coalescing. The ethereal glow continues to expand, filling the space with its ominous hue. It softens slightly, yet the pervasive purple remains, a testament to the entity's presence. Bones, her eyes glowing with malevolent purple light, smiles faintly, her thoughts echoing her singular, unwavering desire to get what she wants. She ponders the possibility of finding someone even more formidable, a man stronger than Lucas, someone truly exceptional. Such a discovery, she muses, would be the absolute best. Submerged in a swirling pool of crimson energy, Bones lets out a soft gasp, a new sensation washing over her as she delves deeper into her power. She recognizes the fragmented images and emotions now flowing into her mind, realizing they are not her own. A chilling realization dawns upon her. These are someone else's memories, now hers to explore. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Ji Hyong stirs restlessly in his sleep, tossing and turning as if disturbed by an unseen force. He slowly begins to awaken, a soft, questioning mom, escaping his lips as he reaches out in his half-conscious state. The scene shifts to a memory from his childhood, a younger Ji Hyong calling out with a frustrated "Ugh, Mom," as his mother walks away, leaving him alone in the dark, his small voice asking, "Where are you going?" As the memory takes hold, young Kong Ji Hyong finds himself in a downpour, his small voice calling out, "Mom?" He watches, helpless, as a figure in red shoes walks away, his cries of "Mom," turning into a choked, emo dash. Stumbling on the wet pavement, he falls hard, the impact echoing his anguish as he lets out a pained, "Ugh." The world around him fades to black, leaving only the lingering sound of his mother's name. A. The memory intensifies, a primal scream tearing from his throat. H. Tears stream down his face, mixing with the relentless rain as he lies broken on the ground. While his mother's face, etched with a silent, profound sorrow, remains fixed in his mind. He reaches out a desperate hand, but her red-shoed feet continue to carry her away, leaving him behind in the downpour. The rain pounds down, soaking his small red shoes. As he struggles to his feet, limping through the deluge, his voice hoarse with repeated pleas of "Mom, Mom." His mother, however, continues her slow, deliberate walk away, her form receding into the rainy night. He falls once more, the impact splashing water around him, his final, desperate whisper lost to the storm, "Mom." Still trapped within the agonizing memory, young Kong Ji Hyong lies broken on the wet ground, his voice a desperate plea, "Please don't abandon me." Because he continues to beg, his small body trembling in the downpour, "I'm your son. Please come back and stay with me." Before a deeper, more painful question echoes through his mind. Why did you leave me? That I'm a monster. The memory's torment manifests physically, as an adult Kong Ji Hyong's hand, now bloodied, clenches, his thoughts racing. Is it due to Dad passing away because of me? Is it because a grotesque, flower-like wound blooms on his flesh, splattering blood as the question solidifies. My ability is filthy? The pain intensifies, a searing red haze clouding his vision. Even as the image of his younger self, drenched and alone in the relentless downpour, persists. A sharp, internal impact reverberates through him, the sound of his own despair echoing through the memory of the rainy street. The red haze returns, a visual representation of the agony consuming him. As another wound appears, a soft gasp escaping his lips. The pain intensifies further, spikes of bone or energy erupting from the wound, forcing a choked cry from him. His entire being is consumed by the overwhelming agony, a silent, desperate scream tearing through his mind. The internal agony intensifies, a shattering force tearing through him. He screams, a raw cry of anguish lost to the relentless downpour. His face contorted in torment, eyes squeezed shut against the pain and the rain. His hand clenches into a desperate fist, knuckles white with strain. As the heavy rain continues to fall, a ceaseless curtain of water. A cacophony of tearing and cracking sounds erupts. And he collapses, his body now covered in fresh, bleeding wounds, the crimson stark against his skin. The overwhelming sensation fades into a void, only to be replaced by the stark, monochrome memory of a rainy street corner, a lone utility pole standing sentinel. A voice pierces the deluge, calling out, Jihyung. Then more urgently, Kong Jihyung. The desperate cries echo, Kong Jihyung. As a young boy, soaked and vulnerable, looks up from the wet ground, his voice a fragile whisper, Mom? Kneeling in the pouring rain, a young Kong Ji Hyong whispers his remorse, believing he has done something wrong, his small hand reaching out towards his mother. His mother's voice echoes, filled with sorrow, apologizing in return, but a deeper, more desperate thought plagues her. This burden, this transformation, won't simply disappear. Indeed, as the rain continues to fall, the scales on his arm visibly spread, a young Kong Ji Hyong observing with wide, terrified eyes that it keeps growing. Tears stream down his face as he looks up, pleading with his mother, desperate to know what he should do about the terrifying change consuming him. His small hands cover his face, unable to stem the flow of tears, as a heart-wrenching apology escapes his lips, a child's cry of profound regret. His mother, kneeling in the downpour, her own face etched with sorrow, offers her own tearful apology to her son, a desperate attempt to comfort him amidst the chaos. Her hand reaches out towards his small, transforming leg, her voice filled with an overwhelming sense of regret as she repeats her apology. As a blinding light pierces through the stormy clouds, her final words echo, a mournful declaration that Mom is sorry, before the memory fades. The scene shifts abruptly, revealing Bones lying in a pool of crimson, a chilling, maniacal laugh escaping her lips as she revels in the bloody spectacle. Her purple eye, with a small heart in its iris, gleams with an unsettling fascination as she fixates on someone, a silent declaration of this guy forming in her mind. The object of her intense gaze is a bandaged figure, bloodied and with glowing purple eyes, a sight that elicits a delighted, almost possessive, I love it, from Bones. A powerful entity, now in control of a new vessel, exults in its newfound freedom, declaring its ability to move this body without restraint. With a burst of speed, it tests the limits of its host, a dark silhouette blurring across the space, laughing maniacally as it revels in its sheer agility. But the host body, a young woman with vibrant pink hair, cries out in agony as the possessing entity strikes, the force of its movements tearing at her very being. Her face contorts in a mask of unbearable pain, tears streaming down her cheeks as the entity continues its brutal assertion of dominance, forcing her body to its breaking point. Internally, the host's mind screams, a prolonged, guttural cry of sheer terror and anguish. The process is a violent assault on her very being, her consciousness fragmented into multiple expressions of horror as the entity takes hold. She perceives the invading force as an alien structure, a foreign exoskeleton now integrating itself into her flesh. The sensation is visceral and horrifying, as if the very essence of the invader has permeated her deepest organs. Her internal monologue continues, a desperate plea against the violation, as her muscles twist and her intestines rip under the strain of the forced transformation. The agonizing process is relentless, a continuous, torturous assault on her physical form. Her body is regenerating, but not in a way that brings relief. Each moment is a fresh wave of excruciating pain. Overwhelmed by the torment, her mind can only scream a single, desperate expletive, her face a distorted image of pure suffering. The agony was absolute, a searing torment that ripped through her very being, each moment a fresh wave of unbearable pain. She experienced so much suffering, an endless onslaught of internal destruction. Could this truly be happening? Something like this, every single second? Her essence was drowning in a pool of her own life force, violently displaced and shattered. Yet, a defiant spark remained, a desperate plea for the torment to cease. As the possession deepened, the transformation consumed her, her torso hardening into an armored shell, eyes glowing with a malevolent red light, and sharp teeth emerging from a monstrous maw. From the newly formed monstrous legs, dark, viscous liquid dripped, as the entity within asserted its complete dominance, mocking her very existence. The monstrous form recoiled, a guttural sound escaping its throat as the final vestiges of the host's resistance were crushed. With a violent motion, the transformed body's clawed hand seized a stream of white hair, forcefully tearing away the last remnants of the original self. The original consciousness was then violently expelled, a sickening sensation of being cast out. Kneeling naked and weakened in a pool of blood, the pink-haired host could only stare in disbelief at the monstrous form that now towered over her, her own body, transformed and stolen. As the possession reached its agonizing climax, the pink-haired woman's eyes glowed with a desperate, fading light, her final, fragmented thought echoing a plea for just one more second, before her essence was violently torn from her body. The raw, destructive energy of the transformation ripped through the space, a crimson spear of power piercing the void as the host's form was utterly consumed. From the depths of that violent metamorphosis, Stephen Lucas emerged, his new monstrous form a grotesque fusion of armor and spikes, eyes burning with malevolent red light. The once human hunter now stood as a towering, demonic entity, his body a dark, hardened shell pulsating with sinister power. Meanwhile, the pink-haired woman's physical body, now an empty vessel, lay discarded and lifeless, submerged in a crimson pool of blood. Stephen Lucas, in his new form, let out a guttural snarl, his glowing red eyes surveying his surroundings with predatory satisfaction. Yet, from the very blood that claimed her body, a small, ethereal figure rose, the expelled consciousness of the pink-haired woman, now a spiky, dark silhouette, standing defiantly upon the defeated forms of her enemies. A brilliant yellow aura erupted around her, signaling a new, unexpected power awakening within her separated spirit. Amidst the chaos, a young man urgently calls out, demanding everyone evacuate and use the doors quickly, even as he implores the minister to evacuate as well, who, with a resolute expression, insists that the believers must escape first. Their desperate pleas are cut short as a monstrous entity, wreathed in glowing green energy, descends upon them, its terrifying presence filling the ornate hall. With a sickening crack, the creature's glowing green claw strikes down, aiming to crush all resistance. Yet, before it can connect, a blinding, golden cross-shaped light erupts. As a golden eye flashes into existence, Kang Ji-hyung appears, his own crimson eyes glowing with fierce intensity, a red aura shimmering around his bare form as power surges through him. His mind is then assaulted by a rapid succession of fragmented images: the Arctic monster's snarling face, a human torso glowing red, a purple cross, the red glowing man, and the purple-haired bones entity with dark wings, all flashing past in a chaotic montage of threats and allies. The torrent of visions continues, showing a panicked crowd, a white bird, towering red structures, swarming worm-like creatures, a syringe filled with green liquid, and a figure in a lab coat, each image adding to the overwhelming sensory input. Further fragments appear: a mountain peak, a satellite orbiting Earth, a hand clutching a glowing bone, falling rain, a skeletal skull, flickering flames, and swirling purple energy, a mosaic of disparate elements hinting at a larger, unfolding mystery. The barrage culminates with images of lush green foliage, a fearsome dinosaur, sharp teeth, and various natural landscapes, a primal and overwhelming surge of information. Finally, the visions expand into the vastness of space, revealing swirling galaxies, a cosmic perspective on the immense power now awakening. The visions continued, pulling him deeper into a cosmic expanse where nebulae swirled with starlight, and distant planets hung silently in the vibrant, ethereal glow. Then, a colossal, muscular form emerged, its back to him, as if weeping a stream of light into the void. Before a golden radiance enveloped a smaller figure, who let out a pained gasp. "Ah!" The angelic being knelt, its vast golden wings spread in supplication, bathed in the overwhelming light. As a voice echoed, questioning the very nature of this divine intervention. "Was your will, huh?" Suddenly, the vision shifted to a face contorted in agony, purple hair framing its distorted features. The struggle evident in every strained line. This new entity, muscular and covered in intricate script, pulsed with raw purple energy, its power manifesting as a glowing, inverted purple cross. The golden light returned, shining down upon the struggling figure, as the questioning voice continued, "If this is truly," its words hanging heavy in the ethereal space, "your will." He finds himself once more adrift in the cosmic expanse, a tiny figure traversing an endless landscape of golden feathers, bathed in an overwhelming, radiant light. The golden light intensifies as the feathery expanse stretches out, seemingly without end. A voice echoes through the void, declaring, "Then I will." Amidst the radiant glow, the minister kneels, his hands clasped in fervent prayer, tears streaming down his face, as if in profound sorrow or acceptance. The ethereal voice responds, resonating with a sense of solemn resolve, "Gladly accept it." The vision returns to the endless golden feathers, the tiny figure still lost within their soft, luminous expanse. Suddenly, the ethereal landscape dissolves, giving way to a stark, unsettling void that fades from dark to light. The void is then violently replaced by a gruesome scene. A severed head and torso lie in a pool of crimson, a small, shadowy figure standing ominously over the remains. A flash of golden light, accompanied by a sharp sound, reveals Stephen Lucas in his angelic form, golden-winged and haloed, looking down at a small, horned demon at his feet. The perspective shifts, focusing on the demon, its red eyes glowing with malevolence, its horned head and skeletal armor a stark contrast to the angelic presence. Stephen Lucas, the angelic figure, stands with his eyes closed and head bowed, bathed in a shower of golden particles, his expression one of serene contemplation or profound sorrow. His golden robes flow around him, a majestic silhouette against the brilliant, cosmic light. Within the ethereal golden expanse of his vision, Stephen Lucas, now adorned with a crown of thorns, looks down with a solemn expression, addressing a higher power, acknowledging the heavenly God above him. His powerful form, glowing with an inner light, stands as a testament to his resolve, his chest rising with a deep breath. With feathered wings spread wide, he faces a skeletal demon, declaring his unwavering commitment, I will heartily accept the trials you've given me. Yet, a sudden shift in his demeanor reveals a deep-seated frustration as he looks down with a sharp, angry gaze, a single, defiant curse escaping his lips. His gaze falls upon a small, vulnerable figure at his feet, barely visible amidst the shimmering water, a stark contrast to his own imposing presence. The small figure, Kong Ji Hyong, begins to dissolve into particles of light and water, as Stephen Lucas's thoughts echo with a profound question. However, just why have you presented that pitiful child with terrible trials? As if in response, Kong Ji Hyong reappears, kneeling naked in the golden water, his body glowing with an intense, nascent power, while Stephen Lucas's hands reach out, perhaps in comfort or guidance, towards the transforming youth. The vision continues, revealing a monstrous, feathery appendage, part of a colossal entity that seems to encompass everything. Deep within its gaping, tooth-filled maw, a small, glowing figure stands, seemingly insignificant against the overwhelming darkness. Suddenly, the monstrous form begins to fracture, shards of its organic structure exploding outwards in a shower of red particles and debris. A brilliant, cross-shaped beam of light pierces through the chaos, carving its way through the collapsing entity with immense power. The destruction continues, the maw dissolving into nothingness, as the radiant cross dominates the crimson void. The scene shifts to a city bathed in an ominous red glow, where colossal, dark, organic structures rise from the urban landscape, and a single, vertical beam of light pierces the sky, surrounded by swirling black portals. Another massive, swirling portal, vibrant with multicolored energy, opens above the city, hinting at an even greater disruption to reality. Through the chaos, a pair of crimson-red eyes stare out with an intense, unwavering gaze, reflecting the transformed world. The red-hued sky above the city is now teeming with grotesque, insect-like creatures, flying amidst the towering, dark organic structures that have consumed the urban landscape. These monstrous invaders, with their segmented bodies and sharp appendages, dominate the air, their forms casting ominous shadows over the ruined metropolis. The city below is a chaotic blend of familiar architecture and alien growth, a terrifying vision of a world utterly transformed by an unknown, malevolent force. The vision continues, plunging him deeper into a world consumed by fire, where colossal dragons soar through a burning, ruined cityscape. Before shifting to a crimson void, where dark, tentacled portals swirl around a blinding column of light, a stark contrast to the inferno, yet equally unsettling. He stares upwards, his crimson eyes reflecting the intense red glow that bathes his bare skin, a silent witness to the unfolding cosmic drama. The light seeming to emanate from within him as much as from the vision itself, a profound connection to the chaos he perceives. Then, on a desolate rooftop overlooking a city choked by monstrous, organic growths, he stands as a radiant, winged figure descends from the blood-red sky, its golden form a beacon against the encroaching darkness. For a fleeting moment, the vision goes blank, a brief, disorienting pause in the unfolding spectacle, before he finds himself once more gazing up at the same angelic presence, now floating directly above him, radiating an overwhelming golden light, its form clearly defined against the brilliant aura. The intricate details of its golden armor, etched with divine patterns, shimmer with ethereal energy, a testament to its otherworldly power. While its vast, feathered wings, each plume seemingly crafted from pure light, spread wide, casting a majestic shadow over the devastated world below. The figure then raises a magnificent golden sword, its blade gleaming with celestial light, a weapon fit for a divine warrior. Before mounting a majestic winged horse, charging forward with an aura of unstoppable might, a true harbinger of battle. The vision concludes with monstrous, organic structures reaching desperately towards a brilliant light, a final, unsettling image of a world in turmoil, awaiting its fate. The intense, fiery vision begins to recede, leaving behind a blinding, hazy light. Yet, from the ethereal glow, a new scene emerges, revealing a vast army of golden, winged warriors descending from the heavens. At their forefront, a majestic figure, mounted on a winged steed, leads the charge, his celestial sword poised for battle. Below them, the world burns, a landscape of crimson and ash stretching endlessly as the golden host descends. The sheer scale of the celestial army is overwhelming, their numbers filling the sky as they approach the ravaged city. Each warrior, clad in radiant golden armor, moves with purpose, their powerful wings beating rhythmically through the fiery air. The light from their wings illuminates the devastation below, a beacon of divine intervention in a world consumed by chaos. The ruined cityscape, scarred and broken, awaits the arrival of this heavenly host, bathed in the brilliant light of their descent. The formation tightens as the winged warriors and their steeds prepare for the inevitable confrontation. And then, the target is revealed. Stephen Lucas and his army bear down upon a colossal, grotesque entity, a dark stain against the radiant light. The vision blurs, the apocalyptic landscape dissolving into streaks of light, as the intensity of the scene reaches its peak. Finally, the vision shatters, and Kong Ji Hyong finds himself back in reality, kneeling on the ground, his crimson eyes wide with the lingering echoes of the celestial war. As the vision continues, a celestial light pierces through the vastness of space, illuminating a distant Earth with brilliant, golden streaks. These radiant beams descend through swirling clouds, their impact creating explosive bursts of energy, as tiny figures on the ground look up in awe and terror. The chaotic imagery shifts, showing glimpses of a man intently focused on a screen, and another engaged in fierce combat, all against a backdrop of fiery, red particles. A single, wide eye, glowing with an intense blue light, reflects the descending golden rays, its gaze fixed on the unfolding cosmic drama. Then, the vision focuses on a younger Stephen Lucas, kneeling with hands clasped in desperate prayer, tears streaming down his face as a soft golden aura emanates from him. The scene fades into darkness, a moment of transition before the next memory or premonition. Emerging from the darkness, a church stands under a bright sky, as the young Stephen Lucas calls out to his father, his voice filled with urgency. His father, a man in white and gold robes, looks down at him, a hand gently holding his arm, and advises him, telling him not to go pray today, before questioning his son's distress. With tears still in his eyes, the young Stephen Lucas looks down, uttering a single, heartfelt plea. Please. His small, white feathered wings are visible as he clutches at his father's robes, his body trembling with emotion. His father's gaze remains gentle, his expression one of deep concern, as he looks upon his distraught son. A close-up reveals the father's firm yet compassionate jawline and beard, underscoring the weight of the moment. The vision continues, revealing a grand church under a bright sky, as a voice echoes with a somber truth. A parent, no matter how devoted, eventually has to leave their child's side, and when that time comes, the child must stand alone. Young Stephen Lucas, his eyes glowing yellow with unshed tears, weeps, the weight of that solitude already pressing down on him, a profound sorrow etched onto his face. The scene fades into a murky gray, a moment of quiet before the next revelation. Then a blinding yellow light erupts, and a voice calls out directly to Kang Ji-hyung, piercing through the vision. Below a descending, majestic angelic figure with golden armor and vast white wings, young Stephen Lucas kneels, his own white wings unfurled, as the entity declares that a fate too heavy awaits him. The angelic figure looms large, its golden form radiating power, as it warns the small, kneeling Stephen Lucas that he will experience more pain and hurt. The words hang heavy in the air, describing a future that is truly dreadful, as a swirling red and orange vortex of energy manifests, crackling with ominous power. The prophecy continues, painting a picture of a destiny that is not only dreadful but also cruel. A close-up of the angelic figure's glowing golden armor gives way to a terrifying vision of a demonic, skull-like face, its red eyes burning with malevolent energy, a stark contrast to the celestial messenger. Despite the overwhelming despair and the grim prophecy, a faint, hopeful thought emerges, but still. The vision culminates in a heart-wrenching image of young Stephen Lucas, half of his face crumbling into golden particles, his glowing yellow eyes filled with tears, as he desperately utters a single word, please. The vision continues, a golden light emanating from armored hands clasped in prayer, a silent plea for strength. From the radiant glow, a voice echoes, urging him to don't lose your faith until the end. Yet, the adult Stephen Lucas can only cry out in anguish, his face already beginning to crumble into shimmering golden particles, a painful dissolution. His inner turmoil is palpable, a silent confession that he has shed a lot of tears until now. The scene shifts abruptly, transporting him to the exterior of a hospital, a memory surfacing as he whispers, Mom. Inside, his father and a younger version of himself lean over his mother's hospital bed, the child also murmuring, Mom. His father's large hand gently covers his mother's, while the small hand of his younger self rests atop his father's, a tender chain of comfort. His mother, despite her illness, offers a soft, peaceful smile, her eyes closed in quiet contentment. The memory fades, replaced by the stark realization that this moment is different. The adult Stephen Lucas is once again seen dissolving, the golden particles consuming him as he acknowledges the moment he is in. Tears stream down his face, his gaze fixed upwards, a silent plea escaping him as indistinct figures watch from below, witnessing his profound despair. Above him, the sky is a canvas of soft clouds, with a brilliant light breaking through, offering a glimmer of hope or perhaps a final judgment. The vision continues, a bright, ethereal sky stretching endlessly above, as if a memory of pure light. Then, a younger version of him appears, a small figure with nascent wings, standing before a silent crowd and a towering city skyline, a poignant farewell hanging in the air. His voice, filled with a child's innocence, echoes through the ethereal space, uttering a final, tender goodbye, Dad. But the tender memory shatters, replaced by a grotesque transformation as the adult Stephen Lucas's face contorts into a maniacal grin, his skin now a sickly green, crisscrossed with angry red veins, his eyes glowing with an unsettling light. A guttural laugh erupts from his throat, his sharp, elongated teeth glinting menacingly. He unleashes a torrent of vibrant green energy, striking a monstrous entity that recoils from the impact, his laughter echoing with a chilling, unhinged quality as he screams out his frustration. The green aura intensifies around him, his face still twisted in that unsettling grin, the maniacal laughter continuing unabated. Even the monster, a tangle of green vines and sharp teeth, joins in the chorus, its own guttural cackle filling the air. Finally, the transformed man stands victorious over the defeated creature, the green energy beginning to recede, a raw, relieved declaration escaping his lips. Yet, the monster's laughter persists, a defiant, unsettling sound that refuses to be silenced, even as its form begins to dissipate. Its final, echoing cackle lingers in the air, a haunting reminder of the brutal struggle. His maniacal laughter continued to reverberate through the vision, a chilling sound that echoed the brutal victory he had just achieved. A frustrated curse escapes him. As Kong Ji Hyong plunges deeper into the glowing green abyss, his maniacal laughter echoing amidst the thrashing tendrils and shimmering particles of energy. The sheer intensity of the battle forces a realization upon him. He had nearly perished in the struggle. Yet, his laughter only grows louder, a triumphant, unhinged sound that reverberates through the verdant, pulsating mass, as he continues his relentless assault. The very environment seems to scream with him, the glowing tendrils thrashing violently as if in agony, his echoing cackle filling the space. Finally, the chaos subsides, revealing Kong Ji Hyong, bruised and bloodied, standing victorious over a defeated foe, two glowing yellow blades impaling the monstrous form, a questioning chuckle escaping his lips. He looks down at the vanquished creature, a faint, satisfied smirk playing on his lips, the battle's aftermath leaving him with a quiet, almost amused, "Ha." The scene fades, transitioning into a memory, where a younger Kong Ji Hyong, a child with wide, innocent eyes, looks up at Bones, his voice small and pleading, "Brother, do you have to do this?" Bones, his expression grim and determined, looks down at the boy, his words carrying the weight of a heavy burden. "Listen, Taesu. The stronger you become, the bigger the guild gets." He then turns his gaze to a framed photograph, depicting their father and a young Kong Ji Hyong, a silent vow forming on his lips. This is all for father. But, still trapped in the chilling memory, Bones' voice echoes with a cold command, demanding an action from the young boy, who can only manage a pained, questioning grunt in response. His eyes glowing with an unsettling blue light, Bones reiterates his demand, his expression unyielding. A red, glowing chain tightens around his hand as he curses, the frustration evident in his voice as the young Kong Ji Hyong struggles. The memory shifts to a stark silhouette, a child coughing and refusing, a painful echo of a past trauma where a larger figure looms over them, their plea to not be forced into something unwanted ending in a pained gasp. Back in the present torment, young Kong Ji Hyong's face is streaked with tears and blood, his red eyes wide with desperation as he reaches out, begging for it to stop amidst the swirling red energy. Even the orange-suited figures, seemingly his captors, express a flicker of concern, urging him not to die. He stands surrounded by these identical figures, each holding hands, as sharp, red energy blades float menacingly around him, poised to strike. The scene fades into a gradient of gray, a silent transition from the harrowing past. Now, in a different time, Kong Ji Hyong is seen with white hair, his body glowing with vibrant green energy, a deep wound on his chest bleeding profusely, a testament to a recent, brutal struggle. As a cosmic landscape with a floating island fills the view, Bones' thoughts drift to the past, acknowledging the assistance of someone named Lucas. He stares at the holographic display, a complex energy signature swirling on the screen, a thought forming in his mind that to defeat this level of power would be an immense challenge. Meanwhile, in a grand, ethereal hall, a figure with silver hair, his arms stained with blood, looks up, a single word escaping his lips, acknowledging the sheer magnitude of the situation. His steps echo through the vast space, the weight of his recent actions evident in his posture. Elsewhere, a woman seated on a lavish throne, adorned in a dark green gown and a white fur collar, addresses her companion, confirming a prior agreement, promising half of the mana stones harvested from the Arctic monster. Back in the grand hall, the purple-haired figure's eyes widen in disbelief, a single, stunned question escaping his lips. The silver-haired man's voice cuts through the air, revealing the astonishing truth. He had absorbed every single mana stone. As the silver-haired figure walks away, the purple-haired observer, now seated on a throne, questions his drastic decision, his voice laced with a mix of concern and bewilderment. A dire warning echoes, stating that his physical form would be unable to endure such immense power, and indeed, the silver-haired man is engulfed in a violent, crimson aura, his body racked with pain. The seated woman from before, her hand now gripping a sharp knife, confirms her earlier claim, her intent clear as she holds the weapon. Back in the hall, a voice demands to know the reason for his actions, as the silver-haired man lies broken on the ground, his body still radiating destructive energy, his mind consumed by a singular, overwhelming desire to eliminate someone. Bones, with her purple eyes glowing, looked down at Kong Ji Hyong, a cruel smile playing on her lips, asking if he too could die. Her sharp, Claw-like fingers twitched, a subtle gesture of anticipation. Meanwhile, a different scene unfolded as Kang Ji-hyung was struck by a powerful red energy attack, the impact radiating outward in a destructive burst. Bones continued, her voice laced with a mocking tone, remarking that those mana stones could have strengthened all Russian hunters by 10 times. She watched as Kang Ji-hyung's hand, now glowing with a fierce red aura, crushed a mana stone, accusing him of consuming them all himself. As he knelt, overwhelmed by the power, Bones pressed him, demanding to know his reason for such an act. Elsewhere, a blonde woman with glowing white eyes and strange red marks on her skin questioned if he had no intention of fighting for Russia. Her body bore the fresh, bloody marks of a brutal conflict, evidence of the struggle she had endured. In a grand hall, multiple blue glowing figures were violently thrown through the air, shattered energy effects trailing behind them. Kang Ji-hyung, a blur of motion, charged forward, his path littered with the defeated as he approached the blonde woman seated on a throne. He stood victorious amidst the carnage, the hall now a bloody ruin, with the blonde woman still seated, seemingly unharmed. In a separate, grim scene, a red-haired woman stood covered in blood, her face and arms splattered with the crimson evidence of a recent, brutal fight. As the chaos intensified, Kang Ji-hyung extended a hand, a chilling resolve hardening his features, preparing to unleash his power upon the glowing figures before him. A torrent of blue energy erupted from his palm, striking one of the adversaries with devastating force, sending them reeling through the air. His crimson eyes burned with an unyielding fury, a single, guttural command echoing his lethal intent. Meanwhile, the blonde woman, her face streaked with blood and a strange duality in her gaze, bore the brutal consequences of the escalating conflict, one eye glowing red, the other a piercing blue. Elsewhere, the red-haired woman, poised and ready, prepared to enter the fray, a vibrant, star-shaped energy field swirling around her as she braced for action. Back in the hall, Kang Ji-hyung's destructive power continued to manifest, shattering the environment and sending more enemies tumbling amidst falling debris and explosive energy. Overwhelmed by the surge of power or perhaps a deeper anguish, he let out a primal scream, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and rage, surrounded by the spectral visages of his victims. The aftermath was clear. A multitude of adversaries lay defeated, their bodies scattered across the floor, some with their eyes still glowing faintly. From an overhead perspective, the sheer scale of the devastation became apparent, with countless figures strewn about, a lone silhouette standing victorious amidst the carnage. Moving with impossible speed, he became a blur of motion, leaving a crimson trail as he darted through the space, a dark, determined silhouette. With renewed focus, Kang Ji-hyung prepared his next assault, his hands now glowing with an eerie green energy, ready to strike again. A sharp impact sends Kang Ji-hyung reeling, his face contorted in a grimace of pain as energy ripples around him. But he quickly recovers, a fiery orange aura igniting around him as he delivers a powerful kick, sending a purple-clad opponent spiraling downward, his crimson eyes burning with renewed intensity. Another foe, this one with vibrant blue hair, is caught in a surge of his azure energy, purple tendrils lashing out as they too are flung into the abyss, their green-haired comrade already falling below. A red-haired figure is next, engulfed in a crimson burst of power, their form dissolving into a shower of red particles as blue energy tendrils tear through the space where their head once was, leaving nothing but a violent explosion. More enemies fall, one clad in red, another in green, impaled by emerald spikes of energy, their bodies plummeting through the chaotic, shimmering air. A yellow-clad opponent tumbles, followed by another in light blue, the sheer force of the assault sending them all spiraling into the depths. The yellow-haired figure continues their uncontrolled descent, a testament to the overwhelming power they faced. Below, a multitude of figures, each glowing with a different colored aura, fall through the air, their defeat absolute and undeniable. Some explode into shimmering particles, others simply fall, their vibrant energies fading as they descend into the depths of the grand hall, a testament to the sheer scale of the battle. From above, the scene unfolds like a macabre tapestry, a vast, ornate hall, its red carpet leading to a distant throne, now littered with the broken forms of countless defeated foes, their colorful auras extinguished. Kang Ji-hyung, now clad in a yellow jacket, stands amidst the wreckage, calmly observing the aftermath of his devastating assault, his presence a silent declaration of victory. Meanwhile, in a different, equally ornate setting, the blonde woman sits, her skin cracked and scarred, but her eyes now glow with an eerie combination of red and blue energy tendrils swirling around her as she gazes forward with an unsettling intensity. A hand, marked with faint lines, delicately holds a glowing, star-like fragment of blue light. Above, a vibrant display of fireworks erupts across a rain-streaked night sky, painting the darkness with bursts of color. The spectacle illuminates a grand, Gothic hall, its intricate blue-glowing architecture framing a lone figure standing at the end of a blood-red carpet, their back to the viewer as the light streams through the high windows. The fireworks continue their dazzling ascent, a fleeting beauty against the vast expanse. Below, a silhouette of a fantastical city rests upon a floating island, shrouded in green mist, as the distant explosions paint the sky above it. Back in the ruined hall, the crimson carpet stretches across the shattered floor, leading towards an unseen destination. From an overhead perspective, the full extent of the destruction is clear, with the blonde woman seated on a makeshift throne at the end of the carpet, while Stephen Lucas plummets from above, his body a dark blur against the glowing blue ruins. He lands hard, kneeling before her, his gaze drawn upwards to a swirling black void in the sky, as ethereal green auroras dance above the ruined structures. Then, as if repelled by an unseen force, Stephen Lucas is thrown backward, tumbling through the air amidst debris, his form receding from the blonde woman still seated on her throne. Suddenly, he finds himself in a swirling, cosmic expanse, surrounded by floating rocks, his body contorted in a dynamic, almost defiant pose, a stark contrast to his previous defeat. A single name escapes his lips, a quiet utterance in the vastness. Later, in the mundane setting of a sunlit playground, Stephen Lucas reflects on his actions, a heavy confession weighing on his soul. A younger Kong Ji Hyung sits, contemplating the simple, yet profound truth that killing people is bad. As a young girl, Taesu calls out to him with concern in her eyes. This memory fuels his current torment, as he screams into the void, a desperate plea echoing through his mind. He doesn't want to kill. The sentiment repeats, a stark declaration of his internal conflict. His face contorted in anguish as the words burst forth with renewed intensity. He truly doesn't want to kill. Yet, the internal struggle continues, a fragmented thought emerging from the depths of his despair, culminating in a raw, guttural scream that he simply wants to die. A chorus of distorted faces surrounds him, their voices a cacophony of accusations and pleas, some begging him not to die, others demanding he simply die. The mob's relentless questions pierce his mind, asking why he didn't kill, accusing him of failing to take a life. Their taunts escalate, challenging his resolve, until a single, chilling word echoes in his ears: kill. He finds himself traversing a surreal, organic tunnel of pulsating red, drawn towards a blinding light, a path through his own fractured psyche. Emerging from the mental torment, Kong Ji Hyung stands, his arms raised amidst swirling blue and red energies, his face a mixture of defiance and pain, ready to confront the echoes of his past. A dark, shadowy figure looms over a smaller, lighter one, a chilling echo of a past moment. The light-haired figure turns away, her vulnerability stark against the encroaching darkness, as a single, guttural command pierces the silence. Die. The command twists Kong Ji Hyung's face into a mask of pure agony, his eyes glowing with an unnatural blue light, as the internal torment threatens to consume him. Then, a voice cuts through the chaos, calling out to him, pulling him into a new, blindingly bright internal space. There, Kong Ji Hyung kneels before a majestic, winged angelic figure, bathed in golden light, its presence radiating immense power. The angelic being delivers a solemn prophecy, warning him of a destiny too burdensome to bear. The scene shifts again, placing him on a high platform overlooking a hellish landscape, where a colossal armored entity stands below, and a voice promises him even greater suffering. Looking down, his crimson eyes reflect the dread and cruelty of his situation, a profound despair settling over him. As the armored entity begins to shatter into fragments of light, a desperate, echoing plea fills the golden void. Within the depths of his mind, a radiant, golden armored figure emerges, its hands clasped in a gesture of solemn prayer. From its chest, a glowing message emanates, urging him, don't lose your faith until the end. The vision dissolves into a swirling vortex of crimson light and shimmering particles, leaving him adrift in a sea of abstract despair. He finds himself kneeling, vulnerable and exposed, his back to an unseen force in a stark, red-tinged void. The oppressive atmosphere presses down on him, his form hunched in silent agony. A moment of stark emptiness passes, a breath held in the suffocating silence. Then, a single tear escapes, tracing a path down his cheek, splashing onto the cold, hard ground. A single, desperate thought echoes in his mind. What? His face contorts in a mask of anguish, tears streaming from his crimson eyes, his mouth open in a silent scream as bubbles of despair rise around him. The internal turmoil manifests as a visceral rejection, a single word screaming through his being: bullshit. He struggles to comprehend the overwhelming weight, his mind racing with questions. I ask that? What's? As he kneels on a rooftop overlooking a city bathed in an ominous red glow, the final, agonizing question escapes him. So dreadful? His body restored, a wave of relief washes over him, believing all his troubles are now resolved. He stands naked on a crimson-lit rooftop, arms outstretched, gazing up at the ominous red city skyline. A profound longing fills him, the thought of reuniting with his mother bringing a hopeful smile to his face. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a violent burst of crimson, blood splattering across an unseen surface. A new figure emerges, a powerfully built man with light hair, his bare, scarred torso revealed beneath an open red jacket, his white trousers already stained with fresh blood. He strides through a pool of gore, a massive, ornate axe resting on his shoulder, a silent question hanging in the air as he surveys the carnage. Presents the latest chapter, introducing a formidable new presence known as Bones. From the depths, a colossal, crimson mass begins to ascend, its organic form writhing as it reaches towards a blinding light above. Below, a man with spiky black hair and bloodied hands gazes upward, his face contorted in sheer horror at the swirling, dark mass that looms over him. Nearby, a figure with long, flowing blonde hair stands with their back turned, looking down into the unfolding catastrophe. The blonde strands cascade down their back, catching the faint, ominous light of the scene. A chilling, disembodied voice screams, demanding death. In response, the man with spiky hair unleashes his power, glowing with intense blue energy as his eyes reflect the crimson threat before him. The blonde hair of the transforming entity whips wildly, its strands illuminated against the encroaching darkness. Finally, Bones is revealed in a terrifying new form, her blonde hair framing a face adorned with scale-like patterns and piercing heterochromatic eyes, one red and one blue. The scene shifts abruptly, leaving the immediate confrontation behind. Far away, the imposing structure of the Russia presidential office stands, a symbol of global power now facing an unprecedented threat. Inside, a man in a suit lies defeated on the floor, lamenting the arrival of a monster capable of withstanding a nuclear bombing, uttering in despair that this world is truly over. A man in a dark suit addresses an unseen president, proposing a desperate solution, the use of mana to combat the overwhelming threat. Meanwhile, the Russian Minister of National Defense, Vladimira Rozana, stands poised, her military uniform crisp and ready. She suggests a strategic countermeasure, believing they simply need to gather the awakens to face the crisis. However, the man in the suit delivers a crushing blow, declaring it's already too late, as the remaining nuclear bombs have been launched across the globe, leaving Vladimir stunned. With no other options, a chilling resolve echoes through the air. Let's die together. The man looks skyward, his face etched with despair as countless missiles streak through the blood-red atmosphere. A guttural cry of anguish and frustration escapes Vladimira, her voice raw with the realization of humanity's impending doom. Her body begins to glow with a fierce blue energy, her eyes burning crimson as she floats, a desperate power awakening within her. From high above, the launched missiles descend like deadly rain upon a sprawling city below. Vladimira herself is caught in the cataclysm, falling through the vastness of space, surrounded by the instruments of global destruction. The scale of the attack is immense, with countless warheads arcing through the cosmos, all aimed at the fragile blue marble of Earth. Her face contorted in a silent scream, Vladimira watches in horror as the missiles continue their unstoppable descent, the end of the world now an undeniable reality. As the world reeled from the nuclear strikes, a new, ethereal threat began its descent, glowing blue energy coalescing into a massive, spectral hand reaching down from the cosmos. This colossal manifestation of power then clenched into a fist, its form shimmering with countless smaller, skeletal figures within its grasp, plummeting towards the Earth. The blue entities, now clearly defined as humanoid forms, rained down upon the planet, a silent, terrifying invasion following the fiery devastation. Explosions continued to rip across the globe, the world consumed by a cataclysmic firestorm. A high-ranking official, his back to the inferno, could only utter a choked sound of despair, witnessing the utter annihilation unfolding before him. Elsewhere, a man identified as Mr. President looked up in horror, as a woman hung suspended, seemingly by an unseen force, her body surrounded by a red, crackling aura. His desperate plea for salvation echoed, as the image of Stephen Lucas, America's #1, appeared in a framed portrait, his face etched with grim determination. But even he was not immune to the despair, as the woman from before stood over him, Stephen Lucas himself now kneeling on the shattered floor, his voice a broken whisper, begging for someone to save me. Mr. President, his face filled with anguish, reached out to the fallen hero, offering a solemn apology for the catastrophe that had befallen them all. Across the world, a single crimson eye, belonging to Kong Ji Hyong, welled with tears, reflecting the horror as he uttered a single, heartbroken "no." Stephen Lucas, amidst his despair, could only think of his family, a cherished photograph of his wife and child now the only solace in the face of oblivion, as he whispered, "Father." The golden frame of the photograph lay shattered, splintered glass, and a spreading pool of blood, symbolizing the brutal end of all hope. The world continued its descent into chaos, marked by the brutal reality of a shattered family photograph, its frame splintered, and the image of a father, mother, and child obscured by a spray of blood. In a blood-soaked command center, a military official stood grim-faced, as the Russian Minister of National Defense, Rozana, looked up at him, her expression a mixture of horror and disbelief. The news flashing across a holographic screen confirmed the worst. Russia's indiscriminate nuclear strikes had been launched. Across the globe, another leader, the president, received the grim update, his face etched with resolve as he declared that for the sake of world peace, America would immediately eliminate Russia. The president's mouth hung open in a silent gasp of horror, while Rozana, blood staining her face, cried out in disbelief, then in utter despair. She identified herself as the Russian Minister of National Defense, Rosanna, and with a broken voice, announced the president was dead, and they surrendered. The military official could only stare, a single tear tracing a path through the blood on his cheek, a silent curse escaping his lips. The president, however, remained defiant, his face contorted in a final, obscene gesture of contempt. Meanwhile, Kong Ji-hyong, overwhelmed by the unfolding horror, could only utter a desperate curse, his thoughts turning to his mother. His mother, the blonde woman, her face streaked with blood, cried out in alarm, seeing her husband and child approaching, warning them it was dangerous and that she had told them not to come. The child, Tae-soo, clung to her, a small voice calling out, as his mother looked back, her expression a mix of fear and protectiveness. Together, the mother and child walked away, leaving a trail of blood on the floor, as the name Medov echoed, a final, chilling whisper in the unfolding apocalypse. A single, pained whisper escapes, the name Elisa, as the blonde woman's head is shown, severely injured, a testament to the brutal conflict. Her mind drifts to a memory, two young children calling out for their mom, a silent promise to protect them echoing in her heart. The memory shifts to a scene of devastation, shattered glass framing a fiery, apocalyptic sky, as she recalls the desperate plea, the two of you. She kneels, embracing her children tightly, shielding them from the horror unfolding beyond the broken window, her body a fragile barrier against the end of the world. A moment of fading light, a transition back to the grim reality, as the memory begins to recede. Her hand reaches out, glowing faintly with blue energy, a desperate affirmation. Yes, I promised, even as a shadowy figure looms above her. The thought echoes, my daughter and son. Followed by a chilling question. Do you think she could truly protect them? Suddenly, Stephen Lucas's face is illuminated by an intense blue-white glow, his eyes burning crimson with a mixture of pain and unleashed power. Bone snarls, her face contorted in fury, her unique markings and glowing purple eye emphasizing her rage, as she spits, to a bastard like you? The red-haired woman's eyes narrow, a silent witness to the escalating confrontation, her gaze fixed on the unfolding tragedy. Elisa is brutally impaled by numerous glowing red spikes, pinned to a cold, ornate structure, blue energy lines emanating from below her, sealing her tragic fate. Stephen Lucas walks away, his form surrounded by crackling blue energy, descending a red-carpeted staircase, leaving the scene of devastation and loss behind him. The conflict's reach extended far, even to the designated Russian awakened residential district, where the city sprawled beneath a somber sky, a seemingly ordinary urban landscape. Within its walls, a child's voice echoed with a hopeful question, wondering if the hunters who had gone to America were truly safe. An adult's reassuring reply followed, insisting they would win and return soon. Inside a home, an older woman, her face etched with worry, offered tea to two children, as the blonde girl began to speak, her words trailing off with a sense of dread. The blonde boy, however, clenched his fists, declaring with youthful defiance that they could fight. The older woman had fallen to the floor, her expression one of despair, as the children stood before her, ready to face an unseen threat. Suddenly, a violent impact shook the room, splattering the blonde girl with debris, as a voice cried out, invoking the queen's protection. The red-haired woman was caught in the devastating force, her body thrown amidst a spray of blood and motion. Below, the landscape itself bore witness to the cataclysm, transformed into a cratered wasteland shrouded in red dust. As dusk settled, the city skyline was now crisscrossed by an eerie display of glowing, multicolored energy lines, a new, unsettling phenomenon painting the sky. From a rooftop, the blonde girl gazed up at the vibrant, ominous streaks, her small figure silhouetted against the chaotic beauty of the transformed sky. As the blonde woman stands on a desolate, blood-soaked landscape, she finds herself connected to a masked figure by an intricate web of vibrant, multicolored energy lines. The connection causes her immense distress, her face contorting in a silent scream of fear and anguish. The ethereal lines, a conduit of unknown power, pulse with an increasing intensity, their colors burning brighter against the dark void. As the energy swirls around the masked figure, his form becomes almost indistinct, his features obscured by the vibrant chaos. Then, as if drawn by an unseen force, the masked figure begins to float away, the colorful threads still tethering him to the blonde woman, who watches from her bloodied perch. He continues his retreat, walking steadily into the desolate expanse, leaving her behind. The distance between them grows, the masked figure shrinking into a mere silhouette against the pale, empty sky. Suddenly, a horrifying vision flashes before her eyes, a bloodied, monstrous face with glowing crimson eyes, its skin torn and distorted. The masked figure is now barely visible, a faint speck on the horizon, almost consumed by the desolate landscape. As he finally vanishes from sight, the blonde woman utters a quiet, resigned, "Never mind," as if the entire encounter was merely a fleeting thought, leaving behind only a symbolic collapse of the ground. As the previous vision fades, a new, brutal reality unfolds, revealing a white-haired figure in a blood-splattered red jacket and white pants, his muscular torso exposed as he grips a formidable double-bladed axe staff. Below him, the monstrous form of Kong Ji Hyong lies broken and bleeding on the crimson ground, red energy lines pulsing ominously around his ravaged body, a foot poised above him. With a powerful leap, the figure with the axe staff swings his weapon in a wide, arcing motion, a violent spray of blood erupting from the impact. He lands with a heavy thud, the momentum of his strike carrying through as more blood splatters across the desolate landscape, the sound of tearing flesh echoing in the silence. Kong Ji Hyong's monstrous face contorts in agony, his eyes wide with desperation as a blade pierces his outstretched hand, a pained whisper escaping his lips, "Mom dash." The white-haired figure stands tall over the squirming, shadowy form of Kong Ji Hyong, who can only manage a choked as he writhes on the ground. Another devastating red energy slashed tears across the panel, causing a geyser of blood to erupt from the monstrous form, which still tries to utter Finally, multiple blades impale the monstrous Kong Ji Hyong, pinning him to the ground as his body convulses, his last desperate pleas of and mo fading into the sounds of crushing bone and tearing flesh. A low, guttural sound escapes the monstrous form of Kong Ji Hyong, a rhythmic moan that seems to echo the very pulse of his pain. The sound morphs into a desperate plea, a single word torn from his throat. "Mom." Again and again, the cry echoes, his monstrous face contorted in anguish as he calls out for his mother. A glowing leg lashes out, striking him with brutal force as a voice taunts. "But why are you, a grown-ass kid, whining about your mom?" The taunt continues. "Do you not have a mom?" The monstrous Kong Ji Hyong's face twists in agony as the voice snarls, "You piece of shit." The insult hangs heavy in the air, a final, crushing blow to his spirit. With another powerful kick, the attacker sends Kong Ji Hyong's now naked, human form tumbling into a swirling, crimson vortex that opens beneath him. His body shrinks as he falls deeper, swallowed by the ominous, blood-red abyss. A young woman lies unconscious, her long black hair fanned out around her head, her face pale and drawn. Slowly, her crimson eyes flutter open, revealing a disoriented gaze as she struggles to comprehend her surroundings. A voice cuts through the darkness, asking if she is finally awake. Sitting up, Kong Ji Hyong looks around a sterile room, her own voice weak as she questions her location, two other women observing her intently. One of the women, with long black hair and a white shirt, offers a comforting hand to her shoulder, informing her that she is within the Hunter Association. Meanwhile, outside, a massive building stands partially destroyed, its structure crumbling under an ominous red sky as a voice urges immediate evacuation. The unseen speaker continues, directing everyone to move towards the annex bunker. Following the instructions, Kong Ji Hyong, flanked by the two women, walks through a metallic corridor, her expression still one of quiet contemplation. Suddenly, a violent impact shakes the ground, a loud crash echoing through the bunker. The force of the blast sends a smoky shockwave through the corridor, partially obscuring Kong Ji Hyong as she braces herself. As the smoke clears, Kong Ji Hyong stands alone, a dark, cloak-like aura now swirling around her, her crimson eyes burning with renewed intensity as she looks back into the chaos. A grotesque, pale monster, its body mangled and bleeding, writhes in a pool of crimson liquid, while in a distant, grimy tunnel, Kong Ji Hyong stands alone, her expression unreadable. As a monstrous hand reaches out from the depths, a single, haunting word echoes through the void. "Son?" The creature's face, a mangled mess of flesh and bone, drips with thick, dark blood, a horrifying vision of pain and transformation. Suddenly, Kong Ji Hyong's eyes snap open, glowing crimson, her face contorted in a silent scream as she awakens from the nightmare. Sweat beads on her skin, her breath ragged, the lingering fear of the vision still gripping her. A familiar voice breaks through her disorientation, stating it's morning again, as the woman beside her confirms they are now safe in the annex bunker. Lying on a cot, she can only whisper a soft no, the reality of her situation slowly sinking in. Later, standing before a glowing containment unit, she stares at the monstrous figure within, a horrified no, escaping her lips as she recognizes that thing. Overwhelmed by a wave of anguish, she clutches her head, a heart-wrenching scream of "my son," tearing from her soul. A cold, blue light illuminates her face as a holographic display confirms the devastating truth. He is your son. The monstrous form of her son is fully visible within the glowing chamber, the display explaining that an accident occurred, and he got stuck in a blood gate. And although he escaped, he underwent monsterification. Afterwards, he blocked the explosion of the blood gate, and has been fighting with the world's hunters ever since, a relentless struggle that has taken its toll. Meanwhile, Kong Ji Hyong watches on, her crimson eyes wide with a mixture of horror and sorrow. As she stares into the glowing blue containment unit, a small, monstrous figure within cries out, "Mom." The single word echoes, a desperate plea from the creature she knows as her son. His glowing red eye, barely visible through the shimmering barrier, seems to bore into her very soul. The cries intensify, a cacophony of M, filling the air. An observer notes the strange rhythm of the sounds, a haunting melody of anguish. The desperate calls for mom continue, sounding almost like the incessant chirping of cicadas. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the air, mocking the monster's pleas. Mom. But why are you, a grown-ass kid, whining about your mom? The monster's face contorts in a primal scream, a guttural roar of you, motherfucker, erupting from his throat. Veins bulge across his distorted features as he screams. Do you not have a mom? The monstrous form of the protagonist screams in raw fury, her voice echoing through the blood-splattered void. As she is violently pulled into a swirling red vortex, the sound of tearing reality accompanying her descent. A desperate hand reaches out, clawing at the fading light, before she is completely swallowed by the crimson abyss. Suddenly, the scene shifts, revealing a young Kong Ji Hyong, her eyes wide with confusion. As a single thought echoes in her mind. What is happening? She finds herself sitting on a bed in a familiar room, a place she recognizes from a distant memory. A wave of disorientation washes over her, making her question, is this my house, right? Did I? Stepping outside, the familiar streetscape confirms her suspicion. Come back. The young girl looks towards a doorway, a silhouette of her mother standing there, prompting the realization, is this really my past? Mom. Her gaze fixed on the woman's back, a single word escapes her lips. The red vortex intensifies, pulling her deeper into its chaotic depths, a sensation of falling overwhelming her senses. As she descends, her face begins to distort, one side twisting into a grotesque, skeletal visage. The transformation continues, her eye widening in horror as bone and sinew reshape themselves. The crimson energy swirls around her, a maelstrom of pain and chaos. Desperately, she reaches out, her hand clawing at the swirling abyss, trying to grasp onto something, anything, to stop the descent. Her body contorts in agony, a guttural scream tearing from her throat as the monstrous changes rack her form. The scream echoes, her arm twisting unnaturally amidst the crimson haze. Her face stretches in a silent shriek, the pain almost unbearable as her features pull apart. Every fiber of her being rebels, her body writhing against the unseen force. Then, a horrifying mutation begins in her eye, smaller, grotesque eyes forming within the larger one, a sickening transformation. The sound of her body's grotesque reshaping echoes, a final, chilling kiak before the scene shifts. Suddenly, the chaos gives way to a familiar warmth, as a young Kong Ji Hyong looks up at her mother, her voice small and concerned, asking if she is okay. From the depths of a painful memory, a voice responds with a simple, yet heavy, yes. A young Kong Ji Hyong, tears streaming down her face but a forced smile plastered on her lips, attempts to reassure someone, insisting, I am very much okay. Yet, the memory shifts, revealing her as a small child, standing beside her father, burdened by a profound sense of guilt as she confesses, but, because of me, Dad. The memory fades to black, but a gentle, encouraging voice echoes through the void, calling her name, Jihyung, and urging her to just smile. Back in the present, or perhaps another layer of her internal torment, Kong Ji Hyong's face is contorted in agony, her skin slick with sweat and tears, eyes squeezed shut against the pain. Large droplets of sweat cascade down her skin, a testament to the immense struggle she endures. The red void returns, and the encouraging words from her memory twist into a haunting echo. Everything gets better once you keep smiling. As grotesque, fleshy forms begin to emerge from the crimson depths. A monstrous maw, twisted in a silent scream, fills the space, emitting guttural, choking sounds of kiak kiak. The horrifying transformation continues, accompanied by a sharp, tearing sound. Kick. More distorted flesh emerges, the sounds of tearing growing louder. Kick. Veins bulge and skin stretches, revealing raw sinews beneath, as the agonizing sounds persist. Kick. Finally, a monstrous face, eyes glowing with red energy, screams in torment, the cacophony of kick, and kiak, filling the crimson void as her transformation reaches a terrifying peak. The grotesque transformation continued, a chilling, distorted cackle echoing from the emerging monstrosity. The sound twisting into a maniacal, drawn-out laugh as the red aura pulsed around its increasingly defined, terrifying form. A final, booming peal of laughter erupted, signaling the nearing completion of the horrifying change. The air itself seemed to crackle with the sheer force of the monstrous energy, as multiple echoes of its terrifying sounds filled the crimson void. Its single, bloodshot eye bulged with malevolent glee, reflecting the chaos of its grotesque metamorphosis. Then, the entire space was consumed by an overwhelming, blinding crimson, a pure, unadulterated surge of raw power. The energy swirled violently, a maelstrom of red and orange hues, forming a vortex that threatened to tear reality apart. From the heart of the swirling chaos, the monstrous face of Kong Ji Hyong emerged, her eyes glowing with an infernal, predatory light. Suddenly, a white-haired man, his long braids swaying, found himself caught in the periphery of this terrifying spectacle, his body tensing as the overwhelming power washed over him. With a final, guttural roar, the fully transformed Kong Ji Hyong stood revealed, a towering, skeletal horror with glowing red eyes. Her grotesque form, adorned with sharp appendages and exposed bone, radiated an aura of pure menace, a terrifying testament to the completion of her monstrous evolution. Without hesitation, one of her sharp appendages lashed out, impaling the white-haired man's leg with brutal, sickening force. As the monstrous form loomed, a thought flashed through the white-haired man's mind, a desperate, almost childlike plea. "Oh, when I need to go see Mom." But his plea was met only with a chilling, guttural sound, as the skeletal entity's face contorted into a grotesque, mocking laugh, its red eyes burning with malevolent glee. The laughter echoed as a sharp, metallic appendage, an extension of the monster's very being, prepared to strike. And then, the full horror of the transformation was revealed, the skeletal monster standing tall over the impaled white-haired man, its form radiating a crimson aura as its maniacal laughter continued to fill the air. The monster, now fully manifest, loomed over its victim, a dark, imposing silhouette against the blood-red backdrop. Its grotesque face drew closer, the glowing red eyes staring down at the white-haired man with an unsettling intensity. Despite his agony, the white-haired man's eyes burned with fury, his voice raw as he demanded, "Why the fuck did you do this?" His question hung heavy in the air, the red energy around them pulsating with his rage. "To me?" His profile revealed a face contorted in a mixture of pain and disbelief, his jaw clenched, a silent testament to the torment he endured. A close-up of his neck showed the intricate chain he wore, now taut, perhaps from his struggle or the monster's grip. With a final, desperate surge of defiance, he screamed, "You motherfucker." The air crackled with energy, a sharp, violent sound effect marking the continuation of the brutal confrontation. He recoils, his body twisting in agony as the monstrous, skeletal hand of Kong Ji Hyong closes in, the air around them thick with her malevolent red energy. Her overwhelming power is undeniable, the monstrous limb dominating the space, its sharp claws poised to strike. He plunges through a swirling red void, the dragon-like head of her monstrous form looming above, black vortexes threatening to consume him entirely. Finally, he collapses, lying defeated on the ground as the crimson energy continues to pulse around him. Yet, even in defeat, he manages to crouch, his silhouette a defiant shadow against the swirling red and black chaos. His face, though marred by shadows and pain, burns with an unyielding fury, refusing to break. Meanwhile, in a distant land, a voice laments how even America had fallen to this formidable power. Two armored figures stand in a grand hall, one questioning if they could even hope to fight back. Amidst a horde of grotesque creatures, a woman's legs are visible, as a dismissive voice declares, "How absurd." This is Ling Xiaowei, China's number 2 and an SSS rank, her pink hair and glowing eyes contrasting with the monstrous figures she effortlessly commands, a star-shaped wand held delicately in her hand. As a city-like structure dissolves into a maelstrom of crimson energy, a voice questions the outcome of the battle, wondering if the protagonist will truly lose. Amidst the radiating red light, the monstrous black claw of Kong Ji Hyong descends upon the white-haired man, who cries out in agony as he is overwhelmed. Suddenly, a guttural cry echoes as a grotesque, organic weapon, adorned with a single eye, is thrust forward, its presence a stark contrast to the red backdrop. The wielder's hand, clad in a red sleeve, grips the weapon's staff firmly. The monstrous weapon's shaft, with its intricate, bone-like texture, is held steady, its purpose clear. A brief, stark visual break follows, before the scene shifts. A thought echoes, filled with surprise and perhaps concern, as the wielder of the monstrous weapon recognizes the attacking entity as their brother. The narrative then transitions to a broader perspective, moving away from the immediate conflict. Focus shifts to China, a nation that swiftly resolved its gate situations, demonstrating formidable power. This success was attributed to their overwhelmingly high number of hunters, who are depicted as a vibrant, almost kaleidoscopic force. The narrative continues to highlight the significance of these hunters, their collective strength shaping the world's balance. Among them, a formidable S-rank hunter from the Shaolin Monastery, Tan Huazi, is introduced, a muscular, gray-skinned figure whose presence commands attention. Long ago, powerful individuals like Fang Shaiwen, the SSS rank master of the Beggar sect, escaped the nation's control, wielding an array of glowing blue swords with formidable skill. Joining him were others, such as Pei Justin, the SSS rank of the Shaman sect, and together they united. The Amei sect also boasted an SSS rank master, a fierce warrior clad in green and gold, ready for battle. And among them was the SSS rank Zhao Yu, a seasoned figure who found solace in a simple drink. These legendary figures sought to start a new generation, with the Mount Hua sect's SSS rank master, his eyes glowing with fierce determination, leading the charge. This new era also included the SSS rank Xiaomin, as the Mount Hua sect master stood ready, his sword gleaming. However, despite their power and unity, they all died, the Mount Hua sect master impaled through the head in a brutal display of force. The aftermath was a scene of utter devastation, a once vibrant village now reduced to ruins under a moonlit sky, its red lanterns casting an eerie glow over the destruction. Countless bodies lay strewn across the blood-soaked ground, a testament to the overwhelming force that brought down an entire generation of SSS rank warriors. This horrific massacre was attributed to just two people, a woman in a red dress, her body emanating a faint purple aura, and a white-haired man, standing amidst the carnage as she coldly stated, "You're killing everyone." The woman in the red dress, her purple aura faintly shimmering, declares her intention to revive the fallen, transforming them into slaves. As the white-haired killer questions if this is truly their path to unifying China, to which she simply affirms, a chilling yes echoing through the air. From a high vantage point, they gaze down upon an endless sea of identical, armored figures, the white-haired killer muttering, "Lunatic bastard." The vast army stretches into the distance. A seemingly insurmountable force, each soldier a testament to their dark ambition, their numbers overwhelming. And so, the narration reveals, that is how China was unified. A moment of quiet reflection passes. Before the true explanation is offered, the reason it was possible. A close-up reveals a monstrous red eye, glowing with malevolent power, its pale, sharp-fingered hand reaching out, for the reason was one person's will, amidst a scene of brutal impalement and blood-soaked weapons. A white-haired fighter, wielding a monstrous red spear, plunges it into a grotesque red-skinned creature, sending blood and debris flying. The impact is brutal, the spear tearing through the creature's flesh as it recoils from the force. His voice echoes, revealing his motivation. "I arrived here because I heard there was someone strong." The red-skinned creature's arm, already mangled, shows further damage from the relentless assault. A title card proclaims the fighter's status, China's #1. Another declaration follows, describing the power on display, a logical and nonsensical strength. Standing amidst the chaos, the white-haired fighter, his face scarred but resolute, holds his spear aloft, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips as he concludes, "And it was fucking worth it." The red-skinned creature's arm, now severely wounded, bears a distinct star symbol, marking its status or origin. The fighter's full title is revealed, SSS rank Luan Gang. A guttural, pained thought escapes the defeated creature, FUCK. Luan Gang's eye glows with an intense red light, and crimson energy crackles around him, signaling a final, devastating blow. The red energy pierces the monster's head, causing it to erupt in a shower of blood and dark particles, utterly annihilated. The monstrous red-skinned creature continued to be torn apart, its limbs and fragments of its body scattering violently through the air. As a crimson aura pulsed around its mangled head, its glowing red eyes still burning with a desperate, fading light amidst the ruin. One of its arms, stripped bare to bone and sinew, hung limp, enveloped in the same destructive red energy. The air itself shimmered with residual power, a dark void illuminated only by scattered red particles and faint, glowing lines of energy. From above, a hand reached down, its owner's voice echoing with a chilling question, "You're having fun?" The monster's ruined face, still contorted in agony, stared up, its red eyes reflecting the relentless power that consumed it. Luan Gang, his white hair flowing and his own red eyes glowing with fierce satisfaction, gazed down at the defeated creature, a silent testament to his overwhelming strength. A brutal assault was underway, blood and debris erupting from a monstrous form as unseen blows landed with devastating force. Sharp, weapon-like extensions tearing through its flesh, each strike painting the air with crimson. Then, a white-haired figure in flowing red and gold robes emerged from the chaos, delivering a powerful, staff-like strike that sent the red-skinned monster recoiling, its grotesque face contorted in agony. The warrior's arm, a blur of motion, continued its relentless assault, carving through the creature with precision and might. He paused for a moment, a calm voice echoing through the ravaged space, explaining that he had arrived because he sensed the presence of someone strong. The red-skinned monster, still glowing with residual energy, writhed in its final throes, its form flickering as it succumbed to the overwhelming power. All that remained was the monster's grotesque, weaponized head, severely damaged and lifeless, a testament to the warrior's might. Standing amidst the scattered remains, Ling Guang surveyed the scene, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips as he declared the effort had been worth it. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, reflected the confidence of a warrior who had just proven his dominance. A guttural expletive escapes the monster, a raw expression of its pain and frustration. Even as its form begins to break apart, Ling Guang remains in motion, a blur of silver hair and focused intent amidst the swirling red energy. Fragments of its body and the surrounding environment explode outwards, caught in the violent currents of the battle's aftermath. The red-skinned monster, though grievously wounded, still stands, its glowing crimson eyes burning with an unyielding defiance. Its spiky, gray form is rent and torn, with tendrils of dark energy and crimson light still clinging to its monstrous frame. The air around them shimmers with residual power, a dark, blood-red expanse dotted with floating particles of destruction. Despite its mangled state, the creature's voice echoes with a chilling taunt, asking if its opponent is truly enjoying this prolonged struggle. Ling Guang, suspended in the air, his staff held loosely, meets the monster's gaze with an unreadable expression, a silent acknowledgement of its challenge. Then, with a sudden surge of power, he brings his staff down, a vibrant red aura flaring around him as he prepares the decisive blow. The monster recoils, its many eyes widening slightly, as it senses the overwhelming force about to descend upon it. Ling Guang's staff connects with devastating precision, unleashing a blinding flash of pure white energy that engulfs the monster. The brilliant white light expands rapidly, erasing the monster's form and leaving only a web of radiant lines in its wake. He looks down at the shadowy form, a confident "yeah" escaping his lips, as his staff descends with incredible speed, the sheer force of his attack manifesting as glowing lines across a distant building. Before the structure shatters into countless pieces, Ling Guang continues his relentless assault, a grin spreading across his face as he declares, "It's all really fucking fun." A massive burst of crimson energy erupts, engulfing the monster, who, despite the overwhelming power, defiantly retorts, "Yeah, I'm enjoying this too," as Ling Guang presses his attack. The hunter's staff connects again, tearing through the monster's grotesque form, delivering a final, devastating blow. The monster's essence fragments into a chaotic swirl of red energy and debris, leaving only dissipating crimson trails in its wake. Yet, from the remnants, a severed arm remains, its voice echoing with confusion, "But I don't get it." The strong entity he had been so eager to fight, the one he believed to be a monster, was now reeling from his kick. As Lan Zhaguang continued his assault, realizing with a jolt that his opponent was, in fact, a human. But the creature's grip was anything but human, clamping down on his face, its voice echoing with a chilling observation. His mana was undeniably that of a monster. The monster's hold tightened, its power threatening to crush him. Yet Lan Zhaguang refused to yield, unleashing a flurry of crimson energy blades that pierced the monster's arm, forcing it to recoil. The impact was devastating, causing the monster's massive form to erupt into a cloud of dust and debris, its essence scattering into the desolate landscape. From a distance, Kang Ji Hyong watched the spectacle, a subtle, predatory smile playing on his lips. Even still, he seemed intrigued. Yet, from the monster's severed arm, a voice emerged, questioning the nature of its opponent's actions. Monsters don't fight while protecting others. Lan Zhaguang looked down at the still sentient limb, as the monster's consciousness addressed him directly. The monster's voice continued, its awareness extending beyond its own demise, sensing another presence. It confirmed its suspicion, a new, ominous silhouette looming in the distance, declaring that someone or something else was over here. A faint smirk plays on Lan Zhaguang's lips, his eyes holding a glint of challenge. Even as its monstrous form lies shattered, the red-skinned entity's consciousness persists, its voice echoing with the pain of abandonment, recalling the mother who left it behind. Yet, despite the monster's anguish, it still clings to a sliver of hope, believing there must be a deeper reason behind her actions, a story yet untold. Lan Zhaguang's golden eyes narrow slightly, a silent acknowledgement of the monster's lingering presence and its words. His thoughts drift to his own past, recalling a time when he and his younger sister were inseparable, their lives intertwined since childhood. A memory surfaces of their younger selves, standing side by side in matching robes, but the accompanying thought reveals that nothing truly remains the same, while Kang Ji Hyong's crimson eye observes the unfolding scene with quiet intensity. The fiery image of a tiger's eyes burns with primal ambition, a powerful symbol of the innate human drive. It speaks to the universal desire, the deep-seated need within all men to dream of being the strongest. As menacing, dragon-like weapons float in the air, the conviction solidifies, they are ever ready to fight powerful enemies. Lan Zhaguang shifts into a dynamic combat stance, his body coiled with readiness, his gaze sharp and unwavering. A determined grip tightens on his weapon, as he declares his intent. If an opponent is strong, he will fight and defeat them. With a fierce expression, his eyes glowing with resolve, he prepares to unleash his full power, ready to face whatever comes next. The monster's flesh tears away, a guttural cry of agony escaping its distorted maw. As Kang Ji Hyong, with a chilling laugh, continues his relentless assault, his glowing weapon carving through the creature's form. The monster screams that it hurts, but the hunter only finds amusement in its suffering, declaring the brutal encounter to be fun. He crushes its arm with a sickening crunch, the monster's pained laughter echoing his own. The creature's skeletal form recoils from the relentless assault, its red eyes wide with terror. Kang Ji Hyong hovers above it, gripping its head firmly, as the monster's consciousness pleads for salvation. But no mercy is given, as the hunter swiftly decapitates the pleading entity, a torrent of dark blood erupting into the crimson void. Standing amidst the gore and the monster's remains, Kang Ji Hyong is surrounded by an array of glowing, ethereal swords. His face splattered with blood, he gazes down at the monster's severed claws, a grim satisfaction in his crimson eyes. The monster's lifeless eye reflects the truth of its demise. It was an ego sword that delivered the final blow. The severed head lies amidst a pool of blood, its features frozen in a grotesque rictus of pain. These formidable weapons, he muses, were forged by a blacksmith using the very corpses of fallen hunters. A powerful force erupts, leaving a lingering impression of something truly extraordinary. As Kang Ji-hyung finds himself facing the monstrous form of his own son, who descends with glowing red eyes and an aura of raw, destructive energy. A blinding white beam of energy strikes him near the eye, the impact sending tremors through his very being. His son, now a grotesque entity, unleashes a barrage of energy projections, each one a fragment of his overwhelming power, tearing through the air with malevolent intent. The onslaught continues, a swirling vortex of red energy engulfing the space around him, leaving no room for escape or counterattack. With terrifying speed, the monstrous figure delivers another devastating blow, its movements a blur of destructive force. The white energy beam persists, relentlessly tearing at his eye, blood beginning to well up from the wound. A final, explosive burst of red energy engulfs the area, signaling the overwhelming power of the attack. Left defeated and battered on the shattered ground, Kang Ji-hyung lies motionless as an elderly, bald man stands over him, observing the aftermath. Later, as Kang Ji-hyung regains his footing, he faces the elder, Gal Yakbong, who sits calmly, holding a small, imp-like creature. Recognizing him, Gal Yakbong simply remarks, "Ah, it's you." In a chamber littered with the fallen, a dark, hooded figure addresses Kang Ji-hyung's son, inquiring if he had gathered the hunter's corpses, to which the young man confirms there are around 40. With the task seemingly complete, the shadowy figures dissipate into the air, leaving the young man alone with a single, grotesque monster, declaring that the burden now rests entirely on him. He gazes down at the pale, lifeless form, a chilling understanding settling over him. The monster's exposed flesh and sinews are a gruesome sight, a stark reminder of the brutal reality he now faces. Suddenly, a surge of raw power erupts, shattering the stillness with violent, crimson energy. Kang Ji-hyung's son kneels, his body racked by an agonizing transformation, as dark, sharp tendrils of energy erupt from him, encircled by a pulsating red aura. His form distorts into something skeletal and monstrous, a desperate cry escaping him as he struggles to comprehend the horror unfolding within. Flesh tears and contorts, accompanied by a cacophony of pained shouts, each sound a testament to the excruciating agony of his metamorphosis. Amidst the physical torment, his mind reels, calling out for his mother, pleading for salvation as fear overwhelms him. A monstrous, clawed hand emerges, a final, horrifying detail of his new form, as the sounds of his struggle echo through the space. Far away, or perhaps deep within his own consciousness, Gal Yakbong lets out a pained gasp. The elderly man's face is etched with distress, sweat beading on his brow as he reacts to the unseen horror. A grotesque, reddish-brown mass of distorted bodies writhes and screams, a horrifying chorus of agony and fear, some faces pleading for release, others for death, as a voice declares it a masterpiece. The amalgamation continues its cacophony, a horrifying spectacle of suffering where desperate cries of "save me" and "kill me" mingle with terrified whimpers of "what is this?" and "I'm scared." Overwhelmed by the unseen horror, Gal Yakbong kneels, a wave of pain washing over him, while Kang Ji-hyung stands resolute, his gaze fixed on the unfolding catastrophe. With a grim determination, Kang Ji-hyung reaches into the mass, his hand glowing with power, and pulls forth a grotesque, red-skinned monster head, its mouth frozen in a silent scream. The monstrous mass churns violently, a blur of red and black, as if reacting to the brutal intrusion. Undeterred, Kang Ji-hyung stands before the horrifying amalgamation, his form silhouetted against the chaos, a dark aura radiating from him as he prepares to dive deeper. He plunges into the writhing mass, his body a streak of motion, desperately calling out for his mother and daughter amidst the pain and distorted faces. Deep within the monstrous forms, Kang Ji-hyung continues his frantic search, his voice echoing with urgency as he calls for his daughter. "Where are you? I can't see you." He pulls a skeletal arm from the mass, its bony fingers reaching out, as he cries out for his mother, his face a mask of anguish. Another distorted face, its features contorted in agony, is torn from the mass as he desperately calls for his daughter, the sound of tearing flesh accompanying his plea. Suddenly, a violent, bloody impact erupts from the center of the mass, signaling a brutal culmination, as if something is being forcibly birthed or destroyed. From the depths of the horror, the full, terrifying form of the transformed entity emerges, a towering skeletal monster with vast, bony wings, cracked gray skin, and eyes that glow with an infernal red light. A violent, tearing sound echoes through the space. As a figure with light purple hair, clad in red and white, lunges forward, seemingly drawn to the monstrous mass. The atmosphere grows heavy, thick with dread. From within the grotesque, writhing mass, desperate pleas for death and cries of agony erupt, a chorus of suffering. As distorted faces scream to be left alone, a white-armored hand reaching out in torment, begging to know who is inflicting such pain. Above the chaos, a skeletal chest with glowing red eyes and vast, dark wings fully emerges, a chilling sight that elicits a single, cold word: amazing. Elsewhere, Kang Ji-hyung's face is contorted in anguish, his thoughts consumed by the stupid bastards who were killed by monsters. A grim realization of the tragedy unfolding. while a red-haired woman, her face splattered with blood, recalls the many she herself has slain, fire reflecting in her glowing eyes. A white-haired killer, surrounded by the remnants of battle, muses on those who were once alive. The oppressive atmosphere intensifies, a silent testament to the horror. Bones stands before the towering, monstrous form of Kang Ji-hyung's son, a crimson glow radiating from the transformed entity, his thoughts turning to the already deceased. "They're easy," he muses, a chilling assessment of the victims. The grotesque, skeletal form of Kang Ji-hyung's son continued to loom, its massive, clawed hand reaching out amidst a chaotic crimson aura. Its body a horrifying tapestry of bone and sinew, dripping with blood, a testament to the brutal transformation it had undergone. Each movement was a shuddering display of raw, uncontrolled power, the crimson energy around it intensifying with every twitch of its monstrous limbs. Observing the spectacle with a chilling detachment, Bones reflected on his own meticulous approach to combat, confessing that he always tried to record everything when fighting. This obsession with data and understanding extended even to his tools, as he revealed he had purchased a particular eye in Korea 5 years ago. His gaze, sharp and calculating, seemed to pierce through the chaos, as he muttered the word, "mana," a golden, textured device near his eye hinting at the source of his unique perception, while a memory surfaced of a blond man, his eyes bandaged, pointing with a determined expression. That image quickly gave way to a more gruesome one, the same blond man's severed head, bloody and lifeless, hanging from a hook. The scene faded to black, the grim reality of his acquisition settling in. Bones's face reappeared, a grotesque, bloodied visage with a monstrous eye now embedded within it, as he declared, "This is the owner of that eye." The implications of his words hung heavy in the air, a questioning thought echoing, "Gee, Hyung." A series of fragmented images, like frames from a film reel, flashed by, depicting various moments of struggle and violence, perhaps the very recordings Bones spoke of, or the memories held within the stolen eye. A young Kang Ji-hyung, his face bruised and bloodied, stares out with crimson eyes, a silent scream trapped within him. As a chilling memory surfaces, revealing the cold, calculating gaze of Bones, his glowing blue eye piercing through the veil of time. The scarred face of Bones looms closer, his voice echoing from the past, a single word hanging heavy in the air, "You." In the crimson haze of memory, Bones, a silhouette of menace, corners a desperate figure, his contempt palpable as he declares, "Didn't even fight, and just ran away." He stands over the fallen opponent, a dark judgment in his tone, "Despicable bastard." The scene shifts, a stark black and white void emphasizing the finality of the moment. Before returning to Bones, his back to the viewer, his long white braid a stark contrast against his red attire and the blood-soaked backdrop. He stands amidst glowing white energy lines, a defeated figure at his feet, uttering a single, chilling command, "Die." The memory explodes into a chaotic maelstrom of red and white energy slashes, blood, and shattered debris. The violent aftershocks slowly fading into a blinding light. The name echoes, a whisper from the depths of his mind, "Ji-hyung." And with a guttural cry of anguish, the older Kang Ji-hyung clutches his head, overwhelmed by the resurfacing trauma. The memory continues to unfold, a gruesome close-up revealing fingers prying at a red, glowing eye, tearing at the flesh around it. A piercing scream echoes through the mind, a raw cry of agony from the victim. As the torment continues, Bones stands tall and unyielding, casting a long shadow over the kneeling figure of the original eye owner, who is hunched in defeat. Another wave of excruciating pain forces out a desperate, drawn-out scream. The single, raw cry of anguish hangs heavy in the air. Bones's hand rests casually on the victim's back, who is now hunched over, clutching his face in unbearable pain, his body contorted. The vividness of the memory is overwhelming, a silent scream trapped within the mind. Overwhelmed, he covers his face, tears streaming down as his crimson eyes glow with anguish, the victim's words from the past echoing in his mind, "We're friends." The simple declaration of friendship is shattered by the brutal reality of the memory, leaving only a single, broken thought. But his mind screams the question, "Why did you?" The flashback returns with full force, showing Bones's hand gripping the original eye owner's bloody, terror-stricken face, his eyes wide with a desperate plea. The victim's final, heart-wrenching question echoes through the memory, "Do you owe that to me?" His voice, laced with disbelief, echoes through the memory, questioning the betrayal. "When I helped you." As the skeletal hand of his tormentor grips his face, and a pained gasp escapes him. The question hangs heavy in the air, "Why did you kill me?" He cries out, a desperate plea for understanding and mercy. "We're friends." The pain intensifies, it hurts. "My eye," as he begs, "save me." But the response is chillingly cold, "Because of you." A guttural scream of "HHHHH" is met with a cruel, "Just fuck off to this school." In the present, Kang Ji-hyung's face is slick with sweat, his eyes squeezed shut as if trying to escape the vision, a single word echoing in his mind, "Smile." The memory grips him tighter, his features contorting in silent anguish as the sweat continues to bead and drip. Unable to bear the torment any longer, he lets out a raw, desperate scream, H. The flashback returns with brutal clarity, revealing the empty, bloodied socket where the eye once was, bone exposed beneath the raw flesh. From the disfigured face, a chilling, insane laughter erupts. Ah, ah, as blood and tears stream from the glowing red void. The laughter continues, distorting his features into a grotesque, bloody grin. Ha, 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 a horrifying testament to the trauma inflicted. And then, the aggressor's own triumphant, mocking laughter joins the chorus. Ka-ha, 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 echoing the victim's despair. The cruel laughter persists. Ah, H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-A, a final, haunting sound in the depths of the memory. The relentless assault continued, as Bones delivered a sharp, piercing strike to the victim's torso, the impact echoing with a sickening suck. His clawed hand then slammed into the victim's head, eliciting a pained UGH as the blows kept coming. Another strike landed with brutal force, drawing yet another pained grunt from the struggling figure. A piercing blow to the torso followed, causing a desperate AGH to escape his lips amidst the thud of the impact. The relentless assault continued with a powerful blow to the head, leaving him gasping, HA, in agony. Another forceful strike landed on his head, a sharp suck accompanied by his pained UGH. He reeled from yet another impact to his skull, a choked HA, escaping him as the torment persisted. A final, devastating blow crashed into his head, drawing a loud UGH and a desperate AGH as his body convulsed from the uck. The relentless barrage continued, each suguk and AGH painting a grim picture of his suffering. As the violence subsided, the scene faded into a dark, oppressive silence. From the shadows, Bones emerged, a chilling smirk playing on her lips, her purple eyes glowing with cold satisfaction as she looked down upon her handiwork. Below her, the original eye owner lay broken and bloodied, his face contorted in a grotesque, maniacal ha. As blood splattered around him, a chilling testament to his shattered sanity. Amidst the swirling darkness and the lingering echoes of torment, a voice, raw with despair, questions its own existence, asking if this is truly the end. Above a gruesome mound of defeated monsters, their eyes glowing with malevolent red light, the tormentor stands triumphant, a dark silhouette of power looming over a smaller, broken figure. The grotesque faces of the fallen creatures, their jaws agape and limbs twisted, form a macabre landscape of destruction. Their numerous red eyes pierce through the darkness, a silent testament to the overwhelming force that brought them down. Deep within the cavernous maw of one such beast, a figure is held captive, surrounded by jagged bone-like structures, a prisoner of the nightmare. The monster's face, a mask of primal aggression with glowing red eyes, reflects the horror of the situation, its presence a constant threat. Far from the gruesome scene, under a golden, hazy sky, a magnificent, multi-tiered traditional building stands, as a voice calls out, "Brother." Back in the crimson-hued abyss, surrounded by the same grotesque creatures, Bones lies casually, a faint smile playing on his lips as he muses aloud. I wonder if he's having fun fighting. A formidable warrior, clad in golden armor and wreathed in dark purple energy, stands over a defeated, shadowy form. As the chilling news spreads, the northern hunters were annihilated. Receiving this devastating report, Ling Xiaowei, perched atop a monstrous red beast, can only utter a single, stunned question. Her mind races, searching for answers, as the remnants of the golden armor lie shattered and scattered, consumed by the same dark energy that once surrounded it. Amidst the swirling tendrils of purple shadow, a white-haired man screams in raw anguish, his blue eyes glowing with despair, clutching a pulsating red core, as a terrified young woman clings to his side. A man with striking light blue hair and a woman with reddish-brown hair stand together, gazing out at a desolate, ruined city, a stark contrast to what it once was. Suddenly, the man's head tilts back, his light blue hair flaring as if charged with energy, a sensation he finds surprisingly refreshing. The sensation intensifies, overwhelming him as vibrant, colorful energy lines burst forth from his form, his body racked by the sheer force. Behind him, the woman watches, the same colorful energies now swirling around their feet, reflecting the chaotic power emanating from her companion. Unable to bear his agony any longer, she lunges forward, grabbing his face with both hands, her desperate plea to let stop, lost in his pained gasps. As the colorful energies continue to swirl, the man looks down, his expression resolute, firmly rejecting the notion that he was in the wrong. Deep within a cavernous abyss, a lone figure hangs suspended, their form silhouetted against the rough, ancient stone. The scene then shifts abruptly to the stark, bright reality of a classroom, where a student turns to Kong Ji Hyong, inquiring about his unique abilities. Kong Ji Hyong hesitates, his gaze fixed on his hand as he begins to explain, revealing his power to be an exoskeleton. Suddenly, a sharp, agonizing pain lances through him, his crimson eyes flaring as a grotesque, crystalline growth erupts from his skin, forcing a pained curse from his lips. The overwhelming agony sends him crashing to the floor, his body writhing as the transformation intensifies. From above, a light blue-haired student watches with a sneer, his voice dripping with disdain as he remarks on the disgusting sight. Kong Ji Hyung's hand, now fully transformed, is a horrifying mass of bloody, red, claw-like bone and flesh. The light blue-haired man turns away, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, muttering a dismissive "just fuck off" dash before letting out a soft, mocking chuckle. As Kong Ji Hyung slowly pushes himself up, looking at his monstrous hand, the light blue-haired man continues his taunts, asking if the sight is a bit gross. His casual stance, with one foot propped on a chair, belies the menacing glint in his electric blue eyes. With a final, chilling expression, the light blue-haired man offers a sarcastic apology, his glowing blue eyes fixed on Kong Ji Hyung, promising a future filled with conflict. A stark white form tears across the darkness. As a chilling truth echoes through the silence, he started it. From the depths of a grotesque transformation, a monstrous visage with glowing red eyes lets out a low, guttural chuckle, a sound of dark amusement. Nearby, the white-haired killer observes the scene, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, his gaze sharp and calculating. Standing amidst a crimson haze, the killer, silhouetted against the bloody backdrop, raises his blade and issues a defiant challenge. Who wants to kill me? Below him, a mountain of defeated monstrous forms, their bony structures and glowing red eyes still visible, testifies to his brutal victory, a testament to the sheer power he wields. Each grotesque face, splattered with blood, tells a story of a fierce struggle, now ended in ruin. Another fallen monster, its red eyes dimmed, lies broken among the carnage, its bony claws twisted in defeat. From within the gaping maw of one such creature, the view reveals even more defeated forms stretching into the distance, an endless sea of vanquished foes. A final, close look at a monstrous face, its red eyes still faintly glowing, confirms the extent of the devastation, a silent testament to the killer's might. A vibrant red glow emanates from below, hinting at lingering power or a new threat, as a dark, whip-like tail curves into view. Finally, the white-haired killer stands tall and triumphant, his form radiating an aura of absolute dominance, the red light of the aftermath illuminating his victory. A swirling mass of dark, monstrous energy coalesces, hinting at a formidable presence. Before the white-haired killer, with a powerful staff blow, strikes the monstrous form, red energy flaring with the impact. He stands triumphantly over the defeated entity, impaled by his weapon as white energy rings ripple outwards. A closer look reveals the grotesque, skeletal arm of the monster, followed by its distorted, screaming face, a testament to the brutal force it endured. Undeterred, the killer delivers another devastating strike with his staff, driving it into the monstrous entity amidst a surge of red energy. The monstrous form explodes violently, showering the area in blood and white energy. The explosion intensifies, engulfing the space in a maelstrom of gore and blinding light. As red energy streaks across the void, a single, bloodshot eye, surrounded by crimson power, manifests, observing the devastation. The crimson power continues to swirl, as the killer stands victorious over yet another fallen monstrous form, his staff planted firmly in the ground. His staff remains planted, radiating power as white energy rings ripple outwards across the red-tinged landscape. A massive impact crater forms, radiating destructive energy across the red, grid-like landscape, a testament to the sheer force unleashed. In the distance, a monstrous form is visible within a distorted, tunnel-like space, surrounded by swirling red and pink energy, hinting at the vastness of the ongoing conflict. Still descending with lethal speed, the white-haired killer plunged his spear-like staff downwards. As multiple glowing projectiles erupted from its tip, piercing a monstrous manifestation with brutal force. The impact was instantaneous, shattering the creature into a torrent of blood and white fragments that rained down through the dark void. He landed amidst the carnage, a lone figure surrounded by the broken remains of countless manifestations, yet another larger one still loomed in the background. The sheer scale of the destruction was staggering, a vast, dark landscape littered with the mangled forms of the defeated monsters, stretching endlessly into the distance. With a confident, almost eager expression, the killer raised his staff high, preparing for another devastating strike, a faint sound echoing through the void. His next attack found its mark, impaling a monstrous manifestation directly through its horned head, blood and gore erupting violently. The staff plunged deeper, tearing through the creature's bloodshot, glowing red eye with a sickening doo-duk sound, a spray of crimson following its path. The manifestation's chest, already scarred and torn, now bled profusely from the devastating impact. Looking up, a faint smirk played on his lips, his eyes glowing with a subtle green light as red energy trailed behind him, his staff still extended. He effortlessly withdrew his staff, the impaled manifestation disintegrating into blood and white particles, surrounded by the broken forms of its brethren. The final blow utterly obliterated the creature, leaving behind only a violent explosion of crimson and white fragments. He surveys the chaos with a confident smirk, his staff held loosely at his side. Before a swift, brutal strike connects, sending black ichor and blood spraying. The impact detonates the creature, a blinding flash of light and gore erupting from its form. He looks up, his gaze unwavering, as more monstrous manifestations descend from the crimson sky, One clawed hand, dripping with blood, reaches out from the darkness, barely missing his flowing white hair. But the killer is faster, tearing through the manifestation with ruthless efficiency, its form shredding into black fragments. Another explosion of light and dark energy signifies the destruction of yet another foe. The city itself seems to bleed, bathed in an ominous red glow as the battle rages on. With a powerful surge of energy, he unleashes a sweeping attack, his staff glowing with a fierce red aura. The weapon blurs through the air, a streak of golden light. As he brings his staff down with crushing force, blood already splattering upwards from the impact point. The final blow shatters another manifestation, sending a torrent of blood and black particles across the ground. He continued his devastating assault, a brilliant yellow beam of energy tearing through the air, splattering blood across the urban landscape. Descending from the city's towering heights, the powerful strike plunged into a crimson, cloud-filled abyss below. With a swift, brutal motion, the white-haired killer impaled another skeletal manifestation of Kang Ji-hyang, his staff piercing its form as it began to shatter. The monster erupted in a violent burst of red energy and white particles, a wet splash echoing through the void as it dissolved. Another skeletal entity, its red eyes glowing ominously, sank into the crimson liquid, impaled by the killer's staff, bubbles rising around its fading form. Undaunted by the endless horde, the white-haired killer continued his descent, falling through the bubbly red void, his staff ready for the next encounter. Deep within the liquid, another monstrous form of Kang Ji-hyang's son remained submerged, its head barely visible. The crimson depths churned, filled with countless bubbles and fragments of what once were formidable foes. Yet another skeletal manifestation, its body contorted, looked up from the murky red, its existence a testament to the sheer number of entities. Its monstrous face distorted in a silent scream, the glowing red eyes of the manifestation were surrounded by the relentless bubbles and debris of its brethren. The final moments of its existence were captured in a close-up, its single red eye burning with fading life amidst the skeletal fragments and swirling liquid. Then, with a final, violent tremor, jagged black lines tore across the crimson expanse, signifying the complete dissolution of yet another foe. Despite the command to smile, a torrent of sweat streams down Kang Ji-hyang's face, his expression a mask of forced cheerfulness that barely conceals his profound anguish. Internally, he curses the situation, the single word echoing the depth of his despair as his world continues to crumble. Meanwhile, the monstrous manifestations of his power continue to be torn apart, their forms dissolving into a chaotic, swirling vortex of crimson energy, a guttural cry of annihilation echoing through the void. Each one shatters with brutal efficiency, their grotesque features distorting and breaking apart into a shower of red particles. An eye, once filled with malevolent intent, now dissolves into nothingness, consumed by the overwhelming power that tears through the fabric of its being. A gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, is next to be obliterated, its form disintegrating into the same swirling abyss of red. The remnants of another distorted face are swallowed by the chaotic energy, leaving only trails of crimson light in their wake. Finally, the last vestiges of the manifestations collapse into a violent, frothing vortex, a maelstrom of red and white signifying their complete and utter annihilation. Amidst the swirling, crimson void he has created, the white-haired killer stands, a lone figure of calm power, surrounded by glowing red circles that seem to watch his every move. He surveys the tendrils of red energy that stretch into the distance, his gaze unwavering, a silent testament to the scale of his destructive capabilities. The void itself seems to writhe and churn, a testament to the raw, untamed power unleashed upon this space. A dark, indistinct silhouette is briefly visible within the swirling red, before the entire scene is consumed by an overwhelming, solid crimson. The monstrous manifestation of Kang Ji-hyang writhed in the swirling red void, its form already fractured and distorted by the relentless assault. Its glowing red eyes burned with a desperate fury, but the creature was clearly on the verge of collapse. A final, powerful strike tore through the crimson expanse, signaling the end of its struggle. The white-haired killer, his expression grim and resolute, stood ready to deliver the finishing blow. With a swift, brutal motion, the monster's head was violently severed, exploding into a shower of red energy. Its torso, now a hollow shell, glowed with the last vestiges of its destructive power before fading completely. Far away, Kang Ji-hyang screamed, clutching his head as if to tear it from his shoulders, the monster's demise echoing as a searing pain within his own mind. The image of the monster's destruction burned into his consciousness, a vivid, agonizing reflection of his own suffering. But the destruction was not without its own cost. As the monster dissolved, a corrosive green essence erupted, splashing onto the white-haired killer's face and hand, causing him to recoil in shock and pain. The green corruption spread rapidly across his skin, causing veins to bulge and his expression to contort. The air shimmered with the lingering green particles, a toxic residue of the monster's final moments. The white-haired killer stumbled back, his face partially obscured by the spreading green, a grimace of pain replacing his earlier resolve. The corrosive green essence, released by the dying manifestation, erupted from the ground, engulfing the white-haired killer's lower body. Bubbling and spreading with malevolent intent, it consumed the space around him, its glowing tendrils reaching out. Deep within the toxic cloud, the monster's organic core, a grotesque red eye, visibly dissolved into nothingness. The killer recoiled sharply from the unexpected assault, his form splattered with the virulent green and crimson residue. Falling backward, his body contorted in agony, as blood-like tendrils erupted from the very ground, signifying a deeper, psychic attack. Far away, the destruction of his manifestation sent a wave of excruciating psychic pain through Kong Ji Hyong, his mind assaulted by abstract, blood-red agony. Back at the scene, the monstrous form of Kong Ji Hyong's son finally dissolved completely, leaving only faint traces of the green essence behind. The white-haired killer stood, his gaze fixed on his staff, which was now coated in the lingering, corrosive residue. Despite the pain, a fierce determination ignited within him, and he surged forward, a blur of motion surrounded by vibrant yellow speed lines. His charge intensified, the yellow streaks elongating against a backdrop of surging red energy. Reaching a blinding peak of velocity, his form became almost indistinguishable from the sheer force of his movement. He moved with such extreme speed that he was reduced to nothing more than a single, brilliant white streak against the vibrant red expanse. The white-haired killer continued his blinding charge, a torrent of white light streaking through the crimson void. His form a blur as he glanced back, a silent acknowledgement of the path he carved. His red cloak billowed behind him, a banner of his unstoppable momentum. Until he met his target, a grotesque, skeletal manifestation, its form pierced by countless crimson spears. With a sharp, tearing sound, the entity disintegrated, leaving only a single, dark spear-like object to plummet into the abyss below. Its descent continuing through the silent, star-dusted expanse. The staff, now revealed as the killer's weapon, hurtled towards a distant planet, its surface obscured by swirling, blood-red clouds. The very fabric of space seemed to shimmer with glowing red particles, a gateway to another realm opening before him. Within this fiery maelstrom, a cocoon of brilliant yellow energy formed, carrying the white-haired killer through the tumultuous atmosphere. His form was visible within the intense glow, undergoing a rapid transformation or passage. Finally, he emerged, standing tall in a new, ethereal space, his gaze fixed upwards. Meanwhile, Kong Ji Hyong's eye flared with an unnatural green-yellow light, a psychic echo of the killer's actions rippling through him, as a trail of raw, red-orange energy streaked across his vision. The white-haired killer finds himself in a desolate, fiery landscape, a meteor-like object streaking across the blood-red sky as dark, jagged spears pierce the ground around him. The transition is abrupt, a blur of crimson and shadow marking his passage between realms. Emerging from a swirling vortex of golden flames, he surveys the new world with a single, appreciative thought: beautiful. His gaze lifts to a colossal, golden-armored figure, radiating an intense, ethereal glow, its presence dominating the fiery landscape. The towering entity's back is a tapestry of intricate golden scales and crimson fabric, suggesting both immense power and ancient regality. Every scale gleams with a polished, metallic sheen, reflecting the ambient glow of the strange new world. Suddenly, a violent impact sends crimson droplets scattering, a sharp, painful sound echoing through the air. The white-haired killer lies defeated on the cold ground, a golden-tipped spear resting ominously near his head, his previous confidence shattered. A new voice cuts through the silence, a white-haired woman in a striking red dress looking down at him with a single, pointed question: "You?" She observes him with an unreadable expression, her gaze sharp and assessing. Behind her, a vast army of golden-armored soldiers stands in silent formation, their forms outlined by a faint, purple energy, ready to obey her every command. Seated regally, the woman gestures with her staff, her voice echoing with authority as she poses the ultimate question to her captive: "The one who killed my people?" The desolate, reddish ground stretches out, littered with the fallen. Ling Xiaowei lies motionless, her pink hair fanned out around her, while beside her, a golden-armored entity is also sprawled, defeated. Lying defeated on the cold ground, the light blue-haired man struggles to lift his head, a golden staff resting ominously close to his temple. Meanwhile, the queen of the Golden Army, with an air of casual indifference, idly picks at her teeth with a slender stick, her gaze distant. A small, star-shaped toothpick dances between her lips, as below, an endless sea of golden-armored figures stretches into the horizon, a silent, formidable force. From the ranks of the imposing army, a voice booms, demanding to know if this is the one responsible for the demise of their people. The queen sits regally on her throne, a towering golden guard standing sentinel behind her, as the light blue-haired man remains prostrate at her feet, utterly defeated. Another figure, a pink-haired woman, also lies vanquished on the ground, a golden boot pressing down on her back, as the queen's casual yup confirms the accusation. Her dark eye, framed by pale skin, widens slightly, a hint of amusement playing across her features as she muses: "Well now." Still with the star-shaped toothpick between her lips, She seems to relish the unfolding drama. Addressing the defeated figures before her and the vast army behind them, she declares that they will have to face 100 million hunters by themselves. Suddenly, a blinding burst of purple and gold energy erupts, cracking through the air with immense force. Through the chaos, the light blue-haired man, now on his feet, clutches a red-haired woman close, his eyes wide with urgency as he calls out her name, Taesu, as he carries her to safety. Just why are you going this far? A deep voice echoes as a massive, red-armored figure, wreathed in dark purple energy, looms. I can't give up, a determined voice responds, as a silhouetted figure launches himself through the air towards the imposing enemy. The red-armored warrior stands ready, its form radiating ominous power. Amidst the swirling purple energy of the Golden Army, the light blue-haired man shields Taesu, holding her close as a desperate cry of Kang Jihyung rings out. Elsewhere, the pink-haired woman, Ling Xiaowei, drifts through an ethereal space, her form suspended. A reflective thought emerges, contemplating that there are too many hunters in this world. In a serene memory, Kang Jihyung, the light blue-haired man, and another friend sit beneath a cherry blossom tree, discussing how hunters are fighting amongst themselves right now, but eventually, they'll come to Korea. The name, Taesu, echoes a poignant connection to the present. The conversation continues with a solemn pact. If we one day die while fighting, absorb our mana. Kang Jihyung looks up, startled, asking, what? The light blue-haired man, his gaze distant, wonders, could I? The unnamed friend offers reassurance. No, this way, even if we die, we'll live on eternally within you. We're friends. In a memory bathed in the soft glow of cherry blossoms, a voice calls out to a group of friends, asking, you guys. The response comes, a shared sentiment of youthful camaraderie. All right, followed by a heartfelt promise. Let's stay together forever. Three figures stand silhouetted against the vibrant, blossoming trees, their pact sealed beneath the gentle fall of petals. In the present, the light blue-haired man endures a barrage of dark purple energy, the particles striking his face as he grits his teeth against the pain. He clutches Taesu close, shielding her from the relentless assault, a silent thought echoing his despair. Couldn't keep my promise. While from the past, his female friend's voice cuts through, demanding, what kind of bullshit is that? With determination etched on his face, he sprints away, carrying the child through the swirling purple haze, desperate to escape the danger. Back in the memory, Kang Jihyung looks on as his female friend, her expression troubled, leans in close, their faces reflecting a shared concern. Her eyes welling with tears, she repeats her incredulous question, what kind of bullshit is that? Under the same cherry blossom tree, Kang Jihyung reflects on the growing conflict, a somber realization dawning on him. There are too many hunters in this world. He sits in the tranquil, pink-hued forest, reflecting on the current state of affairs, observing that hunters are fighting amongst themselves, but predicting their eventual arrival in Korea. A younger Taesu, leaning over him, offers a cynical, almost gleeful warning, declaring that they will all be killed. Later, in the same flashback, he casually checks his phone from a tree branch, while Kang Jihyung looks up at him with a questioning expression. Back in the present, Kang Jihyung desperately clutches the unconscious child Taesu, his face contorted in anguish as he calls out her name. From the darkness, a voice filled with frustration and confusion demands to know what is happening. The light blue-haired man, his eyes glowing with intense blue energy, glares down with a challenging expression, asking if his opponent is upset. The child Taesu, her eyes wide with fear, can only manage a weak, trembling denial. In another flashback, the older Taesu stands at the edge of a dark chasm with the light blue-haired man, her resolve hardening as she declares her need to avenge her friends. She watches him walk away into the distance, a silhouette against the cloudy sky. A lone figure stands against a vast, ominous sky, his gaze fixed on something unseen, a sense of profound unease settling over the desolate landscape. With a heavy step, he moves forward, the ground beneath him stirring with dust, as if the very earth anticipates the coming storm. A silent question echoes through the air, a desperate plea for understanding amidst the growing chaos. Before him, an impossible sight unfolds, a vast army of armored figures, their forms glowing with an eerie purple light, stretches to the horizon, an overwhelming force rising from the earth. Each warrior, clad in ancient red and gold armor, radiates the same unsettling violet aura, their numbers seemingly endless. At the heart of this resurrected legion stands Luan Zhuwei, China's number 2. Her white hair and pink eyes a stark contrast to the dark energy swirling around her, a sinister smile playing on her lips. Her terrifying abilities are revealed, the power to revive and enslave the dead awakens, turning fallen heroes into her personal army. With this horrifying power, she has resurrected every single hunter in China, bending them to her will. She is not merely a leader. She is the very embodiment of China itself, a living weapon wielding the strength of an entire nation's fallen. The resurrected army surges forward, their purple auras intensifying as they prepare to unleash their collective might. From below, the lone figure watches the overwhelming tide, a sea of glowing, reanimated warriors filling his vision, an impossible challenge looming before him. As he turns to face the impending onslaught, his left arm is revealed, transformed into a monstrous, glowing red appendage, a terrifying power now coursing through his very being. Even someone as formidable as Ling Xiaowei, China's number 2, felt a profound unease, her perception of reality fracturing. As if something fundamental had gone terribly wrong, a disturbance rippling through the very fabric of existence. The resurrected army, a sea of golden armor and crimson energy, stood ready. Their numbers seemingly endless. Each warrior a testament to a power beyond mortal comprehension. Yet, the true anomaly was not the army, but the individual who had so utterly dominated even the SSS rank hunters. A feat that should have been impossible. No, this was something far greater. He stood beyond comprehension, a being who had already transcended the limits of his former self, and now threatened the very existence of all humanity. His electric blue eye, now swirling with chaotic, vibrant energy, reflected this terrifying new reality. A lone figure stands atop a distant planet, its shadow stretching across the celestial body, while below, a vibrant, multi-hued energy wave surges over a multitude of tiny, indistinct forms. An overwhelming sense of fear permeates the air, a primal terror gripping the countless beings caught within the swirling, chaotic energies. The vibrant, almost sentient energy continues its relentless advance, a kaleidoscope of destructive power. And as the wave engulfs them, a collective gasp of dread escapes the masses, their forms barely visible amidst the blinding light and crushing force. Their desperate cries of "Ack" and "Ugh" echo through the maelstrom, a raw manifestation of the survival instinct kicking in, even as they are overwhelmed. That lingering fear, even without a sense of identity, binds them together in a chorus of terrified screams, "Ah" and "Ah," as the purple-armored figures are tossed about. The golden-crowned, purple-armored figures are caught in the relentless current, their individual struggles lost in the larger catastrophe. Yet, a new command cuts through the chaos, a glowing directive to face him, demanding defiance in the face of utter destruction. Suddenly, 3 glowing exclamation marks appear, drawing attention to a figure whose eyes now burn with an intense, otherworldly purple glow, crackling with raw energy. Her voice, filled with an unnerving calm, cuts through the din, assuring the terrified masses, "I am right behind you," her presence a beacon of terrifying power amidst the chaos. This powerful declaration poses a profound question. What erases fear? As the masses continue to struggle, the answer comes with a chilling resolve. "I'll revive you again and again," a promise of endless resurrection, or perhaps, endless torment, to the struggling figures. A monstrous, horned figure, clad in red and gold armor, stands silhouetted against a swirling purple void. From the midst of the golden armored legions, the queen of the golden army extends her hand, dark energy swirling around her fingers as she commands her terrified forces to fight. Her words ignite a flicker of resolve within the ranks, a desperate belief that even in the face of overwhelming odds, there is still hope. Yet, a different memory surfaces, crudely drawn like a child's nightmare, recalling a time when Taesu was incredibly strong, a small, red-haired child standing defiantly beside a blue-haired figure and a fierce red beast. The blue-haired figure, in this fragmented recollection, moved with impossible speed, slicing through all their enemies with swift, decisive strikes. The memory shifts to the blue-haired figure's anguished face, the sounds of battle echoing in his mind. Slish, slash, slash, slash. Another fragment of the past, a family portrait in the same crude style, shows the blue-haired man, Taesu, a gray-haired woman, and a purple-haired man, but a violent red scribble obscures Taesu, hinting at a tragic event. The gray-haired woman's cry of "Ah" echoes through the memory, surrounded by chaotic scribbles that represent the pain and confusion of the moment. The blue-haired man's internal torment manifests as a desperate plea, "My head hurts," as a hand reaches down amidst a flurry of colorful stick figures. The chaotic imagery continues, a jumble of stick figures and lines, some marked with X's, symbolizing loss and destruction. Abruptly, the scene shifts to a close-up of a man's mouth, his jaw tense as he chews on a toothpick, a sharp "kaduk" sound accompanying the action. With a confident, almost arrogant air, he declares, "I am China itself." Xiaomin, surrounded by swirling purple energy, stands defiant, her voice ringing out with a challenge, asking if they truly believe she would ever lose to them. Her thoughts then drift to a fragmented memory, a child's voice echoing a simple affirmation, "Yesh." A crude drawing of a blue-haired child superimposed over her form, the vibrant, chaotic lines of memory swirling around her. Her eyes, now glowing with an ethereal light, reflect the intensity of these recollections, the colorful strands of memory seemingly emanating from her very being. The scene shifts to a serene, ancient landscape, where distant silhouettes of a family stand together, a stark contrast to the turmoil within her. A man with dark hair looks up at the towering structures, declaring with conviction that this is now the Manhwa sect's land. This declaration is further emphasized by a formal title card, identifying the Manhwa sect's SSS rank, Xiaomin. Back in the present, Xiaomin, now kneeling and vulnerable, is confronted by an unseen aggressor, who demands to know, "Why are you still here?" A sharp blade presses against her neck, Yet she still manages to utter a defiant, "You bastards." Tears stream down her face as she cries out, her voice filled with anguish. "This is the land where my family has lived." The blade remains poised, a chilling warning delivered with cold precision. If you take another step. A woman's face contorts in a silent scream, her eyes wide with terror as she falls, her world shattering around her. From a gaping hole in the wall, a small child with purple hair is roughly pulled away, their cries muffled by a hand, while below, the pink-haired woman lies lifeless, a pool of crimson spreading beneath her head. A cold, detached voice declares that they are simply moving to the next location. The purple-haired child, still being dragged, can only manage a choked sob, their small body trembling with silent grief. Tears fall onto a glowing, yellow-orange object held in a gray-skinned, clawed hand, as a child's voice whispers, "Imam," followed by a heart-wrenching sniff. The gray-skinned adult looms over the purple-haired child, asking with chilling indifference, "Why are you crying?" The child's internal thought echoes the brutal truth. Mom and Dad both died. A young Guang, lollipop in mouth, listens as the adult explains, "Because they were weak, you know?" A single tear escapes Guang's eye, a silent HHIC, betraying the pain he tries to suppress, even as he continues to suck on his lollipop. The purple-haired child, still weeping, turns to him, asking, "Are you not sad, Guang?" as he covers his own tear-streaked face. Despite the tears streaming down his own face, Guang's response is chillingly resolute. "Why would I be?" His inner monologue hardens, a vow forming in his young mind. "I'm going to become strong." As both children gaze down into the dark chasm where the pink-haired woman's severed head lies, Guang finishes his chilling declaration, "And kill them all anyway." The red fabric of the adult's shorts disappears into the darkness, leaving behind the chilling silence of the aftermath. A faint whisper escapes the dying woman's lips, her gaze fixed on her son. From above, a single tear, thick and viscous, rolls down a cheek, reflecting a golden, slit-pupiled eye. A fierce resolve hardens within the child's heart. He watches his mother, her life ebbing away, the words of the adult echoing in his mind. The bitter question forms, a seed of resentment taking root. Yet, even amidst the tears, a younger Guang finds a fleeting moment of comfort, savoring a small, sweet treat. Years later, the man he became holds the same golden star, a symbol of that childhood moment. He brings it to his lips, a ritualistic act. A sharp crunch echoes in the quiet. From the inky blackness, a barrage of dark spears descends, striking a lone, small figure below with a tearing sound. High above, a single, spear-like object continues its silent, ominous trajectory through the vast, star-dusted expanse of space, its dark form a stark contrast against the distant, purple-hued nebulae. It hurtles closer to a planet, its surface obscured by swirling, blood-red clouds, a world seemingly consumed by a crimson haze. As it draws nearer, faint red particles begin to shimmer and drift through the dark, empty space, heralds of the approaching power. Plunging into the planet's atmosphere, the object ignites, transforming into a fiery, skull-like entity, its descent a blazing meteor of destruction through the red-orange sky. The inferno intensifies, and within its heart, the skull-like form twists and expands, revealing a monstrous, skeletal figure engulfed in a maelstrom of jagged, yellow-orange flames. Amidst the red-tinged mist and the glow of the approaching entity, a white-haired man, dressed in regal red and gold, gazes upward, his expression unreadable as he witnesses the cataclysmic arrival. Elsewhere, a single eye, wide with terror and a faint green glow in its iris, reflects the horror of the moment, letting out a pained gasp. The glowing yellow-orange streak continues its descent, a vibrant scar across the dark, cloudy sky, its path a testament to the immense power it carries. From a towering, angular structure, the white-haired man stands silhouetted against the red-tinged horizon, spears embedded around him, overlooking a city bathed in the ominous glow of the approaching entity. A close-up reveals a sharp, metallic, claw-like object, crackling with yellow energy, as the observer's voice echoes, declaring the unfolding spectacle beautiful. Finally, the monstrous, skeletal figure fully manifests, its form writhing with immense yellow-orange energy, its eyes burning with a malevolent red glow, ready to unleash its power upon the world. He stood with his back to the chaos, observing the unfolding cataclysm with an almost detached curiosity, the golden light of the descending entity reflecting off his uniform. Suddenly, a deafening impact ripped through the air, shattering the momentary stillness. Before he could even react, shadowy tendrils erupted from the ground, lashing out and ensnaring him, throwing him violently backward. The assault continued relentlessly, each strike driving him further into the ground. A blinding burst of energy erupted around him, the sheer force of the impact threatening to tear him apart. He was pinned, unable to move, as the monstrous tendrils coiled around him, tightening their grip. A sickening green substance began to seep from his mouth, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning horror as he uttered a choked, "Huh." The green corruption spread rapidly, consuming his hand as the black tendrils continued their insidious work. Then, from the shadows, a monstrous face emerged, its red eyes glowing with malevolence as it announced its presence with a chilling tada. The creature's full visage was a nightmare of jagged teeth and predatory eyes, a terrifying harbinger of destruction. The shadow monster strikes with brutal force, sending the white-haired killer reeling through the air, only to follow up with another crushing impact, his body a blur of motion as debris explodes around him. The relentless assault continues, each blow driving the killer further back, unable to find purchase. Finally, with an explosive force, the monster delivers a final, devastating strike, sending him hurtling downwards. A pained gasp escapes the white-haired killer's lips, as a corrosive green liquid erupts from his mouth, the sheer agony etched across his face. His hand, now coated in the same vile substance, reaches out weakly as a shadowy tendril extends towards him, bathed in a crimson glow. The air crackles with raw, destructive energy, a swirling vortex of crimson power. From the depths of its shadowy form, the monster reveals a new, barbed tendril, a cruel weapon now fully formed. With chilling precision, the tendril wraps around the white-haired killer's arm, its grip unyielding. The monster begins to pull, dragging its victim closer with terrifying speed. Helpless against the monstrous strength, the white-haired killer is pulled further into the crimson-tinged darkness. The green corrosive substance continued its insidious spread across the white-haired killer's form, its toxic tendrils seeping deeper into his flesh. It reached his eye, distorting the pupil as the glowing green liquid bubbled around the orb. The poison then spread across his face, a grotesque transformation beginning to take hold. A stark visual of poison flashed, emphasizing the insidious nature of the attack. Simultaneously, black, shadowy tendrils, infused with glowing red energy, began to wrap around his leg, constricting him further. The shadow monster's form loomed, its tendrils tightening around the killer's torso, eliciting a surprised "wow" from the creature itself, impressed by the killer's resilience. It gripped the white-haired killer by the neck, pulling him close, questioning, "You came out of a place like this?" Its barbed tendrils secured a firm grip on his arm, dragging him further into its grasp. In the cavernous depths, the shadow monster stood triumphant over the white-haired killer, acknowledging his strength. "Incredible. So that's why you're this strong." The monster's foot descended, demanding, "Acknowledge it." The ground trembled from the impact. But in a sudden, desperate surge of power, the white-haired killer retaliated, striking the shadow monster with a powerful blow, thinking, "Of everyone I've fought against." The white-haired killer's counterattack erupts in a blinding flash, his momentum carrying him forward as he strikes with immense force, prompting the shadow monster to acknowledge his strength. He continues his relentless assault, delivering another powerful blow that sends shockwaves through the monstrous form. But the shadow monster is not easily defeated, its dark tendrils lashing out to ensnare the killer, pulling him off balance and interrupting his offensive. A chilling voice echoes, revealing a sinister intent, declaring that this new, terrifying power will be unleashed upon him first. The technique is unveiled, a deadly art known only as poison arts. The monster elaborates on its devastating nature, explaining that it is comprised of all the world's poisons. These virulent substances manifest as sharp, crystalline spikes, forming the very essence of this technique. The poison takes on a physical form, a mass of jagged, glowing pink spikes ready to pierce and corrupt. The shadow monster's grotesque face looms closer, its red eyes burning with malice as it challenges the killer, asking what he thinks of its new power. Its voice drips with contempt, demanding to know if the killer believes he can fight against such an overwhelming force. The shadow monster stands tall amidst a city warped by its malevolent energy, red lines of power coursing through the environment, punctuated by swirling black holes. The very fabric of reality seems to tear, as the destructive power of the poison arts manifests fully around the monster. Overwhelmed by the shadow monster's virulent power, the white-haired killer finds himself ensnared, a torrent of crimson energy and dark tendrils erupting around him. Pulled into a swirling vortex of black voids, he is dragged deeper into the monster's grasp, the red energy crackling with malevolent force. As tendrils pin him to the ground, a pained gasp escapes him, the sheer pressure of the attack crushing his body. Pinkish tendrils begin to wrap around his arm, corrupting his flesh, and he questions the nature of this new, insidious power. Staring up at the monstrous form above him, he feels a strange, unfamiliar sensation stirring within his chest, an emotion he cannot name. This feeling is as foreign to him as the simple joy of the candy he ate for the first time in his life. He recalls the warmth of his father's smile, a rare moment of peace in a life defined by conflict. He remembers the thrill of his first duel, the beginning of countless battles. Then came his first victory, followed swiftly by his second victory, each one a testament to his growing power. The victories piled up, from his third victory to his fifth, each one a step further on his path. He continued to conquer, reaching his ninth victory, then his 1 billionth, an unimaginable tally of triumphs. A lifetime of relentless combat, all culminating in a single, overwhelming victory. He finds himself utterly consumed by the shadow monster's poison arts, an unfamiliar emotion stirring within him, but the monster's voice echoes, declaring its power. Its monstrous face, with glowing purple eyes, asserts that its ability is even better. A chilling boast, it claims superiority than all of that combined. The question hangs in the air, why is that? As a single purple eye glows with the word poison. Suddenly, a vast, swirling vortex of vibrant pink energy erupts, consuming everything in its path, its destructive force unleashed. The vortex intensifies, tearing apart debris and the very ground beneath them, a maelstrom of raw power. It rages onward, a torrent of pink light and shattered fragments, engulfing the entire area. The white-haired killer is caught in the blast, recoiling violently as blood splatters from his chest and shoulder, his eyes glowing crimson with pain and defiance. Within the swirling pink poison, the shadow monster's tendrils writhe, asserting its menacing presence over its struggling opponent. He is forcefully pushed back, his red cloak whipping around him, as the monstrous, bandaged face of the shadow monster emerges from the energy, a terrifying visage of pure malice. The poison takes its toll, manifesting as dark, tendril-like veins across his body, causing him to grimace in intense pain, his glowing red eyes reflecting the agony. The vibrant pink poison energy continues its relentless swirl, dominating the entire scene as the killer struggles within its grasp. Engulfed by the shadow monster's potent poison, the white-haired killer's face contorts in a silent scream, dark veins spreading across his skin as the vibrant pink energy consumes him. Even as the agony intensifies, a faint whisper echoes through his mind, a tender declaration of affection. He stirs, a confused escaping him, as the scene shifts, pulling him into a fragmented memory. There, he lies entwined with a light pink-haired woman, her question of love hanging in the air between them. Suddenly, the intimate moment dissolves into a chilling vision, a vast hall filled with countless nude bodies, prompting a bewildered, "What is that?" from him. A dismissive "Ooft" accompanies the unsettling sight, as if the sheer number of fallen figures holds little meaning. The memory shifts again, returning to the tender embrace, his hand gently caressing the woman's back. Her eyes, however, are filled with tears as she softly reciprocates his earlier sentiment. A close-up reveals the delicate curve of her form, a poignant detail in the fading memory. Snapping back to the present, his eye now glows with a fierce yellow light, a new understanding dawning as he vows that Guang will one day comprehend the truth. A sharp gasp escapes him, followed by a chilling realization. Still caught in the shadow monster's grasp, he is violently pulled deeper into the swirling pink vortex, the monstrous tendrils tightening around him. Engulfed by the shadow monster's potent poison, the white-haired killer's face distorts, vibrant pink tendrils tearing at his flesh. The tendrils constrict further around his muscular torso, as a glowing red and pink circular energy portal begins to form beneath him, pulling him deeper into its grasp. He struggles, his body contorted in a desperate fight against the overwhelming force, the pink energy swirling around him like a destructive vortex. From the depths of the swirling chaos, the monstrous head of the shadow monster fully manifests, its sharp horn and glowing red eyes fixed on its prey. His own face contorted in a silent scream, his left eye now burns with an intense yellow glow, a profound realization or power awakening within him even as the tendrils continue their assault. The tendrils themselves seem to gain a more defined, monstrous form, small red glowing points appearing across their surface, hinting at the monster's growing power. Within his mind, fragmented visions flash, a figure with glowing green eyes, another with burning red, a bloodied young man, a pale-haired figure with closed eyes, and a terrified purple-haired individual, all fleeting images from a past he struggles to grasp. More disturbing images follow, a hulking monstrous form, a white-haired figure with a long braid, a body plummeting into a fiery abyss, and the desolate ruins of a destroyed city, each vision a piece of a terrifying puzzle. As the monster's power intensifies, the very fabric of reality around them begins to fracture, concrete structures cracking and splintering under the immense, pink-tinged force. The destruction escalates, buildings twisting and tearing apart as the pink energy consumes them. The entire scene collapses into a distorted, swirling red and pink vortex, fragments of the city pulled into its destructive maw. With a final, violent pull, a massive structure is dragged downwards, disappearing into the red and black maelstrom, its demise marked by powerful impact lines. A blinding, concussive force erupts, tearing through the very fabric of the space, sending debris and energy scattering in every direction. Amidst the chaos, the shadow monster's eye, now fractured and bleeding, reflects the agony of its destruction, its crimson iris still glowing faintly through the damage. A detached fragment of that monstrous eye, still weeping blood, tumbles through the dark void, a testament to the overwhelming power unleashed. The monster's very essence is torn apart, its bony structure and fleshy mass scattering into countless pieces. More of its grotesque form disintegrates, each fragment a testament to the devastating impact. The monster's eye, now a mangled ruin, continues to bleed, its life force draining away. A final, bewildered escapes the dying entity as its fragmented vision fades into darkness. The last visible remnants of the shadow monster dissolve into nothingness, leaving only a void. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a different reality, where Kong Ji-hyung kneels before a large, glowing screen displaying a distorted image, a silent figure standing behind him. His face etched with distress, he is gently embraced by a woman, who asks if he is all right. His gaze cast downward, the young man's anguish is palpable, as the woman softly calls out to her son. Her dark hair frames a face filled with concern, her striking green eyes fixed on him with unwavering maternal love. A new vision unfolds, a harrowing memory of a woman with red hair, Yeju, tumbling into a dark abyss, her face contorted in a silent scream, eyes glowing crimson with terror. Nearby, the light blue-haired man, Taesu, stumbles, his body hunched and bloodied, a desperate cry escaping his lips as he calls out her name. As Taesu struggles, another figure walks away, their presence a cold, indifferent departure, leaving behind only the echoes of despair. Moments later, Yeju, now safe from the fall, rushes towards him in a dark, cavernous space, her voice trembling with relief and concern, asking how worried she had been as he weakly utters her name. A silhouette of a man, head bowed, reflects Taesu's internal turmoil, a silent question echoing in his mind. Why did this happen? The scene shifts, showing Yeju hunched over, vulnerable, as the legs of the departing figure loom nearby, a stark reminder of their abandonment. Yeju runs, her form a blur against a vibrant red backdrop, a desperate flight fueled by fear and urgency. Taesu's face fills the frame, his electric blue eyes glowing with an intense, pained light, a bloody chain clutched in his hand, as a profound, heartbreaking realization washes over him. All he ever truly desired was to be loved. He holds her close, a silent embrace in the midst of a harrowing memory. Their feet stand precariously at the edge of a dark abyss, as a voice, filled with desperation, calls out his name. Taesu. Tears stream down her face as she clings to him, the fragmented thoughts of a child echoing through the scene, a chilling reminder of outside memories murdered, a day's one dinner, and the world's gaze staring inside 2 floors, at the end of the abyss, the beginning of pointing fingers, again sarcastic. At the mouth of the dark opening, the word actions hangs heavy in the air, while her choked sobs repeat his name. Hick. Taesu. Her gaze falls into the deep, dark pit, a small, distant silhouette visible at its bottom, as her cries continue. Sniff. Hick. Near her feet, the ground is stained with blood, a shadowy leg hinting at a grim presence nearby. Once more, he holds her tightly, her face etched with profound sorrow and tears. The scene shifts to a woman with dark, wavy hair and glasses, her expression pained as she clutches a white cloth to her chest. A closer look reveals a significant wound on her thigh, the injury stark against her pale skin and white stockings. A woman stands at the edge of a dark, ominous pit, a soft sniff escaping her as she gazes into the abyss where a shadowy figure waits below. Meanwhile, in a moment of raw emotion, Yeju weeps openly, her face streaked with tears as Kong Ji-hyung holds her close, offering what comfort he can. Back at the pit, Hunter Haname stands, her expression a mix of concern and determination, clutching a white cloth in her hands. Her presence there is questioned, as a voice wonders if this is indeed Japan's renowned Hunter Haname. Looking down at the shadowy figure, she demands to know what it is doing there. The unseen entity replies, revealing that it has heard of forces gathering to seek revenge on Kong Ji-hyung. Elsewhere, a monstrous figure with white, fur-like hair and piercing blue eyes looks up, a guttural huh, escaping its lips. It then poses a chilling question, asking if its interlocutor wishes to become its strength. Back to the tense conversation, Hunter Haname clarifies that the gathering of forces is not solely her initiative, as Kong Ji-hyung listens intently. Yeju, her expression now resolute, adds a crucial piece of information, having heard rumors of a hunter within their team capable of bringing dead awakens back to life. Her hands clasp tightly, a desperate plea escapes her lips, as Yeju begs, "Please, save this person." Meanwhile, Hunter Haname's face is etched with a grim resolve, her eyes closed in a moment of intense concentration or pain. Her hands carefully cradle a shimmering, crystalline object, within which a frozen, distorted face seems to stare out. A shadowy figure, its single electric blue eye glowing ominously, offers a chilling promise, "Very helpful to you." It rasps, followed by a low, guttural laugh. The light blue-haired man's laughter grows louder, a cacophony of dark amusement. His form, wreathed in a pale blue aura, vibrates with the force of his mirth, the sound filling the space with an unsettling presence. Back with Kong Ji-hyung and Yeju, he simply agrees, "Okay," as they step together into the blinding light of a cavernous tunnel entrance. Elsewhere, Hunter Haname's face is now contorted in terror, her eyes wide with fear, red marks staining her pale skin. Lying amidst the debris, a white-haired man and a blue-haired woman lay still, their forms illuminated by a faint, ethereal glow. Suddenly, a flicker of consciousness stirs within the white-haired man, his eyes remaining closed as a soft, red light emanates from beneath his lids, a silent huh, escaping his lips. Rising with an unsettling aura, the light blue-haired man now stands, his right arm transformed into jagged, glowing red crystal, while his chest and eyes pulse with an intense blue light, a casual yet menacing greeting. "What's up, my honey?" echoing in the air. Meanwhile, the blue-haired woman remains motionless, a chilling frost of ice and crystal beginning to creep across her face. Elsewhere, a torrent of golden, fiery energy erupts, blinding and overwhelming in its raw power. Amidst this swirling inferno, the light blue-haired man sits, his back to the viewer, seemingly at peace within the heart of the golden storm. The golden energy around him intensifies, now streaked with vibrant, multicolored light, a dazzling display of raw power. His eyes, now glowing an ethereal blue, reflect the surging power as golden energy impacts around him, a silent testament to his awakening. But before he can fully grasp his new strength, a powerful hand seizes him by the neck, lifting him effortlessly as golden energy crackles around his struggling form. A close-up reveals his eye, strained and veined with red, golden energy swirling within its depths, a silent scream of effort. The golden energy continues to surge, a chaotic dance of raw power. Later, the light blue-haired man stands before a bank of screens, observing various scenes unfold, including the attacker who ambushed him and a monstrous entity glowing with green light, a quiet awe escaping him as he processes the unfolding events. A pained cry escapes him as his body contorts, crystalline structures erupting from his form, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura and crackling yellow energy. His struggle continues, his entire being now encased in a shimmering, ice-like crystal, the yellow energy still coursing around him. As the transformation reaches a fever pitch, his head is consumed by a maelstrom of red and orange energy, his mouth agape in a silent, agonizing scream. Through the gaps in his fingers, a single electric blue eye glows with an intense, desperate light, his hands pressed tightly against his face. The blue light intensifies, reflecting the profound distress etched upon his hidden features. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a towering structure begins to fracture and crumble, streaks of pink and purple energy tearing through its foundations. The destruction accelerates, the building collapsing into a vortex of swirling red energy and debris. A violent impact shatters the remnants, sending shockwaves of red energy through the air with a deafening crack. The force culminates in a blinding, monochrome explosion that engulfs everything in its path. From the depths of the chaos, a monstrous, bloodshot red eye, surrounded by grotesque, twisted flesh, stares out with malevolent intent. From the depths of a crimson, organic mass, a single, bloodshot red eye opens, its gaze questioning the unfolding horror. The landscape itself is a grotesque tapestry, a vast expanse of raw, fleshy terrain interspersed with jagged, bone-like structures. As the monstrous presence solidifies, a foot, strangely adorned with a green and yellow shoe, emerges, bound by vibrant red tendrils. The entity fully reveals itself, a towering horror with glowing red eyes and sharp claws, crackling with malevolent energy. It stands amidst the devastation, its grotesque form surrounded by pulsating red energy lines, the air thick with its ominous presence. Meanwhile, far from the immediate chaos, the light blue-haired man lies unconscious, or perhaps worse, on a deeply fractured surface. The monster's face contorts, a horrifying mosaic of pink flesh, a single red eye burning with intensity, and tendrils of green energy pulsing around it. A voice cuts through the terror, a desperate cry echoing the name. Kang Ji-hyun. Kang Ji-hyun, a mere silhouette against the monstrous backdrop, stands firm, confronting the colossal entity. The monster's foot looms menacingly close, yet Kang Ji-hyun's voice rings out again. Kang Ji-hyun. The name, Kang Ji-hyun, is emblazoned across the scene, a focal point of the unfolding drama. As the final syllable, young, echoes, Bones appears, her purple hair and glowing purple eyes reflecting the intensity of the moment. The monstrous entity, a grotesque mass of pink flesh and multiple glowing red eyes, lets out a guttural sound, its long tongue lolling from a cavernous maw. Nearby, the light blue-haired man lies incapacitated, his body bruised and bleeding, as a shadowy, clawed hand grips him firmly. The monster's face, a horrifying visage of exposed muscle and bone, reveals its predatory satisfaction. The scene fades into a hazy memory. As the shadowy entity stands amidst a desolate, ruined landscape, its voice echoing with a chilling declaration, "That was fun." The memory deepens, revealing a younger boy looking up at his mentor, who addresses him softly, "Son." The mentor's words resonate with a powerful directive, "Become strong, so you won't experience this humiliation again." As the two figures walk away from a burning village, the mentor's resolve hardens, becomes so strong. Tears stream down the mentor's face, as he imparts a final, challenging goal. "You can beat your father." A golden aura flares around the mentor, his gaze fixed on the boy, who absorbs every word. With newfound determination, the boy's golden eyes glow brightly, as he looks up, calling out, "Dad." A young boy, his small knife glinting, throws his arms up in triumph, a joyous cry of victory escaping his lips. Yet, the scene shifts abruptly to a somber reality, where his father lies defeated on the cold, hard ground, blood staining the earth around his head, as the boy stands silently over him. A memory flashes, a younger version of the boy walking away from a village engulfed in flames, his voice echoing a desperate call for his father. The inferno rages, a blinding wall of fire and sparks, as the boy's plea for his father continues to pierce the chaos. The scene fades to black, but the question lingers, a soft, uncertain whisper for his father. His face contorts in anguish, tears and blood streaking his cheeks, as the first syllable of his father's name escapes his trembling lips. The final syllable is uttered, as a grotesque, fleshy monstrosity fills the frame, its exposed muscles and tendrils a horrifying sight. The monstrous visage blurs, a nightmarish image of raw, pulsating flesh. The memory shifts again, revealing a desolate landscape, strewn with the shattered remnants of what was once solid ground. Amidst the destruction, the monstrous entity lies broken and still, its form twisted in defeat. A single, heavy thought echoes through the silence, a profound sense of loss. In a desolate, rocky expanse, a towering figure in martial robes stands over a smaller, defeated opponent, his voice echoing with a triumphant, almost mocking tone. He stares down at the prone form, uttering a name with a chilling finality. This formidable individual is none other than Gal Jakbong, the legendary S-rank blacksmith, known for his unparalleled skill and ruthless power. Meanwhile, the smaller figure, battered and bruised, collapses to the ground with a pained groan, the impact echoing the severity of their defeat. A chilling declaration hangs in the air, confirming the finality of the battle. You've finally died. Unsatisfied with mere defeat, Gal Jakbong raises a grotesque, fleshy hammer, preparing to deliver a definitive, crushing blow. As the smaller figure lies broken on the ground, a faint, ominous purple energy begins to emanate from their body, a silent testament to their inner turmoil. The S-rank blacksmith brings his weapon down with immense force, a stylized depiction of the brutal impact showing red energy lines tracing the path of his devastating attack. In a desperate, final surge, the defeated figure's true monstrous form begins to manifest, a chaotic swirl of red and yellow energy. The impact of the blow is immense, sending crimson energy streaking downwards, signifying the overwhelming power of Gal Jakbong's strike. Despite the crushing defeat, the monstrous visage of Bones emerges, its eyes glowing with an eerie purple light, a testament to its enduring, terrifying presence. From the blood-red void, a spiky, monstrous presence begins to shimmer into view, crackling with an eerie energy. As the monstrous face of Bones fully manifests, its single red eye glowing with malevolent power, purple lightning arcing across its grotesque form. Yet, even as this terror emerges, the humanoid form of Bones remains impaled on a colossal spike, their body twisted in agony amidst the swirling red mist and debris. Still, they refuse to yield, struggling to crawl across the blood-soaked ground, a desperate fight for survival etched onto their bloodied face. The scene is a gruesome tableau, a vast pool of crimson liquid reflecting the shattered remnants of battle, with scattered pieces of white debris floating ominously within. More fragments of what was once solid ground now drift aimlessly, each piece a testament to the devastating power unleashed. Beyond the immediate carnage, a ruined cityscape stretches into the distance, its jagged silhouettes stark against a sky stained in apocalyptic red. The monstrous silhouette of Bones, crackling with energy, continues to loom over this desolate landscape, a terrifying symbol of enduring power. Its form remains a shadowy menace, a constant, shimmering presence in the blood-soaked air. Despite the overwhelming odds, the impaled Bones reaches out a bloodied hand, their fingers straining towards a weapon, a final, desperate act of defiance. And as if in response to this will, the monstrous face of Bones returns, its red eye burning brighter, purple energy crackling with renewed intensity, a testament to an unbreakable spirit. The monstrous form of Bones, already grievously wounded, struggles to maintain its composure, its distorted face a mask of pain and blood. Meanwhile, the soft, rhythmic sound of footsteps echoes as a shadowy figure approaches the fallen monster. A guttural cry of pain escapes the monstrous form as it endures another brutal impact. From above, more shadowy figures descend, their forms outlined against the crimson backdrop, joining the relentless assault. The relentless assault continues as a group of armed, silhouetted attackers closes in on the monstrous form, which lies battered on the ground. Another blow lands, distorting the monster's face further. A weapon is wielded with brutal force, its impact echoing through the crimson air. The scene dissolves into a chaotic maelstrom of red and black, a relentless slaughter unfolding against the monstrous entity. Amidst the chaos, the monstrous form of Bones thrashes, a silhouette of raw, desperate power struggling against its tormentors. The violence intensifies, a blur of motion and impact consuming the battlefield. A chilling voice rings out, condemning the creature, declaring, "Die. You're a monster. Slaughter." The hateful words continue to echo through the bloody battlefield, questioning, just why? A monster. Live. The monstrous entity continues to endure a relentless onslaught, shadowy figures tearing into its mangled form with savage abandon. Amidst the chaos, a chilling declaration echoes, promising utter destruction as the assault intensifies. Suddenly, a massive truck barrels into the fray, slamming into the already broken form with a sickening impact, sending blood splattering across the crimson landscape. The mangled entity lies prone, its body a grotesque ruin as more shadowy assailants close in for the kill. A desperate thought pierces the pain, a silent cry of "Ah, I can't meet," escaping his ravaged mind. As his flesh is further torn, his thoughts drift to a single, agonizing word: Mom now. The chilling whine of a chainsaw suddenly fills the air, its sharp teeth poised to inflict yet more unimaginable torment. A resigned acceptance settles over him, a quiet "yeah," acknowledging the inevitable. His bloodshot eye, reflecting the words "let's die," burns with a final, desperate resolve. But then, a voice cuts through the din, a desperate cry of Jihyung, echoing across the ravaged scene. Two figures emerge from the light, their silhouettes approaching the horrific spectacle. As they draw closer, one of them calls out again, her voice filled with urgency. Kang Jihyung. As the monstrous form of Kang Jihyung endures its brutal assault, a desperate voice pierces through the chaos, crying out his name with an urgent plea. The sound triggers a vivid, painful memory or vision, as a light-haired woman and a younger, human Jihyung plummet into a swirling abyss, engulfed by shadowy tendrils and a crimson void. The vision continues, showing the woman lying broken and still on the blood-red ground, her head unnaturally angled, a tragic casualty of the fall. The monstrous form's eye, bloodshot and veined, reflects the devastating image, a raw, visceral pain contorting its features as the memory takes hold. A deep, ominous pit opens into the earth, its depths shrouded in impenetrable darkness, as a voice calls out, "Hi name?" Elsewhere, a different, more playful voice greets someone with a casual, "What's up, my honey?" Far from these exchanges, Kang Ji-hyung sits in quiet contemplation, his form bathed in a vibrant, multicolored aura as raw power swirls around him. The chaotic energy intensifies, manifesting as streaks of fiery light and glowing particles, a testament to the immense forces at play. Meanwhile, a brutal confrontation unfolds as the white-haired killer violently chokes the scarred white-haired man, his grip tight around the man's throat, fiery energy crackling around the victim's head. The scarred man's eye bulges, veins throbbing as a desperate, glowing energy emanates from it, reflecting his agony and struggle. In a moment of tender concern, a mother's voice reaches out, asking, "Kid, why are you here? It's cold. Let's go together. What's your name? I'm sorry for only making you do this work. We've only barely done Japan. Next will be Korea, and then China. You might die next time. If you want, you can stop. You're young. Even if I don't ask everything, you're already much too involved." The white-haired killer stands firm, a determined expression on his face, as Lee Yuman watches him, declaring, "Son, the four great hunter nations are America, China, Russia, and Japan. Japan is weak. If they don't absorb Korea, they'll never survive. I can fight more. Even if my body gets destroyed, I'll protect my country." A concerned voice questions the situation, asking, "Minister of Defense, our hunters, why can't we contact any of them? It's been 3 days since they've gone in. I'll go check the Minister of Defense." The white-haired killer then turns his attention to Hainame, who kneels before him, issuing a chilling command. "Is Japan's #1 hunter. From now on, anyone who takes a step forward will die by my hands. I'll melt every single one of your cells. Hainame, your hand. Melt it from within. Forever. Hainame, take the hunters and hide." A choked sound escapes her lips. Yeju whispers a name. Taesu. As a wave of red energy pulses around her, her voice filled with anguish, "I'm sorry." Her eyes glow with an intense, otherworldly light, the red energy swirling violently as her emotions overwhelm her. The image of Taisu's white hair flashes in her mind, a desperate plea forming on her lips. Her glowing eyes fixate on an unseen point, the words tearing from her soul, "I can't lose you." The scene abruptly shifts to a dimly lit alleyway at night, a stark contrast to the previous chaos, a memory of her mother beginning to surface. A harsh voice echoes, filled with venom, as the painful truth of her childhood resurfaces. Her father always used to beat her mother. In the memory, her father violently grabs her mother's hair, pulling her head back, shouting that her very existence was the cause of his suffering, as her mother cries out in agony. Her mother lies helpless on the ground, a desperate plea for her darling child escaping her lips. A young Yeju, her face bruised and tear-streaked, clings to her mother's leg, whispering words of love, a child with autism caught in a cycle of violence. Yeju's flashback continued, revealing that she had autism, and for those like her, the emergence of Gates was nothing short of a calamity. Indeed, her mother's manifestation of awakened abilities proved to be a disaster, as she simply couldn't control her newfound powers. The raw, untamed power erupted in a brutal, bloody display, culminating in her killing their father on the spot. Because of her mental disorder and the fact that she had children, the mother was placed on probation, while a young Yeju cried out for her, pleading for her attention. Reflecting on the past, Yeju thought that her mother's inability to control her powers was actually better, a faint bruise still visible on her neck from the trauma. However, the narrative then shifted to her brother, introducing another layer of familial trauma. He was often seen barefoot, his presence a quiet, unsettling force in the home. He thought otherwise about their family's situation, and from the very next day, his behavior began to change drastically. He started working outside, perhaps seeking an escape or a means to cope. Yet, despite his efforts, he also committed violence at home, attacking their mother while a young Yeju watched, helpless and terrified. As the days passed, the cycle of abuse continued, leaving deep scars on the family. The violence at home escalated, his acts becoming severe, leaving behind shattered remnants of what was once whole. And then, amidst the chaos, she awakened, raw power manifesting as crimson energy pulsed around her hands, her mother lying unconscious nearby. A desperate thought formed in her mind. If she could only make a lot of money as a hunter, perhaps things would change. Clutching the bedsheets, she wondered if she could ever truly escape this hell. Such thoughts lingered in her mind as she fell asleep, the rustling of her movements echoing the turmoil within. A soft sound broke her slumber, drawing a questioning hum from her lips. Sitting up, she saw a shadowed figure looming over her, a chilling realization dawning as she whispered, "Brother?" Panicked, she bolted through the alley, her footsteps echoing with a desperate crash against the pavement. But her brother was faster, his foot connecting with her body in a sickening crack, sending her sprawling. She hit the ground with a heavy thud, the impact jarring her entire frame. As she lay there, he raised his fist, his voice dripping with venom, calling her a bitch before delivering another blow. Her hand twitches, a faint tremor running through her body. As she cries out, a desperate plea to be saved, blows raining down upon her with sickening impacts. A cruel laugh escapes her brother, followed by a harsh expletive, as he continues his torment. Barely conscious, she murmurs his name, only to be met with a cold command to stay still. Her voice is muffled, a choked cry of disbelief and pain. The desperate cries of no echo, a desperate refusal of the unfolding horror. Suddenly, a figure lunges forward, her mother's foot connecting sharply with her brother's side, interrupting his assault. He recoils from the unexpected blow, a curse escaping his lips. Despite the intervention, her brother quickly regains his footing, looming over her once more, the sound of another impact ringing out. Lying on the cold ground, she trembles uncontrollably, the fear a palpable weight. Through her days, she weakly calls out for her mother, a desperate plea for salvation. Her words are broken, barely a whisper, as she struggles to comprehend her surroundings. Still reeling from the brutal assault, Yeju lies helpless on the ground as her brother looms over her, his voice laced with irritation, muttering, fuck. His frustration only growing, he adds, "This is so annoying." As Yeju, bloodied and tearful, finds a moment of solace in her mother's embrace, who holds her close. Her mother's voice, filled with anguish, barely manages to utter, "You," as Yeju, dazed and terrified, weakly echoes, "You." Suddenly, with a surge of protective fury, her mother launches a powerful kick, sending the brother flying through the air, his angry retort cut short by the impact. The force of the blow leaves his foot bleeding, a stark reminder of the violence that has erupted in the alley. Amidst the chaos, her mother's voice rings out, filled with desperate concern, "Yeju." The scene shifts to a different memory, a young Taesu sitting alone on a swing set, his gaze fixed on the ground as he quietly confesses, "I killed a person again." His voice is heavy with despair, wondering, how many more until it stops? And then, a profound sadness as he acknowledges, "Dad, Mom. They're not even here anymore." Lost in his thoughts, he concludes with a heavy heart, "My ability is cursed." As he sits there, a voice calls out to him, "Taesu," revealing his father, a hooded figure on the adjacent swing, who calmly explains, "I've awakened. It's a mana regulation ability." His father continues, offering a solution, "I can use it on you and seal your ability," prompting a hopeful, yet uncertain, response from the young boy, "Really?" He stands behind bars, his gaze distant, as if lost in a memory, but before that, another scene unfolds. A voice echoes, raw with desperation, asking if he can truly kill one more person. The memory shifts to a young woman's face, swollen and bruised, her features distorted by pain and fear. Outside a dilapidated home, the brother pounds on the door, while Yeju stands nearby, her expression resigned. He turns on her, his voice laced with venom, demanding to know why she's coming home so late, his mother watching in distress. Suddenly, a glowing red impact strikes the brother's back, sending him reeling forward. He collapses to the ground, the red glow still emanating from his injury, as his mother stands over him, while Yeju remains huddled on the ground. Back in the present, Taesu's eye glows with an intense blue light, reflecting the turmoil of the memory. The flashback returns to Yeju, her face streaked with tears, her pain palpable. Taesu, now holding a phone, looks down at the scene, a single word escaping his lips, "Yeju." A voice calls out his full name, Han Taesu. He stands in a dark suit, a glowing red chain draped over his shoulder, his blue eyes still alight, as he questions, "What are you doing?" Still caught in the grip of a powerful memory, Taesu finds himself bound by a glowing red collar, his own past actions manifesting as a physical restraint, while Yeju, kneeling nearby, calls out to him with a desperate plea. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the darkness, a sharp, singular word echoing in the void. As the scene shifts, a manifestation of Taesu, clad in a dark suit, looms over his kneeling self, a glowing red chain held taut in his hand, his voice accusing. Haven't you had enough of killing people till now? The manifestation strikes, sending the other Taesu reeling backward, his pained cries filling the air, as he questions the relentless cycle of violence. Was there a need to kill one more? His own eyes glowing with an intense blue light, Taesu struggles against the internal assault, while Yeju's face contorts in anguish, her own distress mirroring his torment. Overwhelmed by the sight, Yeju's hand begins to glow with a fierce red energy, tendrils of power swirling around her as she prepares to intervene. The red energy intensifies, pulsing from the ground beneath them. Taesu, still in his suit, reacts with a startled exclamation, grabbing the source of the red energy, a hand, as his blue eyes glow with renewed intensity. The manifestation of Taesu continues to press down on his struggling self, the red glow around his neck tightening, as he desperately cries out, "Inferno." Suddenly, with a surge of power, Taesu is thrown backward, landing hard on the ground, while Yeju, sitting nearby, gasps in surprise at the unexpected turn of events. He lies prone, the glowing red chain still wrapped around his neck, a symbol of the internal battle that continues to rage within him. Nearby, Yeju lies on the ground, her hand reaching out to touch a mysterious, glowing red symbol, its intricate patterns pulsing with an ancient power. Hunched over, a figure with white hair murmurs a single word, a plea echoing in the darkness. As the manifestation of his past binds him with glowing red chains, his blue eyes wide with terror, the sound of his struggle filling the void. He reacts with a startled gasp, his mind reeling from the relentless assault. A shadowy figure, a reflection of his own guilt, looms over him, whispering his name and offering a sorrowful apology. Taesu doubles over, racked with sobs, the red energy of his torment swirling around him as another figure approaches from behind. The red-haired woman, Yeju, watches the scene unfold, her thoughts racing as she questions the next step in this harrowing ordeal. Moving swiftly, she embraces him, offering a comforting presence and a quiet reassurance. As they stand together on a rooftop overlooking the city, her resolve hardens, a silent vow forming in her heart. The abstract red lines of his internal struggle continue to swirl, a visual representation of the deep-seated pain he endures. Yet, through it all, her voice cuts through the chaos, a fierce declaration of her unwavering commitment to him. Taesu clutches his face, overwhelmed, as glowing red patterns spread across his arm, a physical manifestation of his internal wounds. The red lines continue to ensnare him, a constant reminder of the struggle that still grips his very being. The ethereal red landscape of Taesu's internal struggle continued to churn, a silent, ominous backdrop to his torment. Meanwhile, Yeju, her form radiating a soft red glow, could only utter a pained apology, her expression etched with deep sorrow. As if in response, Taesu's hand shot out, gripping her wrist with unexpected force, a desperate, confused curse escaping him amidst the swirling red particles. His own face, inverted and contorted in agony, revealed eyes now glowing with an eerie blue light, reflecting the escalating internal battle. Then, the torment manifested fully, red tendrils erupting from the ground to pierce and bind him, as Yeju's voice called out his name, only to be met with his own guttural curse. The scene blurred, the oppressive red fading into a stark, empty gradient, a momentary void before the next wave of pain. But the agony was far from over, his pained cries echoing through the space, each sound a testament to his suffering. He lay broken, bloodied, and ensnared by the relentless tendrils, his body racked by an unbearable, piercing torment. Both bones, surrounded by a purple glow, and Yeju, still radiating red, could only watch in horror, their own cries of anguish joining his. His face contorted, his eyes now glowing a stark white, as lines of red and orange energy pulsed around him, signaling a deeper transformation. The manifestation continued, his arm becoming a grotesque mass of blood and tendrils, swirling with ominous purple energy. Amidst the chaos, a voice, filled with trepidation, whispered, questioning the identity of the one before them. He stands before the monstrous manifestation of his own agony, a grotesque red entity gurgling and squelching above him. As raw, guttural screams tear from his throat, each one a desperate cry against the overwhelming pain. The torment continues, his body racked by unseen forces. His cries grow louder, a desperate plea lost in the chaos. A moment of unsettling silence hangs heavy in the air, before he violently retches, expelling something dark and viscous. A harsh cough tears through him, leaving him gasping for breath. His arm lies limp on the cold ground, as he continues to cough and cry out in weakening agony. Another pained cry escapes him, a final, desperate sound. His body convulses, shaking uncontrollably as the pain consumes him. With a final, shuddering gasp, he begins to fall, his legs giving out beneath him. His body hits the ground with a heavy impact, sending dust and debris scattering around him. A sharp, disruptive sound echoes, as the very ground beneath him begins to crack and splinter. Leaving Taesu standing alone, his back to the viewer, his left arm still a mangled, bleeding mess. Suddenly, a brilliant, light blue aura erupts from his form, radiating outwards with immense power. the energy intensifying and distorting the space around him. His body, still bearing the gruesome injury, begins to plummet through the void. Multiple spectral images of him falling towards a vast, red celestial body. The descent continues, his injured arm a stark reminder of his agony. As his form fragments and disperses against a dark, blood-red backdrop. Abstract lines of vibrant energy, red, yellow, blue, and green, swirl and ascend through a smoky, crimson haze, while brilliant arcs of red and yellow light illuminate the deepening red void, and fiery red lines trace across a desolate, ember-filled landscape. The raw power within him surged, manifesting as vibrant red energy that pulsed around his arm, crackling with untamed force. White, lightning-like lines danced across his skin as the crimson aura intensified, threatening to tear his very form apart. His hand reached downward, a conduit for the swirling, destructive energy that now consumed his surroundings. His body began to contort and fragment, caught within a chaotic vortex of crimson power. Each piece of his form seemed to stretch and warp, pulled apart by the sheer force of the energy he wielded. His arm, now a mass of tendrils and raw power, continued its monstrous transformation, radiating an ominous glow. The very fabric of reality around him seemed to unravel, replaced by chaotic, swirling patterns of red and orange energy. His face, contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion, revealed eyes that now burned with an intense, electric blue light, crackling with the overwhelming power. From his torso, thick lines of crimson energy radiated outward, a testament to the destructive force now coursing through his entire being. The air itself seemed to tear and rip as the chaotic energy intensified, creating a sound like fabric shredding. A sharp, crackling hiss echoed through the void as the power continued to build, threatening to consume everything. Finally, a decisive snap and crackle reverberated, marking the culmination of his overwhelming transformation. A faint, crimson line stretches across the void, a precursor to the chaos that would soon erupt. Then, with a sharp crackle, a vortex of raw, red energy tears through the air, its dark core pulsing with destructive power. The ground below lies shattered and desolate, a barren wasteland of broken rock and dust, reflecting the grim reality of their world. Through this ravaged landscape, Lee Yumin and Kong Ji Hyong move with a weary determination, their footsteps echoing softly as they navigate the treacherous terrain. Suddenly, a horrifying vision unfolds before her eyes, as shadowy figures with glowing eyes swarm around Kong Ji Hyong, their dark forms threatening to consume him entirely. The memory intensifies, voices from the past crying out, acknowledging her as the KSA president and him as an S-rank healer, yet powerless against the encroaching darkness. Reaching out desperately, she cries out for her son as the shadowy mass engulfs him, pulling him into its depths. The force of the attack drags her down as well, her body twisting amidst the swirling darkness. Trapped and in agony, she pleads for salvation, the pain searing through her as the shadowy figures close in. Her form tumbles helplessly, lost within the crimson void. Yet, she continues to move forward, her legs carrying her across the blood-red ground, a testament to her enduring will. Finally, in the present, Lee Yumin gently cradles the scarred white-haired man, her voice a soft reassurance as she tells him not to worry, offering comfort in his vulnerable state. A bloodshot, veiny eye stares out, reflecting a distorted, dark figure within its depths, hinting at a profound internal struggle or a monstrous influence taking hold. Above, a monstrous, fleshy maw gapes open, dripping with blood, while a pale hand reaches out, almost protectively, towards a translucent, vulnerable humanoid form, as if trying to grasp a fading essence. The translucent figure remains, a fragile silhouette against the void, as a small, shadowy presence lurks ominously in the periphery. From the depths, a silent horde of shadowy, featureless figures with glowing white eyes emerges, their forms accompanied by the unsettling sight of a glowing red, organic structure pulsating with dark energy. The red organic structure, now revealing a vibrant green orb at its core, gives way to a desolate, alien landscape, where pinkish, organic ground stretches endlessly, broken only by deep blue fissures. Across this bizarre terrain, a large, translucent insect-like creature crawls, its form a stark contrast to the fleshy, organic structures that seem to grow from the very ground beneath it. Amidst this unfolding nightmare, Lee Yumin closes her eyes, a faint, resigned smile gracing her lips, her voice echoing with a chilling acceptance. We're all destined to die anyway. Suddenly, a towering, horned silhouette emerges from the crimson depths, its form crackling with faint red lines of energy, a new and terrifying presence in the blood-red landscape. A closer look reveals the monstrous head, crowned with a sharp, bone-like spike, its grotesque features hinting at unimaginable power. The full, horrifying form of the horned abomination comes into view, its dark gray body covered in countless glowing red eyes and pulsating veins, a living nightmare made manifest. Red energy particles swirl around its upper body, emphasizing the raw, destructive power emanating from its many glowing eyes. As the monstrous entity fully reveals itself, Lee Yumin's eyes snap open, now glowing a distressed crimson, her face etched with a mixture of horror and grim determination against the blood-red backdrop. Lee Yuman's despair deepens, her mind drifting through fragmented memories and terrifying visions. She recalls a tender moment, holding her infant son, Kang Ji Hyong, a tiny, vulnerable life in her arms. But the warmth of the memory quickly fades. She finds herself once more in a nightmarish landscape, a stark red void filled with indistinct, shadowy figures, their presence a suffocating weight as she looks up in terror. The oppressive aura presses in, forcing her gaze to the side, her expression etched with profound fear. The terrifying vision recedes, replaced by another fading memory. She sees herself kneeling in a desolate alley, clutching a young Kang Ji Hyong, the harsh light from above illuminating their desperate plight. Again, the scene dissolves into darkness. But this time, the darkness gives way to a monstrous reality, as she kneels before the towering, horned, red-eyed monster, its form looming over her amidst the shadowy figures. Meanwhile, in a desolate void, a young Kang Ji Hyong stands alone, illuminated by a single, isolating spotlight. A hand reaches out, a gesture of desperate longing, as Lee Yuman's face contorts with anguish and fear. She reaches for him, her voice a desperate whisper, calling out his name, Jihyung. A fragmented memory flickers, showing two figures standing opposite each other, one in red, the other in white. Then, the vision shifts, and Lee Yuman reaches out to the monstrous, horned entity, her expression a mix of concern and desperate tenderness. Its form remains imposing, a mass of sharp, rocky textures, and a single, glowing red eye that pierces the darkness. A questioning sound escapes her lips as she looks up, her brow furrowed with a profound sense of unease. Her thoughts, however, are singular, a desperate plea for her son echoing in her mind. Tears stream down her face, a silent testament to her unwavering devotion, as she vows to always love him, no matter his form. But the vision turns horrific, her face distorting and bleeding, as if being torn apart by an unseen, agonizing force, surrounded by a crimson aura. The torment shifts, revealing her son's face, equally distorted and bloody, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, as if sharing her suffering. Her own visage returns, further mangled and splattered with blood, trapped behind a visual barrier, a scream frozen on her lips. Abruptly, the scene changes to a scarred, white-haired man, standing with arms outstretched, his muscular body covered in fresh blood. He stands amidst a vast pool of crimson, the violence of his situation starkly evident. Finally, the horned monster reappears, its red eye glowing intensely, now surrounded by vibrant, multicolored energy streaks, a new and terrifying power emanating from its form. A voice echoes through the void, questioning the impossible. Hyun Kong Guild's Hunter Han Tae-soo? The scarred man, battered and bruised, looks up, his own thoughts mirroring the disbelief. He was still alive. He stands amidst a desolate landscape, surrounded by grotesque figures, his arm bleeding profusely, red energy swirling around his feet. The source of the oppressive aura reveals itself, the horned monster, its eyes glowing with malevolent red light, its presence radiating raw power. Han Tae-soo's face is etched with strain, dark veins spiderwebbing across his skin as he declares, "I've closed almost all the gates in the world." He stands small against the towering form of the horned monster, its red energy pulsing around them, and with grim determination, he adds, "Last one." Turning his back to the viewer, his injured arm still visible, he faces a swirling vortex of crimson energy, its intensity threatening to consume him. But the energy shifts, transforming into a vibrant, multicolored spectrum, as he utters a name, a final farewell, Kang Ji-hyung. His blue eyes, wide with emotion, reflect the overwhelming power before him, a silent testament to his resolve. The intricate network of dark veins across his face glows faintly, emphasizing the immense burden he carries. With a heavy heart, the word hangs in the air, goodbye. The name echoes one last time, a final whisper into the swirling abyss, Kang Ji-hyung. A monstrous visage fills the frame, its dark, horned head and jagged maw hinting at immense power. As a single, bloodshot eye, glowing with malevolent red light, stares out with chilling intensity. Suddenly, a voice cries out in exhilaration, "Woo!" before another calls out, "Han Tae-soo." As the hunter stands firm, enveloped in a swirling vortex of crimson energy, surrounded by indistinct, shadowy figures. His name echoes again, Han Tae-soo, a testament to his presence and the gravity of the moment. The crimson aura around him intensifies, swirling with raw power, as the call of Han Tae-soo resonates through the chaotic scene. From the depths of the darkness, glowing blue eyes begin to form the letters of his name, starting with the H and A. The ethereal letters continue to materialize, now forming INTA, as the glowing eyes multiply. Finally, the full name takes shape, spelling Yesko in a dazzling display of power. Amidst the chaos, his silhouette, now a stark red against the dark, moves with determined grace, poised for the coming onslaught. The horned monster, its form now fully visible, prepares to strike, its red eyes burning with predatory hunger. He stands alone, a lone warrior against an army, surrounded by a menacing circle of horned beasts, each one a harbinger of destruction. His face etched with the strain of immense power, Han Tae-soo declares that he has closed almost all the gates in the world. His voice resonating with finality as he states, "This is the last one." Turning his back to the viewer, he faces a towering, shadowy monster, a crimson aura swirling violently around him, his form radiating an overwhelming sense of power. Then, with a surge of energy, he unleashes a dazzling torrent of multicolored beams, blasting towards the monstrous entity with destructive force. As the vibrant light fades, Tae-soo stands triumphant, while Kang Jae-hyung lies defeated, collapsing to the ground. The exertion of his power is evident on Tae-soo's face, as cracks spread across his skin, a testament to the immense energy he just expended. Meanwhile, a close-up reveals Kang Jae-hyung's arm, pulsating with an ominous red glow, veins visibly engorged with raw power. A voice, presumably Tae-soo's, echoes with a sense of finality, "Goodbye, Kang Jae-hyung." The monstrous entity, with its glowing red eyes and jagged horns, lets out a guttural snarl, its presence menacing. Suddenly, Kang Jae-hyung's eye snaps open, glowing with an intense, fiery red, surrounded by swirling energy. Witnessing this resurgence, Tae-soo exclaims in exhilaration, "Whoa! Han Tae-soo!" As a powerful red aura erupts around him, a voice cries out, "Han Tae-soo!" His power intensifying, the crimson energy swirls into a violent vortex, the same desperate cry echoing once more. The surge of his abilities distorts the very space around him, the horned monster now visible, a dark silhouette against the overwhelming red. His electric blue eyes glow with fierce determination, the immense power within him manifesting as a colossal presence. The energy continues to swell, his form becoming a beacon of raw strength. Now a mere silhouette of concentrated power, he prepares to unleash his full might. Meanwhile, the horned monster stands menacingly, its form poised for the inevitable clash. But before it can react, Han Tae-soo unleashes a devastating attack, tearing through the monster's tendrils with explosive force. He moves with incredible speed, a dark blur against the crimson backdrop, closing the distance in an instant. With a brutal strike, he impacts the monster, causing blood to splatter violently across the scene. His assault continues relentlessly, tearing through the monster's head and body with overwhelming power. Delivering a final, shattering blow, he utterly destroys the monster's head, leaving nothing but a bloody ruin. The horned monster's body is violently torn apart, blood erupting from its form as the relentless assault continues. Another devastating blow lands, further dismembering the creature amidst a torrent of crimson. Its very essence seems to shatter, distorted faces and fading red eyes representing its final, agonizing moments. A final, malevolent red eye flickers and dies, as one of the monster's massive feet twitches in its death throes. Finally, the colossal, horned body of the monster lies broken and inert, its once glowing red eyes now dim and lifeless. But as the monster falls, a new phenomenon begins. Multiple ghostly images of Kang Jae-hyung's head appear above the defeated beast, each with intensely glowing blue eyes. The scene shifts from the monster's inert form to a close-up of Jae-hyung's light-colored hair, hinting at his awakening. His face is revealed, one eye burning with an intense blue light, while black, crackling veins spread across his skin, surrounded by swirling red energy. The red energy distorts the view, and a monstrous claw emerges, signaling a terrifying transformation. A grotesque, bloodied face with glowing red eyes and deep cracks forms, its expression one of primal, unbridled rage. The monstrous transformation continues, revealing sharp, predatory teeth and powerful claws, as Jae-hyung's new form takes shape. Finally, the transformation culminates in a towering, muscular humanoid figure, its body appearing stone-like and bathed in an ominous red light, a testament to his awakened power. The ground trembles and cracks under the immense weight of a monstrous, stone-like foot, radiating shockwaves across the desolate landscape. As jagged, dark tendrils erupt from the crimson earth, reaching skyward like grasping claws. Kang Jae-hyung's transformation is complete, his towering, stone-like form now fully manifested, dripping with a viscous, blood-red energy that stains the air around him. Around him, a chaotic maelstrom of crimson energy swirls, distorted, monstrous faces briefly coalescing within its depths before dissolving once more. He stands silhouetted against a glowing red horizon, a solitary, terrifying figure dominating the desolate, monster-ridden landscape. The swirling red energy intensifies, more grotesque faces with glowing eyes emerging from the chaotic mass. A closer look at his transformed visage reveals a mouth filled with jagged, razor-sharp teeth, a primal snarl etched into his stone-like features. His single visible eye glows with an infernal red light, reflecting the raw, untamed power now coursing through his being. The ground continues to fracture and split, red energy seeping from the fissures as if the very world is bleeding from his presence. The scene fades into a soft gradient, before shifting dramatically to a different vista. Now, a futuristic cityscape emerges under a twilight sky, dominated by an angular skyscraper adorned with glowing pink and red lights. The city stretches out, a network of sleek, modern buildings illuminated by the vibrant glow of neon. 6 years prior, a catastrophic event known as the Bloodgate incident unfolded, claiming countless lives. During that dark time, the nation's hero, Hunter Han Tae-soo, found himself at a breaking point, a stark contrast to the image of a savior he once projected. A soft voice questioned his distress, only to be met with a harsh, guttural command to silence. As two women tried to comfort him, one gently called out his name, their concern palpable. Another, her hand resting on his muscular torso, murmured about his coldness, a chilling observation. His electric blue eye, usually sharp and focused, now held a vacant, almost desperate intensity, reflecting an inner turmoil. Suddenly, a violent impact erupted, splattering crimson across the scene as he lashed out with brutal force. The blood continued to gush, painting the pristine white sheets with a horrifying tableau, the sound of the impact echoing ominously. He held the bloodied, lifeless form of one of the women close, his expression unreadable amidst the carnage. The other woman, terrified, cried out for salvation, her plea echoing in the silent, blood-stained room. A voice, perhaps his own inner monologue, mused that such actions would not resolve the underlying pain, a dark realization. As a different woman, with long dark hair, looked on, the name Han Tae-soo was uttered, a somber acknowledgement of the man and his deeds. A woman in a flowing white robe stands, her legs partially revealed, as if caught in a moment of hesitation or contemplation. Then, she kneels on a surface stained with blood, her posture suggesting a desperate plea or a solemn ritual. A voice echoes, claiming that out of everything, only it possesses the power to heal. As a hand with a soft green glow gently touches his bloodied, fractured face, Han Tae-soo's eyes burn with an intense, electric blue light. A single tear, illuminated by the same green energy, rolls down his cheek, a testament to the profound pain or transformation he endures. The scene fades to a somber gray, leaving the outcome of the mysterious healing uncertain. Then, a triumphant cry of woo-hoo shatters the silence, hinting at a dramatic shift in power or emotion. Now, Han Tae-soo stands amidst a crowd of shadowy figures, his muscular form radiating raw power, his bandaged arm glowing with a fierce red energy as the figures around him call out his name in a mixture of awe and fear. The repeated cries of Han Tae-soo fill the void, emphasizing his sudden, overwhelming presence. A faint, unsettling smile plays on his cracked lips as he lets out a soft, chilling laugh. From his outstretched hand, vibrant strands of multicolored energy begin to swirl and crackle, a clear manifestation of his newly acquired or enhanced abilities. The shadowy figures recoil, their collective gasp of HUH, underscoring their confusion and apprehension at this display of power. Heavy rain lashed down on an empty playground, the colorful structures standing stark against the gray deluge. Amidst the downpour, a figure sat hunched on a swing, his light hair plastered to his head. The swing ropes dripped steadily, each drop adding to the relentless rhythm of the storm. Below, a bare foot rested on the wet ground, the cold water pooling around it. Rain mixed with tears on his scarred face, his eyes squeezed shut in anguish. He remained on the swing, a picture of despair, while a woman with long dark hair stood silently nearby, observing him. The downpour continued unabated, a curtain of water obscuring the world around them. Eventually, the woman knelt behind him, her arms wrapping around his bare, muscular torso in a comforting embrace. An unseen voice echoed, lamenting his current state. To think you'd become like this when you used to help Kang Ji-hyun. As the woman's hand rested gently on his scarred chest, the voice continued, "Don't you want to see it again?" His eye, now glowing with an intense blue light, snapped open as the voice finally addressed him directly, Kang Ji-hyun. A voice echoes, accusingly recalling the death of Ji-hyun's mother 6 years prior. As Lee Yumin cradles the scarred man, his body covered in wounds, a scene of raw vulnerability playing out in the darkness. The voice continues, asserting that he never truly fought, but merely sealed his opponent within the Bloodgate. A woman with piercing green eyes then questions the strength of the one who defeated all SSS ranks, her gaze intense and challenging. The scarred man convulses, a pained grunt escaping him, his body racked by an unseen force as blood erupts from his wounds. A shadowy figure responds, confirming a desire to see him, their words hinting at a deeper purpose. The green-eyed woman's voice returns, filled with a chilling resolve, declaring her intent to tear him to shreds. In a sudden, violent turn, the scarred man's hand clamps around her throat, choking her as her green eyes widen in shock and pain. Kang Ji-hyun's internal thoughts surface, revealing he even attempted to open the gate himself, his blue eye glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. He was curious about the outcome, his gaze fixed on an unseen point. Her vibrant green eyes reflecting a deep despair, the unnamed woman whispers, "But I failed." A hand, belonging to the scarred man, hovers near her face as he responds with a chilling promise. "I'll tell you something nice." Meanwhile, a cosmic revelation unfolds, detailing that according to the very laws governing gates, the universe itself is subject to a cyclical pattern. The world will periodically experience a cataclysmic event, a descent into chaos. This inevitable cycle causes everything to fall, shattering the very fabric of reality. At that time, What appears are the gates, shimmering with an eerie green light. But as time passes, these gates begin to change, their purpose twisting into something far more sinister. The gates become connected to hell, drawing forth its essence and transforming their very nature. Ultimately, they turn into blood gates, pulsating with malevolent red energy. A chilling voice then declares that although you locked Kong Jihyung away, his fate is far from sealed. Even if he is trapped up in hell, a powerful entity is aware of his presence. The owner of that place will inevitably find him, no matter where he hides. A monstrous hand, glowing with ominous red energy, reaches out, as if confirming that the search has already begun, and the horned monster is indeed the one who will claim him. The ominous red, organic texture continues to spread, a chilling prelude to a single, drawn-out word. So, the monstrous entity, with its jagged form and glowing red eyes, is revealed in full, its presence a stark reminder of the looming threat. The red texture returns, as a voice promises, "You'll meet him soon." In a fragmented memory, a dark-haired woman tenderly cradles the face of a light blue-haired man, his skin already marred by cracks, and his eyes glowing with an unnatural blue light. His torso is a canvas of severe injury, blood, and deep fissures, prompting a bewildered question from him. What? Kneeling beside him on the bloodied ground, the woman pleads, "Just wait. You need to live too." The scene shifts to a quieter moment, their feet side by side in slippers, as the ominous voice continues, "Until that day comes." A disembodied voice then poses a direct question. "Who are you?" The light blue-haired man, now standing over her, violently grabs the woman's arm, which immediately begins to bleed profusely and crystallize with red, organic structures. A close-up reveals his eye, glowing with an intense blue light, the cracks on his skin spreading like a web of power. The disembodied voice returns, its tone challenging. "Are you curious?" The woman, her arms still bleeding and covered in the red crystalline growth, looks directly forward, her eyes now a striking, unnatural green. Her light garment, now stained with blood, clings to her form as she kneels, small particles of light drifting around her in the oppressive darkness. A woman with dark hair and glowing green eyes holds the scarred white-haired man by his arm, which is now covered in blood, as he struggles to understand his situation, asking who she is. His electric blue eye, now surrounded by a network of cracks across his skin, reflects the shock of the encounter. The woman's blood-stained hand reaches out, her voice echoing with a chilling question. "Are you curious?" She leans against a wall, her white shirt disheveled and stained, her green eyes fixed with an unsettling intensity. Her legs, also splattered with blood, are visible beneath the hem of her garment. A faint, knowing smile plays on her lips as she promises, "I'll tell you." She is known as Hell's Manager, a title that hints at her true nature. And the entity she serves is Pale, a skeletal horror wreathed in infernal flames. He is the one who will cause all the world's gates to turn into blood gates, a harbinger of ultimate destruction. Pale is the being destined to lead his army and destroy the world. He had already laid waste to hundreds of thousands of worlds, but this particular instance marked a significant first. All the gates, once pathways between dimensions, were now sealed. Closed. And even Pale, with all his immense power, could not undo this. Even he couldn't. But Ji-hyun, who had somehow escaped hell itself, had created fissures in the very fabric of dimension. With Pale's power, he could open gates, but Ji-hyun's actions were unprecedented. So when Ji-hyun fell into the abyss once more, he emerged as something else entirely, a monster. Pale, sensing the surge of human mana, attempted to locate him, but his efforts proved futile. But failed. Ji-hyun, having fallen and risen again, had truly become a monster. He stands in a dark, grid space, holding a smaller, vulnerable figure, as a voice declares that he has finally been found. The scene shifts, bathed now in an ominous red light, revealing the white-haired man still cradling the smaller figure, their forms stark against the crimson grid. Elsewhere, the Hell's Manager watches, a soft, almost mournful sound escaping her lips, her green eyes reflecting the unfolding events. Ji-hyun, his white hair stark against the shadows, turns his head slightly, his electric blue eye glowing with an intense, unreadable emotion. A chilling declaration echoes through the void. It has begun. The narrative shifts to a screen displaying Ji-hyun's story, eliciting a soft, "oh" from an unseen observer. A monstrous face, jagged and terrifying, fills the frame, as a voice whispers, "Mom, I had a nightmare." The ominous feeling intensifies, with a voice announcing, "It's starting," followed by the grim pronouncement, "You were ripped to death." The screen displays a gruesome image of dismembered legs amidst a pool of blood, watched by an audience of shadowy, horned figures. As the younger Kong Ji-hyung watches, a monstrous, horned silhouette sits in a dark theater, observing a screen that projects a hellish, blood-red landscape teeming with grotesque figures, reflecting on the 6 years he has endured as a monster. He considers a dark path, thinking, "If I receive his power, I can finally leave this place." Yet, the chilling consequence of such an act looms large, as he acknowledges that if he were to embrace that power, the entire world would be destroyed. The sheer weight of this potential devastation elicits a horrified gasp, a silent plea of, Oh my god. As the monstrous vision continues to play out, the horned figure questions his own sanity, wondering, am I crazy? A monstrous hand reaches out from the screen, embodying his desperate plea. I just want to come out. The monstrous eye on the screen narrows, a guttural sound escaping him. Ugh. The eye distorts further, tears or blood welling up, a silent testament to the agony of his internal conflict. Suddenly, the scarred man appears on the screen, his human form expressing a vengeful desire. I want to do the same thing to Hantesu, only to immediately retract it. No. The monstrous hand returns, emphasizing the depth of his rage, something so painful that he won't even be able to breathe. I want to rip apart his intestines while he's alive and then kill him. The scarred man's image shatters on the screen, a fragmented reflection of his self-loathing, as he whispers, how cruel. Finally, the younger Kong Ji Hyong sits in the theater, his expression somber as he processes the older self's dark thoughts, concluding, but even so, I can't kill all of the innocent people. Despite the younger self's resolve, a deeper, more cynical voice echoes, affirming a harsh truth. He was once an innocent person, too, but the world had other plans. From the depths of his memory, the scarred man's gaze sharpens, a question hanging in the air, challenging the very notion of innocence. He recalls a time when he, as a child, walked hand in hand with his mother, a stark image of a life unburdened by the horrors to come. Yet, that innocence was shattered, forcing him to acknowledge that killing everything after 5 years in the Bloodgate was simply self-defense. The memory of his father's tragic death, struck down by a truck that ran a red light, plays out like a cruel film, a pivotal moment that twisted his path. His expression contorts with a mix of anger and confusion, questioning how he ended up so broken, beaten by someone he refers to as Hantesu, that motherfucker. His gaze remains fixed on the unfolding visions, each one a piece of the painful puzzle of his past. A monstrous, armored figure stands triumphant amidst a field of fallen foes, a chilling testament to the brutal survival he endured. He recalls the devastating power he wielded, destroying an entire nation, all in a desperate bid to save his mother. His thoughts then turn to another, a powerful being named Lucas, whose situation was different, yet he still felt that Lucas's words were nothing but empty bullshit. A vision of Lucas, radiating immense purple energy, appears, a stark reminder that even with such power, he had refused to help. The angelic form of Lucas, now glowing golden, stands as a symbol of the aid that was withheld, a source of deep-seated resentment for the scarred man. He continues his internal monologue, blaming a dumbass Chinese guy for his current state, believing that if not for him, he would have lived a peaceful life with his mother. Yet, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind, questioning if his fate would have been any different. He wonders if Hantesu, his past self, would have still sought to harm his mother, regardless of his actions, his electric blue eyes glowing with a hidden torment behind the blinds of his memory. Shifting his focus, he addresses his mother, as the horned red-eyed monster appears on his mental screen, a silent, imposing figure. He decides to be completely honest with her, his past self appearing on the screen, resolute, confessing that he has already killed many innocent people. A moment of heavy silence hangs in the air, the screen displaying a gruesome scene of torn flesh and blood. He then reveals his current emotional state, feeling a profound sense of detachment as a small figure falls endlessly through a void. His past self on the screen declares that he wants all of them to die. The horned red-eyed monster, still present on his mental screen, responds to this dark wish, finding it so mean. The internal cinematic sequence concludes, with the words, the Yendi, appearing on the screen. As credits roll, the horned red-eyed monster lets out a chilling, echoing laugh. The monstrous entity, with its jagged maw and glowing red veins, looms in the darkness. Its form twisting as a single, guttural word escapes its lips, Fuck. It settles onto a grotesque throne, a silent, imposing figure in the internal landscape, as the cinematic sequence continues to unfold. A cookie screen appears, followed by a message of gratitude, signaling the end of the feature. The credits roll, proclaiming Hantesu as the nation's hero, whose efforts allowed the world to enjoy peace for a long time. The screen then declares that everyone is happy, a happiness that endures only as long as you're not there. But a new message interrupts the celebratory tone, warning that it's not over yet. The screen shatters with a burst of red energy, revealing a shadowy figure at its core. Then, a young girl with bloodied cheeks and piercing red eyes appears, the text above her declaring, all that remains. Her gaze is vacant, her face streaked with crimson, as the chilling truth is revealed, is nothing. A solitary white, cloaked figure stands in stark contrast against the darkness, a silent witness to the unfolding despair. Finally, the glowing red eyes of the horned monster reappear, its sinister laughter echoing through the void. Ha! As the chilling laughter of the horned red-eyed monster still echoes, a desolate, maze-like landscape unfolds, its pathways leading to an unseen depth. Then, the monster's voice rings out once more, a mocking ha, filling the void. Its grotesque form, adorned with multiple glowing red eyes, emerges from the darkness, a vision of pure malevolence. Yet, an internal voice responds with a calm resolve, acknowledging the horror with a simple, I know. Despite its power, the horned red-eyed monster now appears in profound distress, its body entangled and bound by thick, organic chains, tears streaming from its eyes. A closer view reveals its head still ensnared, the struggle evident even in its partial form. The vision then shifts, fading from a deep crimson to a soft, ethereal white. Suddenly, the external world is revealed, a modern cityscape bathed in a blood-red sky, which is violently rent by a jagged, lightning-like crack, hinting at a catastrophic event. Within this fractured reality, the Hell's manager appears, her expression one of profound distress as shattered fragments of glass or reality itself splinter around her. Next, the scarred white-haired man emerges, his body radiating a fierce red energy, which pulses intensely around his clenched fist, hinting at a painful surge of power or transformation. His form is partially obscured, but the red energy intensifies around his arm and legs, casting a long, distorted shadow that hints at a monstrous change taking hold. Finally, the true, terrifying silhouette of the horned red-eyed monster, now fully winged and demonic, looms against a swirling vortex of crimson, its power absolute and overwhelming. From the depths of a swirling crimson vortex, a monstrous, black-tendrilled claw begins to emerge. As the horned red-eyed monster fully manifests, its colossal, winged form radiating an oppressive aura of power, its numerous glowing red eyes fixed on an unseen target. One of its clawed feet descends further into the maelstrom of red energy, signifying its complete arrival. Meanwhile, the scarred white-haired man's own transformation intensifies, his face contorting in agony as blue energy pulses from his left eye, veins bulging, and skin beginning to crack, while a monstrous, red-eyed claw, echoing the larger entity, looms below. From the encroaching darkness, a horde of skeletal, red-eyed monsters begins to materialize, their sharp claws and teeth glinting menacingly. A closer look reveals the glowing red core within one of these creatures, the source of its malevolent energy. His transformation reaches a critical point, both of his eyes now glowing an intense blue as his face appears to shatter and peel away, revealing a darker, more powerful form beneath the surface. Now fully empowered, he stands amidst streaks of chaotic energy, a testament to the immense power he has just unleashed. The residual energy continues to streak across the void, a lingering echo of the profound change that has occurred. Below, a grim aftermath unfolds as a pile of defeated skeletal monsters lies inert on the blood-red ground, their forms broken and lifeless. The winged monster surveys the desolate landscape, its glowing red eyes scanning the countless skeletal remains, a silent testament to its overwhelming power. This vast, red, organic-looking landscape, strewn with skeletal fragments, stretches infinitely into the distance, a monument to destruction. From the blood-red haze of the desolate cityscape, shadowy figures begin to emerge, their forms indistinct against the glowing particles in the air. As more appear, their muscular physiques become clearer, a growing army of pale-haired humanoids marching with grim determination across the ruined landscape. Their numbers swell, filling the horizon, each figure a testament to raw power, their bare chests and dark attire a stark contrast to the vibrant, ominous sky. The ground trembles beneath their synchronized advance, an unstoppable tide of warriors emerging from the depths of this ravaged world. From a pulsating crimson void, grotesque skeletal structures and monstrous forms begin to tear their way into existence. Their numbers rapidly multiplying, as more bone-like entities twist and grow from the crimson ground, filling the space with their horrifying presence. The crimson energy intensifies, a deep, ominous red washing over the entire scene. Then, from the swirling depths, numerous humanoid figures, appearing as dark silhouettes, begin to materialize in precise, ordered rows. Their ranks swell, each figure standing ready, their forms becoming clearer against the vibrant, shifting energies of red and blue. As the last of them solidify, they stand in silent formation, a formidable army against a backdrop where the crimson energy slowly begins to recede. Suddenly, a blinding white explosion erupts, radiating immense power and light from its epicenter. The initial burst of light gives way to a raging inferno, consuming the area in a maelstrom of fire and heat. From the heart of the fiery devastation, a colossal skeletal spine begins to rise, its ancient bones reaching towards the now bright, ethereal sky. Finally, the massive skeletal entity fully forms, a demonic winged figure perched majestically atop its head, surveying the devastation it has wrought. With his right arm bloodied and glowing with crimson energy, Kang Ji Hyong reached out, his light blue hair stark against the infernal red backdrop, towards a pulsating, dark core. Meanwhile, from the desolate, crimson-soaked landscape, skeletal figures and shadowy winged creatures continued to emerge, their glowing red eyes piercing the oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, a powerful, pulsating red vortex erupted, swallowing one of the skeletal figures with a resounding kwng, its destructive force distorting the very air. The vortex intensified, becoming a blinding explosion of crimson energy, its radiant power expanding rapidly across the desolate scene. From the heart of the inferno, a monstrous, multi-limbed skeletal entity began to coalesce, dark red energy streaming from its core, with another KWA, its form taking on a terrifying, organic structure. The raw power of the summoning then concentrated into a single, intensely glowing red point, radiating outward with immense, palpable force. Amidst the newly formed, jagged red crystalline structures, Kong Ji Hyong stood, his bloodied arms still prominent, observing a small, winged demonic figure that hovered in the crimson sky. Closer now, the monstrous, horned head of Pale, the colossal skeletal entity, began to fully materialize, its dark, organic features grotesque and terrifying. With a thunderous KWANG, a massive, red, crystalline dragon-like creature, the horned red-eyed monster, burst forth, its sharp, angular form roaring into existence. Its full, imposing figure, composed of jagged red crystals, solidified, radiating an aura of immense power. Finally, the colossal skeletal entity, Pale, stood fully manifested, the red dragon-like horned red-eyed monster perched majestically on its shoulder, both towering over Kong Ji Hyong with a final, echoing KWAE, their combined presence overwhelming. A close-up revealed the intricate, bone-like structure of Pale's massive head, a silent testament to its ancient, terrifying power. With his hair now a striking light blue, Kong Ji Hyong unleashes a devastating blow, his arm glowing crimson as he strikes the colossal skeletal form of Pale. The sheer force of the impact sends the monstrous entity reeling, its massive leg buckling under the pressure, while far above, the earth itself glows with the raw power of the clash. A blinding explosion of white and red energy erupts from the planet's surface, a quang echoing through the void as the battle's fury manifests on a cosmic scale. Descending with relentless speed, he strikes Pale once more, the smaller horned red-eyed monster still clinging to its host as black tendrils of energy writhe around them. Another quang reverberates as a torrent of crimson energy surges, its chaotic patterns spreading across the landscape, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. The very surface of the world ripples with the pong of raw magical force, the red energy pulsing like a living, destructive entity. Suddenly, the scene shifts, a tranquil, traditional home appearing amidst lush greenery, before fading to white, then revealing an elderly woman gazing wistfully at a framed photograph. The image blurs into a streak of red and white, a fleeting moment of chaos before the battle resumes. With a powerful uppercut, Kong Ji Hyong sends Pale soaring, the sheer force of his blow lifting the massive monster into the air. Another jarring vision flashes, a woman impaled by numerous blood-soaked spikes, seated on a desolate throne. Fragments of debris scatter across the sky, followed by the distinct image of a pickaxe plummeting through the clouds. The visions dissolve into a final, chaotic blur of brown and red, leaving behind a sense of fragmented memory and impending doom. He continues his relentless assault, his glowing red leg arcing through the air to deliver a devastating kick directly into the monster's chest, sending a shockwave of crimson energy rippling outwards. But then, a sudden, disorienting vision flashes through his mind, showing a young man sitting alone amidst swirling rings of red energy, his posture one of deep distress. The vision intensifies as the man clutches his chest, a silent scream contorting his features while the crimson energy pulses violently around him. Another fragment appears, a different young figure, small and terrified, scrambling away from the gaping, tooth-filled maw of an unseen beast. A moment of solace, perhaps, as a majestic angelic figure, bathed in golden light, gently cradles and protects a smaller, blonde-haired individual within its powerful wings. The first young man returns to the forefront of the visions, his face now contorted in an even deeper anguish, his hands gripping his head as if to contain an unbearable pain. He looks up, a desperate hope in his eyes, as a brilliant column of golden light descends from above, the angelic figure standing protectively beside him. Surrounded by a silent, skeletal horde, the young man stands, his gaze fixed on the radiant angelic presence, a beacon in the darkness. Yet, even the angelic protector seems to struggle, its form besieged by countless grasping skeletal arms reaching out from the shadows. Snapping back to reality, the horned red-eyed monster, having absorbed the blow, recoils slightly before tensing its monstrous frame, preparing its own counterattack amidst the swirling red energy. His own glowing red leg, still radiating immense power, remains poised, ready to meet the monster's next move with equal or greater force. The two titans clash once more, their forms silhouetted against the chaotic, swirling vortex of crimson energy, locked in a brutal dance of destruction. As the battle rages, his mind continues to fracture, pulling him into a chaotic vision where a white-haired figure with glowing blue eyes reaches out, his arms stained crimson and wreathed in dark, crackling energy, surrounded by skeletal hands clawing from the shadows. The scene shifts abruptly, revealing a glimpse of a delicate, angelic foot near a crumbling, skeletal helmet, hinting at a struggle between purity and decay. Then, the angelic figure itself appears, its long white hair flowing like water, feathers drifting around it as it descends into a pool of ethereal light. The vision distorts again, presenting a desolate, blocky labyrinth stretching into an oppressive, empty distance. Chaotic purple energy then erupts, swirling and crackling, a maelstrom of raw, destructive power. Amidst the turmoil, Pale hangs upside down, his red eyes glowing ominously, a predatory gaze fixed on an unseen point. The vision dissolves into a blur of vibrant, chaotic lines, streaking across a blood-red background. Within this maelstrom, two shadowy figures dart and weave, their forms indistinct against the swirling colors. The chaotic lines persist, but a piercing blue eye emerges from the visual noise, staring intently, its glow unwavering. Again, the vision returns to the abstract red field, crisscrossed by a multitude of vibrant, swirling lines. Finally, the monstrous head of the horned red-eyed creature appears, its multiple crimson eyes glowing, its form distorted by the surrounding chaos. Its full, imposing body is revealed, enveloped by the same swirling, multicolored lines, a terrifying culmination of the fragmented nightmare. Still reeling from the onslaught of visions, a jarring impact sends a shockwave through him, his eye glowing an ethereal blue as pain flashes across his face. The monstrous horned figure, its red eyes burning, brings a massive claw down, shattering the very ground beneath its weight. He plunges through a fracturing reality, the world around him splintering into countless shards of light and darkness. Deep within the watery depths of his mind, a familiar figure with light blue hair and a crimson-stained arm struggles, reaching desperately towards the surface. Then, the bat-like demon, Pale, stands menacingly amidst a swirling vortex of multicolored energy lines. The chaotic energy lines intensify, twisting and distorting with a cacophony of sound, pulling him deeper into the maelstrom. Pale's form solidifies within the swirling chaos, its wings spread wide, its red eyes glowing with malevolent intent. But then, a voice cuts through the mental static, calling out the name of Hunter Han Tae-soo, a beacon of clarity in the storm. The voice continues, reminding him of the nation's hero, the one who saved the world 6 years ago, a figure of immense power and hope. Suddenly, a new vision unfolds, revealing a formidable group of allies ready to stand by his side. A-rank John Woo-chi, A-rank Hong Gil-dong, and the powerful A-rank Alan, all appearing with resolute expressions. More powerful figures emerge from the ethereal haze, including the S-rank Ale, B-rank Starfish, and A-rank Mary, and each radiating their unique strength. Finally, the SSS rank Yolu appears, her presence a comforting promise, ready to help him fight once more. The vision shifts, presenting a stark title card for the World Hunter Alliance. Then, amidst a swirling vortex of crimson, familiar faces emerge, their expressions grim yet resolute, as a voice confirms, yes. More allies appear, their forms still tinged with the chaotic red energy, a silent testament to the struggle they face. Kong Ji Hyung's own eye, now glowing with an ethereal blue light, focuses intently, as he processes the unfolding vision, murmuring, I see. A momentary blankness washes over him. Before the scene solidifies, revealing Pale, the monstrous entity, standing defiant amidst a dazzling array of swirling rainbow energies, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. The creature's voice echoes, a chilling realization. So that was your ability. It muses, its gaze fixed on an unseen opponent. Suddenly, a powerful, red-glowing fist descends from above, belonging to Han Tae-soo, who smashes into the ground with devastating force, shattering the very earth beneath Pale's feet. The monster recoils from the impact, a surprised gasp escaping its jagged maw. Yet, even as its form cracks and splinters, Pale lets out a chilling, defiant laugh. Ha! Its face, now a grotesque mask of pain and fury, screams in agony, the exoskeleton around its head visibly fracturing from the force. Han Tae-soo kneels amidst the devastation, his red glowing arms still pulsing with power, looking down at the battered Pale with a mixture of awe and exhaustion. Wow! As the vision intensified, a monstrous, skeletal form of Pale loomed before him, its glowing red eyes piercing through the darkness as it hissed, You were. The scene dissolved into a blinding white, then faded to a soft gray, a momentary reprieve from the overwhelming chaos. Then, a stark contrast, the vision shifted to a news conference, where the nation's #1 hunter, Han Tae-soo, stood before a bank of microphones, his image broadcast to the world. But the monstrous voice returned, echoing through the vision, accusing him directly. You killed your father. The words struck deep, eliciting a visceral, internal scream of denial from him, a desperate plea to silence the torment. The vision then twisted, showing Han Tae-soo's face contorted in a silent scream, his blue eye glowing with intense anguish as veins pulsed across his skin. Kneeling on shattered ground, a white-haired man observes a monstrous head in the foreground, a faint blue light emanating from the cracks around him. As the towering, skeletal form of the horned monster looms over him, its body riddled with glowing red points. A chilling question echoes through the memory, demanding to know who was responsible for a death. The white-haired man's past flashes before him, a news report showing him as the nation's #1 hunter at a press conference, a stark contrast to his current vulnerability. The monster's red eye glows with malevolent accusation, its voice a venomous whisper. You killed your father. The words strike deep, and the white-haired man's face contorts in horror, his eye wide with disbelief and pain. He screams, a raw cry of anguish, his blue eyes glowing intensely, veins bulging across his face and neck. In the desolate red landscape of his memory, the monster attacks, overwhelming him, forcing him to his knees as another monstrous figure looms in the background. His glowing blue eye, streaked with what might be tears or blood, reflects a profound pain, yet also a flicker of desperate resolve. The memory shifts again, showing him as a child, looking at a screen that coldly declares, result, has not awakened, a haunting echo of a past failure. Now older, with a blood-red hand, he stands in quiet despair, a single, heavy apology escaping his lips, I'm sorry. A younger Kong Ji Hyong lies prone, his light blue hair splayed across the floor, as a woman desperately pulls him by the arm, her face etched with concern. Nearby, the woman collapses to the ground, her expression one of utter despair, as a menacing, jagged red crystalline structure looms beside her, radiating an ominous glow. The young boy clutches his head, overwhelmed by a sudden, piercing pain, as the shadowy silhouette of an attacker looms in the background, weapon raised. His face contorts in agony, eyes squeezed shut against the unbearable torment. A desperate whisper escapes him, a plea of I'm sorry, as his small hand reaches out into the darkness, seeking something lost. In a fragmented memory, the young boy, armed with a small knife, confronts a looming shadow, while the older white-haired man looks down with a grim, resolute expression, lost in thought. His bare foot steps onto a sharp, red crystal shard, the pain a sudden, jarring intrusion. With a surge of power, the young boy's eyes glow an intense blue, and the older white-haired man is sent reeling backward, caught off guard by the unexpected force. As the young boy reaches out once more, the older man screams, blood erupting from his head in a horrific spray. Lying on his back, the young boy's arm begins to transform, red crystalline tendrils wrapping around his hand as it hardens into a glowing, crimson form, surrounded by shimmering particles. The transformation completes, his hand now a fully formed, menacing red crystal, pulsating with dark energy. The young boy's eyes burn with an unnatural blue light, a silent witness to the chaos, as the woman is ensnared by the same red crystalline structures, while the older white-haired man watches with a grim, haunted expression. The traumatic memory continues, a figure hurtling through a blinding flash of light, a chaotic burst of energy surrounding them. Then, the scene shifts to a stark, cold room, where a large, dark-suited foot steps over the small, injured form of young Kong Ji Hyong, who lies bleeding on the ground, barely able to whisper a name. The white-haired man, Han Tae-soo, kneels over him, a knife plunged into the boy's chest, blood staining the floor around them. His electric blue eyes, usually sharp and intense, soften with a pained question as he looks down at the boy. But the young Kong Ji Hyong's own blue eyes begin to glow, his hand clenching as red crystalline structures erupt from his skin, a raw, uncontrolled power surging within him. He is impaled by the very shards he generates, blood flowing from his neck and chest, while two orange-suited figures hang lifelessly, pierced by the same crimson crystals. With a terrifying surge, young Kong Ji Hyong unleashes the full force of his power, his arm a conduit for the red crystalline energy that impales his victims, his blue eyes burning with an otherworldly light. Lee Yumin watches in horror, her hands flying to her mouth, as the deadly red shards fly towards her and the young boy, while Han Tae-soo looks on, his face etched with a grim understanding. The white-haired man is surrounded by the same destructive power, but the young Kong Ji Hyong is consumed by it, clutching his head as his arm becomes a grotesque, blood-soaked mass of red crystals. His transformation is complete, his arm a monstrous, crackling limb of pure red crystal, and below him, the true horror of the memory manifests, a multi-eyed, fleshy red creature, covered in the same malevolent crystalline growth. The young Kong Ji Hyong's face contorts in a silent scream, his glowing blue eyes reflecting the immense power and agony of the moment. The memory fades into darkness, leaving behind only the lingering echoes of trauma and destruction. Amidst a towering cityscape, bathed in the eerie glow of neon, a profound agony grips Kong Ji Hyong, his face contorted in a silent scream as a crimson light washes over him. The world around him dissolves into a swirling vortex of red mist, a suffocating void where reality bends and breaks. And from the depths of this distorted space, grotesque, fleshy masses begin to coalesce, forming an unsettling landscape of organic horror. These pulsating forms stretch endlessly into the darkness, a chilling testament to the raw, uncontrolled power manifesting around him. His face, still illuminated by the malevolent red light, now shows the physical toll of his struggle, drool escaping his lips as the internal torment intensifies, the red mist swirling beneath him. Within this chaotic space, others are caught in the maelstrom, a red-haired woman with glowing yellow eyes and another blue-haired figure entangled with him, all grimacing in shared distress as his power consumes them. The blue-haired man's muscular form strains under the pressure, his hands clawing at his own face, eyes glowing with an electric blue intensity as he fights against the overwhelming force within. His struggle intensifies, the blue light from his eyes pulsing with raw power, a desperate battle against a transformation he cannot control. The transformation culminates in a monstrous visage, a terrifying face with sharp teeth, a single glowing red eye, and crackling blue energy lines tracing its features, a true abomination unleashed. The red, smoky void persists, a lingering echo of the chaos that just transpired. From a dark, jagged opening, the transformed Kong Ji Hyong claws his way out, a crunching sound accompanying his emergence, while a woman in the foreground recoils, a choked sound escaping her lips. Finally, on the ground, the blue-eyed man is cradled by Hell's manager, her green eyes glowing with concern as she murmurs, "It's happening again, huh? You must be suffering." With a somber expression, Hell's manager speaks of mana and memories, both intertwined. Her voice echoing through the abstract space of his mind, she questions the sheer number of individuals residing within him. As he sits hunched, overwhelmed by the vibrant, swirling energies, the question hangs heavy. Can he truly seal away the abilities of others? His light blue hair falling forward, he dismisses the notion, insisting he is merely a healer, incapable of such a feat. Yet, the voice persists, asking if he isn't capable of doing it himself, a question that causes him to cry out in frustration, his hand bleeding profusely. He vehemently denies it, declaring it impossible. Collapsing onto his hands and knees, his body racked with pain, he admits his weariness, lamenting that this torment cannot continue. His thoughts drift to Yeju, her name a soft whisper in the darkness. In the quiet solitude of a room, he yearns for something, a desperate desire to meet her again. His face contorted, blood streaking his cheek, his eyes glow with an intense blue light, reflecting the depth of his longing. The blood continues to flow, a stark contrast against his light hair. He confides in Yeju, a memory of a figure climbing a desolate, rocky landscape flashing through his mind, revealing that he has tried to revive the deceased countless times. Despite his relentless efforts, he had never truly succeeded. Overwhelmed by despair, he felt utterly hopeless, lost and unsure of what to do, a crushing realization that settled deep within him. But then, a profound shift occurred within him, a brilliant blue light igniting in his eye. He discovered a new method, coming to understand the very fabric of time and space. These fundamental forces, he realized, could be distorted using strong gravitational forces, a swirling vortex of energy manifesting around his thoughts. His focus narrowed to time itself, a glowing clock face appearing as a symbol of his new obsession. With unwavering resolve, he decided he would go back. He would return to the time before Yeju's death, his scarred face and glowing eyes reflecting the immense burden of his quest. Using gravity as the base, he began his arduous journey, vibrant streaks of energy swirling around him. He experimented using combinations of nearly 15,000 abilities, pushing the boundaries of what was possible. In his relentless pursuit, he destroyed several continents and almost lost his own life dozens of times, the very earth bearing the scars of his ambition. But in the end, after countless failures and immense sacrifice, he succeeded at last, a new dawn breaking over a world forever changed. He had succeeded in turning back time, yet a fatal flaw emerged. He couldn't return to the precise moment he intended. A wave of disbelief washed over him, a desperate cry escaping his lips. No matter what he tried, Hantesu found himself trapped by an insurmountable barrier. The strain of his efforts contorted his very being, as the glowing threads of time and space twisted around his anguished form, each one a reminder of his failure. What he meant was, he couldn't go back before Yeju died. Surrounded by the ghostly echoes of his past, Hantesu was haunted by the realization that his ultimate goal remained just out of reach. He questioned the very fabric of reality, wondering why this critical limitation existed. Had the timeline itself been severed, a red line cutting through the converging paths of fate? Was it because he had closed the gate, sealing off his past from any further intervention? No, he refused to accept it. That was impossible. There had to be another way. His blue eye glowed with renewed resolve, as he declared there must be a way to overcome this final obstacle. With desperate hands, wreathed in glowing red energy, he reached out, grasping for any thread of possibility in the swirling chaos of time. He reflects on his desperate attempts, having exhausted every method he could conceive. His efforts even led him to travel back in time, his body racked with pain as he twisted through the swirling blue vortex of temporal energy. He repeated this an infinite number of times, each attempt ending in bitter failure, leaving him broken on the desolate ground. Eventually, he had enough and ceased his efforts entirely, a trail of blood marking his desperate struggle. His gaze now falls upon a monstrous figure, its red eyes glowing amidst chaotic energy lines, as he addresses the entity responsible for his torment, Kong Ji Hyong. A massive blue eye, veined with red and splattered with blood, seems to stare back, the silent accusation hanging heavy in the air. It's all because of you. His resolve hardens, a swirling vortex of colorful energy reflecting his fury, as he vows, "I'll make sure to kill you." He continues, his voice firm, "Before I die." But then, a defiant thought cuts through the despair. No. His will solidifies, a golden glow emphasizing his absolute refusal to yield. "I'll never die." A vibrant ring of multicolored energy flares into existence, a testament to his renewed power and determination. Amidst the swirling lines of power, the monstrous figure looms, while Kang Ji-hyong, his eyes glowing crimson, prepares for the inevitable confrontation. As the weight of countless failed attempts pressed down, the very fabric of reality seemed to distort around him, a chaotic swirl of energy and fragmented memories. His mind reeled, catching glimpses of a familiar, scarred face, a visage stretched and contorted by unseen forces. The world narrowed to a single, piercing blue eye, reflecting the intricate, glowing lines of a fractured timeline. Images of past conflicts flashed by, a rapid-fire montage of desperate struggles and overwhelming power. Each fragment a testament to the battles fought and lost, a grim reminder of the sacrifices made in a world constantly on the brink. The visions faded into a soft gray, leaving only a lingering sense of dread. Then, a towering, angular structure emerged from the gloom, its neon lights piercing the twilight of a modern city. The narrative shifted, pulling back to a pivotal moment from the past, 6 years ago. It was the time of the Bloodgate incident, a catastrophic event that claimed countless lives, leaving an indelible scar on the world. During that dark period, the nation's hero, Hunter Han Tae-soo, was a beacon of hope, even as a crimson, feather-like object shattered through a barrier. The timeline then jumped forward once more, to a point much closer to the present, 24 hours ago. A faint, knowing smile played on the scarred face of Han Tae-soo, his expression hinting at a deeper understanding of the unfolding events, illuminated by subtle green and blue energy. His face marred by a fresh scar and one eye clouded in darkness, Han Tae-soo looks up, a triumphant declaration escaping his lips. His muscular torso, crisscrossed with glowing energy lines, seems to pulse with renewed power as he proclaims his return. 24 hours later, the city lies in ruins, bathed in an ominous red glow, its towering silhouettes barely visible through the swirling dust and debris. Amidst the desolation, a dismembered limb rests on the fractured, blood-stained earth, a grim testament to the chaos that unfolded. This grim scene, the 138th time it has played out, reveals Han Tae-soo's severed head, his blue eyes wide and lifeless, lying in a pool of crimson on the shattered ground. A voice, filled with disbelief, questions the impossible reality. 6 years prior, the devastating Bloodgate incident unfolded, an event that claimed countless lives. And at that critical time, the nation's hero, Hunter Han Tae-soo, was at the forefront of the chaos, his power shattering reality itself as a crimson force erupted from a fractured window. Now, 24 hours ago, a similar crimson energy pulsed in the darkness. A scarred face, marked by struggle, hinted at a profound transformation. With one eye glowing an intense electric blue and the other a dark, scarred void, Han Tae-soo declared, "I did it. I'm back." His muscular torso was crisscrossed with glowing, colorful lines of energy, while his right hand pulsed with a vibrant, crystalline red aura, a clear sign of immense power now coursing through him. This was not the first time such an event had occurred. Elsewhere, Lee Yumin, dressed in a simple white robe, looked down at Yeju, who knelt before her, and stated, "Doing that won't resolve the pain." To which Yeju, her expression downcast, could only offer a quiet, "Yeah." Lee Yumin continued, her gaze still fixed downwards, Han Tae-soo. The name hung in the air, a heavy implication, as the focus shifted to Lee Yumin's legs, standing firm. A stark, framed image captures a moment of profound intimacy and revelation, depicting the Hell's manager gently touching Kang Ji-hyung's face, his skin cracked and eyes glowing with an electric blue light, as a voice declares, "You knew everything." Addressing her directly, Kang Ji-hyung's voice echoes, naming those involved in a shared, dark history. Kang Ji-hyung, Hell, Pale, all of it. The Hell's manager recoils, her green eyes wide with surprise as a red, glowing arm, presumably Kang Ji-hyung's, reaches towards her, a gasp escaping her lips. His electric blue eyes burning with intensity, Kang Ji-hyung reveals a power beyond comprehension, declaring his ability to turn back time. His voice firm, he reminds her of her own involvement, stating that she was the one who had told him about it all. The Hell's manager, her own arm now glowing with a similar red energy, looks at him with a mix of concern and understanding, asking if he knew she would do this too. His response is a simple, yet definitive, no. As Kang Ji-hyung stands silhouetted against a grid-like expanse, looking up, he promises, "I'll tell you the truth." The Hell's manager, a red glow emanating from her lips as she speaks, begins to explain her own profound abilities, revealing that her power is to read and heal the flow of life, and as it grew, it became stronger, allowing her to perceive a greater flow, starting with the currents of air and water. Her perception expanded exponentially, enabling her to gauge the Earth, the Moon, and eventually, even the subtle pulsations of the entire solar system. But that wasn't all. She then realized the immense power that forms their galaxy, growing past that point to where she could even perceive a dimension itself. Her perception of the flow of life had expanded beyond mere individuals, encompassing the very birth of planets and the vastness of the cosmos, a vision so profound that it revealed the final phase of existence. This ultimate phase, she explained, was the destruction of their very planet, a cataclysmic event unfolding before her inner eye. She had witnessed the absolute end of it all, a shattered landscape bathed in a terrifying red glow. What she meant, she clarified, was that she had seen the future itself. Her green eyes reflected a vision of a world consumed by red energy, a future where Ji-hyun himself emerged from a mysterious gate. And in that terrifying vision, he destroyed their entire world. That grim prophecy, she confessed, was why she had lived so recklessly. Yet, despite seeing such a devastating future, she added, she had never seen anything like what was happening with him now in that vision. His bare feet planted firmly on the ground, Ji-hyun challenged her, asking how he could possibly trust her. She simply retorted, "Is there a reason not to?" She continued, her voice tinged with nihilism. "Either way, we're all destined to die. Everything's meaningless." Then, gesturing towards the distorted clock face, she pressed her point. "If I were lying, you would have already turned back time and tortured me." His scarred face hardened, his blue eye gleaming with resolve. Ji-hyun cut her off, demanding she shut up and tell him everything. A moment of silence hung in the air before she muttered under her breath, "Kang Ji-hyun, that bastard." In a stark, red-lit chamber, a desperate question echoes, as a white-haired man stands over a dark-haired woman, his voice strained with urgency. "How do I kill him?" Her lips part slightly, a silent testament to the gravity of his query. Then, a single word escapes her, filled with utter disbelief. "That's..." Her voice trailing off as the full weight of the situation settles, concluding with a stark, undeniable truth. "Impossible." The scene shifts to a brutal memory, a young man lying prone, a spear piercing his neck, blood gushing onto the cold ground. His mouth, now stained crimson, contorts in a silent scream of agony. A white-haired hand reaches upward, towards a distant, glowing celestial body, as vibrant, multicolored energy lines swirl through the cosmic expanse. This vision is marked by a temporal anomaly, a repeating cycle. 24 hours ago, the second time, the narration states, as the glowing lines continue to dance. The swirling energies intensify, leading to a whispered name, Ji-hyun. His eye, now a piercing electric blue with concentric rings, stares out, surrounded by the lingering traces of blood. The vision culminates in a monstrous, horned figure, wreathed in red energy and the same swirling lines, as the truth is revealed, has obtained the power of hell. The cycle continues, the narration confirms, this time marking the third time, as the colorful energies fade into darkness. No matter how formidable one might be, the torment continues, as a monstrous presence looms over a bloodied face, marking the sixth iteration of this brutal cycle. With the swirling energies of time echoing the eighth, then the 11th, and finally the 13th repetition of events. Or perhaps, it's a question of how much time can be turned back, as a single electric blue eye glows ominously amidst a crimson void, before the cycle continues to its 27th iteration. The relentless temporal loops persist, counting up to the 39th, and then the 50th time. This unending torment is all for Kang Ji-hyun, whose monstrous form is revealed amidst the swirling chaos, as the cycles continue their relentless march. The accumulated temporal energies converge, forming a funnel of vibrant light and swirling particles. A moment of quiet hangs in the air, before the grim reality of his repeated suffering becomes clear, as his bloodied arm and torso lie broken on the ground. He realizes he simply can't be killed, even as his white-haired head rests face down amidst the debris and blood. His blue eyes stare blankly, having endured this agony for the 138th time. A chilling thought emerges. Although I actually went back in time and tortured Lee Yuman. His electric blue eye reflecting a mechanical figure in the background. She didn't lie, leading to the terrifying question, does that mean? The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling realization that it might truly be impossible to kill Kang Ji-hyun. As a piercing electric blue eye, ringed with power, opens amidst a swirl of vibrant, chaotic energy, its gaze cutting through the darkness. This swirling maelstrom of light and color intensifies, a dazzling display of raw, untamed force. Within its depths, a defiant voice echoes, proclaiming an utter disregard for any such limitations. The vibrant energy continues to ripple and expand, a testament to the immense power at play. The scene shifts to a desolate cityscape, shrouded in a blood-red, smoky haze, an ominous backdrop to the unfolding events. A desperate cry rings out, calling for Han Tae-soo. His hand reaches out, grasping at a shimmering, crystalline red mass, as the urgent plea for Han Tae-soo repeats. The narrative rewinds, transporting us to a pivotal moment 6 years ago, marking the final turning point. Han Tae-soo clutches his head, his scarred face contorted in anguish, his electric blue eye glowing intensely, as the chaotic energy swirls around him, and his name is called out twice more, a desperate, echoing cry. The red crystalline mass and vibrant energy continue to surge, the urgent calls for Han Tae-soo persisting through the maelstrom. Amidst a gruesome scene of blood-soaked ground and severed limbs, a figure stands, the chilling words, "I save your mom," hanging in the air, a stark and brutal conclusion to the flashback. A question hangs in the air, a whisper of doubt regarding Kang Ji-hyun's very existence, but no matter the mess, and that's a chilling thought, as a blood-splattered face screams in agony. the realization dawning that even if Li Yumin were to intervene, it would be utterly futile. A cold, detached voice acknowledges the grim truth, simply stating, "I see." The electric blue glow of Han Tai-su's eye intensifies, a stark declaration forming in his mind. There's only one solution to this. And that solution, he concludes, is your death. The scene shifts dramatically to a desolate, blood-red landscape, littered with countless fallen bodies, a lone figure standing amidst the carnage, a grim testament to the past. A title card appears, starkly proclaiming bones, as a bloodied hand reaches out from the grim tableau. The perspective pulls back, revealing a vast, star-filled expanse, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Colorful streaks of light cut across the cosmic backdrop, hinting at immense power at play, all during those 6 years. Han Tai-su floats amidst the swirling energies, his form radiating power as he declares, "I killed all the awakens in the world." His actions depicted as a global event where streams of mana converge upon the earth, as he absorbed their mana. And from the depths of this cataclysm, a transformed Kang Ji-hyung emerges, his eyes dark and bleeding red. As the world plunged into chaos, a single hand reached out, closing off the very sources of power that sustained the awakened. With a decisive act, he sealed away all of the blood gates. Yet, after opening the gate, this singular action caused Kang Ji-hyung to emerge alone, transformed into something monstrous. To contain such power, he was encased within a glowing red diamond, a prison designed to hold even the most formidable beings. But even in this state, with his skin cracked and eyes hollowed, the sheer force of his being was undeniable, a testament to the power he now wielded. So, with no other option, he took the crystal containing Ji-hyung's essence and instantly destroyed it. Yet, Kang Ji-hyung was impossibly strong, regenerating from every blow and repeatedly killing his attacker, no matter how many times he fell. His face, a canvas of scars and blood, bore witness to the endless struggle, a grim testament to his unyielding nature. Even his hair, once pristine, was now matted and stained, reflecting the brutal reality of his existence. The sheer impossibility of it all left him speechless, a single word escaping his lips. He had tried everything, even going so far as to trap him in a diamond, a prison thought to be unbreakable. And then, to ensure his defeat, he had buried him deep underground, hoping to seal him away forever. Even after destroying the diamond that held him, the monstrous form of Kang Ji-hyung would simply reform and kill him. His own blood splattered across his face. Han Tai-su would find himself dying over and over. He had even attempted to destroy the entire Earth, hoping to end the cycle, but Ji-hyung would rush through the planet itself, cutting a path to him before the destruction could complete, and kill him once more. He had pushed him into a black hole, yet Ji-hyung would escape. And then, inevitably, he would be killed again. It was all because of his past actions, because he had killed Ji-hyung's mother and placed him in a bloodgate, that Ji-hyung possessed the power to somehow kill him. As long as that reality persisted, he would continue to die, endlessly. The sheer frustration of it all was overwhelming. His face contorted in a scream of agony and rage. He cursed the very existence of his tormentor. With glowing blue eyes and veins pulsing with desperate power, he screamed out his hatred for the one who caused him such endless suffering. After turning back time thousands of times, enduring this cycle of death and rebirth, he finally realized something crucial. He knew with absolute certainty that killing Ji-hyung was impossible. A memory surfaced, a chilling prophecy from another, as he recalled seeing the future, the one where Ji-hyung emerged from the gate. And in that future, he destroyed their world. The bloody, distorted vision confirmed it. Whatever she had said was the truth. The devastation was absolute, a crimson tide washing over everything. Once this grim reality truly sank in, he lived this time 6 years in utter despair, his body broken amidst the ruins of a city bathed in red light. Yet, despite all his efforts, Kang Ji-hyung still emerged and killed him again, the monstrous figure looming over his defeated form. He had turned back time, again and again, because he simply didn't want to die, the colorful strands of fate swirling around him. After repeating this cycle countless times, his hand reaching out amidst the swirling energies, his battered form floated through the abstract currents of time, a testament to his endless struggle. Then, in a flash of insight, his eyes wide with a new understanding, he realized something profound. A monstrous entity, its form shrouded in shadow, stares out with intensely glowing red eyes, a stark reminder of the formidable power that stands against him. He remembers the crushing despair of 6 years, a lifetime lived after a single, devastating blow. Only for Kang Ji-hyung to emerge once more and kill him again. That was the moment he decided to turn back time, refusing to accept death. After repeating this cycle countless times, he found himself adrift in a void of vibrant, shifting energies, a solitary figure suspended between realities. Then, a sudden realization struck him, his left eye glowing with a fierce, new power as dark lines spread across his face. He had always moved alone in his quest, his path illuminated by the swirling energies of his unique ability. His singular purpose remained clear, to kill Kang Ji-hyung, and that was the thing. He had never opened up about his feelings to anyone but Yeju. As his eye glows with an intense, azure light, the power within him threatens to crack his very being. He ponders the weight of his choices, wondering if it would truly make a difference. If he were to stop doing things alone, a question that echoes through the myriad paths he has walked. The threads of fate, once tangled and singular, now seem to diverge into countless possibilities. A swirling vortex of potential futures opens before him, each choice a ripple in the fabric of time. He reaches out, his hand grasping at a crimson ribbon of fate, a symbol of the bloody path he has walked. This time, after returning from yet another death, Han Taisu's scarred face reflects a new resolve. He remembers a past iteration, a timeline where Taisu didn't kill anyone, where he sought to protect even those who might have been his enemies. A gentle face from that forgotten path flickers in his mind, a ghost of a different future. Instead of continuing his solitary war, he chose a different path, telling the story of everything that had happened until now, to everyone in the world. From the horrific act of killing Kang Ji-hyung's mother, his gaze remains unwavering, prepared for the world's judgment. To how he had traversed time countless times, he didn't spare any details, laying bare the full, brutal truth of his existence. Standing before the silent, watching masses, he accepts the burden of his confession. A man in traditional attire looks up with a worried expression, his gaze fixed on something unseen. While in another memory, two women, one with white hair and the other with red hair and small horns, stand side by side, their expressions somber. Back in the present, a woman with long black hair watches from the shadows, her face etched with sadness, as a lone figure stands under a spotlight on a distant stage. Addressing an empty auditorium, he stands with his back to the vast, silent rows of seats, his confession echoing into the void. For he had experienced time travel thousands of times, each journey a burden he carried alone. He had used that knowledge to try and convince everyone, to change the course of fate. But in his relentless pursuit, he had sacrificed the people he once knew, their faces now haunting memories amidst a crimson haze. All of it, to become strong enough to break the cycle. Yet, these were not just numbers, they weren't some nameless scapegoats, but individuals with lives and dreams. Indeed, they all had their own stories, their own paths that intersected with his. These were the people who used to live their lives alongside him, their fates intertwined before his desperate choices. The weight of these memories presses down, even on those who listened to his confession, leaving them to grapple with the profound cost of his journey. With his eyes closed, black lines like tears or cracks streamed from the corners of Han Taisu's face, reflecting the profound internal process he was undergoing. At the same time, deep within his being, he was confronting his inner self, a raw, organic manifestation of power. The scarred man began to have conversations with the mana of those people, their essence now a part of him. This was the mana of those who had become a part of himself after he absorbed them, their lives intertwined with his own. It was as if he was talking with a living, breathing extension of his own power. He was conversing with every part of it that was within him, becoming one with his immense power. As his internal struggle continued, he was able to look back and face the difficult choices he had made, the consequences of his actions laid bare before him. A primal scream tore from his throat, his body racked with the pain of his past. He realized the full extent of the cruelty and gruesomeness he had committed, the faces of those affected by his path swirling in a vortex of regret. However, a fiery, swirling vortex of energy ignited within him, a new resolve beginning to take hold. That was why he couldn't waste any more time, his gaze falling upon the faces of those he sought to protect. He didn't want anyone to experience the pain that had once consumed his own life. Of losing their loved ones again, a silent vow forming in his heart. He sends out an apology to Kang Ji-hyung, a silent plea for understanding. Stating this thing won't end, his determined gaze fixed on the path ahead. A monstrous, winged silhouette looms against a swirling crimson vortex, its form dark and menacing. Within the chaos, a single eye, glowing with an intense electric blue light, stares forward with unwavering resolve. A crowd of onlookers stands at the precipice of a vast, red abyss, filled with dark, circular voids, as a chilling prophecy echoes, until Kang Ji-hyung takes his last breath. The abyss stretches endlessly before them, the monstrous silhouette of the winged demon visible in the distant depths, a silent harbinger of destruction. The collective efforts of the World Hunter Alliance were meant to prevent such a catastrophe, their emblem a stark reminder of their purpose. But that, from the desolate, rocky ground, a monstrous, clawed hand emerges, its sharp talons hinting at immense power. Another clawed limb follows, confirming the presence of a formidable foe. All their preparations, all their hopes, was a huge miscalculation. On a long, desolate path strewn with rubble, a lone figure walks away from the viewer, advancing towards a distant, glowing entity. Despite the overwhelming odds and the devastating outcome, Taisu did his best. After countless hours spent meticulously researching every single one of Kang Ji-hyung's attack patterns, a strategy began to form. Through the arduous process of repeatedly battling him and turning back time to refine tactics, he honed his understanding of the enemy, his body showing the strain of endless temporal loops. With this hard-won knowledge, he then taught and guided a diverse group of individuals, sharing the intricate threads of combat strategy. These were the hunters, a motley crew of powerful individuals, each with their own unique skills and appearances, now united under his tutelage. He stood before all of them, the collective might of the hunters, imparting wisdom and preparing them for the inevitable confrontation. And so, with their combined strength and his strategic genius, they all fought together, a unified front against overwhelming odds. Amidst the chaos, Kang Ji-hyung, wielding a glowing red blade, led the charge, his allies battling fiercely around him as the monstrous, horned abomination loomed. The intricate dance of battle, a complex web of strategies and counter-strategies, unfolded with dazzling, almost overwhelming intensity. This relentless struggle, a cycle of combat and temporal resets, went on and on for tens of thousands of times, each attempt a desperate bid for victory. Yet, despite all the effort, all the sacrifice, and all the repeated attempts, it was all in vain, as Kang Ji-hyung lay defeated and bloodied amidst the rubble. Having fought to his absolute limit, Han Tae-soo plummets through the air, his body a broken vessel crashing onto the blood-soaked, debris-strewn ground below. Yet, a voice echoes, almost a taunt, Kang Ji-hyung can't be killed, it asserts, as a pair of lips form the chilling words. The words pierce through Tae-soo's consciousness, his face contorted in agony, the skin around his glowing blue eye fracturing under immense strain, a testament to the impossible burden he carries. Towering over him, the horned red-eyed monster stands as an unyielding monument to his failure, its form radiating an oppressive, malevolent power. A desperate thought forms in his mind, a whisper of despair. Is this struggle truly meaningless? He wonders, a silent apology forming on his lips. His body, already ravaged, glows with a faint red aura, perhaps blood, as he thinks of everyone he has failed to protect. The words echo in the emptiness around him. I am sorry, a final, heartfelt plea. A single tear escapes his glowing blue eye, tracing a path down his cracked skin, a silent testament to his profound sorrow and the weight of his defeat. With his last breath, he whispers a name, Kang Ji-hyung, a final thought for the one who cannot be killed. As he turns his back, perhaps in resignation or a final act of defiance, the horned red-eyed monster looms directly behind him, its massive form ready to deliver the finishing blow. Then, a sickening sound rips through the air, the unmistakable puuk of flesh being pierced. The impact is followed by a spray of crimson, painting the ground in a final, tragic testament to his sacrifice. A desolate, cracked landscape is stained crimson, the ground itself appearing to weep blood. Amidst the carnage, a single eye, glowing with an unnatural electric blue, stares out from a blood-splattered, fractured face, reflecting a profound shock and pain. Strands of hair fall across the distressed gaze, as a voice echoes with disbelief, a single, guttural huh, escaping its owner. The source of the horror becomes clear as a monstrous, red-glowing hand reaches for a figure lying helpless on the ground, while the blue-eyed observer can only watch, paralyzed by terror. The force of the attack sends the young man flying, a small silhouette against a blinding impact, his body hurtling through the air. As he falls, the monstrous form of the horned red-eyed monster looms over a kneeling woman, a chilling escaping her lips in a desperate plea. The young man lands hard, his eyes fixing on the kneeling figure, a single word of agonizing recognition tearing from his throat. Mom? The monster's red eyes gleam with cruel understanding, its voice a chilling pronouncement. So this was your mother? Tears stream down the woman's face, mingling with the blood already staining her chin, her green eyes wide with despair. A dark thought from the monster echoes, a perverse amusement in its tone. I almost hit on her. The cruel jest is followed by a brutal strike, a deep gash appearing across her face, blood erupting from the wound as her life drains away. The horned red-eyed monster's face contorts, consumed by a malevolent red energy, its victory absolute and terrifying. The monstrous form of the horned abomination looms in the darkness, its grotesque features illuminated by an eerie red glow, a silent testament to the horror it has wrought. Its full, towering figure is revealed, standing amidst a gruesome pool of blood, the crimson liquid reflecting the faint, malevolent light emanating from its body. On the blood-soaked ground below, a young Kang Ji-hyung lies broken, his skin visibly cracking under the immense trauma, as he stares at the legs of his fallen mother and the monster that took her. The agony of that moment rips through him, his face contorted in a silent, blood-streaked scream, the cracks spreading across his skin like a map of his unbearable pain. A sudden, blinding flash of electric blue light erupts, as if from within, revealing a single eye, now glowing with an otherworldly intensity amidst splatters of blood, leaving one to wonder what could have caused such a drastic change. Nearby, the horned red-eyed monster looms, its presence a chilling reminder of the danger, while a faint, guttural sound escapes from the transforming figure. As the transformation takes hold, Kang Ji-hyung lies shirtless on the ground, his hair now a striking light blue and his eyes glowing with the same electric hue, while his mother, Lee Yumin, cradles him, her face etched with concern as he weakly calls out to her. The scene shifts, revealing a glimpse into Lee Yumin's past, a young girl standing between a stern-looking congressman and a poised judge, her mother having been born from a strategic marriage. From a young age, She was surrounded by the expectations of her lineage, reflected in a framed picture of her parents. She was pressured to be perfect, a cruel life indeed. Yet, the young Li Yumin stood before a wall of countless trophies, having lived without ever complaining about it. For her, the truth of life had become one thing, as her young face showed a quiet sadness. From a young age, she was groomed for absolute perfection. Expected to be flawless at everything she did, a silent, elegant figure standing poised in a world of gold. However, the emotions she had subconsciously suppressed began to stir beneath the surface, a quiet rebellion in her clear blue eyes. Eventually led her to make a choice, a decision to get involved with a senior in her college program. It was an imperfect choice, especially when it came to love. As a college fresher, she found herself entangled in a passionate, yet ultimately fleeting, romance. The consequences of that involvement soon became clear, changing her life forever, which ultimately led to a profound decision for her future. The affair led to her pregnancy, and the senior, the man she had chosen, ghosted her completely. Abandoned by him, she was then cast out by her own family, left to face the harsh rain alone. That was the devastating price she had to pay for making an imperfect choice. Yet, amidst the despair, a new life began, a tiny bundle held close in the pouring rain, a decision made for her. My brother became something undeniable, a force that could not be ignored. From that moment on, my mom knew her life would forever be bound by a singular, crushing expectation. Rain poured down as she looked up, her light hair clinging to her face, a silent vow etched into her expression. Even in matters of love, he was contained within a glowing blue chamber, his white hair stark against the ethereal light. His mother stood with her back to the world, gazing out at the relentless downpour, her light hair a cascade down her back. But why now? He had never once seen her in this state, his own blue eye reflecting the blood and cracks that marred his skin. His gaze was sharp, his white hair framing a face etched with pain, as sharp claws emerged in the foreground. Is it because he seemed perfect? Or was she here for another, more final reason? Blood dripped from his mouth, a grim testament to his struggle, as he wondered if she was there to achieve a perfect death. A monstrous red eye, glowing with malevolent energy, stares out from the darkness, framed by sharp, claw-like protrusions. A chilling voice echoes, taunting him, asking if this was truly his mother. The scene shifts to Yeju, her face streaked with tears and blood, her eyes wide with terror and pain. The tormentor's voice returns, dripping with malice, suggesting that someone had hit on her. Yeju's mouth, smeared with blood, remains open in a silent scream, as the tormentor's cruel laughter echoes, a single, guttural fuck, haha, filling the void. Kong Ji Hyung's monstrous form fully manifests, a towering figure of distorted flesh and glowing red energy, its presence radiating raw, destructive power. Every inch of his transformed body pulses with an ominous red light, a terrifying testament to the agony and rage consuming him. He sits amidst a pool of blood, his white hair stark against the dark, his skin cracking as if unable to contain the immense power within, while monstrous legs loom in the background. His face contorts in a silent scream, blood and grime streaking his features, the scars on his skin deepening with each surge of pain. His mouth opens wide in a primal roar, a torrent of blood escaping his lips as he struggles against the overwhelming transformation. Collapsing onto the ground, his body is a grotesque fusion of human and monster, his limbs twisting into unnatural shapes. With a final, desperate cry, he screams into the abyss, his arm now fully transformed into a monstrous, scaled limb, a symbol of his complete surrender to the beast within. Suspended in a void, a figure with stark white hair and a monstrous, crimson-glowing arm twists in agony. His face contorted in a silent scream as he struggles against an unseen force, the raw power coursing through him evident in every strained muscle. The transformation is complete, yet the torment lingers, a deep, internal struggle etched onto his features. Around him, the very fabric of reality seems to bleed, a chaotic swirl of crimson tendrils reflecting the violence within. Visions of a ruined world, bathed in an apocalyptic red light, flash before his eyes, a desolate landscape of shattered buildings and broken dreams. As the memories flood back, a voice echoes from deep within him, muttering, "So this is how you felt." The strain of his existence manifests physically, cracks spreading across his skin like a fragile porcelain doll. His gaze, now a chilling contrast of electric blue and scarred black, stares out with a profound weariness, the weight of countless experiences etched into his very being. This profound understanding, this burden of memory, was not his alone to bear. For Tae-soo had recounted everything that had happened to Ji-hyung, sharing the full, brutal truth of his journey. He spoke of the countless time travels, each jump through the fabric of reality a desperate attempt to change fate. And with each journey came the endless deaths, a cycle of loss and rebirth that had scarred his very soul. He kneels amidst the desolate ruins, a towering, monstrous silhouette casting an ominous shadow over him, as a profound realization washes over his mind. Looking down, his scarred face etched with a grim resolve, he vows never again to contemplate turning back time. A wave of deep regret washes over him, as he whispers, "I'm sorry, Kong Ji-hyung." I truly did something cruel to you. I'm sorry, truly. His thoughts drift to the grotesque, organic structures that haunt his vision, a constant reminder of the cruelty he inflicted or endured. Suddenly, a new, agonizing question pierces through his despair, a desperate plea for understanding. My mom? The question hangs heavy in the air, tormenting him, his head bowed, unable to escape the weight of his memories. His face contorts in raw anguish, the pain of his past, and the uncertainty of his future pressing down on him. From the desolate, ruined cityscape, a chilling, mocking laughter echoes, a cruel sound that seems to revel in his suffering. The sound reverberates through the empty streets, a haunting reminder of the destruction that surrounds him. The monstrous structure, now splattered with blood, seems to join in the cruel chorus, its form twisting with malevolent amusement. Once more, he is seen kneeling, small and vulnerable, as the glowing red silhouette of the monstrous entity looms over him, an inescapable presence. With a final, weary admission, his voice barely a whisper, he confesses, I don't know either. His skin cracks and splinters, a network of fissures spreading across his body as if he were made of fragile porcelain, until his head erupts in a gruesome spray of blood and bone, a violent, final end to his struggle. This monstrous entity, a recurring nightmare, looms over the scene, its many red eyes burning with malevolent satisfaction. A guttural gasp escapes him, a final, desperate sound. His bloodied face, eyes wide with a mixture of pain and dawning realization, stares blankly at the crimson-stained world. And then, a whisper of acceptance, a quiet resignation as he thinks, finally, it's over. This is truly the end, he muses, the thought echoing in the void. It was. His gaze softens, reflecting on the journey, such a long life. His eyes close, a semblance of peace settling on his features, the bloodied landscape fading into darkness. The thought lingers, unfinished, such a. But then, a sudden, jarring sensation rips through the stillness, a powerful jolt that makes him cry out, "Whoa!" He clutches his head, surrounded by vibrant, glowing lines of energy, as multiple voices urgently call his name, Han-tae-soo, Han-tae-soo. A sudden jolt rips through Han-tae-soo, pulling him from the depths of his vision, leaving him utterly bewildered. As he slowly regains his senses, surrounded by indistinct figures and shimmering lines of energy, a profound question echoes in his mind. Could he truly have returned? His eyes remain closed, veins visibly throbbing beneath his skin, as the impossible truth begins to settle within him. A red, crystalline structure looms behind him, a silent witness to his dawning realization that he must have subconsciously turned back time. The memory of his previous life, and its brutal end, flashes through his mind, hardening his resolve. If he died once, he can face death again. This grim thought triggers a vivid, agonizing flashback to his final moments, as a sharp object pierces his body, sending a torrent of blood spraying into the crimson air. The memory blurs for a moment, a brief, disorienting flash of white. Snapping back to the present, Han-tae-soo clutches his head, still surrounded by the vibrant, swirling energy lines, as urgent voices repeatedly call his name, pulling him further into this new, bewildering reality. Yet, the brutal memory persists, a red, crystalline blade plunging into his flesh, a stark reminder of the death he'd just escaped. More dark, jagged weapons follow, tearing into his torso with sickening thuds, each impact a fresh wave of agony in the flashback. His body, riddled with wounds, begins to fall, the life draining from him in a final, bloody cascade. The vision of his demise fades into a blank expanse, leaving him to grapple with the echoes of his past and the urgent calls of his present. Still disoriented, Han-tae-soo finds himself suspended in a void, glowing red, blue, and yellow energy lines piercing his body as a chorus of voices echoes his name. His mind races, trying to comprehend the impossible situation, as a desperate question forms within him. What's going on? His world is literally turned upside down, the red energy of his trauma still clinging to him, a constant reminder of his recent demise. A heavy, resonant sound reverberates through the void, emphasizing the crushing weight of his predicament. The relentless calls of his name intensify, the glowing lines tightening around him, each one a thread of his fractured reality. Overwhelmed by the ceaseless torment, he cries out internally, why? His body still inverted, the question continues to plague him, a desperate plea for understanding. Do I keep? His face contorted in agony, his left eye scarred and dark, the word hangs heavy in the air. Coming. The final, agonizing piece of his question echoes through the darkness, a challenge to fate itself, back. The cycle of torment continues, his name called out once more, the glowing thread still binding him in this nightmarish loop. His patience finally snaps, a raw, guttural expletive escaping his lips in sheer frustration. His eyes now glowing with an electric blue intensity, his face a mask of anguish, he screams into the void, demanding an answer. What do you want me to do? His face contorts in a silent scream, veins bulging as the raw agony of his existence overwhelms him. Looking down at his own tormented form, he confesses that he only pretended to have attained enlightenment before dying. He had merely hoped it would be nice to die in a dignified way. The memory of his past self, or perhaps a hallucination of his former struggles, echoes his internal cry. That's why I did that. But so what? Kneeling amidst a crimson burst of energy, he cries out in utter despair. I don't want to fucking live anymore. I want to die. His plea for release is met only with a deafening, fiery explosion as he begs, please, I want to die. The inferno rages, a chaotic maelstrom of orange and red, consuming everything in its path. Then, a sudden, oppressive silence falls, leaving only a vast, empty void. But the torment is far from over, as glowing lines of red, yellow, and blue begin to pierce the darkness, and a voice calls out to him, Hantesu. The lines wrap around his body, tightening, as the insistent call repeats, Hantesu, Hantesu, Hantesu. His eyes widen in confusion and terror, the name echoing from all directions, Hantesu, Hantesu. Surrounded by grotesque, fleshy forms that seem to be part of his own suffering, he screams in utter desperation, what the? Why? Please let me die already. His mind screams, a raw, guttural sound of pure agony, as the torment continues to tear through him. His eyes glow with a desperate, electric blue light, as he cries out against the relentless cycle, demanding to know why he keeps returning to this suffering. A disembodied voice, or perhaps a fragment of his own fractured will, attempts to impose order, commanding him to simply calm himself. Yet, the visions persist, as a stern woman in a dark suit stands over him, calling out his name, while he, kneeling and broken, struggles to articulate the profound truth he feels stirring within him. His body is ravaged, his face scarred and his arms stained with crimson energy, as he desperately insists that he must know something about his predicament. In another fragmented memory, he kneels amidst a ruined city before a silent crowd, pleading for answers, his voice echoing with the same desperate demand to tell me what's going on. He repeats his plea, as the truth begins to dawn. He is caught in the endless reversals in time. This horrifying reality is a consequence of immense power, as mana has stacked layers upon the very fabric of time itself. The visual representation of this distortion shows glowing lines twisting and intertwining. The narrator explains that due to this manipulation, time itself has effectively closed around him. An infinity symbol, formed by the same glowing lines, illustrates his fate. Now, once he dies, he will inevitably return to this very point. His scarred face, framed by the light blue hair and glowing lines, reflects the grim reality that as long as he continues to come back here, he will remain trapped in this endless loop. A chilling voice echoes through his mind, foretelling a grim future. In 6 years, you'll be killed by Ji-hyung, no matter what you do. The ominous declaration continues, confirming his worst fears. You are just going to keep dying. A stern woman's voice finishes, an infinity symbol glowing ominously beneath her. He sees himself, bloodied and broken, the words echoing his torment, endlessly, forever, repeatedly. His eye snaps open, wide with confusion and disbelief, as he struggles to comprehend the horrifying visions. What are you talking about? In a desolate, ruined city, he kneels before a silent crowd, his desperate plea echoing into the void. Who the hell are you? His lips part slightly, a silent gasp escaping him as the weight of the prophecy settles. He plunges deeper into the crimson abyss of his own mind. His vision blurring with blood as the horrifying truth of his fate continues to unfold, a single blue eye wide with a mixture of terror and grim understanding. Blood streaks across his face and neck, a stark reminder of the violence that awaits him, the veins on his neck bulging with the strain of his internal struggle. A chilling, hollow laugh escapes him, a sound devoid of humor, echoing the absurdity of his predetermined demise. He sees himself again, kneeling in the desolate ruins of a city, a lone figure standing over him as a silent crowd watches, the vision of his inevitable end playing out with agonizing clarity. The world spins, a distant, beautiful orb, indifferent to his suffering, as the sun rises on another day he might not live to see. The image flickers, a brief moment of nothingness, before the earth reappears, a constant in his chaotic existence. Again, the world shifts, and a single, raw expletive escapes him, a guttural cry of pure frustration and despair at the inescapable loop. The visions fade to white, offering a momentary, unsettling reprieve. But the image of a ruined city, bathed in an ominous red glow, returns, a stark reminder of the world his fate will inevitably shape. And finally, the ultimate horror. A monstrous, winged entity stands triumphant over a severed arm, the grim prophecy of his dismemberment made terrifyingly real. His torment continued, as he found himself once more in the desolate landscape of his visions, lying broken and defeated beneath the towering, skeletal form of the horned red-eyed monster, surrounded by the silent, judging specters of the dead. The crimson sky stretched endlessly above a ruined city, where mountains of bones and twisted metal formed a grim monument to destruction. The barren ground, scarred with glowing fissures, seemed to pulse with an ominous, unseen energy. In the heart of this crimson wasteland, beneath swirling black vortexes that dotted the sky, the horned red-eyed monster stood, its form a chilling silhouette against the blood-red horizon. It remained motionless, a harbinger of the inevitable. The air itself seemed to hum with its presence, a suffocating weight of dread. Then, a new figure emerged from the shadows, approaching the monstrous entity with an unsettling calm. A voice, filled with a desperate plea, echoed through the vision, whispering, "Jihyung." The monster's grotesque, organic arm reached out, enveloping Kong Ji Hyong in a chilling embrace, its glowing red veins pulsing with dark power. A being known as the administrator of hell once reigned supreme. A formidable entity named Pale, who existed for an eternal time. His power was absolute, as he endlessly razed worlds to the ground. Yet, despite his immense might, he had lost his sense of identity. Along with any reasons for his actions, all that was left was destruction and devastation. But he failed every time, until suddenly, a profound shift occurred, and he felt a wave of loneliness wash over him. Overwhelmed by this new emotion, he attempted to create life. However, his initial efforts were fruitless, as he failed every time. Then, in a new attempt, he ripped out his own heart. From this act of self-sacrifice, he created a daughter. From his own heart, Pale created a daughter, a living extension of himself, who would carry on his legacy. The monstrous administrator of hell, in his eternal loneliness, had sought to create life. But the path of creation was fraught with unforeseen consequences. And that, she reflects, was her. Living in hell, however, wasn't possible for her, a truth she would soon discover. But as you can see, her very nature defied her origin. She was human. So, she was abandoned, left to cry beside a swirling portal of red and black energy. During her birth, she was cast outside the gates of hell. 4.5 billion years ago, a desolate, fiery landscape stretched across what would become Earth. And even then, in its ravaged lands, I was there, a silent observer. I wanted to die, to simply cease to exist, but because I couldn't meet Pale, I couldn't find that release. As long as we stayed in different dimensions, I was bound to this endless cycle, until this Earth was destroyed again. I would come back to life, even if I died, a cruel fate for a being who only wished for oblivion. The thing that was more despairing than my inability to die was the profound loneliness that settled deep within my soul, a green light flickering in my eye as I endured. I lived hundreds of millions of years alone, watching worlds rise and fall. Under a sky filled with distant stars, my existence stretched on, an eternity of solitude. Consumed by loneliness and hatred, I sat, a small figure against the vast, indifferent cosmos. You wouldn't know the depth of my despair, the weight of such an existence, or even understand what people meant to me after all that time. The meaning of life, for one who had lived alone for so long, shifted dramatically when she finally came into contact with a few others. Her green eyes, usually filled with an ancient weariness, now held a flicker of curiosity as she observed them from a distance. Watching them gather around a crackling fire, she felt a connection she hadn't known was possible. And in time, she found herself falling deeply in love, beginning to forget the crushing weight of her loneliness. Together, they walked the shores of a new existence, living her days happily, until, as time always does, it passed. The love of her life eventually left her behind, leaving her once more to face the vast, empty sky. Yet, the memory of their shared happiness lingered, a bittersweet echo on the sandy beach. As she walked alone, the footprints of her past companion slowly faded from the shore, a poignant reminder of what she had lost. But the cycle of life continued, and she, with her endless existence, found herself loving again. This time, her love bore fruit, and she even had children, their tiny footprints joining hers on the path of life. She watched them grow, saw them have kids of their own, the generations unfolding before her ageless eyes. And as she witnessed them give birth to their children too, completing the grand cycle, she accepted the inevitable farewells, understanding that even joy was fleeting in her eternal existence. And so, through the endless march of time, she continued to live, meeting new people, forging new connections, and finding love again and again. Through time immemorial, she had countless loves, each one a precious, fleeting moment in her eternal existence. Yet, as the waves inevitably claimed the shore, so too did fate claim her beloveds, for they all died. Each departure left her adrift, leaving only her behind. And with each loss, the crushing weight of loneliness returned. Like the tide, it always crept back to her. She endured and overcame countless pain, her spirit tested by the endless cycle of grief. But that profound, inescapable loneliness, was something that could never be overcome. Throughout her entire life, and only then, did she finally begin to understand. Only then did she come to understand her father, who had tried to rid himself of it, just as she had. Even by offering his heart, he could not escape this profound loneliness. This loneliness, she realizes, is the very essence of her own prolonged existence, a burden she has carried for countless ages. And then, a moment of stark clarity breaks through her thoughts, revealing a pivotal turning point. It was when his very heart, a source of immense power and insight, showed her the future, a vision of what was to come. A singular future, she recalls, in which she could finally meet him again, ending her long, solitary wait. That future, she muses, was not merely a possibility but a destiny forged by extraordinary means. It was a future realized through her, a conduit for his impossible return, as the monstrous visage of Pale looms in her mind. A sudden, sharp question pierces her thoughts as she confronts the silhouette of her father. The sheer audacity of his feat, the fact that he overcame monsterification and escaped hell, was an act of defiance against all natural order. This act went against the very laws of the universe, creating a dimensional fissure, and in that fissure, she saw all possible futures of this world. And only she, his daughter, could have enabled such a profound breach of reality, leading her to a chilling realization. He used her. As the full weight of her father's machinations settled upon her, Pale's daughter's mind reeled, a desperate denial forming in her thoughts. She recalled the events involving her father, a fleeting image of a younger Han Tae-soo reaching out to a child, both enveloped in a soft blue glow, flashing through her mind. Then her mother, Lee Yuman, appeared in her memory, first frail in a bed, then standing, radiating a vibrant green aura. The images shifted to her mother standing beside another woman, prompting a chilling question to echo in her mind. Was all of this her father's doing? The answer, undeniable and stark, resounded with a painful affirmation. Her father, Pale, in his monstrous form, loomed large, his body radiating a malevolent red energy as he reached out, a puppet master pulling unseen strings. She saw a younger, naked Han Tae-soo, his eyes glowing green, as Pale's grotesque hand touched his forehead, shards of reality scattering around them. The vision of the future her father had shown her, the one that promised reunion, now felt like a cruel deception, its conclusion clear. In a stark, symbolic space, a younger Han Tae-soo knelt, racked with dark energy, while Pale's daughter stood, a silent observer to the suffering her father had inflicted. The realization struck her with full force. All of this, the suffering, the manipulation, was because of her. Pale's voice, cold and calculating, echoed through her memory, revealing that for her sake, he had condemned Tae-soo to the most miserable death imaginable. He continued, describing the conclusion of being trapped in an endless loop, dying infinitely to her, while a tormented Tae-soo, still kneeling, defiantly cursed him. She knew they wouldn't understand her decision, but assured herself there was no need to worry, for everything was about to end. Her emerald eyes glowed with a fierce, cold resolve, as the weight of her father's manipulations settled deep within her. A quiet declaration escaped her lips. Everything will end now. She understood that once she entered the same dimension as her father, she could finally die. Standing in a stark, divided void, facing the monstrous silhouette of Pale, she affirmed her grim resolve. Her very essence, represented by glowing neural pathways and a pulsating heart, resonated with the understanding that her father, too, would pass away. The day she finally grasped the depth of her father's loneliness, surrounded by the skeletal horrors of his domain, was the day she made her decision. She would find him again, even if it meant burning the world to ash, and with her death, she would take him with her. Her hand, now covered in blood, clenched tightly, a symbol of the sacrifice she was willing to make. The blood dripped, a stark contrast against the red void, as her resolve hardened. Her ultimate goal was clear, to break the cycle of loneliness. A violent splatter of blood erupts across the stark, white void. As Pale's daughter, her face now streaked with crimson, stares out with wide, haunted eyes from the hellish red landscape. The chilling voice of her father echoing in her mind, telling her, "You're no different." His monstrous form looms over her, a constant reminder of his presence, as he continues to twist her past. No matter how much you suffered. His words cutting deep as a memory flashes of her younger self, lying broken on the ground. You clung to life because of your mother. The image of her mother appears, a fleeting comfort, but Pale's voice immediately shatters the illusion. But that wasn't love. His monstrous head tilts, dripping with dark ichor, as the weight of his accusations presses down on her. Another memory surfacing of her younger self, alone and drenched in the pouring rain. The true nature of her past motivations finally laid bare. It was loneliness. Her eye widens in a painful realization, the truth of his words sinking deep into her soul. As Pale confirms her dawning, horrifying understanding. Yes, the twisted truth of her past, the very foundation of her existence, now reveals itself as nothing more than a desperate clinging to a false sense of security, a desperate plea for love. But this love was merely a cruel deception, a fragile illusion crafted to seal the cracks in her soul, to hide the gaping void within. It might have numbed the loneliness for a time, but it could never truly erase it, leaving behind only a hollow echo where warmth once pretended to reside. This false comfort, this desperate attachment, was nothing short of a curse, cunningly disguised as salvation, binding her to a fate she never chose. The realization burns in her mind, reflected in the crimson gaze of Kong Ji Hyong, a silent witness to the unraveling of her world. But now, with the illusions shattered and the truth laid bare, a new resolve hardens within her. Her own eyes, once clouded by deceit, now glow with a fierce, bloodshot intensity, reflecting the depth of her pain and the finality of her decision. The world around her dissolves into a maelstrom of crimson and shadow, a chaotic reflection of the storm raging within her soul. Through the swirling chaos, her voice rings with chilling clarity. It's time to put an end to it all. As she reaches out, a skeletal figure, a haunting echo of Pale, looms behind her, a grim specter of the fate she now embraces. A single, resounding affirmation echoes through the void, a stark declaration of acceptance. This acceptance, however, is born from a twisted sense of love, a cruel bargain forged in the fires of despair, as a monstrous figure looms over a smaller human, an ethereal blue spirit hovering above them. It is a deception, a fragile illusion meant only to seal the cracks within one's soul, as a blonde woman desperately embraces a child against a shattered world. The monster's embrace, though it numbs the loneliness, never truly erases it, leaving only the bitter taste of a curse. Blood drips from a hand with light blue hair, a stark reminder that this supposed salvation is merely a disguise for something far more sinister. Kang Ji Hyung's crimson eyes glow with an unsettling intensity, reflecting the depth of the internal struggle. The intricate patterns within his iris swirl with raw power, a visual manifestation of the overwhelming emotions he grapples with. The very air around him seems to crackle with a dark, red energy, a volatile aura of unresolved conflict. A skeletal figure, radiating malevolent red light, declares that it is time to put an end to it all, its words echoing with finality. Against the same crimson backdrop, the silhouette of a woman stands, her form a stark contrast to the chaotic energy surrounding her. Both the skeletal entity and the woman float within the swirling red abyss, as a question hangs heavy in the air, left unfinished. A monstrous, skeletal visage looms, its hollow eyes fixed on an unseen presence, demanding to know what is being said. As the full, terrifying form of Pale, the administrator of hell, reveals itself in the blood-red void. His voice echoes, declaring to Pale's daughter, "You are my daughter and my other half." Her face, streaked with what appears to be blood, reflects a profound sorrow as she questions, "How could I hate you?" A soft, ethereal glow emanates from her neck and chest, hinting at a deeper connection or a hidden power within her. While Kang Ji Hyung stands with his back to the viewer, observing the spectral image of the young woman in the swirling red expanse. His eyes, wide and glowing crimson, betray a profound shock and disbelief at the unfolding revelations. A torrent of questions floods his mind, demanding to know, what the fuck are they doing? After using me, in the first place? He looks down into a swirling vortex, the weight of betrayal heavy on his shoulders, contemplating the ultimate cost, and even wiping out my world. As three small figures, symbolic of the intertwined destinies, drift within the crimson maelstrom, prompting him to wonder. They get their own ending and die peacefully? The question hangs in the air, a desperate plea for understanding. What was their reason to do all that in? As a blood-red moon hangs ominously in the dark, providing a chilling, simple answer. Because they were lonely? A furious snarl twists his lips, the memory of betrayal burning within him, as he thinks, what utter bullshit. He recalls how Pale had literally turned him back to normal, a stark contrast to the monstrous state he had once embraced. The skeletal remnants of his former self, a complete monster, are pulled back together by an unseen force, reforming into something human. Yet, with that power, the same force that restored him, a dark hand reaches out towards Pale's daughter, drawing her into the swirling crimson abyss. A desperate plea echoes in his mind, a glowing figure reaching out, begging for a different outcome, for salvation. Amidst the chaos, the image of Han Taesu appears, his golden armor shimmering, offering a solemn piece of advice. Don't lose your faith until the end. The words resonate, a quiet yes, forming in his thoughts, followed by the grim realization, if you're going to die. A foot, belonging to Pale's daughter, lands on the blood-red, ethereal ground, the chaotic energy of the void swirling around her. His own gloved fist clenches, a desperate resolve hardening his grip, ready to fight against the overwhelming power. But Pale's power is absolute. Pale's daughter is violently thrown, blood splattering, as Kang Ji Hyung lies defeated on the ground, a chilling command echoing, "To me." His bloodied face contorts in terror, eyes wide with a primal fear, as the full force of Pale's assault crashes down upon him. And then, all three of them, Kang Ji Hyung, Pale's daughter, and Pale himself, are seen falling, plunging endlessly through the swirling, crimson depths of the void. As the chaotic red energy swirled around him, a voice echoed, calling out to Ji-hyung. He found himself falling through the crimson expanse, the voice declaring, "You are now an ordinary human." Yet, even as the monstrous form of Pale screamed in agony, consumed by the very power he sought to wield, another voice challenged, "There's no way you'll be able to absorb Pale's power." The struggle transcended mere physical space, echoing across a cosmic canvas, where a distant planet glowed with an ethereal light. The red energy pulsed from its surface, a manifestation of the immense power being exchanged, a world consumed by the very forces at play. Kneeling amidst the swirling tendrils, Ji-hyung could only utter, "No, no way." The red energy continued its relentless assault, consuming not only Pale's daughter but also the skeletal remnants of others, drawing them deeper into its chaotic embrace. As Pale's daughter's face contorted in distress, a voice, presumably Pale's, taunted, "You still haven't realized? Loneliness can't be rid of without one's death." The words struck a chord, But Ji-hyung's resolve hardened, his own experience echoing the sentiment. That was the same for you. No. His eyes, now glowing crimson, reflected a singular, desperate hope as he declared, I'm going to meet my mom again. Meanwhile, Pale's monstrous face twisted further, his form visibly deteriorating as the red energy coursed through him, a clear sign of his power being siphoned away. The realization struck with chilling clarity. He's absorbing all of Pale's power. As Pale's eye pulsed with agonizing green light amidst a network of crimson veins, a profound realization began to dawn. Meaning the curled figure of Kang Ji-hyung, enveloped in swirling red energy, was not merely resisting, but actively consuming the very essence of his foe. He understood the true nature of the power transfer, a chilling clarity washing over him as he thought, oh, I see. Meanwhile, Pale's eye continued its tormented dance, the green iris now struggling against the encroaching red. As Kang Ji-hyung's form became a mere silhouette, utterly consumed by the blinding, all-encompassing crimson light. The eye of Pale blurred and distorted further, the green fading into a chaotic swirl of red as the final piece of understanding clicked into place for the young man. That's what it was. With that realization, a cosmic body, the very representation of Pale's power, erupted with a blinding white light and jagged red lightning, sending shockwaves of crimson energy across its surface as it began to tear itself apart. The planet-like entity glowed with an infernal red light, its crust fracturing into countless glowing fissures. Dark clouds of cosmic dust swirling around the expanding network of destructive energy. Reduced to an unstable, glowing core, the cosmic body pulsed violently, before finally shattering into countless fragments, its fiery essence exploding in a cataclysmic burst that echoed through the crimson void. The cataclysmic energy of Pale's destruction erupted into a blinding, fiery explosion, tearing apart the very fabric of existence. As the initial shockwave subsided, the raw power began to coalesce, forming a vibrant, swirling nebula of cosmic dust and light. This celestial tapestry continued to expand, its brilliant hues stretching across the void, a testament to the immense force unleashed. Eventually, the dazzling display began to fade, receding into a soft, ethereal glow that slowly dissolved into nothingness. All that remained was an absolute, profound darkness, a silent void where once a cosmic entity had reigned. From the depths of that emptiness, a lone, fragile skeleton drifted into view, the last physical vestige of Pale's existence. Its jaw hung open in a silent, eternal scream, as if still echoing the agony of its cosmic annihilation. The lower half of its form seemed to crumble, kneeling in a final, desperate posture of defeat. A closer look revealed the skull, cracked and weathered, a stark reminder of the power that had once resided within. Even this final remnant was not immune to the ravages of its demise, as further cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, threatening to shatter it completely. Then, once more, only the profound silence of the void remained, swallowing all traces of the cosmic battle. A single, bewildered thought echoed through the emptiness, as Kang Ji-hyung processed the impossible reality of what had just transpired. From the depths of the void, fragmented skeletal remains begin to coalesce, a foot and a hand forming against the darkness, while other skeletal hands reach out, as if grasping for something lost. A voice echoes, filled with confusion, wondering, I can't remember. What was I trying to do again? The question deepens, who? As more bone fragments appear, asking, am I? Disconnected leg bones drift, a testament to a shattered form. Then, a sudden spark of recognition. Red energy begins to swirl, coalescing around a skeletal face whose eyes now glow with an ominous crimson, a chilling affirmation. Yeah. The red energy intensifies, weaving through skeletal ribs, as the voice declares, I am the administrator of hell. From the depths of an unseen void, a pair of crimson eyes pierce through the darkness, their glow an ominous promise of what is to come. As a skeletal form, crowned with horns and ancient power, begins to coalesce amidst a maelstrom of red energy. The entity's structure solidifies, its bony claws extending, draped in what appears to be tattered crimson cloth. There is no doubt now who has returned, Pale. A wave of raw, crimson energy washes over the scene. As the skeletal figure of Pale fully manifests within a swirling vortex of power, his form now complete and radiating an infernal aura. The energy around him intensifies, a vibrant, chaotic dance of red and orange light, reflecting the immense power now at his command. The swirling energies continue to pulse, a testament to his re-established presence. The crimson aura expands, filling the space with its oppressive weight. A silent declaration of his dominion. And with his form fully restored, Pale proclaims his true identity, the administrator of hell. Pale, the administrator of hell, once sat upon a throne of fire and bone, a being of immense power and ancient malice. For an eternal time, he existed only to destroy, his skeletal form reaching out into the void, surrounded by swirling red energy and dark, consuming portals. He endlessly razed worlds to the ground, yet through this endless devastation, he had lost his very sense of identity. His purpose became hollow, along with any reasons for his actions. All that remained in his wake was destruction and devastation. Suddenly, a profound shift occurred within him. As he gazed into the swirling abyss, he felt a wave of loneliness wash over him, a crushing weight in his ancient, empty existence. Driven by this newfound desolation, he attempted to create life, hoping to fill the void. His efforts, however, were in vain, but failed every time. Then, in a new, desperate attempt to succeed, he ripped out his own heart, a dark, flowing mass of pure essence. From this ultimate sacrifice, he created a daughter. Cradled in his skeletal hands, the infant cried, a new life who would live on as his alter ego. From the void, a new existence began to coalesce, a nascent consciousness emerging into a world painted in shades of red. As Pale's heart pulsed with dark energy, his daughter lay on cracked, glowing ground, a tiny, pale form beneath a swirling black vortex, her very being woven from his sacrifice. She grew quickly, her small figure standing alone on a desolate shore, her long shadow stretching across the sand, as if reaching for a distant, unknown future. Yet, her existence was not without turmoil, a silent scream echoing against a fractured, crimson reality as she grappled with her nascent identity. Meanwhile, in a different reality, or perhaps a different facet of Pale's influence, Kang Ji-hyung hung suspended, impaled through the chest by the very heart that had birthed the daughter, its crimson facets glowing ominously. Elsewhere, Han Tae-soo, his eyes glowing with an electric blue intensity, carefully examined a similar, or perhaps the same, pulsating red crystal, its power radiating even as his companions watched with apprehension. Back in the sterile confines of a medical facility, Kang Ji-hyung lay unconscious, his body hooked to machines, faint red lines tracing across his skin as the heart's influence began to reshape him. The transformation accelerated, his form contorting violently, blood and red energy erupting from him as he emerged from a swirling vortex, no longer entirely human. His new monstrous shape solidified, red skin taut over sharp, bone-like protrusions, glowing eyes burning with an alien intensity as dark tendrils of energy writhed around him. Horns sprouted from his head, his physique becoming powerfully demonic, a terrifying new entity forged from the heart of an ancient evil. Every inch of his being was remade, from his clawed feet to his armored legs, a perfect, terrifying vessel of destruction. Now fully transformed, Kang Ji-hyung stood ready, his bone-like armor gleaming under the city lights as he faced Lee Yumin, a silent challenge passing between the newly monstrous and the resolute hunter. Lee Yumin stands over an operating table, observing the unconscious form of Kang Ji-hyung, who lies beneath the pulsating, fiery red energy of a massive crystal. Meanwhile, Pale's daughter, her green eyes glowing with an unsettling light, clutches her hands to her chest, a trace of blood on her face reflecting her profound distress. The transformation is complete, as Kang Ji-hyung's body contorts into a monstrous, muscular form, his sharp claws and bone-like protrusions glowing with malevolent red energy. A swirling vortex of crimson energy engulfs the space, a chaotic manifestation of the power unleashed. Within its depths, the monstrous form of Kang Ji-hyung is clearly visible, his new existence defined by the swirling red aura. A voice, filled with disbelief, questions, "Is that him?" The very fabric of reality seems to tear, revealing countless glowing red eyes and streaks of energy, a glimpse into the terrifying domain from which this power originates. From the depths of this crimson void, a skeletal, monstrous hand reaches out, its glowing red eyes piercing through the darkness. Another horrifying manifestation of Pale emerges, a massive, horned, skeletal spider-like creature, its many legs tearing through the ground, as if from a fissure. Finally, the true form of Pale is revealed, a skeletal, horned figure seated upon a throne, his glowing red eyes surveying his domain amidst a swirling inferno of red and orange energy. This is the one, the entity responsible for creating the fissure,